So hey guys, welcome back to our another video. This is Star Vati. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. Just a quick note. This video started with a human record introduction by me. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter uncovered Voldemort's final secret. Here is short summary. In his sixth year, Harry discovered a hidden truth Voldemort never means to reveal. As Elias shift and darkness creeps closer, one secret could change everything and decide the fate of the wizarding world. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
As the sun rose once again over number 4, Privet Drive, beams of light pierced their way through the small gaps in the curtains of a modest and mostly bare room. They crept across the wooden floor, slowly inching their way towards the sleeping boy's closed eyelids. Underneath his eyelids, sparkling emerald orbs were unveiled as the boy began to stir. Harry Potter awoke from one of the strangest dreams he'd had in recent memory. For some reason his Aunt Petunia needed him to take a necklace to the jeweler's. He protested that Uncle Vernon or Dudley should do it, but the chain is too delicate for them to handle. Your puny hands will have no trouble, she informed him. Of course, he would not receive supper until his task was complete. Oh, and did he mention his aunt was also pregnant? Molly Weasley appeared out of nowhere with the grave news that it was imperative he deliver the necklace as soon as possible. So, he drove off to the jeweler's and parked at the store. The store looked suspiciously like Hogwarts. Walking through the halls, he entered a room lined with bookshelves. Rather than books, these held various items such as laundry detergent, DVDs, cases of soft drinks, and oddly, Gilderoy Lockhart hair care products. He approached the counter to see a bespectacled old man with long silver hair and a flowing beard, donned in a doublet and feathered cap. Oh dear, Dumbledore said, you seem to have brought me the wrong bird. Harry looked down to see where before had been a silver necklace, now was a small green and yellow parakeet. The mad twinkling in Dumbledore's eyes belied the disappointment in his words. However, Snape and McGonagall burst through a door behind the counter eyeing him with beady disapproval, McGonagall wearing a maiden's gown, Snape a jester's hat. Ron and Hermione also appeared, coming to stand behind him in line, looking very distraught. Rita Skeeter, frantically typing on a computer nearby said, My, won't readers be disappointed, Harry. The sound of Cornelius Fudge and his Uncle Vernon laughing heartily in the backdrop was the last thing he remembered before waking up. Very strange indeed. Maybe it was the raw onions he had eaten the night before. They always seemed to give him outlandish dreams whenever he ate them. Harry couldn't help but feel as though he were missing an important detail. Yes, he knew this sounded completely ludicrous, or had dreamt of something entirely different and for some reason, couldn't quite put his finger on it. He dismissed the thought as being brought upon from morning grogginess. Hopefully, Harry thought darkly, he just forgot another dream about Sirius. He had begun to have such dreams frequently this summer, and this nighttime vision, although extremely peculiar, was much preferable to those that haunted his thoughts and racked his conscience. They tended to put him in a grim mood for much of the rest of the day afterwards. Plus, trying to remember these dreams may cause him to revisit them again that night instead. They were certainly more interesting than anything he could do at number 4, Privet Drive. No, they were quite welcome in Harry's mind. He reached over to his bedside table to put on his glasses, then glanced at the digital alarm clock. 7:23. He was surprised he had been allowed to sleep in that late. Maybe his magic-loathing relatives just didn't want to deal with him at all, even if that meant he that didn't comply with all of their rules. He thought about staying in his room until one of them came up to fetch him, but thought better of it. He didn't want to push them, as it was common knowledge in the Dursley household that he was prone to becoming somewhat petulant if he got into one of his moods, which seemed to happen often, most likely brought upon by thoughts of Sirius or his situation in the wizarding world in general, not to say his situation in the Muggle world was desirable either. He would sometimes dwell on his last conversation with Dumbledore, sometimes with shame, sometimes with anger. In any case, he was fully awake now and the weather outside was gorgeous. As he looked out of the window, the brilliant sun glowed down on his face and a gentle breeze played about his fringe of hair. He closed his eyes to enjoy the feeling. It had been an unusually cool summer, so the relative warmth was a welcome change. It was now nearing the end of July. Tomorrow would be his birthday. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, his uncle glanced up from his newspaper from the sofa in front of the television where he was currently sitting. He looked in his direction with disdain but said nothing. Harry responded in kind by walking past him into the kitchen without a word. Aunt Petunia was cleaning dishes and pointedly facing away from him. He spotted a plate that consisted of a biscuit, an apple, and some cheese on the kitchen table behind her. He grabbed the food from the plate and decided to take it outside. There might have been a time when Harry would have thanked her, more to hopefully satisfy his extended family enough to convince them to continue the procedure than to express gratitude, as feeding your own nephew was hardly an exceptional act of munificence, but had since learned that they in no way wanted to admit that they would willingly assist one of those freaks or anything remotely similar. So to even suggest it by thanking them would be considered highly offensive. It seemed paradoxical to Harry that someone would have such an objectionable attitude towards gratitude. Of course, they would never see it this way. It would have to be him trying to manipulate them into doing him favors. As if they would. But then again, sometimes it was deemed incredibly rude of him to neglect to acknowledge their acts of kindness. Then he was just an unruly, ungrateful brat. Probably so they could punish him either way, he supposed. This was confusing as a child, but he soon learned that thanking them for something such as passing the salt was acceptable. Anything he did not specifically ask for was not. His thoughts started to drift to what his life would be like if his parents were still alive. He might have younger siblings, much nicer than Dudley, or even his godfather. His heart sank. No, don't think about that, he told himself. No use in dreaming about what you'll never have. He knew Remus would take him in, but his being a werewolf was a risk that he would not allow Harry take. The Weasleys would gladly accept him, but he needed to stay for that stupid blood magic, which he knew to his dismay, made perfect sense to continue. And besides, it wasn't quite the same. Ron's parents were more than kind enough to him, and he cared for them deeply, as well as the rest of the Weasleys, but they would always be his best friend's family. He loved staying with them, but he could just never see it as his home. Still, the Burrow would be his number one option for a summer residence. It was definitely more like home than the Dursleys had ever been. But his true home, of course, was Hogwarts. Needless to say, staying with Dumbledore didn't exactly appeal to Harry right now, but he knew Dumbledore was far too busy at any rate. And he already knew from Riddle's memories that students weren't permitted to stay at Hogwarts over the summer holidays. He simply could not stay at Grimmauld Place. Even though he was now the legal owner of the estate, he couldn't bear to be there. He would just brood on Sirius even more, which Harry wished to avoid at all costs. It was just too painful. Taking the arching route of Magnolia Crescent, he heard the laughter of children nearby, swimming in an inflatable pool. They were young children, 5 to 7 years old maybe, a girl and a boy. Their mother was supervising them close by. How nice it would be to be so careless and free of burden, he thought, finishing up his bread and cheese. Even as a child he had had many troubles weighing down upon his shoulders. I wonder how things would have been different if that were me and my sister and our mum instead. Stop it. Quit doing that, he implored his brain. After Sirius' death, morose thoughts like this would creep into his head uninvited. He made his way to the swing set in the small local park and sat down. 4 boys, probably the same age as he was when he first went to Hogwarts, were riding around on bicycles. 2 girls, who looked to be maybe 3 or so years younger, were entertaining themselves on the merry-go-round. A man, presumably one of the children's fathers, sat on the nearby park bench reading the newspaper, occasionally taking a sip from his express cafe drink. He glanced up at Harry's arrival as his uncle had, but without any of the contempt he had shown. He looked to be in his early 40s, with dark brown hair that was beginning to recede ever so slightly and receiving its first signs of graying. He was tall and thin. He had green eyes, although not bright emerald as Harry's, but more the color of jade. He had a handsome face, but was not conspicuously attractive. Harry rocked slightly on the swing as he chomped on his apple and tried to focus on something other than the deceased. How nice it must be to not have to worry about any impending doom, Harry reflected. Obviously, there were prowlers and offenders to be on the lookout for. Still, People pretty much trusted others in the unassuming suburban community, which was nice. Today was a perfect day for a run, he pondered absently. Not too hot, and not too cool. This summer, he had taken to exercising. He relished the physical exertion, pushing himself to his limit and the exhausted but satisfying feeling it brought. He started with running, steadily increasing in distance and speed as he continued this routine. He knew there wasn't any rationale behind it, but he couldn't help but feel as though running accomplished more than pacing about aimlessly. Sure, he was only running for running's sake, but he felt a sense of purpose with each step. He could set goals for himself. Maybe it was just a good outlet in which to release his pent-up frustration. Whatever the reasons, it made him feel better, and that was enough. Sometimes, he would do push-ups or pull-ups or sit-ups if he became tired of running. He could do sprints and change course to break the monotony. If he were feeling especially adventurous, he would participate in a pickup match of football or basketball. He'd even taken a crack at rugby on one occasion. He did this at night time, as he was only permitted one shower per day. We don't need you wasting all our water, boy. And didn't want to go to bed sticky and smelly. Even though this wouldn't help to hone his magical skills, it couldn't hurt. Besides, he didn't want to become solely dependent on magic for everything. There were many Muggle skills that were highly useful to have on hand, even if many wizards, the Malfoys immediately came to mind, didn't believe so. And there were plenty of times when running had been beneficial in Harry's lifetime. Plus, he didn't yet have the ability to apparate. He also didn't mind the effects it had on his body. Over the summer, he had become more muscular and toned. Not that he was hulking or anything, but his body had matured and filled out some from being the scrawny boy he used to be. And it wasn't only his appearance, but his general well-being. He was less prone to becoming lethargic, even on the odd day when they would get the sweltering summer heat. His overall mood improved, which may have had something to do with the fact that he was able to get more rest in less sleep. Additionally, he felt more alert and energized. Even thinking seemed to become less draining. The only problem was that due to his sometimes rigorous workouts, he needed more nourishment, and not a small amount. But he knew his aunt and uncle would never provide it just because of his sudden affinity for running. They would more likely than not believe he was deliberately taking action to further inconvenience them. So he sent away Hedwig telling of his need for sustenance to Hermione. He didn't think Ron would understand his attraction to exercise and didn't particularly want to answer such questions, but he knew Hermione was staying at the Burrow and so requested that she inform Ron as well, or more to the point, Mrs. Weasley. Moreover, Hermione would understand Harry's penchant for exercise, both because of her being Muggle-born and also her general tact and attentiveness, which Ron lacked to some extent. Harry decided that Hagrid would be of no help in this situation. He was soon rewarded with 2 loaves of pumpkin bread and a rather large bag of oatmeal raisin cookies from Mrs. Weasley, as well as protein bars, some crackers and a jar of peanut butter, dried sausage sticks and beef strips, nuts, granola, and some dried fruit from Hermione, for which he thanked her and Mrs. Weasley profusely. He very much doubted that Ron would be offended for not receiving mention. Another reason Harry decided to tell Hermione was that she would know exactly what he needed. He loved Mrs. Weasley's cooking, but his ever-knowledgeable friend would get him items more appropriate for the circumstances in which he was living. She had even sent along several packets of sports drink powder. Her thoughtfulness, though with which Harry was well versed, seemed to have no limit and astounded him. He thought more than once how lucky he was to have such friends. Well, in any case, it would be cool that night, and Harry supposed he would take a long but light run and maybe try and join in a game of basket. Ow! He gasped as his scar twinged horribly. Simultaneously, there was that awful, familiar lurch at the bottom of his stomach. The pain was stronger than it had been for some time, almost blinding him. He fell to his knees, clutching his forehead in agony. He vaguely heard the crinkle of paper and the shuffling of footsteps approaching. "Are you all right?" the man who had been sitting on the bench inquired, kneeling in front of Harry. Somewhere in the back of his mind, through all of the pain, Harry registered that the man had a pleasant, baritone, yet gentle voice. Harry looked up through eyes watery from pain to see the concern covering the man's face. The girls were staring, now revolving excruciatingly slowly, having halted their ride, and a couple of the boys had stalled to a standstill on their bicycles to observe. Yeah, I'll be fine. A sudden inspiration came to him. I got a concussion during one of my rugby matches. My doctor said sometimes I'd experience sporadic pain in my head and not to worry too much, just take it easy after the first few days. He had heard of such a brain injury from one of the other players, so he borrowed his story. Harry tried to give the kindly man a reassuring smile through his growing dread. Are you sure? Asked the man. Yes, but thanks for asking. I'd better go home and see if I need to take any pain meds or anything, just in case. He was exceedingly grateful and relieved that this episode was void of any maniacal laughter. The man would think he was some psychotic invalid that had gotten loose from the insane asylum. Do you need a ride? Or I can accompany you if you're not comfortable with that. I'm only a couple of blocks away. But thanks again, he said in sincerity, taking the hand of the man offering to help him up. It seemed at least some people were pleasant in this neighborhood. That's a strange scar, the man pointed out. Oh, if only you knew, thought Harry glumly. Yes, I've had it since I was very young. I got it in a car accident as a baby, he said instead. It looks like a lightning bolt or something, I've never seen one like it. My son would think it's very cool for sure, the man stated humorously. Harry chuckled. Yes, I suppose it makes me interesting. In more ways than one, he added in his mind. He surmised his scar was even more prominent than usual, as after such spells would usually leave it smarting red or hot white in contrast to his skin. Not wanting to be seen as being ungrateful or in too big of a hurry, and also because he was mildly interested, he asked, Where do you live around here? I don't believe I've seen you before. My name is John. I live on Sterling Street, he responded good-naturedly. Sterling Street was the road adjacent to Wisteria Walk, 2 blocks or so from Privet Drive. Noticing the man was looking at him somewhat expectantly, Harry supposed there was no harm in telling him his name or what street he lived on. John was obviously no spy or agent of Voldemort, or even a wizard at all. His aunt and uncle wouldn't be happy if he acknowledged his existence in such a way to a neighbor, but he didn't particularly care at the moment. Yeah, I live on Privet Drive. My name's Harry. I see. Well, it's nice to meet you, Harry. I hope you feel better, son. Thank you, he said with a slight pang in his chest at the word, son, even though he knew it wasn't meant that way. Have a nice day. The kindly man smiled slightly and nodded, though still looked a little concerned. Harry walked away as casually, yet swiftly as he could so as not to appear that anything else was amiss, but also because he didn't want to cause the benign man to think that he just wanted to get away from him. He had been quite nice. Why couldn't my relatives have been more like that, he thought fleetingly. As soon as he was sure that he was out of sight, he ran to the Dursleys. He never really thought of it as his home. His thoughts turned to Voldemort. What could be causing him to have such a sensation of grim satisfaction? Harry had felt Voldemort's feelings of extreme excitement, which bordered on euphoria, through the link they shared. The last time he was this happy, 10 Death Eaters escaped Azkaban. Harry could only imagine what it was this time. Whatever it was, it could not be good at all. He would have to inform the Order at once. He was broken out of his reverie by none other than his cousin Dudley. What are you doing? He asked facetiously. Harry didn't answer. He was already in a bad mood and trying to determine what to do at the moment. To lose control now would be unwise. Why were you talking to that man over there at the park? Trying to make some new friends. His prodding continued. Mum won't be happy when she finds out. Still, Harry kept silent, trying to remain impassive. At least you weren't ning in your sleep again last night. To not lash out at Dudley was becoming increasingly difficult. You keep yelling out. Serious. Dudley laughed, tauntingly. You're probably just having nightmares about your criminal godfather trying to murder you. Harry's blood was beginning to boil over, and he was seeing red. He knew Dudley was just trying to provoke him into this kind of reaction, but that didn't stop Harry from wanting nothing more than to strangle his cousin at the moment. I wonder what your freaky friends would think about you dreaming of men so often. Sirius, don't leave me. He mocked. Sirius, please. Ha ha ha. Dudley must have noticed Harry's murderous look, for he said, What? Don't you like him anymore? Or maybe he doesn't like you, finally figured out that you're not worth the trouble. Or maybe he's just too busy out murdering people. He's dead. Harry had finally had enough. That Sirius was already such a sensitive topic combined with his anxiety caused him to finally lose it. Dudley looked taken aback. And he wasn't a murderer. That was the stupid rat. And if you don't mind, Harry continued, I've got to figure out why the true murderer, who's made it his life's goal to kill me, is extremely happy. Now Dudley looked a little frightened, as if he was worried that Harry had truly gone off his rocker. Harry was already tired of this conversation, feeling suddenly exhausted. He also needed to be free of distraction, so that he could sort through everything that just happened. Rubbing his hands down his face, he implored, Please Dudley, just leave me alone. Harry walked on, leaving a stunned Dudley Dursley behind him. Seeming to snap out of his stupor, Dudley jogged to catch up to his cousin. So, some guy really wants you dead. Why? Why does he want to kill you so badly? Harry laughed mirthlessly. That's a really long and confusing story. One you probably don't want to hear, and one your mum definitely doesn't want me telling you. Now run along like a good Duddykins and don't ask about anything to do with magic or, Harry whispered conspiratorially, wizards. Annoyed that Dudley had decided to tag along, but realizing there was not much he could do about Voldemort at the moment except alert the Order, he decided he could tolerate Dudley's badgering. The sooner I get back, the sooner I can think about this in my room. Alone. Dudley, however, seemed abnormally unfazed by Harry's use of his despised pet name. Couldn't you just go into hiding? He asked, as if Harry were incredibly thick not to think of this himself already. Harry was surprised at the sudden turn in this conversation. He doesn't just want to kill me, although that's probably his number one priority. He wants to dominate all of Wizarding Society, which means almost all of my friends dead. I have to fight him. But why? Again, Harry was startled by Dudley's line of thought. But why was it, really? He was instantly reminded of his disastrous conversation with Dumbledore just a few weeks ago. He knew the contents of the prophecy. If he didn't fight, Voldemort would win. And he would do everything in his power to prevent that from happening. He would never desert the wizarding world like that. Because I do, he finally responded. They came to number 4 at last and went inside. Petunia was out in the back garden watering flowers, a pretext for spying on the neighbors, and Uncle Vernon was now at work. He immediately went upstairs, separating ways with Dudley, who was only coming home to watch the boxing match he had been anxiously anticipating for some number of weeks. It had been almost all he would talk about. Harry very much doubted that this would discontinue once the match was over, unfortunately. Dudley would still bring it up and analyze it long past the time Harry left for the summer. This was all fine by Harry, as long as his cousin didn't come up into his room and bother him about it. Since Dudley had taken up boxing himself, his body had slowly started to change. He had lost some weight, although he was still quite large, and he had become more muscular. While he was still not very athletic looking, it was a far cry from the grotesquely huge lump of a boy he used to be. Once in his room, Harry closed and locked the door so as not to be disturbed. Pulling out some plain computer printing paper and a ballpoint pen, it would be faster than an ink and quill, he began to compose a letter. But what to write? Hey, my scar hurt really bad and my stomach gave me a happy feeling. He also didn't want to unnecessarily concern his friends, either. He could just imagine his two best friends' reactions. In his mind he could see the clearly troubled look on Hermione's face as she fretted over him. Oh, no, Harry, that's really not good, he could imagine her saying. I wonder what this could possibly mean. I mean, last time, it was because 10 Death Eaters escaped. Is that what you think it is? He got a hold of something really useful and valuable. You should definitely write to Dumbledore. He'd want to know about this. Just be careful, Harry. Don't do anything to draw attention to yourself. I know you don't usually, but you know what I mean. Don't get into any trouble like with the Dementors last year. You should probably stay inside. Maybe you shouldn't go running for a while. She would give him frantic advice to be cautious. She tended to ramble when she was nervous, and tell him to consult Dumbledore. Ron would try to keep the concern off his face to show bravado, but ultimately fail. His red-headed friend would wear that familiar look of concern, mixed with a bit of awe, showing he was impressed with Harry's ability to feel Voldemort's emotions. Wow, mate, I dunno, maybe Hermione could help you more with this. I don't know what you should do. It's kinda freaky, but it could be useful, too. What do you think it's all about? We'll tell the Order and the Aurors. Surely, they'll know what to do. Ron would also want Harry to be careful, but usually knew better than to harass him about it. They both knew he'd get enough of that from Hermione. But Harry conceded that Hermione would probably right in this instance. He should let Dumbledore know. With an aching feeling he thought of how he would have normally written to Sirius about this, and how he no longer could. He copied 2 of the same notes for both Ron and Hermione. Although they were both at the Burrow, he wanted each of them to get his message as soon as possible. My scar hurt again today. I also had the same feeling in my stomach as the time before the Death Eaters escaped when I was with Umbridge last year. I don't know what this means, but it can't be anything good. I just thought the Order should know of this, and see if they know anything that would explain this. Don't worry too much. I'm safe here. I'm worried about you guys, though. Let me know if anything out of the ordinary happens and I'll do the same. Keep me posted. See you guys soon. Harry. And now to Dumbledore's letter. He wasn't sure how to go about this, as he hadn't ever written a letter to the man before besides the simple yes, in reply to a letter Dumbledore had sent a couple of days ago. It took him a while to get the wording just right, and after a couple of missed attempts and a few crumpled up pieces of paper he had it. Professor Dumbledore, I'm writing to you because I thought you'd want to know this, but my scar hurt today. It hasn't for a long time, since that night at the ministry. I also got a feeling in the pit of my stomach of intense satisfaction, like I had the night before the Death Eaters escaped. I'm fine, but if this can help you fight Voldemort in any way, then it's worth telling you. I've told Ron and Hermione as well, but that's it. They will let the Order know. I also think it might have had something to do with a dream I had last night, but I can't remember it. I know that sounds strange, but when I woke up this morning I remembered another dream I had that was just a dream, but had a strong feeling I was forgetting something else that was very important. Now that this has happened, I think it might have something to do with this. I don't know if that helps or not. Please, let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Harry. Just as he had begun to wonder where Hedwig was, she entered his bedroom. Amazing, Harry thought. It's like they have this psychic sense that lets them know whenever their owner wants to send something. It seemed even owls would do a better job than Trelawney. He knew he should probably wait to send the letters to allow Hedwig to rest, but as soon as she saw them she flew over to Harry and stuck out her leg. He tried to ask her if she wanted a small reprieve, but she defiantly ignored him, so he sent her off with the letters and thanked her for her fortitude. He made a note to himself to get Hedwig a special treat when she got back. After that, Harry had a small lunch and went back upstairs, waiting desperately for answers. It was now late afternoon, almost dinner time. He was about to once again begin his relentless pacing, trying to solve the mystery behind what could possibly make Voldemort displeased for the umpteenth time when he heard a knock on the door. This piqued Harry's curiosity, partly because it was a break from his circuitous and monotonous ruminations, but it was also unusual for the Dursleys to get any unexpected guests. Solicitors may find their way to the house occasionally, but this didn't happen often around supper time. He heard a vaguely familiar voice at the door. The Order wouldn't come here, would they? Harry made his way to the top landing of the stairway to investigate. His ears perked up even more when he heard his name. I'm looking for a young man named Harry. Is he here? Upon further inspection, Harry discovered that it was the man he had met earlier that day. John, he remembered. Was the thing with Voldemort just a coincidence? Could he have been duped by the man's politeness and friendly demeanor? He was beginning to develop a sinking feeling in his heart. Either way, he was sure his aunt would be most unhappy he had informed a neighbor of his existence. But if this was some ploy of Voldemort's, then she was in trouble. Harry made his way downstairs as the conversation continued. Why? His aunt asked suspiciously. Maybe he was just being paranoid. Perhaps John, if that was indeed his name, was just truly concerned and came to check up on him. I believe he accidentally dropped this at the park. It must have slipped out of my pocket. Harry interceded before the situation would escalate into something unpleasant, or his aunt dismissed the man by telling him they had never heard of Harry before, which had happened a few times to his knowledge. He quite wanted it back. Yes, that's mine. It must have happened when I was on the swing. Thank you, he voiced, now arriving at the door. It was the object that Sirius had left in his possession. It had been after Sirius had died that Harry realized he had been named in his godfather's will for practically all of his belongings. He had quickly stopped by Sirius' vault at Gringotts and only took mementos that reminded him of Sirius, such as photo albums and other various paraphernalia, not wanting anything with the Black family crest plastered all over it. Sirius had hated that anyway. Harry did not stop by Grimmauld Place. He couldn't bring himself to go there. He had taken to carrying around one item in particular. It fit comfortably in the palm of his hand, much like a small stone one would use to skip across a lake. It was oval and rather flat, with smooth edges. It felt comfortingly cool to the touch. It was silver, embossed with a large dog that reminded Harry strongly of Sirius in his animagus form of a big, black dog. It had tiny sapphires for eyes. Harry inadvertently discovered that if he squeezed it tightly, it would emit a burst of bright light, like a camera flash. Harry himself, or he assumed the one using it, could see a faint glow, but would not be dazzled by its radiance. Everyone around him, however, seemed rather dazed and confirmed with each other that they had seen lightning. Although Harry assumed that its original intention was to be used for practical jokes, it could also come in handy someday. Oh, it was no problem at all, John said. Looking at Harry congenially, he said to Petunia, "That's a nice young man you've raised." It was all Harry could do to keep a straight face while observing his aunt, who was trying to do much the same, but to hide her appalled surprise, not amusement. After all, anyone who approved of such an insubordinate delinquent must be positively bonkers. To avoid approving this statement, but not appear ruthless, she said, "I'm sorry, but I don't believe we've met, and you are." "Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I'm John Bright. I've lived over on Sterling Street for, what, it must be about 7 years now." "I see," said Petunia, appraising Ly. "And you must be Harry's mother." "Aunt," she said abruptly. "Oh, well," he trailed off uncomfortably. Noticing this, Harry intervened, trying to diffuse the awkwardness of the situation. "Well, thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it," gesturing to his keepsake. "Really, it's no problem. It's hardly out of my way after all," John insisted. "Oh, and I hope you're feeling better." Oh, yeah, I am. Thanks." In all that had happened, Harry had forgotten about his head pain and his earlier excuse for it. Now his aunt was staring at him bemusedly. "Rugby can be a dangerous sport, you know," John half joked. Harry again had to contain his amusement, as now Petunia seemed even more mystified, but was obviously trying to hide it. "Yes, he can be quite a handful sometimes," she said. Seeming to miss the underlying venom in her words, John nodded placidly, assuming it to be the exasperated, yet affectionate sentiments of a concerned guardian. "Indeed," he agreed. "Well, good evening to you both." "Good night. You, too." Both Harry and his aunt gave their variations of farewell. Closing the front door, she turned to Harry, who was already making his way up to his room. She looked at him suspiciously, but apparently didn't think it offending enough to call him back or punish him. He suspected it was so she could bring it up when Uncle Vernon was around. Laying down on his bed, he read Quidditch Through the Ages to pass the time while he waited for Hedwig. It was getting late. The digits on his watch read 11:42. He lay on his bed waiting for Hedwig to return. At last, she flew through the window. Harry hurried over to retrieve the replies. He pet her for a while, then returned to the letters. As he opened an envelope, sitting at his desk, he asked his snowy owl, "I don't suppose you know what's going on?" She gave a dissenting hoot. Harry got the feeling that he knew no more than she did. Harry finally gets the opportunity to get away from Privet Drive for a while. The trio visits Diagon Alley and encounters mystifying activity in the cobbled wizarding shopping area. The three friends disagree on what Harry believes is a significant discovery. Meanwhile, Dudley's been acting strangely and Harry attempts to determine the sudden change in his cousin's behavior. "At least I have a father, Potter," Malfoy commented snidely. This struck a nerve with Harry. I'd rather have a dead father than one that avs away for a monster and murders innocent people, cried Harry. How dare you? Screeched Narcissa. Don't even start. I saw him bow to that evil creature and laugh as I was about to be murdered. I know what he's capable of. Only a foul, cruel, and sadistic individual could be what he is, shouted Harry. A constant, steady beeping filled the room. Shortly thereafter, a young woman pressed a button on her watch as the dial read precisely 6 o'clock. She walked over to the bathroom and stood in front of the basin to wash her face. In the mirror, two golden brown eyes peeked out under a thicket of copper curls. But, Hermione thought, it had tamed a bit as she had gotten older. It was still somewhat bushy, though not the absolutely horrid mess it used to be. It was a far cry from the beautiful hairstyles she saw on the magazines Lavender and Parvati were always reading. But she didn't mind. It was her hair and it was a part of her. She had no use for such things as those petty articles. Today, she and the rest of the Weasleys would be visiting Diagon Alley to gather school supplies and such before the start of the school year. It would be her 6th year. Only 1 year after this, she mused. It seemed strange to her that her time at Hogwarts was coming to an end, when the day she had befriended what would become her two closest friends over a confrontation with a mountain troll seemed almost like yesterday. It was depressing to some extent. She loved Hogwarts. It was the place where she had truly discovered herself. But she was also excited about what her future might hold, what she could potentially accomplish in the wide wizarding world and the countless opportunities it would bring. But best not get ahead of herself. She still had 2 more years after all. She also got the feeling she would be running abroad with her aforementioned best friends while attempting to defeat the darkest wizard of their time. Hermione sighed. It was something she had gotten around to thinking more about lately and she wasn't happy about it. There was just this permeating feeling that something was coming, and something bad. It took residence inside her and made her heart feel heavy. Hermione wasn't usually one to trust such feelings and preferred to conduct with logic and reason, but there was no point in denying that times were getting darker. And with it came with a sense of foreboding, more so because of her best friend, who always seemed to be at the heart of such affairs. Sometimes she feared the worst for Harry. At times, she worried herself to the point that it was all she could do not to scream in frustration, crying out for help that would not come. All 3 of the trio had faced danger, risked their lives to some degree, but none more so than Harry. He alone had confronted Voldemort and had literally almost killed himself in doing so. And on more than one occasion, at that. She constantly feared for his life or that something would go terribly wrong. She knew she couldn't control the actions of her sometimes recklessly fearless and exasperatingly self-sacrificial companion, but she knew that if there was anything she could do to keep him alive, she would. Looking out of the window she could see her half-Kneazle, Crookshanks, chasing the ugly little garden gnomes that would infest the vegetable patches. She loved being here at the burrow. It was eccentric, yet always vivacious. One would never fear for boredom, that much was certain. There was also a certain someone for whom she could no longer deny her growing attraction. She had tried to keep such suspicions to herself dormant, but the more time she spent with her other best friend, the more she wanted to explore other possibilities with the redhead, possibilities that transcended pure friendship. Sure, he could be aggravating at times, and he had more than a few habits that annoyed her. She knew she had a fair few herself, but that would be the case with anyone. And sometimes it was the differences that made people compliment each other more than the similarities. All of the girls in her year expressed their unanimous belief that she and Harry would end up together. She had never thought of Harry that way aside from on occasion trying to imagine what it would be like, but she realized he was the logical choice. He was sweeter than Ron, less uncouth, and they probably understood each other on a better level. But she couldn't get herself to feel that way about Harry, and she knew he felt the same way even though they had never spoken about it. There was constantly hostility between her and Ron, in which Harry often played the role of peacemaker, but she had to admit that she sometimes relished the searing tension that would often arise between them. But she had no way of knowing whether Ron was only mildly curious about any kind of romantic relationship with her, or legitimately interested. She could hardly just walk up to him and ask him. He was never good with feelings. It would probably scare him away. She got the impression that he reciprocated her own feelings, but until he mustered the courage to ask her out, she would remain ambiguous. She and Ginny shared a room, but Hermione discovered that Ginny was quite a heavy sleeper. She wouldn't be up for another hour or so. So, Hermione changed into some casual muggle clothing. She did prefer them to the witches' robes that were customary in the wizarding world. Even though their outing would take place in the wizarding community, it wasn't uncommon for customers to wear muggle clothing. She pulled on some denim jeans and put on a plain white long-sleeved tee. Over that she wore her favorite dark gray pea coat and a crimson scarf. It was oddly cold this summer. Hermione knew it was because of the Dementors. All chaos had broken loose now that those awful creatures had free reign. And they were no longer attacking just wizards, but muggles as well. It was just horrible. She had to repress a shiver just thinking about the terrible fate that awaited some of those who were accosted by the Dementors. She quietly made her way downstairs, although it seemed most of the Weasleys were heavy sleepers as well. Mr. Weasley was already at work at the ministry, and Mrs. Weasley was in the kitchen. None of the Weasley children were up and about yet. Hermione had become accustomed to this in all of her time at the Burrow. Hermione didn't usually eat large breakfasts, but took some porridge and fresh fruit. After she was done, she thanked Mrs. Weasley, and went outside. Her boots crunched over the plentiful fallen leaves strewn across the yard. Apparently, the climate created by the Dementors also prompted the plants to react accordingly. The emergence of autumn didn't usually materialize until late September. The garden was a bit unruly, but she thought it exuded a certain charm and she was quite fond of it. It gave her a sense of inexplicable peace and contentment to be outdoors and smell the damp earth in a way that the herbology greenhouses could not quite capture. The outside portion of the Weasleys' home was just as lively as the likable red-headed family rendered the inside to be. But now, she was waiting for Harry's answer. Poor Hedwig, Hermione thought, she must be tired. She looked skyward to see if she could catch a glimpse of the beautiful snowy bird. She soon got her wish. Hedwig bore down from the sky and landed lightly on Hermione's shoulder. She accepted the letter from the owl's proffered leg and opened the envelope. On the paper inside were written 3 words, "Sounds good. Harry." Meanwhile, a messy-haired someone was sleeping in his chair, having fallen asleep at his desk almost immediately upon sending his response after waiting almost all night for Hedwig to return with answers. His glasses were askew and he lay slumped in the chair with a piece of parchment gripped loosely in his hand. It read, "Harry, we have told Ron's parents, and they have alerted the Order and the Aurors. We don't know anything more at this time, but if they know anything about what happened, they will probably tell you when you arrive here. If Hedwig was intercepted, we wouldn't want that type of information falling into the wrong hands. Do be careful, Harry. I know trouble tends to find you and not the other way around, but if you see anything remotely suspect, promise me you'll try and avoid it. I don't mean to lecture you, Harry, but Ron and I worry about you. If anything happened to you, I don't know what we'd do. Anyway, if you are able, we are going to Diagon Alley around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning if you'd like to join us, and so we can talk. We hope to see you there. Yeah, mate, you'd better be there, or we'll come take you from those muggles ourselves, but obviously not by flying car. And obviously, this is Ron writing. Hermione's handwriting is just so damn neat it's almost scary. Anyways, Harry, let us know as soon as possible whether or not we'll see you there. I do feel bad for Hedwig, though. Remember, Harry, if something else happens let us know immediately. We hope to see you tomorrow morning. If you are coming, how about we meet in front of Gringotts at 10 o'clock? If not, we'll see you soon. Dumbledore said he'd be bringing you by on Saturday. Take care. Love, Hermione and Ron. On the desk in front of him, another letter lay open. Dear Harry, if it is convenient to you, I shall call at number 4, Privet Drive this coming Friday at 11 p.m. to escort you to the Burrow, where you have been invited to spend the remainder of your school holidays. If you are agreeable, I should also be glad of your assistance in a matter to which I hope to attend on the way to the Burrow. I shall explain this more fully when I see you. Kindly send your answer by return of this owl. Hoping to see you this Friday. I am, yours most sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. Next to this letter was the new one which read, Dear Harry, although I profoundly desire that there was no necessity for you to inform me of such grave matters, I am glad that you told me about your situation and ask that you do not hesitate to contact me if you should feel inclined to tell me anything, no matter how trivial it may seem. You have shouldered much burden in your life, Harry, I wish it were not so. But I must say, you have handled it with great valor and wisdom beyond your years. For that, I am very proud of you. When I come to meet you this evening, we shall discuss this at greater length, as we do not want such privileged information to reach unwelcome eyes. But what I can tell you is this, Harry, you are strong and I have no doubt that you will overcome whatever difficulties may befall you, and I will do everything that I can to help you in this endeavor. You have friends who care deeply about you, as well. Never forget that. I have my suspicions as to why the connection behaved as it did, as well as why it has been seemingly dormant as of late. But again, I regret to say that is a matter which I cannot explain in great detail here. Rest assured, I do not believe anything of the magnitude of the last incident shall occur. But I have taken what you have brought to my attention into consideration, and I will, of course, be on guard for anything that may corroborate with your account. Looking forward to seeing you later this evening and very much hoping our next correspondence will concern less dismal affairs. I am, yours truly, Albus Dumbledore. An empty cage also sat on the boy's desk, and a half-eaten energy bar still in its wrapper. Other various papers lay on his desk, many of them newspapers with headlines such as Harry Potter, The Chosen One, Scrimgeour Succeeds Fudge, Ministry Guarantees Students' Safety, and a pamphlet labeled Issued on behalf of the Ministry of Magic, Protecting Your Home and Family Against Dark Forces 1. The boy began to stir. His lids fluttered open to reveal brilliant green eyes. Harry stretched his neck back and forth, it was cramped from lying in an uncomfortable position for much of the night. I definitely won't be doing that again, he thought. He made a silent vow to make sure he at least made it to his bed before falling asleep. He had sent his letter to the Burrow telling Ron and Hermione that he would meet them at Gringotts. There was no need to send Dumbledore a letter as nothing had really changed in their plans. Dumbledore would be coming late and there was no chance of Harry not making it back in time, even if he stayed in Diagon Alley the whole day, which he planned to do. Being with Ron and Hermione for the day was much preferable to staying with the Dursleys. Getting permission was not a pleasant task, but had not gone as bad as it could have. Harry's educated guess was that the appeal of being completely free of him for the entire day overcame their desire to deny him something he would find enjoyable. He contemplated just bringing his stuff over to the Burrow this morning, but decided against it. It would be better when things weren't so hectic, having experienced some of the large family outings with the Weasleys. He was eagerly looking forward to today. It was also his birthday, and bound to be better than previous birthdays spent at the Dursleys. Usually he would stay up until midnight, he didn't really know why, it was just something he had always done since that fateful night he had discovered he was, in fact, a wizard with magical abilities. That hadn't been a problem, as he had just finished sending off Hedwig again after she took a brief respite when the clock struck 12, figuratively speaking. Harry made a note to get something to reward her when he visited Diagon Alley today. He hoped that Hedwig would just stay at the Burrow and get some well-earned rest instead of flying back to Privet Drive, seeing that he would be arriving there soon thereafter anyhow. He knew his friends would have sent Pigwidgeon with their initial responses and let Hedwig do just that, but surely the Minute Bird couldn't handle the journey there and back without delay. He thought back to Dumbledore's letter. Harry had to reread the first letter he received from the headmaster to be sure he was indeed leaving Privet Drive for the summer. He reread Dumbledore's second letter simply because he was amazed. He greatly appreciated Dumbledore's letter. Although he felt some embarrassment at being so highly praised, Harry was mostly humbled by the old wizard's generous words. He had received such praise before, but never in such an irrevocable fashion. Looking back, once again, to their last conversation, he felt even more ashamed. He had yelled at Dumbledore, blamed him, broken his things, nearly threatened to hurt him, and yet here the wronged man was, telling Harry he was brave and wise, that he, Albus Dumbledore, was proud of him. It was nice. He had plenty of adults in his life now that cared about him even if one of them was no longer around, but he had very rarely heard those words directed at him before. Not only that, but the headmaster had asserted a confidence in him that he, Harry, wasn't so sure he had in himself. But what should he say to the man once he saw him for the first time after that dramatic incident? Knowing Dumbledore, he would act as if none of those things had ever happened for Harry's benefit, but Harry felt he owed it to him to apologize in some way. It was still early. Harry had had a fitful night's sleep. His head had been too full of Byzantine thoughts and quandaries. He was also excited to finally get away from Privet Drive and back into the wizarding world at last after being cooped up with the Dursleys for 2 months. The advantage of waking up this early was that Harry could eat whatever and as much as he wanted, as long as nothing was conspicuously depleted or missing. He poured himself a large bowl of breakfast cereal and enjoyed seconds as well, but not wanting to push his luck, refrained from eating more than that. He took an orange from the counter. Unsurprisingly, this was one of the food items Dudley didn't completely demolish. He went into the living room. This early, he could even risk watching a little TV, albeit very quietly. He would turn it off and act as if he had just woken once he heard the telltale signs of his relatives waking up. Dudley slept in, so there was no need to worry about him. He sat down and flipped through the channels, briefly listening to the news reports for any indication of something amiss, finally settling on the Sci-Fi Channel where a movie, Star Wars, was playing. What little he had seen of it when he saw Dudley watching it he had liked, but he had never gotten to see the whole thing. There were two different trilogies from what he had heard. He had only ever seen the older ones. When he was living on his own, he would invest in a bunch of Muggle movies. Then he could watch whatever he liked, when he liked. That was one thing this world held over wizards, he thought, entertainment. Harry still wondered why wizards hadn't come up with something more technologically advanced than a quill and ink or carrier birds. The Muggle world was more innovative, that much was certain. Suddenly he heard someone coming down the stairs. Were they up already? He looked at his watch. It was 5:42. His aunt and uncle usually didn't start their day until around 6:30. Surely Dudley wouldn't be up at this hour. But he saw the top of A.B. owned an unmistakably Dudleyish head descending the stairs. Harry wasn't sure which was more mystifying, that Dudley was up at this hour, or that he had awoken and made it that far down the stairs without detection. He was, after all, quite large and not known for his stealth. Harry must have been preoccupied with his thoughts, he concluded. Harry decided he didn't care whether or not Dudley ratted out his prohibited use of the television to his parents. What were they going to do after all? Unless Dudley had told them, for all they knew Harry's allegedly felonious godfather was still alive to ensure Harry's treatment was satisfactory. And he certainly had no incentive to tell his aunt and uncle otherwise. Aunt Petunia could not care less and would provide an apathetic, not sympathetic ear. Vernon would probably gloat. Harry couldn't take that. He turned his attention back to the TV. When Dudley didn't say anything upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, he glanced back at the massive boy. The expression on Dudley's face was slightly puzzled and pensive, a look which was foreign to Harry to see on his cousin's face, and not one of impish delight that he had been expecting. Maybe he was just tired from lack of sleep, he conjectured. Then, to Harry's further amazement, Dudley sat down beside him on the couch, as if this were an entirely normal everyday occurrence and said, "Oh, it's a New Hope, this was always my favorite one out of the old movies." After finally gaining his composure, Harry once again turned to face his cousin with what he presumed to be a look of utter shock and bewilderment, for that was exactly what he felt. For now, Dudley seemed to be intensely concentrated on the movie. But Harry knew better. Dudley was gauging his reaction. A very flummoxed and increasingly suspicious Harry demanded, "All right, Dudley, what do you want?" Dudley looked genuinely confused. "What? Why aren't you telling me off for watching TV?" explained Harry, pointing out the obvious. "I just don't see the point," was his simple response. What? Maybe aliens did exist after all and those conspiracy theorists weren't as crazy as everyone made them out to be. For it certainly seemed that one of the nicer aliens had decided to invade his cousin. The same cousin that had tortured him countless times and bullied him as a child, who took great satisfaction into making Harry's life as miserable as possible. Seriously, was all he could seem to articulate. Dudley nodded slowly, almost cautiously. Harry was totally unprepared as to how to react to this completely unexpected event. "Why are you up, anyway?" was all he could think to ask. Heard the telly on. Forgetting for a moment the bizarreness of the whole situation, Harry, not wanting to wake up the other members of the household, whispered incredulously, "How? There's almost no volume." Dudley shrugged. "I sleep right above it. The vents probably make it easier to hear down here, too." That made sense, Harry supposed. Still, why was he here, sitting and watching Star Wars of all things with his purportedly unwanted, good-for-nothing, freak of nature relative of his? Both of the boys sat in awkward silence for a few moments, with the drone of battleships and sounds of droids blasting futuristic guns in the background. "Is your godfather really dead?" Harry's heart froze. He still couldn't seem to shake that habit yet whenever his thoughts returned to Sirius. Is this what Dudley came here to do? Torment him mercilessly about his late godfather? But then why go through the trouble of playing nice in the first place? What could that possibly accomplish? He saw, however, that Dudley seemed authentically earnest, an expression Harry didn't think his cousin could feign. He sighed in resignation. Yes. And he really wasn't a murderer. No. Dudley nodded again and appeared to be steeling himself and didn't seem to be making direct eye contact with Harry. Then, "I'm sorry about what I said yesterday," he said quietly. He looked like he wanted to say something else, but was not forthcoming. Harry was stunned. Harry just nodded as his cousin had a few moments earlier, wondering if this day could possibly get any stranger. They sat and watched the film in silence until it was over, which didn't take too long as Harry began to watch it during the middle of the movie. Soon after that, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia came down. Nothing more was said. For the next couple of hours, Harry primarily stayed in his room, practicing the wand movements and incantations of spells for school using his pen as a substitute or else reading out of his previous year's books for review. This school year, he was determined to concentrate harder on his studies. It would be a good way to focus his energies. Hermione would be proud. Currently, he was once again residing on the living room sofa. It was approaching 9 o'clock. Mr. Weasley would apparate to come get Harry around 9:30, no doubt because of the desire to avoid the Flo fiasco from 2 years ago. Uncle Vernon had a doctor's appointment soon and was therefore still at the house, as it would have been pointless to go to work only to have to leave for his appointment so shortly after arriving. Now done with his perusal of the morning paper, he was watching the news station. There better be no funny business this time, boy, or all, his Uncle Vernon warned. What exactly it was that he would do, Harry never found out, but he knew it wasn't anything pleasant. In any case, his uncle had gotten his point across successfully. Unlike the last visit by the Weasley clan, the Dursleys clearly felt that there was no need to attempt to put up a front in order to impress Mr. Weasley. They obviously thought he wasn't worth the effort. About 30 painfully slow minutes later, every entity in the house was preparing for Mr. Weasley's arrival in each one's own preferred method. Aunt Petunia was cutting fruit for a salad to keep busy in order to distract herself, but kept stealing glances at the fireplace even though Harry had reassured her that he would be utilizing the front door this time around. His uncle was pacing around restlessly while Dudley just sat in the living room watching the various proceedings with a detached interest. Harry was still sitting as motionless as possible on the couch, waiting for Ron's dad to call. He was sure he was just as nervous about this encounter as anyone else in the house. He very much desired to be pacing about like his uncle to vent his anxieties, but refrained from doing so. He also took note that Dudley was still behaving abnormally, and he wanted to know why. But he could think of nothing that would explain this oddity. The affable red-haired man was due any minute now. The doorbell rang, as expected, although you wouldn't have guessed it by the reactions of the inhabitants of the residence in question. The three males dropped what they were doing in an instant and stared at the door as if it was about to do something rather dramatic. A yelp was heard from the kitchen confirming that the woman inside, in her alarm, inadvertently cut her finger when the knife she was using slipped from her grasp. While Uncle Vernon went to check on Petunia, Harry had recovered from his momentary paralysis and went to answer the door. Mr. Weasley, it seemed, had improved his ability to don the appearance of an ordinary muggle. He was wearing some khaki slacks, a light blue button-down shirt, a brown corduroy jacket, and an old-fashioned golf cap. Hello, and happy birthday, Harry. Doing well, I hope? He inquired genially. Harry smiled. He had great respect for his best friend's father, and enjoyed his company. Thanks. Much better now that I can get away from here for the day, he replied in kind. Mr. Weasley's eyes took on a mildly sympathetic tone, but he also looked pleased that he could be a source of relief for Harry. So are you ready? Ha! But the rest of his sentence was drowned out by the sounds of increasing panic emanating from the kitchen. Vernon was running to get the first aid kit. Or more like attempting to run, as the concept was in and of itself quite absurd. Oh, dear, said Mr. Weasley. Arthur Weasley, being of a kind-hearted and gentle nature, had the first instinct to lend a hand as soon as he saw the injured finger. It was bleeding quite a lot. I can help you with that, he said, eager to help. Harry's aunt reacted as if he had offered to amputate her arm, and Uncle Vernon looked like Mr. Weasley had just maliciously threatened his wife. It seemed that Mr. Weasley had a shorter memory regarding his last visit to the house, which had ended with him being the target of flying, not to mention hazardous, objects. Now you listen here, Vernon began. I'm just trying to help, Mr. Weasley urged somewhat exasperatedly. He was the one who helped last time, put in Dudley. They all wheeled around to stare at him. All with varying looks of astonishment. It was those stupid twins that messed me up, and he put me right, he explained as if they weren't there at the time, with a slight nod in Mr. Weasley's direction. Harry realized his mouth was agape and quickly closed it. A glance in his uncle's direction told him he was just as dumbfounded, although hopefully Harry didn't look quite as much like a tomato, while his aunt looked suddenly unnerved. Through all of this, Mr. Weasley cautiously approached Harry's aunt and uttered, "Curatio," and a quick, "Scourgify," to clean the blood off before she could protest, too. Uncle Vernon's face was scaling upwards on his purple O-meter, and he was babbling like a fish out of water. Aunt Petunia, on the other hand, seemed to have closed up, as her face was expressionless although her eyes were wider than normal. Meanwhile, Harry's uncle seemed to have regained the ability to emit sounds. Wah. You. Well, that ought to do it. Now, Harry, if you're ready, we'll be off, the older man said quickly but calmly. We wouldn't want to impose on your relatives. Apparently, he had too noticed that the large, mustached man was turning a deep shade of puce. I'm ready, Harry supplied hurriedly. He turned to face his disarrayed relatives. Well, see you later, he said by way of farewell. This time, Mr. Weasley did not stay to complain about his relatives' lack of goodbyes. Of course, Harry would be seeing them later on anyway, and Dudley had given him a curt nod. But why? Was the singular word pervading Harry's mind. Then the two wizards stepped outside, shutting the door behind them. So, Harry, how are you doing? The man asked, as if now Harry were free to tell him in honesty away from his derisive relatives. But Harry got the feeling he knew what Mr. Weasley was really asking, but didn't have the heart to voice aloud. I'm fine. Really? He lied. It's been tough, he conceded at the Mr. Weasley's disbelieving look, but I think getting out a bit will be good for me. I'll be all right. Harry was slightly exasperated, knowing he would get those pitying looks from everyone, but was nonetheless pleased with the knowledge that the man was truly concerned for his well-being. All right, then, shall we? He said, proffering an arm. Harry looked up at the taller man questioningly. We're not using a portkey. Oh, no. Those are typically used for large gatherings and are rather complicated to set up. Portkeys must be approved by the Department of Magical Transportation. Have you ever heard of side-along apparition? Harry shook his head, but could guess what it was. Just grip my arm, and you'll be fine. He looked at Harry thoughtfully. I must warn you, though, it's a little uncomfortable the first couple times around. Harry nodded and grasped the elder wizard's arm as instructed. Then quite suddenly, everything went dark and Harry felt extreme pressure everywhere on his body. His chest was tight, making it difficult to breathe. It was as though he were being beeped through a vacuum. But just as Harry began to form the thought that this mode of transportation just might be worse than traveling by flow, it was over. He gasped for air and wondered, you have to do that all the time? Mr. Weasley chuckled. I guess you get used to it. Indeed, he seemed unaffected by the sensation. Taking in his surroundings, Harry realized where they were. Couldn't you have apparated directly into Diagon Alley? I'm afraid not. There are limited flow grates, but no apparition inside or portkeys unless given special authorization from the ministry. Aurors, for example, have unrestricted access. And, of course, the Minister of Magic among a few others. Security has been much more stringent now that you know who is out in the open. Now that they believe me and Dumbledore, Harry thought. Anything to drink for you, sirs, said the toothless landlord invitingly. The leaky cauldron was the first taste of the wizarding world Harry had experienced, and realized just how famous he was. No, thanks. Not today, Tom. Tom nodded, went back to cleaning the counters. Well, have a good day then. You, too, both Harry and Mr. Weasley replied. They went out of the pub and back to the alleyway that transformed into the archway that would lead to Diagon Alley. Mr. Weasley tapped the bricks accordingly, and soon, they had entered the major wizarding shopping center of Britain. As they approached the Gringotts building, Harry saw two very familiar figures in the distance, one with somewhat bushy brunette hair, and the other taller, gangly form with flaming red hair. Harry smiled broadly upon seeing his two best friends. Ron returned it and greeted, "There you are, Harry. I was beginning to worry. I was getting hungry," he joked, rubbing his belly to emphasize his point. Hermione shot a look of mild disapproval at Ron but stepped forward to give Harry a quick hug. "It's good to see you, and happy birthday," she said. "Yeah, mate, happy birthday." Everyone else also gave their happy birthday wishes to Harry. "It's great to see you guys, too," Harry said truthfully. Molly and Ginny were there as well. Hagrid was also there for security purposes, but also, of course, to see Harry. "Hi, Harry. Happy birthday," said Ginny. "Thanks," replied Harry. Long gone were the days when Ginny would act extremely shyly around him, for which Harry was grateful. Mrs. Weasley came over to envelope Harry in a hug as well. "It's so nice to see you, dear," she said. "You, too," he replied. Then he turned to hug the massive man he had befriended so long ago. Thinking back on it, Hagrid was Harry's first true friend. "How are ye doin', Harry?" asked the gentle giant. "Great, Hagrid. How's Grop?" "Oh, he's doin' just great, Harry. Ye should see. I am. He's even speakin' some full sentences and everythin'," he said enthusiastically and gesturing with his hands as he tended to do when he was excited. Harry was glad Hagrid had something to be happy about and couldn't help but smile some more. "That's brilliant, Hagrid," he said sincerely. "We'll have to visit sometime." The gamekeeper beamed. His friends looked slightly mortified at Harry's promise. "Thanks again for the food and everything," he said to the maternal woman and directed to Hermione as well with a grateful look. "Oh, it's no problem, Harry, dear," Mrs. Weasley reassured. "Of course, anytime, Harry," provided Hermione. Ron put on an affronted look. "That's the last time I bake you cookies. I South Dot Avenue away all day in the kitchen cooking like a muggle, and this is the thanks I get." Harry laughed. He dearly missed his friend's humor. "It's too bad others around the house don't appreciate things like that," Ron's mother scolded mildly. "And of course, we'll be celebrating your birthday when you come to stay over at our place, Harry, dear." I won't take no for an answer. "Well, Ginny and I are off to get her potions supplies. How about we meet you lot here around lunchtime, say noon?" The three acknowledged their assent and the group went their separate ways. Ron and Hermione had already collected their money, but Harry hadn't, so the three friends went into Gringotts. Once they were alone, they cut to the chase. "So, Harry, what happened exactly?" asked a worried Hermione. Ron looked attentive. "I told you, I got that feeling in the pit of my stomach, like something really good happened. I think I had a dream about it earlier, but I can't remember it. I just remember waking up feeling like I was forgetting something important," responded Harry. "You really don't remember anything, not even a small detail or an impression that comes to mind?" Hermione inquired. "Nothing. Well, I remember a different dream, but it had nothing to do with Voldemort. It was just a dream, nothing like the visions I've had before," Harry replied. "Maybe the connection isn't obvious," pressed Hermione. "No, whenever I've had them before, I was in a dream and all of a sudden the next moment I was somewhere else. But the visions felt real, like I was there. And I really don't see how my dream could have anything to do with Voldemort. Harry went on to describe the dream he had had the other night. By the end, Ron was in hysterics and Hermione, while less amused, appeared to be reassured that the dream really did have nothing to do with his connection to Voldemort. Snape in a Joker's hat. That's brilliant, mate, Ron chortled. I didn't even know you had Jokers in wizarding culture, said Harry. Well, they're not just people who tell jokes. Way back when we still had kings, there were actual jesters, but they were a brightly colored sort of half reptile, half mammals. All they could do was tell jokes, kind of like how swear toads just curse all the time. They supposedly had 3 tentacle things, too. That's probably why they wear hats like that, explained Ron. 3. I never knew that, mused Harry. I just wish I could remember the vision as well. You never know, Harry, Ron said very seriously. This dream could just be telling you to send some of Lockhart's best hair care products to you know who, and he'll die of the envy at not having any hair. This gave Harry a hearty laugh. Hermione, though she rolled her eyes in apparent exasperation at Ron's inability to take anything seriously, looked slightly amused. But Harry didn't stop. He hadn't laughed like this in a long time. It was just too ridiculous. Ron joined in, and by the time Harry finally stopped guffawing, even Hermione was smiling and laughing, shaking her head. Harry had to bend over and clutch at a stitch in his side. He patted Ron on the shoulder. Ha ha, boy, I really need that, he said earnestly. Ron smirked in appreciation. They walked on for a couple of moments in companionable silence. Well, we told the Order what you wrote, said Ron, turning serious. Did they have anything to say about it? Asked Harry, now fully recovered from his laughing fit. You know how the Order is, Harry, replied Hermione. They said they didn't know exactly what it might mean, but might have an inkling of what it could be. They were very ambiguous, as usual, and said that we should leave it to them and if we see anything to tell them, but not to proactively investigate the situation. Yeah, basically, don't do anything and let us adults handle it. We've done more than most fully grown wizards have. You'd think they'd believe we've proven ourselves by now. Especially Harry, argued Ron. But there's probably not much more we can do about it anyway. Hermione looked like she wanted to say something, but appeared to be biting her tongue. What do you think, Hermione? Urged Harry. She hesitated for a split second and then declared, I agree with Ron. There's nothing to be done about it. All we know is Voldemort felt happy. That's enough to worry me, but it doesn't give us any leads. The best we can do is stay alert for anything suspect. Ron looked satisfied that she agreed, but Harry made a mental note to confront her about it later. So, where should we go now? Asked Ron. I know my supply of parchment is running low, suggested Hermione. I need more ink, added Harry. Then scribblous it is, decided Hermione. And so the trio wandered down the winding paths of Diagon Alley to the writing instruments shop. They all got what they needed, and then headed down to Flourish and Blots to procure their required books. Might as well get the dull parts over with, Ron said, to which Hermione looked at him reproachfully. Can we stop by the Owl Emporium? Asked Harry, remembering the vow he made to himself last night. I need to get something special for Hedwig. Ooh, that's a wonderful idea, Harry, Hermione exclaimed. I felt bad for how much distance she had to cover over so little time. I should probably get something for Crookshanks at the pet store nearby as well. And I don't have to worry about getting any rat tonic this time, said Ron glumly. He was still a little put off by the fact that it was a man, albeit in rat form, that he had kept as a pet and slept with in his bed. Hermione patted his arm sympathetically. Looking around at the shelves, Harry wondered what he could possibly get Hedwig. He wanted to give her something other than owl treats, although he would get those, too. Hedwig didn't seem like a particularly playful bird, and so he decided to forego getting any toys or gems. He could practically picture Hedwig's look of condescension as he presented her with a jungle gym. He finally decided on a sort of tent or cubby for her to sleep in comfortably. But he wasn't completely satisfied with his selection. He approached the counter with the items and the cashier asked if there was anything else he wanted. Harry told him of the situation and how he wanted to get something nice for his owl. Well, I can show you something that we just got in stock. It's a new patent, for Asher. Would you mind? The man asked the clerk, who looked to be only a couple years out of Hogwarts. He went into the back rooms and soon emerged with a small band not even big enough to fit Harry's pinky finger. The older man took it and presented it to Harry. This is an owl tracker. It will tell you wherever your bird is on this screen, the name of the location, as well as approximately where your owl is indicated as a dot over a map. It's accurate up to about 10 meters, he said proudly, showing Harry a screen about the size of a poker card. All you have to do is put this band on her ankle. It comes with instructions for the magical incantations to get it on and to activate it. So it's like a GPS, he mused, almost to himself. A what? The man looked confused. Sorry, it's a Muggle term, Harry explained. He had learned a lot from Dudley, it seemed. Another neat device is that you can also communicate with your owl. Well, she'll be able to hear you anyways. Owls are smart, they'll understand what you want. So if you need her immediately or realize she might be in danger, you can tell her to come back. Harry was impressed. How much is it? It does come with a rather hefty price, he said a bit hesitantly, but it's well worth the investment, I think, especially now that owl interception is becoming a bigger problem these days, he plugged on earnestly. It totals out to 7 galleons, 4 sickles and 21 nuts. Harry weighed it out in his mind and came to a decision. I'll take it. The man looked happy. Thank you very much, sir. Business hasn't been doing well lately, he added less happily. Harry could understand that. I'll tell you what, next time you visit, I'll give you a nice discount, said an older man, presumably the manager, who had apparently observed the exchange. He looked to be in his 60s, was bald on the top of his head, but with a full mustache. He reminded Harry of the congenial grandfather on old television shows who would wear luxurious red robes while lounging on a large office chair with a glass of wine and smoking a pipe, or a cigar. Oh, you don't have to do that, Harry began. I insist, he interceded. The younger man nodded his head eagerly. All right, well, thanks. Have a nice day, said Harry politely. And to you as well, the businessman said in return. Bye, said the friendly younger man. There was no time to stop anywhere else, so the group decided to head over to the agreed upon meeting site. Once there, they decided to get lunch at a nearby deli. They had all manner of various sandwiches and soups. Harry contemplated what the salamander soup might taste like and didn't want to go near the chopped mooncalf's liver sandwich, but decided to play it safe and get a French dip au jus. I want to see Fred and George's place, requested Ginny. We will, once we're done shopping. How about we all go there around 5? That should give everyone plenty of time to finish up, said Mrs. Weasley. Harry knew that he was the reason for this, as shopping shouldn't take that long. But she obviously understood that Harry wanted to spend time with his friends. He was very grateful for this. After lunch, they headed over to Madame Malkin's. Ron and Harry were in desperate need for new robes, as they had grown quite a bit over the summer. Harry wouldn't be surprised if Ron surpassed 6 feet 2 inches by the time he was done growing. He guessed that he himself would end up being 5 feet 10 inches or so, 5. In any case, they both would need a new set if they didn't want to have their arms and ankles hanging out. Upon entering the store, they were greeted by none other than the sight of Draco Malfoy and his mother. The pale boy was standing on a stool, getting his robes fitted. He looked over disdainfully and said, well, what do we have here? Potty and the Weasel and their pet. Ow. Watch where you're putting those pins, woman, protested Malfoy. I'm sorry, I'll try to be more careful, replied the disgruntled tailor. Shut it, Malfoy. I'm warning you, Ron threatened. Or what, exactly? Excuse me if I'm not quivering in fear over here, said Malfoy. It's fine, Ron. Don't make such a fuss over this, insisted Hermione. You'd better listen to the underling, Weasley. We wouldn't want to start something unsavory. Besides, I wouldn't want to get any mud on my new robes. Now, really, that's quite enough, declared Madame Malkin. What's the big idea? I told you not to stab me with that thing. Don't worry, it's probably not his fault, said Harry. He was just raised by a monstrosity of a father. How's he doing, by the way, all cozied up with the Dementors? He asked. Really? exclaimed an indignant Madame Malkin. Harry, please, don't do this, pleaded Hermione. It's your fault he's even there in the first place, you mongrel brat, exclaimed Narcissa vehemently. There's no need, began Malkin. At least I have a father, Potter, Malfoy commented snidely. This struck a nerve with Harry. I'd rather have a dead father than one that avs away for a monster and murders innocent people, cried Harry. How dare you, screeched Narcissa. Don't even start. I saw him bow to that evil creature and laugh as I was about to be murdered. I know what he's capable of. Only a foul, cruel and sadistic individual could be what he is, shouted Harry. Harry, it's not worth it. Honestly, Hermione implored. Narcissa took a step towards Harry. He whipped out his wand in one swift motion. Wands away, please, squealed Madame Malkin. I see that being Dumbledore's favorite has given you a false sense of security, Potter. But Dumbledore won't always be there to protect you, breathed Narcissa. Harry looked mockingly all around the shop. Wow, look at that, he's not here now. So why not have a go? They might be able to find a nice double cell for you and your loser of a husband. Malfoy made an angry movement toward Harry, but stumbled over his overlong robe. Ron laughed loudly. Don't you dare speak to my mother like that, Potter. Malfoy snarled. It's all right, Draco, said Narcissa, her voice cold with barely contained fury. I expect Potter will be reunited with dear Sirius before I am reunited with Lucius. Harry raised his wand higher. Harry, no, Ned Hermione, grabbing his arm and attempting to push it down by his side. Think. You mustn't, you'll be in such trouble. Madame Malkin dithered on the spot for a moment, then seemed to decide to act as though nothing was happening in the hope that it wouldn't. With great deal of restraint, Harry lowered his wand and settled for glaring at the pair as if he could burn a hole through them with his mere gaze. Come, Draco. Let's leave this dratted place. Now that I know what vermin is allowed to shop here, I think Twilfit and Tattings would more satisfactory. And with that, Draco threw off his robes, and the two strode out of the shop, Draco taking care to slam the door loudly. Well, I'll be, exclaimed Madame Malkin. When the three were finally done, Madame Malkin seemed quite relieved to see the backs of them. The rest of their day was much improved, visiting the sweets shops and joke shops. Harry noticed the streets were rather empty save for street vendors attempting to sell amulets, charms and other trinkets to what customers were out and about. They were trying to capitalize on the ever-growing fear of patrons from the threat of Voldemort. Mr. Weasley had explained that many of them were selling these items illegally and that his new department was arresting such people. The trio stopped at Florine's for ice cream. 6. Harry also observed that some shops were closed. All in all, the normally bustling and vibrant shopping center was pretty gloom. Nevertheless, Harry was very glad to be there, but the stark reminders of the times they were living in were somewhat depressing. It was mid-afternoon, and they only had a couple of hours until it was time to meet at Fred and George's place. Harry was quite looking forward to seeing it. He and Ron wanted to look in quality Quidditch supplies. However, Hermione said she needed to procure some ingredients for advanced potions, and as he and Ron did not receive outstanding owls on the subject, there was no need for them to accompany her. The two boys offered to go with her, but she insisted that she had no desire to roam around at the Quidditch store in this way, they'd be done faster. So they departed ways with Hermione for the time being. As if I'd want to stand and watch them drool over broomsticks, Hermione thought to herself. She loved her two best friends, but knew that in terms of interests, she had the least in common out of the group. So instead, she would acquire the necessary potions ingredients. Now entering advanced potions, they would be concocting more complicated and potentially dangerous potions, and consequently, the ingredients would also be more hazardous, so she would have to go to the potion store in Nocturne Alley. There were almost no people out, not wanting to be suspected and detained for any illicit conduct. She probably should have told Harry and Ron that she would be making a trip there. They would have demanded to come with her. Of course, they could be so overprotective at times. Hermione didn't have any older brothers of her own, so this must what it would be like, she surmised. On the flip side, constantly having to remind them to do their homework was like having younger brothers, or children, she thought. And if truth be told, She didn't want Harry going near Nocturne Alley. He had an uncanny knack for attracting trouble. Collecting herself, she strode purposefully toward the potions shop. Once finished, she started to head back to Diagon Alley, planning to go to the Quidditch store where her friends would still undoubtedly be. But a voice held her back. What are you doing here, Granger? Why aren't you with those morons you call your friends? Said a drawling voice. Is there a reason I can't be here, Malfoy? She responded with venom. He raised an eyebrow. I'm getting my ingredients for potions, if you must know. The sooner she could shake him loose, the better. Why aren't you with your mother? Solicited Hermione, more to distract him and get away from him than because she was genuinely interested. His face hardened for a split second, then became impassive once more. Ah, Hermione thought, she doesn't know where you are. Isn't that interesting? He scoffed. You're more of an idiot than I thought. Granger, you're muggle-born, as if it was the most obvious explanation, and her failure to recognize this was a serious oversight. So, what of it? I have every right to be here if I wish, she snapped. The blond boy rolled his eyes. That's not what I'm talking about. What could he possibly be talking about, thought Hermione. People here, they know their old wizarding families, they'll see you for what you are. What does that matter, as long as I'm a paying customer? As for everyone else, they wouldn't dare attempt anything in broad daylight with the authorities so near unless they were tremendously dense, in which case, I'm a fairly competent witch, I could handle them. Draco sighed. You just need to get out of here. Well, excuse me, I suppose. But the rest of her sentence was cut off as Draco grabbed her roughly by the arm and started to drag her away. How dare he? But instead of expressing this sentiment and ripping her arm away like she would very much like to, she found herself utterly perplexed over this odd behavior more than anything, and frozen in shock. Wah! What do you think you're doing? Draco didn't answer. Suddenly, a man came out of a side alley to meet them. Well, what's this? Got yourself a lady friend, have you, young Malfoy? Hermione flushed with anger and embarrassment. As if. But before she could unleash her indignant and scathing reply, Malfoy supplied one instead. She's no one. She was just leaving, he said, working his last sentence through gritted teeth and a glare. The man gave her a calculating once over. She was starting to become extremely uncomfortable. She unconsciously moved closer to Draco. Well then, the man said, appraising Ly, if she's not yours, you wouldn't mind if I borrowed her, would you? He spoke menacingly. She glanced up nervously at Draco. Surely even he wouldn't do such a thing. Unless this was all a setup for some really bad prank, and she didn't think she could overpower both of them. Hermione began to panic a little. Draco, however, looked merely impatient and disinterested. Sorry, but we really must be going, was all he said in response. He took her by the arm once again and led her away. Once they reached the point where Hermione could see the white Gringotts building in the distance, Draco turned her around to face him. And that was one of the more pleasant people you'll find in Nocturne Alley, if you believe it or not. Hermione wrenched her arm out of Malfoy's grasp. Somewhat abashed, but not enough to admit it, she protested, I can take care of myself, Malfoy. Even to her it sounded weak. Yeah, he sneered, you were doing a terrific job. What's it to you? He didn't respond for a moment. Just stay away from here if you know what's good for you, Granger. He started to walk away, but turned around and said, I swear, if I catch one glimpse of your bushy head in there again. Then he left, leaving his alleged threat unfinished. What was that all about, thought Hermione. Why didn't he just leave her there? Did he actually care for her well-being? Of course not, that was preposterous. What a horridly ludicrous thought. It must be so he can have something new to taunt her about. She'd bet anything that he'll gloat loudly about having to come to the rescue of the poor, hopeless mudblood. As if she'd owe him a favor. Yes, that must be it, and yet, questions remained, buzzing around in her head. She met up with Harry and Ron, but didn't tell them of her encounter. She wasn't even sure what she'd say. They went to Fred and George's shop after joining the other Weasleys. Draco walked briskly to find his mother. He knew she wouldn't be pleased that he had sneaked off, but he had business to attend to. She would worry so much about him. He knew she meant well, but it could be quite aggravating at times. Not as aggravating as that bushy-headed know-it-all, Granger, he thought. What did she think she was doing, walking by herself on the streets of Nocturne Alley? He wasn't even sure why he was so angry with her. Probably because she was being so stupid. Besides, he would never hear the end of it if something had happened to the insufferable female momentarily after encountering him from her dim-witted companions. And he'd rather not have to deal with them. He had more important things to do. Yes, that must be it, he told himself. He just didn't want to have to tolerate the presence of the golden boy and his trusty sidekick any more than he had to. Walking along the cobbled streets, Mrs. Weasley remarked, "We must be close, that's number 92, 94. Whoa, said Ron, stopping in his tracks. Set against the dull, poster-muffled shops around them, Fred and George windows hit the eye like a firework display. Casual passers-by were looking back over their shoulders at the windows, and a few rather stunned-looking people had actually come to a halt, transfixed. The left-hand window was dazzlingly full of an assortment of goods that revolved, popped, flashed, bounced, and shrieked. Harry's eyes began to water just looking at it. The right-hand window was covered with a gigantic poster, purple like those of the Ministry, but emblazoned with flashing yellow letters. Why are you worrying about WHO? You should be worrying about poo, the constipation sensation. That's gripping the nation. Harry started to laugh. He heard a weak sort of moan beside him and looked around to see Mrs. Weasley gazing, dumbfounded, at the poster. Her lips moved silently, mouthing the name, poo. They'll be murdered in their beds, she whispered. No they won't, said Ron, who, like Harry, was laughing. This is brilliant. And he and Harry led the way into the shop. It was packed with customers. Harry could not get near the shelves. He stared around, looking up at the boxes piled to the ceiling. Here were the skiving snack boxes that the twins had perfected during their last, unfinished year at Hogwarts. There were bins full of trick wands, self-inking, spell-checking, and smart answer quills. There were other various items such as an animated, reusable hangman, and patented daydream charms. Said Hermione, looking up at Harry, that really is extraordinary magic. For that, Hermione, said a voice behind them, you can have one for free, said a beaming Fred. Everyone greeted each other enthusiastically and the twins began to tour them around the shop. Then George explained how they developed a more serious line for defense and other useful functions including things like clothing embedded with shielding charms, Peruvian instant darkness powder and decoy detonators. Harry tried to buy the latter item, but the twins insisted that he pay for nothing, seeing as he was the one who provided the money making it possible to establish the shop in the first place. They all looked around, impressed by the workings of the store. Even Mrs. Weasley seemed to enjoy it. Then, momentarily, Harry had a sudden, unimpeded view out of the window. Hey, come check this out, he said to Ron and Hermione. Draco Malfoy was hurrying up the street alone, glancing over his shoulder every so often. He moved beyond the scope of the window and Harry lost sight of him. Wonder where his mummy is, said Harry, frowning. Given her the slip by the looks of it. It looked like he was headed in the direction of Nocturne Alley. Surprise, said Ron. Why, though, said Hermione pensively. Harry said nothing. He was mulling it all over in his head. Narcissa Malfoy would not have let her precious son out of her sight willingly. Malfoy must have made a real effort to free himself from her clutches. Harry, knowing and loathing Malfoy, was sure the reason could not be innocent. He glanced around. Mrs. Weasley and Ginny were bending over the pygmy puffs. Mr. Weasley was delightedly examining a pack of muggle-marked playing cards. Fred and George were both helping customers. On the other side of the glass, Hagrid was standing with his back to them, looking up and down the street. Get under here, quick, said Harry, pulling his invisibility cloak out of his bag. Oh, I don't know, Harry, said Hermione, looking uncertainly toward Mrs. Weasley. Come on, said Ron. She hesitated for a second longer, then said, oh, Harry, we can't all possibly fit in there comfortably anymore. It'll be faster if one or two of you go. And one of us should keep a lookout. In truth, she didn't want to go back to Nocturne Alley, and she certainly didn't want to be on the tail of someone who expressly told her he didn't want to see her in there ever again. And as loath as she was to let Harry go in there by himself, he would be safe in his cloak. Harry seemed to consider what she was saying. She's right. You guys keep a lookout. I'll be right back. But, started Ron. Sorry, I've got to hurry if I want to catch up with him. See you guys soon. Ron looked disappointed, but they looked out and made sure to give Harry an alibi if anyone asked. Harry ran to catch up with Malfoy, and then once he got close, he snuck as quietly as he could to follow his arch-rival. It looked like he was headed for Borgin and Burke's, the store Harry had accidentally ended up during his first time using the flow. Wonder what he wants in there, Harry thought. From what he remembered, every artifact in that store was dark and dangerous. He slipped in the door after Malfoy, a feat he could not have accomplished had all three, or even two of them been present. Smart thinking, Hermione, he thought. He realized he was getting distracted and stood by the door so he would be ready to accompany Malfoy out the door without detection. The cabinet, you know how to fix it, Malfoy was saying. Cabinet? What cabinet? Possibly, said Borgin, in a tone that suggested he was unwilling to commit himself. I'll need to see it, though. Why don't you bring it into the shop? I can't, said Malfoy. It's got to stay put. I just need you to tell me how to do it. Harry saw Borgin lick his lips nervously. Well, without seeing it, I must say it will be a very difficult job, perhaps impossible. I couldn't guarantee anything. No, said Malfoy with a sneer. Perhaps this will make you more confident. He moved toward Borgin, but Malfoy's back was to him and he couldn't see anything. Just as he went for a closer look, Malfoy had accomplished what he needed evidently. All he could see was Borgin, looking very frightened. Tell anyone, warned Malfoy, and there will be retribution. You know Fenrir Greyback, he's a family friend. He'll be dropping in from time to make sure you're giving the problem your full attention. There will be no need for. I'll decide that, Malfoy interrupted briskly. Well, I'd better be off. And don't forget to keep that one safe, I'll need it. He was pointing into the direction of the items to the left. Harry thought it looked like he was referring to the hand for thieves that Malfoy was so intrigued with the last time Harry had seen him visit the store. Or maybe it was the necklace. He couldn't be sure. What would he need that for? Harry thought. Perhaps you'd like to take it now. No, of course I wouldn't. You stupid little man, how would I look carrying that down the street? Just don't sell it. Of course not, sir. Borgin made a bow as deep as the one Harry had once seen him give Lucius Malfoy. Not a word to anyone, Borgin, and that includes my mother, understand? Naturally, murmured Borgin, bowing again. Harry hurried to follow Malfoy out of the shop and then made his way back the Weasleys, Wizard Wheezes. Once there and in the back room with Ron and Hermione, he whipped off the invisibility cloak. After telling them his account of the events, he said, What do you think? I don't know, Harry. It seems fishy, but nothing too out of the ordinary for Malfoy, said Hermione. Yeah, mate. The guy's just a bloody git. Probably just trying to scare the guy into getting whatever it was he wanted, added Ron. Harry, however, thought it was something much more. Something wasn't right about the whole situation, he was missing something. Then it came to him. At the shop. Hermione and Ron jumped at this sudden outburst. When he kept complaining about being poked, he explained at their curious looks. He had previously thought Malfoy's behavior was odd, but didn't give it much thought as he despised Malfoy and Harry had been a little busy being furious. She wasn't even sticking him that hard, and it was only his left arm, where the dark mark is. Malfoy's a Death Eater. Ron laughed. Come on, Harry. He's only 16. It doesn't seem likely, agreed Hermione. And at Borgin and Burke's he showed him something, but he had his back to me. But he didn't have anything with him. He showed him the dark mark by rolling up his left sleeve, Harry continued stubbornly. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. Now Harry was getting annoyed. They were acting as if he had gone completely nuts, but he was absolutely convinced he was right. That's why the guy was so frightened and took him so seriously. It all fits. He's taken his father's place, Harry asserted, trying to get his friends to see reason. I don't reckon you know who would let Malfoy join. I mean, what could he possibly do? Countered Ron. I know Malfoy's foul, Harry. But do you really think he's capable of being a Death Eater? He doesn't seem the type to go join the ranks of the most feared wizard in the world. He's all talk, agreed Hermione. She's got a point. He's a bastard, but I don't think he'd actually have the guts to, kill people and stuff, said Ron. Listen, you guys weren't there. I know what I saw, Harry continued adamantly. Did you actually see the dark mark? No, Hermione, but it's so obvious what it is now. But what advantage could that possibly pose for Voldemort? Harry thought for a while. What would Voldemort gain from this? How would Voldemort look at this? Well, there's nothing to lose. I mean, what threat could a kid be to him? He doesn't care about anyone. But this way, he has another body, another servant he can bend to his will. He loves power. And Malfoy's at Hogwarts. Voldemort's always wanted to take over Hogwarts, but couldn't because of Dumbledore. Maybe he wants Malfoy to spy on Dumbledore. Hermione looked skeptical. Harry, why would he do that? He must know Malfoy would have no chance. He ought to know that Dumbledore would catch him. Almost no chance. But if he got lucky, then that's something for Voldemort. And if not, well, then, who cares? Voldemort certainly won't. If Malfoy gets caught, it won't mean a thing to him. It still seems like a long shot, mate. Harry was struck by another thought. Maybe he wants Malfoy to fail. Or at least, expects him to. Ron looked confused. Why would he? Look, Harry interrupted. Voldemort must be furious that Lucius let me get away and failed to get the prophecy. Dumbledore always said he treats his followers no better than his enemies. Maybe he knows what this will do to the Malfoys, maybe he's trying to punish Lucius, and if Malfoy succeeds, well, then either way it's a win-win situation for Voldemort. Come on, Harry. Why would he do that? Because it's what he does, Ron. He disciplines anyone who makes a mistake to train them to never want to make a mistake again. He's tough. He's evil. Ron looked to Hermione for help. That actually makes more sense, mused Hermione. See, exclaimed Harry, relieved that someone would finally believe him. But we still don't know for sure, Harry, said Hermione, clearly trying to abate his overeagerness. Maybe we should just keep an eye out for anything unusual from Malfoy at school this year, and if anything suspicious comes up, or anything to indisputably verify this, we can decide what to do then. Harry realized it was the best he was going to get for now. But in his mind, he made it a personal goal to prove Malfoy guilty. Harry said goodbye to his friends, and was escorted, once again, by Mr. Weasley to Privet Drive. There, he would pace relentlessly trying to figure out the mystery that was Draco Malfoy. Back at the Burrow, Hermione was doing the same thing, but instead of trying to confirm her conviction of Malfoy's guilt, she was trying to fathom what situation would possibly arise to his being a Death Eater. Maybe yesterday she would have taken Harry's suspicions more seriously, but after today. If he was a Death Eater, why didn't he just kill her, or even harass her when he had the perfect opportunity? She really didn't think Malfoy, as cold and cruel as he was actually capable of murder or torture. Indeed, it seemed like he had helped her today. And then she remembered something. Back from the summer before her 4th year at the Quidditch World Cup. Malfoy had also warned Harry and Ron that she would be in more danger because of her parentage. At the time, she was scared and furious at Malfoy for saying all of the appalling things he had said, but now, looking back, she wondered why he had bothered to say anything at all. If he truly hated her, he would have said nothing while the band of Death Eaters made their way towards her and her friends. It was all very mind-boggling to Hermione, which was saying something as it didn't happen to her all too often. Making no progress on the matter, she decided to drop it for the moment and think on it later. But this was much more easily said than done. She tried hard to fall into that dark void of stupor, but found that a confusing swirl of thoughts concerning Malfoy, Harry, Ron and Voldemort among other things, were running rampant in her head. The wind was howling. Fallen leaves rustled and raked along the ground, and trees swayed dangerously, threatening to snap in half. It was dusk. Fog covered much of the rolling hills and the pale moon cast an eerie light upon its surroundings. The dark outline of a tall, thin man could be seen striding swiftly, yet smoothly down the countryside. Upon closer inspection, the dark man was hooded and cloaked, the heavy fabric obscuring his visage. His distortedly lengthened shadow moved along as silently as its owner. The lone figure reached an abandoned-looking house, and slipped inside. Lowering his hood, a pale face with piercing black eyes, surrounded by a curtain of dark hair was now visible. Severus Snape was no ordinary man. Students knew him as a formidable and callous tyrant. Colleagues knew him to be a reserved and solitary, if not abrasive man, yet resourceful, independent and intelligent. One man, a particularly elderly man, knew also of his astonishing bravery and fortitude, and unwavering loyalty. He was also a spy, a double agent, a spy who could keep others from invading his mind, even the most adept at this skill. What most everyone also did not know, was that Severus hid dark secrets, hidden deep within the recesses of his being. Severus Snape knew it was a dangerous dance he was performing. One slip up, one wrong move would spell his sure destruction. More than that, it would endanger what had become his sole mission in life. The permanent defeat of the Dark Lord must finally be achieved. He had yearned for it for so long. Ever since that dreaded day, but he must not think about that now. He had to be careful. He cleared his mind of all thought which came to him almost as naturally as breathing, having done it countless times before. Walking down the dismal halls, and donning a mask, he reached the room of the meeting place. Indeed, upon entering the dimly lit room, there sitting in a high-backed armchair in the center of the back of the room was the most feared man in all of the wizarding world. Figures bearing the same guise as Severus himself formed a sort of semicircle around the man, so as to clearly show who was in command. Severus also knew that this was a device to ensure that the Dark Lord could maintain direct eye contact with all who gathered there, allowing him to probe the minds of his servants. Many of the organization Severus had joined what seemed like so many long years ago were already assembled there. He took his rightful place among the ranks. Voldemort had just successfully freed a number of his followers imprisoned in Azkaban. It was hardly a taxing mission as the Dementors were only too happy to oblige the Dark Lord's every whim in exchange for souls to feed upon. Consequently, the group gathered at this meeting swelled in number. A few others came soon thereafter and the meeting commenced. "Welcome, my friends," greeted Voldemort in his cold, high voice. If Severus could think freely, he would have thought this statement to be quite scoff-worthy, as he doubted very much that the Dark Lord had ever had friends or ever felt such emotions as affection. Even now, the closest thing to it would have to be his pet snake, Nagini. "And to those who have returned, we are especially glad of your presence for now, we are stronger than ever. We meet once again and I come bearing joyous news." Another sensation Severus also would have thought wholly foreign to the Dark Lord. "You all know of my ambition to rid the world of one Harry Potter. Unfortunately, I have been thwarted by sheer luck on Potter's part and that meddlesome fool Albus Dumbledore, but no more." He paused dramatically. "Some of you may have heard that his mother's sacrifice protected the boy. Old magic, I should have foreseen it. So, in my ingenuity I returned to my body using the boy's blood. I can now touch him." They, of course, had all heard this many times before but were expected to act as if enthralled, although some may actually be genuine in their manifestations. Indeed, it seemed as though it was taking all of the discipline Bellatrix possessed not to burst aloud in frenzied exultation. "At the time, I was not free to explore the possibilities of this new power," Voldemort continued, "but now that I am in the open, I can operate without reservation. One of the first things I will do with this new freedom is to test the limitations of my new connection with the famous Harry Potter," he said, spitting out the last three words menacingly as if in disgust. Severus knew where this was going. Apparently, so did the others. Many of the Death Eaters were now waiting with bated breath in anticipation. This, unlike the introduction preceding this statement, was a new development. Not good, Severus didn't think. "We are going to plan a nice surprise for our little friend." Now the Death Eaters were tittering wickedly. Voldemort continued to describe yet another plot to undo Harry Potter, detailing the responsibilities of each Death Eater that would be involved. Surprisingly, this was a bold move by Voldemort. Many of the Death Eaters were now enlivened with the Dark Lord's newest plan. Severus assumed a look of grim satisfaction. Spy or not, Everyone knew him to be a stoic man of little outward emotion. No one would question his seeming appearance of relevant apathy. Laying the basic outline of their objective, and once again reiterating Lord Voldemort's greatness and Harry Potter's ordinariness, the meeting was finally adjourned. When Severus made to leave, however, a hissing voice held him back. No, you wait, Severus. Severus complied. Bellatrix, who upon exiting the door heard this, turned to glare at Snape. Go on, Bella, said Voldemort. Everything is fine here, he assured her, appearing bored with her behavior. Yes, my lord, Severus inquired once she left. I require a favor of you. Of course, my lord. First, Severus, you must know that what I am about to tell you I have told only to others. You should consider yourself very privileged indeed. But I am in need of a skilled potions master of your caliber. I am deeply honored, my lord. Voldemort continued as if nothing had been said. I do not think it necessary for me to enlighten you as to what will happen if you should fail. A long and tense silence followed, leaving his unspoken threat to hang in the air. Or, he finally continued, if this information should happen fall into the wrong ears. You needn't worry, my lord. Lord Voldemort gave him a look that clearly communicated that he had better not. As you know, my immortality has been a priority about which I care immensely. I have made previously undiscovered breakthroughs and immeasurable progress that others can only dream of. But there remain limitations still, limitations I have strived to eradicate. And through my cunning and relentless pursuit, I believe I have finally discovered secrets that will unlock most wondrous possibilities, allowing me to fortify my grasp on immortality. Of course, I will not divulge the whole extent of my knowledge. Of course. That is most sensible, my lord. You would be foolish to do otherwise, agreed Severus. There is something you must do for me. I will give you the instructions for the potion I require. I understand it will be very complex, but I can be patient if I must. However, you would do well not to take any advantage of my benevolence on this matter. I believe there are a few missing pieces. Nevertheless, I trust that your superior expertise in potions making will overcome this slight complication. An objective listener may have taken this to be a compliment. However, they would be wrong. It was a veiled threat, warning his followers that failure to complete expectations was simply unacceptable. For now, I will give you the list of ingredients. Once you procure those, I will give you the instructions. I will provide whatever details you deem necessary to concoct the potion. Do not dare try to abuse this power. I shall know. But of course, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Very well, then. Until our next meeting. Severus bowed at the Dark Lord's feet and made once again to leave. Oh, and Severus, the voice held him back once more. When you determine the date and time, you know how to contact me. In the meeting, it was determined that he was to set these conditions of the Dark Lord's strategy. Severus gave a curt nod and finally departed. Walking down the halls and turning out a doorway, he met none other than Bellatrix Lestrange in a dark recess of the hallway. Severus put on a look of mild annoyance. I hope you aren't lingering in hopes of regaining the Dark Lord's favor, he drawled. Bellatrix huffed in indignation. I don't know what you're talking about, Snape, but know this. I will be watching your every move. Everyone else may trust you, but I don't. Soon they'll all see, she went on almost frantically. I'll prove everyone wrong, I will. And you will meet your, shall we say, unsavory end. Most intriguing. Are you quite sure this has nothing to do with the fact that someone may have finally supplanted you as the most valuable asset to the Dark Lord? He remarked snidely. Or could it be that I have actually hoodwinked the most powerful legilimens of all time, but failed to deceive the all-knowing Bellatrix Lestrange? He mocked sardonically. Is this a sentiment you have shared with the Dark Lord? Bellatrix said nothing, but looked murderous. I thought not, he hummed superiorly. Now if you'll excuse me, I must be going. Unlike you, I have more important things to be doing than skulking around in empty hallways. With that he left, leaving a flustered Bellatrix behind. Sufficiently hidden from view among the trees, Severus removed his Death Eater's mask and apparated back to the front gates of Hogwarts. He walked briskly along the path to lead him to the main doors. Once inside the castle, he headed directly to the headmaster's office. It was strange to be here during the summer holidays, as there were no students milling about and all was quiet and empty aside from the occasional ghost wandering about the halls. Too bad it can't last, thought Severus. There were two students in particular that occupied his thoughts, and for very different reasons. He remembered that fateful night when Narcissa Malfoy, accompanied most unfortunately by her repugnant sister, Bellatrix, arrived at his doorstep, defeated and broken. She pleaded with him, reminding him uncomfortably of Death Eaters who would often beg the Dark Lord's forgiveness when a mistake was made, to save her son. He knew this was coming, of course, and had many a quarrel with Dumbledore on the matter. In the end, they both agreed to do what was best for Draco. He was only a boy after all. Severus wanted to do all he could to avert the young Malfoy from committing the same mistakes he had made earlier in his life, but he could not do so without arousing suspicion. Severus knew why the Dark Lord had selected Draco to enter the ranks of the Death Eaters. Severus may not be very fond of the boy, don't let him fool you. His favoritism towards the Malfoy boy and his cronies was all a part of the act he had to play, but he would never wish such a fate on him. He may be nothing more than a glorified bully, but he wasn't evil. And most of the boy's less than desirable qualities were due to his upbringing, and the people who surrounded him at school were obviously not likely to expand his perspective system of beliefs. In any case, the potions master wanted to look out for the Malfoy boy. Severus wasn't blind, as was Draco's deluded aunt who professed it to be an honor. It was not an honor, but retribution in order to punish Lucius for his error, as Bellatrix's more astute sister came to realize. Severus had no choice but to accept Narcissa's proposal. If he did not, his loyalties would become immediately suspect, especially with Bellatrix in audience. However, this decision came with a heavy price. Albus had asked a lot of Severus, but this just might be too much. So poor Draco has been made a Death Eater, and his first mission is to murder me. Dumbledore stood by his office window, having just received news from Severus of Voldemort's latest plot. What an ambitious task for one so young. What are you going to do? Asked Snape. Am I right in thinking that you are the successor to the mission should Draco fail? I believe that is the Dark Lord's plan, yes, replied Snape. He waited for Dumbledore to elaborate further, but all Dumbledore seemed to do was consider his options. After a long silence, Severus could no longer hold his questions. Surely, you aren't going to let him succeed? He asked incredulously. No, certainly not. No, you must do that. There was a longer silence still, broken only by the clicking beak of Fawkes. Would you like me to do it now? Asked Snape, his voice heavy with irony. Or would you like a few moments to compose an epitaph? Oh, not quite yet, said Dumbledore, smiling. I dare say the moment will present itself in due course. He paused once more, reflecting sadly upon the situation. Draco is not as cruel as he can sometimes be. We cannot do this to him. It would destroy him. And what about me? Severus could no longer contain his fury, which was saying a great deal considering he was a man who was exemplary at mastering his emotions. But the one emotion he was most prone to exhibiting was his anger. His students would agree with this, although he was rarely truly angry, maybe irritated, but hardly as livid as he indicated. This was mostly a device to discourage students from pestering him. If there was one thing Severus learned from the Dark Lord, it was that fear could be a powerful tool. Furthermore, he didn't need their loyalty, he just wanted them to leave him alone and do as he said. He also felt no inclination to spare the senseless adolescents the castigation. He was also accustomed enough to Dumbledore to sometimes show exactly how he felt. This was one of those times. Do you know what it is you are asking of me? Severus. I'm already tainted so it won't affect me at all. Is that what this is? Of course not, Severus, but what? Severus, please. Dumbledore urged. You know as well as I that this could destroy what good is left in Draco and, I fear, cause irreparable damage to his soul. He may not be able to return to the light as you did. I, of course, realize the immense pressure this would put on you, but you are strong, Severus. You don't. I know what you are trying to do, you manipulative bastard, Severus retorted. Dumbledore did not so much as blink in response to this new moniker. Severus, Don't think of this as an act of murder, but the request of an old man. Severus snorted. I'm sure that will be an adequate alibi. You must, urged Dumbledore. If you don't, Narcissa will suspect you. I expect she'll be requesting it of you soon. The likelihood that she will invoke the unbreakable vow. I can avoid her if I must. Severus. What if I don't? What if I refuse to perform the vow? Then Voldemort will discover your secret and you will be killed. Severus stood his ground, giving the older man a look that clearly said, and. No, I will not allow that to happen, said Albus, his tone firm. Severus scoffed, as if he had any say in what he could or could not do. And you know that in order for us to defeat Voldemort, we must have someone on the inside. If you are gone, who will then be that source of information? Severus knew what Albus was trying to do. He was trying to appeal to Severus' logic-inclined mind. But really he knew that the older man was too Gryffindoric for his own good and was now employing Slytherin tactics to achieve his gold-hearted aspirations. The audacity. I refuse to believe that I am more important than you in the Dark Lord's downfall. Then you presume much, countered Albus sharply, beginning to become agitated. Why? Why do you believe my life is worth more than yours? He demanded. It is quite simple. You are indispensable, and I am not. Severus opened his mouth to argue, but this time, it was Albus cutting him off. A spy is needed to win this war, and if you die, we cannot simply find another. If I am gone, the Order of Phoenix will still have a leader. And you must be here. If Voldemort holds sway over the school, you must remain here to protect the students in any way you can. He will no longer need a spy, but you will presumably be allowed to continue teaching. But you are the greatest wizard of our time. And you are the only one he fears. Not to mention the emotional defeat the public will undoubtedly experience. How can they possibly find hope if you are killed? I never believed that any one wizard, no matter how great, could outweigh the resolve of the people as a whole. They will find their hope in Harry. Ah, yes. Their biggest disagreement. Yes, a teenage boy will reign as our savior, who needs Albus Dumbledore. He mocked sarcastically. Severus. Those usually twinkling blue eyes were hardened in warning. How can you possibly hope that this boy will be the key to our salvation? Dumbledore remained stoically silent. Clearly, he was not going to entertain him once more on this matter. Severus pinched the bridge of his nose. He never understood this. The boy was nothing short of ordinary. But he trusted Albus. He had to. For if he could not trust Albus Dumbledore, all was surely lost. But sometimes, and now increasingly more than sometimes, doubt began to creep its way into his mind. Maybe Dumbledore was becoming senile after all, he would sometimes think to himself. Especially where it concerned Potter. Was there something that Albus knew that he didn't? He seemed so certain. Or was the old man blinded by his affection? What warranted this? Severus had no idea, for the boy. Things will soon change. Soon. I will not be the only one he fears, Albus said more quietly. How can you be so sure? It is inevitable. That's it. That's your grand explanation. He exclaimed in disbelief. No, that's not what this is about, Albus. And you and I both know it. Then what is this about? The old wizard inquired mildly. Severus could hardly believe it. They were not simply talking about the weather. Why do you insist it is imperative that you be the one to sacrifice yourself, Albus? Do you want to die? Silence. The incredulity must have shown on his face, for Albus said, No, it is not that I wish to die. But I have lived a life of length and plenty. I am an old man, but you are. Don't, commanded Severus in his dangerous tone, don't pull that on me, Albus. It won't work. I will not let you sacrifice yourself for me, Severus, Albus declared, immovable. And we must think of Draco. We knew there might come a time when I was discovered. I could discontinue my position as a double agent and find other ways to gather information. I wouldn't have to sacrifice myself, as you say. You and I both know that would not end well, as skilled as you are at espionage. And I know you well enough to know that you would never willingly become a passive observer. There must be another way, Albus. You must prepare yourself for this possibility. Maybe I don't want to do it anymore. Maybe I will just not do as you please this time. Maybe I've finally had enough. Severus. Maybe you ask too much this time, he said in a dangerously low voice. I know I have asked terribly much of you, Severus, but this is my one last great request. Severus said nothing. You will, of course, understand if this is to occur. The Order will no longer trust you. Dumbledore continued as if Severus had agreed to this, but Voldemort will trust you completely. He will protect you. Until I am of no more use to him. You will be headmaster of this school, his connection to Hogwarts. He will do no such thing. In the event that you should ever become obsolete in his eyes, you must go into hiding. You can. No, I will not hide. Severus, please, I would have you safe, Dumbledore pleaded. But you would also have me be your killer. I am not afraid of death. In fact, when the time comes, I may even welcome it. At this, Dumbledore took on a look of extreme sorrow. But I will not hide. I do not wish to die a coward, at least give me that. At least let me retain what dignity I have left. I may not be the noblest man alive, but I have no desire to be your murderer, Albus. The man Severus never thought of as old suddenly looked every year his age and then some. His face was lined with worry and grief, and his now somber eyes were full of worldly wisdom. My dear boy, believe me when I say that the last thing I want to do is place even more burden upon your shoulders. But this is the only way that we can spare Draco from such a horrific experience. He believes he and his family will die at the hands of the most feared wizard alive if he does not succeed. He is not a killer. Neither are you, Severus. However, this will not be a malicious act of violence, but one of sacrifice. You will be saving Draco from a terrible fate. I cannot fight young Draco. His defeat would ensure his death along with his family's. I cannot do that to him. It is my job to protect my students, even if they are affiliated with radical organizations. This was not his choice, even if he pretends to believe otherwise. If Draco succeeds in his mission, he will not have the knowledge that what he has committed is anything other than wanton murder. Severus sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Of course, this all made sense to him. Logically, he should be able to accept that this was the best course of action. Then why did he feel so damn upset about it? He knew, of course, exactly why he was upset. I know, he finally said. But I would have thought that the brilliant Albus Dumbledore could discover a way in which to circumvent this situation. Unfortunately not, my boy. Let us hope it will not come to this, was Dumbledore's solemn response. I will do as you ask, if and when the time comes. But I do not know if I can ever forgive you for this, Severus stated plainly. There was sadness in the old man's eyes, and although Severus knew this was the best option available to them, he could not help but feel a sliver of resentment towards the man he often considered a sagacious, if not officious, mentor. I do not expect nor demand it of you, I deserve no less. I can only hope that you will one day find it in your heart to forgive me, much as I am unworthy of it. But for now, I will just say, thank you, Severus. I am forever in your debt. Which you won't be able to repay if you're not. The headmaster gave him a humorless smile. Well, we'll see when the time comes, if it does indeed come. Severus stood up to leave. Albus rose as well. I know I do not say this enough, although I know you may not especially welcome praise, but I am so very proud of you, Severus. You are a much better man than I. And you underestimate yourself. You are much more noble than you think. Snape didn't know what to say. His first reaction was that Albus was only saying all of this to mollify Severus' anxieties and cajole him into forgiving Dumbledore, but Severus had had more than enough experience as a spy to know that the old wizard was being sincere. He had no idea how Albus could say those things about him, when he had done terrible things in his past. And Albus seemed to be the embodiment of goodness. He was deeply touched, even if he couldn't tell at the moment, as he was more occupied with being angry with the man. But he wasn't used to such praise. On the occasions when Dumbledore had lauded him abundantly, he found himself becoming more awkward than usual. Now was no exception. Dumbledore in his perceptivity seemed to understand this, for he said, that is all, Severus. You may leave. Severus had thought back to this conversation many times since. But the student he was going to discuss with Dumbledore now was a different story entirely. He had arrived at the ugly gargoyle and gave it the absurdly ludicrous password, Fizzing Wisby. Impatient to relate the latest news, Severus ascended the escalating spiral staircase, walking the steps two at a time. Enter, a voice said upon knocking the door. Please sit, said Dumbledore as Snape shut the door behind him. Sherbet Lemo. The old man proffered a bowl. Severus returned a scowl in answer. Honestly, after all of the times he had declined to eat the candies, he'd thought that Dumbledore would quit offering him some. The headmaster shrugged, popped one of the candies into his own mouth and set the bowl aside. Now, Severus, what news? He asked. Severus told Dumbledore of Voldemort's latest, ignoble plan. Once finished, Albus just sat in silence, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Severus abruptly glanced at Dumbledore. You mean not to tell him? Dumbledore sighed and said, You know as well as I that any information given to Harry is accessible to Lord Voldemort. Do you not think he has a right to know what will be happening? What you plan to do? Snape asked, disbelief coloring his face. I have a hard time believing that you actually care for what Harry does or does not deserve. You have never been inclined to do so, it seems, at any rate. In fact, I would even go as far as conjecturing that you go out of your way to be less than accommodating towards Harry. Dumbledore sighed again. I really do wish you would set aside this grudge of yours, Severus. It is not even Harry's to settle. He is not his father, who matured to become a very good and honorable man, I might add. Severus snorted. Harry is much more his mother's son. Severus stiffened at this. He is a remarkable boy. I rather think you two could learn a tremendous amount from each other if you allowed yourselves to reach a point of reconciliation. I have no desire to treat with the boy, Albus. I only wish to guarantee his safety, which I'd rather was not a lost cause. It will not be. Everything will be fine, Severus. Are you certain, Albus? The old man passed a tired hand over his face. In this life, nothing is certain. But I believe this is for the best. And you will explain this all to him. Severus pressed. I do not know why you are so persistent on this matter, responded Dumbledore. I just don't think you should make decisions for someone and leave them in the dark only to be blindsided. He may not appreciate it, Snape said with underlying venom. Dumbledore paused for a moment and looked at Severus with his penetrating gaze. We aren't talking about Harry anymore, are we, Severus? Severus chose to ignore this. There is another matter to discuss, one that I believe to be of utmost importance. Severus, I just It is another of the Dark Lord's plots to further his hold on immortality. One that I am to assist him in, Snape continued, unperturbed. Dumbledore gave him a look that clearly indicated he still wanted to talk about any problems they had between them, but knew not to push Severus, so nodded to signal for him to continue. The Dark Lord has obtained a very old potions formula, and looking at the ingredients, I would say it has something to do with more blood magic. Undoubtedly full of dark magic, as well, Dumbledore mused. But of course, replied Severus. I am not quite sure what this potion will do exactly, but it is one of the most complex potions I have ever seen. He gave me a list of ingredients, he said as he handed the list to Albus. Once I have procured those, he will give me the instructions to concoct the potion. He has given me no timeline. In return, Severus continued, I will be permitted to seek information as needed concerning the procedure and completion of the concoction. At this, Dumbledore looked up sharply. You should fulfill this request as soon as possible, Severus. You will have to complete it in any case. We might as well do it quickly and in a fashion that will minimize the risk it poses to you. Voldemort may be pleased with your speed and place you into his better graces, so to speak, so as to glean as much information as we dare seek. I had the same idea. Very well. Albus looked over the ingredients list once more. Yes, this almost certainly has something to do with blood magic. I'd be astounded if it wasn't. Maybe, yes, possibly that as well, now murmuring to himself. Severus raised his eyebrows as Albus glanced up. No matter, said Dumbledore as if they had both come to the same conclusion. Severus, do what you must do, he said, handing back the list, and inform me once you have managed to acquire the ingredients Voldemort so desires. Yes, Headmaster. Severus turned to leave. Severus. Snape turned around to face the headmaster once again. Is there anything else you wished to discuss? Looking into those penetrating, brilliantly bright blue eyes, he said, "No, Albus. I shall see you tomorrow." "All right then. Until tomorrow," Albus conceded. Severus descended the stairs that led to his quarters. Sweeping past his classroom, he thought with distaste how school would be starting up again soon. Anyone who had known him in long years past would never have predicted him to become a teacher. He actually didn't mind the concept of teaching a class itself, contrary to popular belief. But this was hampered by the fact that the supposed pupils he was obligated to teach were just about as intelligible as the grime on the dungeon walls. There was one student in particular he wasn't looking forward to meeting once again. The very same student he made it his life's mission to protect. It seemed odd, very odd indeed, that this misanthropic man would strive so tirelessly to help what was in his mind, a cheeky adolescent he despised so. But he harbored suppressed thoughts and feelings and a mysterious past that led to this situation. His reason was ludicrously simple and rather prosaic, but was nevertheless authentic and proved to be unwaveringly sustaining for Severus. Likewise, his singular goal was also strikingly simple. He never contemplated what he would do after his mission was completed, after the war. What he had confided in Dumbledore was the truth. Severus did not expect to survive the war. So what use was there in planning beyond what may never be a possibility? And if he truly searched his feelings, he would understand that he would be quite nervous of the answer. For what would he do after the war, when the one thing he was trying to accomplish was finally over? What would he have to look forward to? Being a spy was not especially enjoyable, but it gave him purpose, gave him a feeling of fulfillment. Whether or not he lived was completely irrelevant. As long as he achieved what he set out to do, if death was the price to pay, well, then that was fine with Severus. He went into the washroom in his quarters to wash his hands, something he felt prompted to do after meetings with the Dark Lord and his cronies. He looked up into the mirror above the hand basin. He knew he was never particularly attractive. Nevertheless, he was slightly disturbed to see how old he looked. He looked at least 10 years older than he really was. He was technically still a young man, but he didn't feel like it. He felt even older than he looked. His forehead was decorated with permanent lines of worry. Around his temple, he could see strands of gray starting to emerge. His pallid skin made him look almost sickly. He sighed. He couldn't even remember the last time he felt young and carefree. Well, he could, but such thoughts only brought about more pain. And even then, he had had his troubles. At least with Voldemort, all you felt was the physical pain. But looking back on his days of so-called innocence, it was like looking through a glass ceiling, or as if in a dream. There, but unattainable. Because the feeling was too unfamiliar, beyond all recall. If he tried to truly remember, it was like grasping at smoke. Vague shapes disappearing into nothingness until he could remember no more. Deciding to attempt to put an end to these melancholy thoughts, he moved away from the mirror and instead entered the living area. He walked over to the cabinets and grabbed the bottle of fire whiskey. Just a couple of glasses to numb his thoughts, he reasoned. He started to open the bottle, but then paused, and set it back down. He did not want to make this a habitual routine, like his father. If he drank every time he was feeling strained, he would be a bona fide alcoholic. He instead went about making himself a cup of coffee, another mannerism he had learned from his despised father, although this custom wasn't as unhealthy and Severus didn't do it often. Unlike the majority of people, he took his without caffeine, as he knew it could be an addictive drug. He sat in silence. Varying thoughts swirled in his mind. How would things go tomorrow? What Voldemort was planning, if, in the end, he would have to slay the only man who truly trusted him, the only person who had an inkling of who he was. Severus was a man who preferred to keep to himself, to be alone. But at times like these, whether he was aware of it or not, he wished it were not so. He pondered this and many other thoughts. They drifted into the night in silence, never to be heard. Back from Diagon Alley, back at Privet Drive number 4, Harry was thinking hard about what Malfoy could possibly be up to. So far, he had come up with nothing. Ron wasn't taking this seriously and Hermione wasn't convinced enough to delve deeper and solve this puzzle. Well, then Harry would just have to figure it out on his own. He knew it had to be something to do with the Death Eaters, it just had to. Why else would Malfoy have acted the way he did at Madame Malkin's? It was only when she approached his left forearm, precisely where the dark mark was always branded. He definitely showed something to Burke, or whatever his name was, at the store, something that was enough to scare him into doing everything Malfoy demanded. And this man frequently dealt with and associated himself with the sort of people who shop at Nocturne Alley. It had to be something that Voldemort would find valuable, but what? He obviously didn't want Malfoy to kill Harry, he wanted to do that himself. And if that was what he truly wanted, then there was no need to recruit Malfoy. Voldemort would have enlisted Snape to do it. Harry still wasn't certain of Snape's loyalty, but that mystery was for another time. Harry knew Voldemort had an interest in Hogwarts, but what would he want? Harry had once again resumed his relentless pacing. He was astonished he hadn't burned a track in the carpet, trying to piece together all the information that might help buoy his case against Malfoy. He had one more day until Dumbledore would come to pick him up. And then I can be free of this place until next summer, he thought. That night and most of the next day, he tried to solve the mystery surrounding Malfoy, but to no avail. At any rate, he wasn't going to be able to do anything about it right now. He made a mental note to himself to track any suspicious behavior from Malfoy. It was now past dinner time and Harry had only to wait a few more hours before Dumbledore arrived. To pass the time he packed, double-checked and repacked all of his belongings. Once that was done he was still left with a lot of time, having few possessions to take with him. Frustration with his lack of progress on the quandary that was Draco Malfoy only added to his unease. He had just learned from a letter from Ron and Hermione that there had been another mass breakout from Azkaban. But it was not publicly announced. It seemed the new Minister of Magic, Scrimgeour, did not want to admit that this breakout had happened under his watch, nor how powerful Voldemort was becoming. Great, Harry thought, we go from fudge to this guy. This was possibly why he had felt Voldemort's emotions earlier, but it didn't feel right to Harry. This was inevitable because he had control of the Dementors. The Dementors had been banished by Scrimgeour, but they rebelled and wouldn't leave the vicinity immediately upon request. The Aurors tried to fight them out, but it took longer than expected. This breakout had been the Dementor's last parting gift. He looked at the clock, it was 8:31. He sighed. Now what should he do? He had exhausted his brain in trying to solve the mystery surrounding Malfoy as well as doing schoolwork. He also felt no desire to chat with his relatives, although Dudley hadn't been too bad as of late. Harry had begun to wonder what brought about this sudden change, but hadn't spared it much thought, and he was all thought out at the moment. Well, if he couldn't solve the Malfoy puzzle, then maybe he could figure out what was up with Dudley. He walked to the bathroom as a pretext to sneak a peek into Dudley's room, which was across from his own. The bathroom was next to Dudley's bedroom. Dudley was currently sitting at his desk on his computer. Then, Harry decided to adopt a more bold approach. He went over and stood in the doorway of his cousin's bedroom until he got a response. When Dudley noticed, he looked up, appearing utterly perplexed. After a while, when it was clear that Harry wasn't going to initiate conversation, Dudley asked, "Is there something you wanted?" Harry was flabbergasted in his own right. He was sure that practically intruding Dudley's bedroom would be enough to get his cousin angry enough to drop the strange act he'd been assuming as of late. Frustrated that he was getting nowhere, he finally gave up on acting with subtlety and got straight to the point, saying, "All right, Dudley. What's going on? What is it you think you're playing at? What do you mean? You know exactly what I mean. You've been acting strangely lately, and I want to know why, so, spit it out." Dudley continued to say nothing and look decidedly anywhere but directly at Harry, as if he didn't have any clue his cousin was even there. Impatient, Harry decided he would force it out of his cousin if he had to. "Come on, Dudley. You've bullied me all our lives, and suddenly it's like we're buddy-buddy watching Star Wars. What's going on? What exactly do you think you're? Why'd you save me?" Dudley blurted out suddenly. "What?" Harry was taken aback. "Last summer, you saved me from those dementoid things." "Why?" he asked, finally looking at Harry. It took Harry a moment to register what was being said. Was this the reason for the sudden change? "Dudley, the Dementors remove your soul," Harry explained, pausing to allow the gravity of these words to sink in. If they get close enough, if they overcome you, you'll be nothing. You'd live, you'd function, but you wouldn't even be you anymore. You couldn't feel anything. Not happiness, not love, not a single human emotion. That feeling the Dementors give you, it'd be like that for the rest of your life, except you wouldn't even care. It'd be hollow and empty. You would be empty. You'd be better off dead. Harry might not like his cousin, but to just stand by and let what he just described to become Dudley's fate would be wrong and maliciously cruel. It was exactly the sort of thing the Death Eaters would do. But why did you save me? Dudley repeated. Dudley, it's something you would never wish on anyone, something that no one. Well, alright, something a couple of people might, but almost nobody, deserves. Anyone who was halfway decent would have saved you, Harry tried to rationalize, if not somewhat impatiently. But Dudley looked skeptical. I'm not so sure, he mused. I would think that most people in your place, especially with how I treated you, wouldn't jump to save me. I'd think that most people just wouldn't care or think that I had it coming to me, that I got as good as I gave. I think most people would think I would have deserved it. Well, Harry hesitated, maybe some people, but I think most would have saved you, too. Maybe you just don't understand, but in the wizarding world, that's one of the worst things that can happen to you. There was another awkward pause, and when Dudley didn't say anything, Harry pressed him again. Is that why you've been backing off of me lately? Because I drove the Dementors away from you. Another pause. Finally, Dudley started talking. I'm not sure. I think that's definitely part of it. I wanted to ask you yesterday, but I wasn't sure what to say to you, so I just ended up doing what I've always done. It's like, all my life I've been told that you were a bad influence. That being what you are, using magic and stuff, was a really peculiar and terrible thing. When I was younger, I didn't know why it was so bad, but I believed them. As I got older, it was just a habit. It was always that way, so why should I feel any differently? But then that happened. I just didn't understand how you could be a worthless piece of junk like Mum and Dad always tell me, but at the same time, save my life. How could all magic be bad if you saved me with it? If you were such a bad person, why would you save me, even when I was always nasty to you, even when I probably wouldn't have done the same thing for you? The guilt was apparent in his voice. You don't know that for sure, Dudley, said Harry, who felt oddly like defending Dudley. Yeah, but I wouldn't have done it like you. It was like it was no big deal for you. Like you wouldn't have even thought of doing anything else, countered Dudley. I've already told you, I wouldn't wish that on almost anyone. You may have treated me poorly when we were younger, but there are people who have done much worse than you have to me. Dudley raised a disbelieving eyebrow at this. Trust me, Dudley, said Harry, there are people that have done things that would make what you did look saintly by comparison, he said truthfully. Like what? Harry snorted humorlessly, that would require a really long story. But you can trust me on that one. Yeah, but even so, I still don't understand why you helped me when all I did was. Look, Dudley, I'm not even sure exactly why I saved you. I just did. And I know I wouldn't leave someone to live like that, not even you, not even some of those people who are worse to me than you were. And it was true. Harry wouldn't even let that happen to Malfoy. I guess the simple answer is that it was just the right thing to do, Harry tried to explain. But people don't always do the right thing, Dudley pointed out. Harry didn't have an answer to that. Well, thanks, anyways, Dudley murmured so quietly Harry wasn't sure he had heard him at first. But if the look of mild embarrassment on his cousin's face was anything to go by, he was sure he had heard his cousin correctly. After, yet again, another uncomfortable silence, Harry asked, So, what now? What do you mean? Questioned Dudley. Harry wasn't exactly sure how to put what he was thinking into words and he asked more to end the awkward silence, but Dudley saved him from having to explain himself, by inquiring, So are we good? Harry thought about it for a second and answered, Yeah, we're good. But why? Harry could see that this was becoming his cousin's favorite question today. He gave Dudley a questioning look. You're going to forgive me, just like that? While Dudley had been cruel to him growing up, He clearly felt remorse for doing so and was obviously grateful for Harry's actions last summer. And Harry knew that Dudley's behavior hadn't been his fault as much as his parents'. And though Dudley did not hold back when bullying Harry, as he became older, this too came to an end. How else could Dudley have reacted? His parents had forced him to believe that Harry deserved to be treated the way he was. And their refusal to say no to their son hadn't done him any favors, either. Harry told Dudley as much. It's not really your fault. At least most of it isn't. You grew up believing I was some sort of freak because that's what your parents taught you to do. I bet if they didn't do that, we'd be on better terms. I know that most of the blame lies with them. While dealing with you was no walk in the park, it's obvious you've changed your mind about some things, and you act that way, too. I guess since you no longer think I'm scum like your parents, and now that you've realized that they were wrong, there's no sense in me still being angry at you. Dudley nodded his head. Maybe we can start over? He asked. That sounds good, answered Harry. He held out his hand, which Dudley shook as if they had reached some sort of agreement. I'm sorry, Dudley said quietly, for all that stuff I did to you when we were younger. Harry was, if at all possible, even more astounded. He didn't know what to say, so he just nodded his understanding. He turned to leave, but before he could, Dudley meekly asked, Hey, Harry. Harry turned around. Yes. Do you think sometime you could tell about your world? I've always been curious. Harry raised his eyebrows in surprise. This was not what he had been expecting. He still had a couple hours until Dumbledore arrived, so he simply said, What do you want to know? It was extremely bizarre and surreal, sitting there talking to Dudley about the wizarding world, but also surprisingly enjoyable. Harry had never known his previously despised cousin to be a good listener, but during his narration, Dudley's eyes were focused with rapt attention. He spoke of Hogwarts, the castle, its secret passageways and moving staircases. He told of the animated portraits and Peeves the poltergeist, his classes and the decadent meals. He talked about Hogsmeade and Butterbeer and the many shops inside the village. And Quidditch. This seemed to intrigue Dudley, and he and his cousin got into an intense yet affable debate regarding what Dudley seemed to think was a lack of necessity for athletic ability and inequality of the positions of the players in the wizarding sport. Harry avoided any mention of the war and his encounters with Voldemort. But eventually, Dudley asked about it, which was not entirely unexpected seeing as how Harry had all but exploded about it the other day. He politely declined to speak of it. Maybe another time, he said. Dudley nodded his consent. Oh, Harry hadn't realized how much time that had taken. It's almost 11. Dumbledore should be here soon. At the puzzled look on Dudley's face, Harry explained, He's coming to pick me up. I'm going to help him with something, and then he's going to take me to the Weasleys. Have you told my parents? Dudley must have guessed the answer from Harry's face, for he said, Oh, boy. That's gonna go over well, stating the obvious. Harry gave him a mildly reproving look for the comment when the doorbell rang. Dudley and Harry glanced at each other and quickly made their way downstairs. Who in the blazes is calling at this hour of the night? He could hear his Uncle Vernon shouting. Harry opened the door, Dudley standing just behind him. Good evening, Harry, smiled Dumbledore, dressed in his traveling cloak and pointed wizard's hat. Looking over, he saw Dudley saying, Ah, and you must be Harry's cousin, Dudley. Dudley nodded mutely. By now, Uncle Vernon had arrived at the door, eyeing Dumbledore with unadulterated shock and horror. Judging by your look of stunned disbelief, I assume Harry did not warn you I was arriving, the old wizard said pleasantly. However, let us suppose that you have invited me warmly into your house. It is unwise to linger over long on doorsteps in these troubled times. And with that, he stepped smartly over the threshold and closed the door behind him with a snap. It has been a long time since my last visit, said Dumbledore, peering graciously down his crooked nose, through his half-moon spectacles. I must say, your agapanthuses are flourishing. At the moment, Uncle Vernon said nothing. He seemed to be completely robbed of speech. It might have been the blatant wizardishness of Dumbledore's appearance, but it also might have been that even Vernon could sense that this was not a man who could be intimidated. Well, Harry, Dumbledore started. But Vernon seemed to have regained his speech. I don't mean to be rude, he began, threatening rudeness with every syllable. Yet, sadly, inadvertent rudeness occurs alarmingly often, I'm afraid, Dumbledore finished the sentence gravely. Best not to say anything at all, my dear man. Ah, and this must be Petunia. The kitchen door had opened, and there stood Harry's aunt, her face conveying nothing but shock. Albus Dumbledore, said Dumbledore, when Uncle Vernon failed to effect an introduction. We have corresponded, of course. Harry thought that this an odd way of reminding Aunt Petunia that he had once sent her an exploding letter, but Aunt Petunia did not object to this. Dumbledore waited a moment or two, apparently to see whether any of the Dursleys were going to say anything, but as the silence stretched on he smiled and said, "Shall we assume then, that you have invited me into your sitting room?" Harry followed Dumbledore into the living room, where he had settled himself in the armchair nearest the fire and was taking in the surroundings with an expression of benign interest. He looked extraordinarily out of place. Aren't we leaving, sir?" Harry asked anxiously. "Yes, indeed we are, but there are a few matters we need to discuss first," said Dumbledore. "And I would prefer not to do so in the open. We shall trespass upon your aunt and uncle's hospitality only a little longer." "You will you?" Vernon Dursley had entered the room, Petunia at his shoulder. Dudley also entered the room, standing off to the side. "Yes," said Dumbledore simply, "I shall." He drew his wand so quickly that Harry barely saw it. With a casual flick, the sofa zoomed forward and knocked the knees out from under his aunt and uncle so that they collapsed upon it in a heap. Another flick of the wand and the sofa zoomed back to its original position. "We may as well be comfortable," said Dumbledore pleasantly. "Please, sit down." Harry took the remaining armchair, choosing not to look at the Dursleys, who seemed stunned into silence. Dudley, sensing that this would take some time, sat on the sofa next to his parents. "I would normally assume that you were going to offer me refreshment," Dumbledore said to Uncle Vernon, "but the evidence so far suggests that that would be optimistic to the point of foolishness." A third twitch of the wand, and a dusty bottle and 5 glasses appeared in midair. The bottle tipped and poured a generous measure of honey-colored liquid into each of the glasses, which then floated to each person in the room. "Madame Rosmerta's finest oak matured mead," said Dumbledore, raising his glass to Harry, who caught hold of his own and sipped. He had never tasted anything like it before, but enjoyed it immensely. Dudley had reached out to his glass, but his mother screeched, "Dudley, don't. You don't know what's in there." Dudley rolled his eyes at this but did not drink as she requested and held the glass instead. The other 2 Dursleys shared frightened looks, then tried to ignore their proffered beverages, a difficult feat, as the glasses were now nudging them gently on the sides of their heads. Harry could not suppress the suspicion that Dumbledore was rather enjoying himself. "Well, Harry," said Dumbledore, turning toward him, "a difficulty has arisen which I hope you will be able to solve for us. By us, I mean the Order of the Phoenix. You know, of course, that Sirius left everything he owned to you in his will." Over on the sofa, Uncle Vernon's head turned, but Harry did not look at him. He simply nodded in the affirmative. This was not something he wanted to discuss in front of the Dursleys. In fact, this wasn't something he really wanted to talk about at all. "This is, in the main, fairly straightforward," Dumbledore went on. "You add a reasonable amount of gold to your account at Gringotts, and you inherit all of Sirius's personal possessions. The slightly problematic part of the legacy. His godfather's dead?" asked Uncle Vernon loudly, if not insensitively, from the sofa. His eyes had become significantly larger at the mention of gold. Dumbledore and Harry both turned to look at him. The glass of mead was now knocking quite insistently on the side of Vernon's head, which he attempted to beat away. "He's dead, his godfather." "Yes," replied Dumbledore. He did not ask Harry why he had not confided in the Dursleys. "Our problem," he continued to Harry, as if there had been no interruption, "is that Sirius also left you number 12, Grimmauld Place." "He's been left a house," said Uncle Vernon greedily, his small eyes narrowing, but nobody answered him. "I know. You can keep using it as headquarters," said Harry. "I don't care. You can have it. I don't really want it. You can put it to better use than I ever could." Harry had no desire to again set foot in number 12, Grimmauld Place if he could help it. he would only be haunted by the memory of Sirius meandering in its dark and depressing confines in solitude, imprisoned within the place he had wanted so desperately to escape. That is generous, said Dumbledore. We have, however, vacated the building for the moment. Why? Was there a problem? Asked Harry. Well, said Dumbledore, ignoring the mutterings of Uncle Vernon, who was now being rapped vigorously over the head by the persistent glass of mead. Black family tradition decreed that the house be handed down a direct line to the next male with the name of Black. Sirius was the very last of the line, as his older brother, Regulus, predeceased him, and both were childless. 1. While his will makes it perfectly plain that he wants you to have the house, it is nevertheless possible that some spell or enchantment has been set upon the dwelling to ensure that it cannot be owned by anyone other than a pureblood. The vivid image of the shrieking, hissing portrait of Sirius's mother that hung in the hall of Grimmauld Place suddenly flashed into Harry's mind. That wouldn't surprise me at all, he agreed. No, it would not be surprising to me, either, said Dumbledore. And if such an enchantment exists, then the ownership of the house is most likely to pass to the eldest of Sirius's living relatives, which would mean his cousin, Bellatrix Lestrange. Without realizing what he was doing, Harry sprang to his feet. No, he said. Well, obviously we would prefer that she didn't get it either, said Dumbledore calmly. The situation is fraught with complications. We do not know whether the enchantments we have placed upon it, such as rendering it unplottable, will hold now that ownership has passed from Sirius's hands. It might be that Bellatrix will arrive on the doorstep at any moment. Naturally, we had to move out until such time as we have clarified this dilemma. How do we do that? Fortunately, said Dumbledore, there is a simple test. He placed his empty glass on a small table beside his chair, but before he could do anything else, Uncle Vernon cried, "Will you get these ruddy things off us?" Harry looked around. Vernon and Petunia were cowering with their arms over their heads as their glasses bounced up and down on their skulls, their contents flying everywhere. Oh, I'm so sorry, said Dumbledore politely, not looking sorry at all, but raised his wand again, making all 3 glasses vanish. But it would have been better manners to drink it, you know. It looked as though Uncle Vernon was bursting with any number of colorful retorts regarding exactly where Dumbledore could shove his manners, but he merely shrank back into the cushions with Petunia. Dudley and said nothing and seemed merely curious. You see, Dumbledore said, turning back to Harry and again speaking as though Uncle Vernon had never uttered so much as a word, if you have indeed inherited the house, you have also inherited. He flicked his wand for a 5th time. There was a loud crack, and a very ugly and miserable-looking house elf covered in grimy rags appeared, crouching on the Dursleys' previously flawlessly cleaned carpet. Aunt Petunia let out a frightening shriek, for nothing this filthy had entered her house in living memory. Dudley looked at the creature with curious, albeit revolted eyes, and Uncle Vernon bellowed, "What the ruddy hell is that?" "Creature," finished Dumbledore. "Creature won't. Creature won't. Creature won't," croaked the house elf, quite as loudly as Uncle Vernon, stamping his long, gnarled feet and pulling his ears. "Creature belongs to Miss Bellatrix. Oh yes, creature belongs to the Blacks. Creature wants his new mistress. Creature won't go to the Potter brat. Creature won't. As you can see, Harry, said Dumbledore loudly, over creature's continued ns of won't. Creature is showing a certain reluctance to pass into your ownership. I don't care, said Harry again, looking with disgust at the writhing, stomping house elf. I don't want him. Won't. You would prefer him to pass into the ownership of Bellatrix Lestrange. Bearing in mind that he has lived at the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix for the past year. Won't. Harry stared at Dumbledore. He knew that creature could not be permitted to go and live with Bellatrix Lestrange, but the idea of owning him, of having responsibility for the creature that had betrayed Sirius, was repugnant. Give him an order, declared Dumbledore. If he has passed into your ownership, he will have to obey. If not, then we shall have to think of some other means of keeping him from his rightful mistress. Won't. Creature's voice had risen to a scream. Harry could think of nothing to say, except, Creature, shut up. It looked for a moment as though Creature was going to choke. He grabbed his throat, his mouth still working furiously, his eyes bulging. After a few seconds of frantic gulping, he threw himself face forward onto the carpet. Aunt Petunia whimpered, and beat the floor with his hands and feet, giving himself over to a violent, but entirely silent, tantrum. Well, that simplifies matters significantly, said Dumbledore cheerfully. It seems that Sirius knew what he was doing. You are the rightful owner of number 12, Grimmauld Place, and of Creature. I don't have to keep him with me, do I? Harry asked, aghast, as Creature thrashed around at his feet. Not if you do not want to, said Dumbledore. If I might make a suggestion, you could send him to Hogwarts to work in the kitchen there. That would allow the other house elves to keep an eye on him. Yeah, said Harry in relief. Yeah, I'll do that. Creature. I want you to go to Hogwarts and work in the kitchens there with the other house elves. Creature, who was now lying flat on his back with his arms and legs in the air, gave Harry one upside-down look of deepest loathing and, with another loud crack, vanished. Excellent, said Dumbledore. There is also the matter of the hippogriff, Buckbeak. Hagrid has been looking after him this summer, but Buckbeak is yours now, so if you would prefer to make different arrangements. No, said Harry at once, he can stay with Hagrid. I think Buckbeak would prefer that. Hagrid will be delighted, said Dumbledore, smiling. He was thrilled to see Buckbeak again, too. Now, Harry, it is almost time, if you want to get your things. With his school trunk and Hedwig's cage in hand, he made his way back downstairs. He was disheartened to discover that Dumbledore was not waiting in the hall, which meant that he had to return to the living room. Nobody was talking. Dumbledore was humming quietly, apparently quite at his ease, but the atmosphere was thick with tension, and Harry did not dare look at the Dursleys as he said, I'm ready, Professor. Good, said Dumbledore. Just one last thing, then. He turned to speak to the Dursleys once more. As you will no doubt be aware, Harry comes of age in a year's time. No, said Aunt Petunia, addressing him for the first time since Dumbledore's arrival. I'm sorry, inquired Dumbledore politely. No, he doesn't. He's a month younger than Dudley, and Dudders doesn't turn 18 until the year after next. Ah, said Dumbledore pleasantly, but in the wizarding world, we come of age at 17. At this, Uncle Vernon muttered, preposterous, but Dumbledore yet again ignored him. Now, as you already know, the wizard called Lord Voldemort has returned to this country. The wizarding community is currently in a state of open warfare. Harry, whom Lord Voldemort has already attempted to kill on a number of occasions, is in even greater danger now than the day when I left him upon your doorstep 15 years ago, with a letter explaining his parents' murder and expressing the hope that you would care for him as though he were your own. Dumbledore paused, and although his voice remained light and calm and conveyed no obvious sign of anger, Harry felt a kind of chill emanating from him and noticed that the Dursleys drew slightly closer together. You did not do as I asked. You have never treated Harry as a son. He has known nothing but neglect and often cruelty at your hands. The best that can be said is that he has at least escaped the appalling damage you have inflicted upon the unfortunate boy sitting next to you. Both Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon looked around instinctively, as though expecting to see someone other than Dudley on the couch. Although, Dumbledore continued, it seems that he has at least been able to recognize reason despite your misguidance. Mistreat Dudley. What do you? Began Uncle Vernon furiously, but Dumbledore raised his ringer for silence, a silence which fell as though he had struck Uncle Vernon dumb. The magic I evoked 15 years ago means that Harry has powerful protection while he can still call this house home. However miserable he has been here, however unwelcome, however badly treated, you have at least, grudgingly, allowed him houseroom. This magic will cease to operate the moment that Harry turns 17, in other words, at the moment he becomes a man. I ask only this, that you allow Harry to return, once more, to this house, before his 17th birthday, which will ensure that the protection continues until that time. None of the Dursleys said anything. Dudley was frowning slightly, seeming to reflect upon Dumbledore's words. Uncle Vernon looked as though he had something stuck in his throat. Aunt Petunia, however, was oddly flushed. Well, Harry, it is finally time for us to be off, said Dumbledore at last, standing up and straightening his cloak. Until we meet again, he said to the Dursleys, who looked as though that moment could wait forever as far as they were concerned. Only Dudley looked undaunted. And after doffing his hat, Dumbledore swept from the room. "Bye," said Harry hastily to the Dursleys. Dudley gave a slight nod of the head, and followed Dumbledore, who paused beside Harry's trunk, upon which Hedwig's cage was perched. "We do not want to be encumbered by these just now," he said, pulling out his wand again. "However, I would like you to bring your invisibility cloak, just in case." Once Harry had extracted his cloak and folded it into his jacket pocket, Dumbledore waved his wand and the trunk and cage shrunk considerably until he could fit it easily inside of his pocket. "Of course, I will return these to their original size once we reach the burrow," he said. But Harry was more captivated by the spell work than worried that his belongings would remain miniature-sized forevermore. Dumbledore then waved his wand once more, and the front door opened onto cool, misty darkness. "And now, Harry, let us step out into the night and pursue that flighty temptress, adventure." Starting to walk down the driveway of the Dursleys, Dumbledore said, "I wish you to keep your invisibility cloak with you at all times from this moment onward. Even within Hogwarts itself. Just in case. You understand me?" Harry nodded. "And keep your wand at the ready, Harry," he said brightly. "But I thought I'm not allowed to use magic outside school, sir." "If there is an attack," said Dumbledore, "I give you permission to use any counterjinx or curse that might occur to you. However, I do not think you need worry about being attacked tonight." "Why not, sir? You are with me," said Dumbledore simply. Despite the fact that he had spent the past few days hoping desperately that Dumbledore would indeed come to fetch him, Harry felt distinctly awkward as they set off down Privet Drive together. He had never had a proper conversation or casual encounter with the headmaster outside of Hogwarts before. There was usually a desk between them. Additionally, the memory of their last face-to-face encounter rather heightened Harry's sense of embarrassment. He had shouted a lot on that occasion, not to mention done his best to demolish several of Dumbledore's most prized possessions. And then the letter. The letter Dumbledore had written reassuring Harry and telling him he was proud of him. Dumbledore, however, seemed completely at ease. But Harry felt he had to say something before his own unease overwhelmed him. "Sir," he began. Dumbledore stopped and turned to look at him, giving Harry his undivided attention. "I just wanted to thank you for the letter, and I also wanted to apologize for what happened last. There is no need to trouble yourself over that occasion. It is quite all right, Harry. There is nothing to forgive," replied Dumbledore magnanimously. "But the way you reacted is quite understandable. I would have been more worried had you not reacted that way. Sirius meant a great deal to you. This, I know." Harry nodded his appreciation and tried to swallow past the lump that seemed to have grown in his throat. "I hope you will forgive me for mentioning it, Harry, but I am pleased and a little proud at how well you seem to be coping after everything that happened at the ministry." He paused slightly and said, "Permit me to say that I think Sirius would have been proud of you." Harry swallowed again, working his jaw. His voice seemed to have deserted him. Sirius was still a topic that was difficult for him to discuss. "It was cruel," continued Dumbledore softly, "that you and Sirius had such a short time together. A tough ending to what should have been a long and happy relationship." Harry nodded, his eyes fixed resolutely on a crack in the sidewalk. He could tell that Dumbledore understood, and maybe even suspected that Harry had spent nearly all his time at the Dursleys, lying on his bed, refusing meals, and staring at the misted window, full of the chill emptiness that he had come to associate with Dementors. "It's just hard," Harry said finally, in a low voice, "to realize I won't ever see him again, that he'll never write to me again." His eyes burned suddenly and he blinked. He felt a little foolish for admitting it, but the fact that he had had someone outside Hogwarts who cared what happened to him, almost like a parent, had been one of the best things about discovering his godfather, and now, the post owls would never bring him that comfort again. Dumbledore looked at him sympathetically, as though wishing he could reverse what had happened and prevent Harry's pain, almost as though he also knew from personal experience exactly how Harry felt. Harry suddenly realized how little he really knew about the man beside him, and wondered what could have happened to Dumbledore to give him this understanding. "Sirius represented much to you that you had never known before," said Dumbledore gently. "Naturally, the loss is devastating. But while I was at the Dursleys," Harry said suddenly, his voice growing stronger. I realized I can't just shut myself away or fall apart. Sirius wouldn't have wanted that, he said solemnly. With the times we're living in, anything can happen. I see in the newspapers, all of those people who have died. It could be anyone next. And if it's me, he said fiercely, now looking straight into Dumbledore's blue eyes gleaming in the wandlight, I'll make sure I take as many Death Eaters with me as I can, and Voldemort too if I can manage it. He didn't know why, but he felt the need to let Dumbledore know how much he wanted to dismantle the regime responsible for all those deaths, and the darkness that now consumed wizarding society. Spoken both like your mother and father's son and Sirius's true godson, said Dumbledore spiritedly, with an approving pat on Harry's back. And now, Harry, on a closely related subject, I gather that you have been perusing the Daily Prophet over the last 2 weeks. Yes, said Harry, and his heart beat a little faster. I was going to speak of this to you later, but now is as good a time as any. But perhaps we should find a more suitable location that is more guarded. After they found a bench, sheltered by the cover of the trees, and after Dumbledore whispered some kind of spell, Harry guessed to prevent anyone from eavesdropping, he continued. You will have seen that there have been not so much leaks as floods concerning your adventure in the Hall of Prophecy. Yes, said Harry again. And now everyone knows that I'm the one. No, they do not, interrupted Dumbledore firmly. There are only 2 people in the universe who know the full contents of the prophecy made about you and Lord Voldemort, and they are both sitting on this bench. It is true, however, that many have speculated, correctly, that Voldemort sent his Death Eaters to steal a prophecy, and that the prophecy concerned you. And while many have guessed the truth, they have no way of knowing with any amount of certainty. Now, I think I am correct in saying that you have not told anybody that you know what the prophecy said. No, I mean, yes, you're correct, stammered Harry. A wise decision, on the whole, said Dumbledore. Although I think you ought to relax it in favor of your friends, Mr. Ronald Weasley and Miss Hermione Granger. Yes, he continued, when Harry looked startled, I think they ought to know. You do them a disservice by not confiding something this important to them. I didn't want to worry or frighten them, completed Dumbledore, surveying Harry over the top of his half-moon spectacles. Or perhaps, to confess that you yourself are worried and frightened. You need your friends, Harry. As you so rightly said, Sirius would not have wanted you to shut yourself away. Harry said nothing, but Dumbledore did not seem to require an answer. He continued, on a different, though related, subject, it is my wish that you take private lessons with me this year. Private? With you? Queried Harry, surprised out of his preoccupied silence. Yes, I think it is time that I took a greater hand in your education, explained Dumbledore. What will you be teaching me, sir? Asked Harry. Dumbledore slowed his pace slightly and studied Harry over the top of his spectacles once more. After a moment of silence in which Harry waited anxiously, he finally said in a low voice, it has to do with Lord Voldemort. More on this, I will not say now. We must be on watch for unfriendly ears. And it will take some time to explain. Harry nodded, accepting his explanation. Besides, his answer had been enough for Harry. This reminded Harry of something that he now realized was pestering him. If I'm having lessons with you, I won't have to do occlumency lessons with Snape, will I? Professor Snape. Harry, and no, you will not. Good. Harry sighed in relief, because they were he stopped short, careful not to say what he really thought. I think the word fiasco would be a suitable word, said Dumbledore, nodding. Harry laughed. Well, that means I won't see much of Professor Snape from now on, he said, because he won't let me carry on potions unless I get an outstanding on my OWL, which I know I haven't. Don't count your owls before they are delivered, said Dumbledore gravely. Which, now that I think of it, ought to be sometime tomorrow. His results would come tomorrow. It made him slightly nervous, but he knew it was nothing compared to Hermione, even though she had nothing to worry about. Honestly, for being so smart you'd think she'd know that she'd most likely aced everything. So tell me, Harry, said Dumbledore, changing the topic. About your scar. Harry raised a hand unconsciously to his forehead and rubbed the lightning-shaped mark. What has it been doing? Before the presumed vision, And afterwards, when you felt Voldemort's emotions through your link. Well, before my scar wasn't hurting at all. Which I thought was odd. I thought it would have been burning constantly with Voldemort gaining more power day by day. I, on the other hand, thought otherwise, said Dumbledore, looking satisfied. Lord Voldemort has finally realized the dangerous access to his thoughts and feelings you have been enjoying. It appears that he is now employing occlumency against you. Well, I'm not complaining, said Harry, who missed neither the disturbing dreams nor the startling flashes of insight into Voldemort's mind. But then yesterday, I felt. Voldemort seemed ecstatic, Harry contemplated, looking anxiously up at Dumbledore. Yes, it seems most strange. My guess is that he, in his delight, forgot to block out his emotions through the connection you share. But do you have any idea what it might mean? It wouldn't really be the breakout, would it? Asked Harry. Dumbledore stopped abruptly. Harry followed suit. The old wizard looked at Harry searchingly. I hope you can trust me, Harry, he said solemnly. Of course, I do, replied Harry, wondering why Dumbledore thought he wouldn't trust him. I do believe I know the reason why Voldemort seemed so content yesterday. Really? Why? Harry asked eagerly. This is where I must ask you to trust me, Harry. I believe it is best not to disclose this information to you as of yet. Oh, Harry responded somewhat dejectedly this time. I say this not because I do not believe I can trust you with this information, but I believe that if I tell you, your knowing may place another member of the Order in danger. How? Asked Harry, then realized that Dumbledore most likely could not tell him that either. Well, if you think it will put someone at risk, then you shouldn't tell me. I don't want to place someone in danger just because I wanted to satisfy my curiosity. Dumbledore's eyes took on a remorseful, almost pained look. It is not just that, Harry. This matter will directly affect you. You have a right to know. And indeed, if you want to know, Harry, I do not blame you, particularly seeing as how I kept you in the dark last year. Harry opened his mouth to object, but Dumbledore continued, I will tell you, if only you promise to not act on what I tell you. Harry contemplated this. He hated being left in the dark, but if Dumbledore told him, he might not have the restraint to do as Dumbledore asked and not act on this knowledge, depending on what the situation was. And if his actions placed another in danger, he thought back to his reckless attempt to save Sirius from what he thought he had learned from his visions, and how his plan completely backfired. Even after Hermione and Snape tried to warn him. No, Harry said resolutely. If you think it will put somebody in danger, especially someone in the Order, I don't need to know. You will know soon enough, Harry. I only hope you will be able to forgive me, said Dumbledore, his eyes almost pleading. Harry stared at Dumbledore. What could he possibly know that would cause Harry to become so at odds with the man? Maybe it was best he didn't know. Harry wasn't going to be selfish and place another's life in danger. I trust you, sir. I'm sure everything will be fine. Instead of reassuring the old wizard, these words seemed to sober him even more, but he said nothing. Do you think it has anything to do with my vision? Said Harry, trying to dispel the feeling of uneasiness. You still do not remember anything of it? Asked Dumbledore. Harry shook his head. Then it is difficult to say. However, the time of incidents makes it likely that they are related. In time, your memory may be triggered by some catalyst, causing you to remember the vision. But until then, do not concern yourself overly much with the issue. Harry nodded his understanding. Yes, sir. And now, said Dumbledore standing, I believe here will do. You have not, of course, passed your apparition test, the conversation taking on a lighter tone. No, sir, said Harry, also standing, but I went with Mr. Weasley to Diagon Alley. I see, Dumbledore said, so you will know what to expect. Harry nodded. It seemed he would be apparating more than once, today. Dumbledore smiled. Then let us be off, he said, offering his arm to Harry. With only a little apprehension, Harry took it. Again he found himself in the midst of the feeling of immense pressure. And again, he found himself in another place entirely before he knew it. He opened and blinked his slightly watering eyes. Are you all right? Asked Dumbledore, looking down at him solicitously. The sensation does take some getting used to. I'm fine, said Harry, rubbing his ears, which felt as though they had left Privet Drive rather reluctantly. But I think I might prefer brooms. I guess it was better than the first time. Dumbledore smiled, drawing his traveling cloak a little more lightly around his neck, saying, "This way." He set off at a brisk pace, past an empty inn and a few houses. According to a clock on a nearby church, it was almost midnight. Turning around a corner and entering a small town, Harry looked sideways at Dumbledore. "Professor Harry, where are we, exactly?" he asked. "This, Harry, is the charming village of Budleigh Baberton," announced Dumbledore. "What are we doing here?" questioned Harry. "Ah yes, of course, I haven't told you," said Dumbledore. "Well, I have lost count of the number of times I have said this in recent years, but we are, once again, one member of staff short. We are here to persuade an old colleague of mine to come out of retirement and return to Hogwarts." "How can I help with that, sir?" "Oh, I think we'll find a use for you," Dumbledore said vaguely. "Left here, Harry." They proceeded up a steep, narrow street lined with houses. A sudden thought came to Harry. "Isn't it a little late? I mean, will this colleague of yours still be up?" "Oh, I'm quite sure he's awake." Harry thought this was odd, but didn't probe any further on the matter. Instead he asked, "Sir, I saw in the Daily Prophet that Fudge has been removed from office." "That is correct," was all the headmaster said in return, now turning up another side street. "The new minister, Scrimgeour, what do you think of him?" inquired Harry. "An interesting question. He used to be the head of the Auror office, as I'm sure you saw in the paper," Dumbledore said. "He is able, certainly. He has a more decisive and forceful personality than Cornelius. He is a man of action, and having fought dark wizards for almost all of his working life, he will not underestimate Lord Voldemort," he replied, in answer to Harry's implicit question. "The paper also said that the two of you had a disagreement," said Harry. If Dumbledore didn't want to talk about it, he didn't have to, but Harry was curious. And with his experience with the previous administration, he wanted to know all he could about this new one. He respected Dumbledore's opinion and could trust what he had to say about it. "Yes, we did." Harry waited, but Dumbledore did not elaborate. Harry was about to change the topic, but then Dumbledore said, "It concerned you." Harry raised his eyebrows. "Me? Indeed. He was under the impression that you could help the ministry immensely." "And how is that, sir?" "Well, he didn't tell me his exact intentions, but it was not all that difficult to gather. Though he did make it abundantly clear that he wanted to meet with you. In other words, he wanted me to grant him free access to you, which, I hope you do not mind, Harry," I politely declined. "Oh, no, I definitely don't mind," Harry said. "What exactly did he want me to do? I'm not a politician. And I'm only a student. What could he want from me?" Dumbledore gave him a searching look. "Do you have any ideas? Why do you think the ministry would want to associate itself with you?" Harry thought about this for a moment. "Well, I guess after everything the ministry did beforehand, not believing you and me about Voldemort returning, and then finding out that we were telling the truth all along, maybe the new ministry wants to show that they're different than the old one. Yes, that would be part of it. They do, indeed, wish to give the public the feeling that they were not at fault. In effect, they wish to appear blameless and instead, place the entire burden on the previous administration. They wish to have the confidence of the people. But, no one stood up for us before. Scrimgeour, I don't remember him disagreeing with Fudge and everyone," continued Harry. "No, indeed," said Dumbledore, seeming pleased that Harry was making headway. "And all of the rumors about me being the chosen one. Maybe they just want to look like they've got my approval, and that I've forgiven the ministry for everything they did to me last year." "Exactly, Harry. And knowing you as I do, I did not think that was something you desired to do." "No, sir," he agreed fervently. "But I must warn you, Harry. Scrimgeour will not concede defeat so easily. He will try to find a way to get to you, and when he does, you must do whatever it is you feel is best. Do not let my opinion sway your judgment. When in doubt, always follow your instinct." "Yes, sir." They walked in silence for a while, but Harry found he enjoyed this time with Dumbledore, and found himself wanting to take advantage of it, so he said, "Sir, I got a ministry leaflet about security measures they advised. Yes, I received one myself. Did you find it useful? Not particularly. No, I thought not, said Dumbledore, smiling. You have not asked me, for instance, what my favorite flavor of jam is, to check that I am indeed Professor Dumbledore and not an imposter. Harry wasn't entirely sure whether he was being reprimanded or not. For future reference, Harry, it is raspberry, although of course, if I were a Death Eater, I would have been sure to research my own jam preferences before impersonating myself. Harry smiled. On that leaflet, he continued, it said something about inferi. What are they exactly? The leaflet wasn't very clear. They are corpses, said Dumbledore calmly. Dead bodies that have been bewitched to do a dark wizard's bidding. Inferi have not been seen for a long time, however, not since Voldemort was last powerful. He killed enough people to make an army of them, of course. This is the place, Harry, just here. They were nearing a small, neat stone house set in its own garden. Harry was too busy digesting the horrible idea of Inferi to have much attention left for anything else, so when they reached the front gate and Dumbledore stopped dead, Harry walked straight into him. Oh dear. Oh dear, dear, dear. Harry followed his gaze up the carefully tended front path and felt his heart sink. The front door was hanging off its hinges. Dumbledore glanced up and down the street. It seemed very much deserted. Wand out and follow me, Harry, he said quietly. He opened the gate and walked swiftly and silently up the garden path, Harry at his heels, then pushed the front door slowly, his wand raised and at the ready. Lumos. Dumbledore's wand tip ignited, casting its light up a narrow hallway. To the left, another door stood open. Holding his illuminated wand aloft, Dumbledore walked into the sitting room with Harry trailing behind him. A scene of total devastation met their eyes. A grandfather clock lay splintered at their feet, its face cracked, its pendulum lying a little farther away like a dropped sword. A piano was on its side, its keys strewn across the floor. The wreckage of a fallen chandelier flittered nearby. Cushions lay deflated, feathers escaping from the slashes in their sides. Fragments of glass and china lay like dust strewn across everything. Dumbledore raised his wand even higher, so that its light was thrown upon the walls, where something darkly red and glutinous was spattered over the wallpaper. Harry's small intake of breath made Dumbledore look around. Not pretty, is it? He said heavily. Yes. Something terrible has happened here. Dumbledore moved carefully into the middle of the room, scrutinizing the wreckage at his feet. Harry followed, gazing around, half scared of what he might see hidden behind the wreck of the piano or the overturned sofa, but there was no sign of a body. What happened? Harry asked with a feeling of dread. I am not sure, said Dumbledore quietly, peering behind an overstuffed armchair lying on its side. Harry watched with amazement when, without warning, Dumbledore swooped, plunging the tip of his wand into the seat of the overstuffed armchair, which astonishingly yelled, ouch. Good evening, Horace, said Dumbledore, straightening up again. Harry's jaw dropped. Where before there had been an armchair, there now crouched a short, portly, bald, walrus-mustached, old man massaging his lower belly and squinting up at Dumbledore in distress. What gave me away? He grunted. He seemed remarkably unabashed for a man who had just been discovered pretending to be an armchair. My dear Horace, said Dumbledore, looking amused, if the Death Eaters really had come to call, the dark mark would have been set over the house. The wizard clapped a pudgy hand to his vast forehead. The dark mark, he muttered. I knew I was missing something. Still, I was pressed for time. Would you like my assistance clearing up? Solicited Dumbledore politely. Please, said the other. Sweeping their wands in identical fashion, the furniture returned to their original positions, feathers zoomed into their cushions, all manner of broken objects reformed, rips and cracks healed, and the walls were wiped clean until the whole room looked as good as new. The man called Horace sighed. That was my last bottle of dragon blood, too. And prices are sky high at the moment. It was only then that his gaze fell upon Harry. Ho! He exclaimed, his eyes flying to Harry's forehead and the lightning-shaped scar it bore. Oh ho! This, said Dumbledore by way of introduction, is Harry Potter. Harry, this is an old friend and colleague of mine, Horace Slughorn. Slughorn turned to Dumbledore with a shrewd expression, So, this is how you planned on swaying me, Well, my answer is still the same, Albus. No, he said, facing resolutely away from them with the air of a man resisting temptation. Well, if you're sure, a drink, at the very least. For old time's sake. Slughorn hesitated. All right, then. One drink, he relented. Dumbledore smiled at Harry and directed him toward a chair not unlike the one that Slughorn had so recently impersonated. Harry took the seat with the distinct impression that Dumbledore, for some reason, wanted to keep him as visible as possible. HMPF, said Slughorn, trying desperately to avert his eyes. So, how have you been keeping, Horace? Dumbledore inquired. I've seen better days. But that's to be expected. Old age and all of that. And yet you must have moved fairly quickly to prepare such a welcome for us at such short notice. Yes, but still, the fact remains that I'm an old man, Albus. An old, tired man, who's earned the right to quiet life. Harry had to agree with this, looking around the room. No one could say the house was without comfort, with soft, plump chairs and plenty of food and drink. The room reminded him of a rich, fussy old lady. So, all these precautions against intruders, Horace, are they for the Death Eater's benefit, or mine? Asked Dumbledore. What would the Death Eaters want with a poor rundown old man like me? Slughorn demanded Slughorn evasively. I imagine that they covet your considerable talents for effective uses of coercion, torture and murder, replied Dumbledore. Are you really telling me they have not been attempting to recruit you? The squat wizard eyed the taller, thinner one unhappily, then muttered, I haven't given them the chance. I've been on the run for over a year. I scarcely stay in one place for more than a week's time. I'll be very sorry to leave this place. The owners of this house are muggles who are on vacation at the moment. Ingenious, said Dumbledore. However, that sounds rather exhausting for a poor, rundown old man in search of a quiet life, don't you think? I know what you're going to say, Albus. If you really believe my life would be more peaceful at that pestilential school, I heard some dodgy rumors since Dolores Umbridge left. Dolores ran afoul of our centaur herd, interrupted Dumbledore. I would think that you, Horace, would have had more sense not to tread into the forest and dub a horde of angry centaurs, filthy half-breeds. Did she really? Inquired Slughorn. Idiotic woman. Never liked her. Harry chuckled at this and both Dumbledore and Slughorn looked round at him. Sorry, Harry said hastily. It's just. I didn't like her either. Dumbledore stood up very suddenly. Are you leaving? Asked Slughorn at once, looking hopeful. No, I was wondering whether I might make use of your lavatory, if I might. Oh, said Slughorn glumly, clearly disappointed. Second on the left down the hall. Thank you, smiled Dumbledore, striding from the room, leaving Slughorn and Harry in silence. Slughorn appeared to be unsure of what to do with himself. Don't think I don't know why he's brought you, he barked abruptly, pointing his finger accusingly at Harry. You look very much like your father. Except your eyes. You have my mother's eyes. Yes, I know. Harry did tire of hearing it all of the time. HMPF. Yes, well, you shouldn't have favorites as a teacher, but she was one of mine. Your mother. Lily Evans was one of the brightest students I ever taught. Muggle-born, too, at that. One of my best friends is Muggle-born, and she's the best in our year, Harry said a little coldly. Slughorn, in his opinion, was much too surprised that a Muggle-born could be a talented witch. Now, you mustn't think I'm prejudiced. Haven't I just said your mother was one of my all-time favorite students? Vivacious, too. I always used to tell her she ought to have been in my house. Which was that? I was head of Slytherin House. Oh, come now, he went on quickly, seeing Harry's expression, don't go holding that against me. I suppose you'll be Gryffindor, then, like your parents. Harry nodded. It usually goes in families. Not always though. Sirius Black, the whole Black family had been in my house, except Sirius. Shame he was in Gryffindor, really. He was a talented boy. Died a few weeks ago, I read in the papers. Harry's stomach clenched tightly. Slughorn went on to describe other students who had gone on to reach varying degrees of fame and success, becoming more enthusiastic as he spoke of the connections he had forged with them. Harry got the feeling that Slughorn was quite satisfied with himself. But of course, he continued, I've been out of touch with everyone for the past year, having to hide myself from the Death Eaters. Which, I suppose, is for the best, he reminisced dolefully. It is most prudent to remain inconspicuous during times like these. Accepting the post at Hogwarts would be tantamount to declaring my allegiance for the Order of the Phoenix, wouldn't it? And while I'm sure they're a very admirable bunch and all of the rest, I'm not made out for that kind of undertaking. And I personally don't fancy the mortal peril. You don't have to join the Order to teach at Hogwarts, pointed out Harry, who couldn't help but feel a little disgusted with the rather self-centered attitude that Slughorn seemed to be endorsing. Most of the teachers aren't involved with the Order, and none of the other teachers have been killed. Well, except for Quirrell, but he was manipulated into joining forces with Voldemort. Harry had been certain that Slughorn would be one of those wizards who could not bear to hear Voldemort's name spoken aloud, and he was not disappointed. Slughorn trembled and emitted a squawk of protest, which Harry ignored. Plus, he continued, I reckon the staff is safer than most people while Dumbledore's headmaster. He is supposed to be the only one Voldemort ever feared, isn't he? I mean, he's never tried to take over Hogwarts since Dumbledore's been headmaster. Slughorn gazed into space and seemed to be mulling over Harry's words. Yes, true, he muttered almost to himself. Dumbledore re-entered the room and Slughorn jumped as though he had been electrically shocked, seeming to have forgotten the old wizard was in the house. Oh, there you are, Albus. You seem to have taken a very long time, he said suspiciously. Upset stomach. Oh, no, I was merely reading the Muggle magazines. I do love knitting patterns, he answered. Well, Harry, I believe we have overstayed our welcome. I think we have trespassed upon Horace's hospitality quite long enough. So I believe it is time for us to leave. Not at all reluctant to obey, Harry started to his feet. Slughorn appeared to be taken aback. You're leaving? Yes, indeed. I think I know a lost cause when I see one, said Dumbledore. I'm sorry you didn't want the job. Slughorn hesitated and fidgeted as he watched Dumbledore fasten his cloak and Harry zip up his jacket. You are always welcome to visit, of course, said Dumbledore, raising his hand in farewell. Goodbye, then. Bye, said Harry. They were at the front door when a shout came from behind them. All right, I'll do it. Dumbledore turned to see Slughorn standing breathless in the doorway. You will come out of retirement. Yes, said Slughorn impatiently. I must be barking mad, but yes. Wonderful, said Dumbledore, beaming. Then we shall look forward to seeing you on the 1st of September. Yes, I dare say you will, grumbled Slughorn. As they set off down the garden path, Slughorn's voice floated after them, I'll want a raise, Dumbledore. Dumbledore chuckled. The garden gate swung shut behind them, and they set off back down the hill they had traversed earlier. Well done, Harry, said Dumbledore, smiling. I didn't do anything, said Harry in surprise. Oh, but you most certainly did. You showed Horace how much he stands to gain by returning to Hogwarts. Did you like him? Harry wasn't sure whether he had liked him or not. He supposed he had been pleasant enough, but Harry also got the feeling that Slughorn was a bit pompous and self-interested. Horace, spoke Dumbledore, thankfully relieving Harry of searching for an answer, likes his comfort. He also enjoys the company of the famous, the successful, and the powerful. He likes to believe that he influences these people and the feeling it gives him. But he has never wanted those things for himself. He used to handpick his favorite students at Hogwarts for various reasons. The two wizards walked past the church Harry remembered from earlier, as Dumbledore talked. He had an uncanny knack for selecting those who would go on to become respected in their corresponding fields, and formed a club of sorts. He made introductions and contacts between members and, in return, he usually reaped some sort of benefit. I tell you this, Harry, not to turn you against Horace, or rather, Professor Slughorn, but to put you on your guard. He will undoubtedly try to collect you, Harry. You will be the main attraction of his collection. But he is not a bad man, and is certainly capable for the job. Suddenly a Patronus with the form of a lynx materialized. Burrow. Under attack, it said. Dumbledore's demeanor became immediately grave. Harry was beginning to panic. Nothing could happen to the Weasleys. He thought of his best friends, Ron and Hermione, who were there, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, who had always been so kind to him. His gut seemed to be wrenched in two in growing fear and trepidation. It seems Voldemort has seen fit to send his followers forth to the burrow, Dumbledore said somberly. I must go at once. I'll come with you, Harry said quickly. No, Dumbledore said firmly. I'm sorry, Harry, he said more gently, but I cannot allow you to do that. I know that you want to help. My friends are there. The Weasleys, I know, Harry, but you cannot come with me. It is too dangerous. But, I know you are a capable wizard, Harry, but that does not mean you should voluntarily put yourself in harm's way unnecessarily. And time presses on. We must hurry. Realizing that he would not convince Dumbledore otherwise, Harry admitted it would be best if Dumbledore could be there as soon as possible. Yes, sir, he said miserably. If you will, grasp my arm, Harry. Harry did, and this time, barely registered the feeling of compression that came with apparition, too preoccupied with what could possibly happening at the burrow. I will leave you here, Harry. Get inside, now. It was then that Harry realized that they were at the doorstep of number 4, Privet Drive. At the moment, he couldn't even find it in himself to be upset that he was going back to the Dursleys. Dumbledore had unlocked the front door with a brief flick of his wand. Harry nodded dumbly and somehow possessed the ability to walk to the front door. He turned to look at Dumbledore one last time, but found that the old wizard was looking back at him with almost a look of regret. He looked as though he wanted to say something, but then the expression was gone and he merely said, Goodbye, Harry. And then he vanished. Goodbye, whispered Harry belatedly. And although he turned to enter the Dursleys' house, his mind was elsewhere, at one of the only places in the world Harry had ever felt truly at home. How Harry was able to navigate the stairs to his bedroom, he never knew. He crept into his bed and lay there, numb and shaken, pulling his blankets tightly around him though he wasn't cold. He didn't even have the energy to pace around in his anxiety. He didn't want to contemplate what horrors his friends and the Weasleys might be facing, but his perverse mind seemed to be unable to do anything besides visualize the worst. He felt completely alone. This was nothing new to him, growing up at the Dursleys, but now, it hit him with frightening force. Even having Hedwig there would have alleviated a fraction of his growing sense of pure terror. Somewhere, in the back of his mind, he recalled the tracking device he had bought for her. But it was then that he realized that Dumbledore still had all of his belongings, aside from his wand and invisibility cloak. Somehow, miraculously, Hedwig once again demonstrated her apparent knack for impeccable timing. She hovered outside Harry's bedroom window and rapped the glass softly with her beak. Harry moved to open the window to allow her entry. Hey, girl, he greeted. He felt almost like enveloping her in a giant hug in his relief, but thought it was best not to have his bird in one piece, only to strangle her now. Hedwig, seeming to sense his insecurities, flew up to his shoulder and nuzzled the hollow of his neck, then nibbled his ear affectionately. Maybe she could sense the imminent danger. Maybe she even knew that Harry would be coming back here before he did. It could be something that could only be perceived through unadulterated animal instinct, perhaps. Now if I could only learn that everyone else is all right, thought Harry. It was impossibly terrifying, sitting there unable to do anything, maybe even more so than any of his dangerous exploits. He'd much rather be doing something, anything. But now, he was helpless. Everything was beyond his control. Hedwig stood upon his mattress as he lay there, stroking her feathers, taking some small comfort in the action. Slowly but surely, Harry was able to finally find slumber, but it was fitful and full of terrors and grotesque intrusions that confirmed his worst fears. A sharp hoot woke him up, and he realized he was thrashing about, pale and sweating, no doubt brought about from some nightmarish vision. Bloody owl! Harry could hear his Uncle Vernon shouting. Harry tried to get up as fast as he could, but disoriented from that sensation that comes with being in a state of semi-consciousness compounded with the fact that he had gotten little to no rest, before he knew it, his uncle had slammed the door open and was standing in his doorway menacingly. His face was, predictably, brilliant red. Why you dare? After that rude display of, you're lucky I don't, he spluttered. It took his uncle a moment to collect himself. I thought you weren't coming back here, boy. That man. The old coot, he added under breath, in a tone of supreme disdain, he said you were leaving for the rest of the summer. So why are you back here, waking us up with that damned bird of yours? Petunia was now at the door, and soon Dudley was, too. Hedwig screeched indignantly, only further angering the large man. Here we think we're done dealing with you for the year, and you decide to take advantage of our hospitality, Just do whatever you please, no matter how it may inconvenience us. He roared, his mustache quivering. Harry was amazed that it hadn't fallen off from the force of his uncle's bellows. He looked half mad, spittle threatening to spray forth. You have no regard for anyone but yourself, you. Harry thought that was rich. Well, he wasn't going to take this anymore. He was already stressed to the maximum and he wasn't going to waste his time and energy trying to appease the relatives who cared nothing about him. Yeah, because that's all I've ever been to you, isn't it? An inconvenience. Most people would have taken me in and treated me like you're supposed to treat a child or a relative, even if I am a wizard. It's not my fault that I'm a wizard. Do you know how hard it's been to live in this godforsaken place? Do you know what it's like to never have adults that care about you during your entire childhood? And then get it, but then have it ripped away from you. He shouted, his voice cracking with emotion. Harry didn't know where all of this was coming from, but he suspected now that he had just suppressed all of these sentiments, tucked them away in some far corner of his mind, and now, it was all exploding outwards in full force. It was strangely cathartic. He was breathing hard and fast now, even more than after he went on his runs. His Aunt Petunia had that odd expression on her face that had been present after Mr. Weasley had healed her wound. Dudley stood there awkwardly, looking as if he wasn't quite sure what to do. Vernon, however, was beginning to turn a deep crimson and pointed a chubby sausage of a finger in Harry's direction. Now, you listen here, boy. You really think I wanted to come back here? Ha! Harry gave a sardonic laugh at this. I didn't have a choice. The place I was going to stay was attacked. And I have no idea what's happening or if my friends are safe, he shouted, raw fear starting to blend with his feelings of anger, voicing aloud his fears more to himself than to his relatives. Vernon didn't seem to expect this response, but plowed on adamantly. Oh, attacked, was it? Well, that's a very likely story. Yes, it was attacked, and I was sent back here. Because of that goddamn blood magic. Don't you dare say that word in this who. And when I come of age, I can leave. Forever. And I'll never have to step foot in this King house again. Harry didn't usually swear this frequently or so crudely, but he was scared, he was furious, and he wanted absolutely nothing to do with his uncle right now. At this, his uncle was stammering in a seething, yet nonverbal rage. Petunia timidly tried to placate her fuming husband. Sweetheart, let's go downstairs, talk about it there. I'll make you breakfast. But even food, it seemed, was preceded by his desire to browbeat Harry some more. Please, pleaded Petunia, now tugging on Vernon's sleeve desperately. It appeared that even Aunt Petunia didn't want to experience Vernon's legendary fury. Maybe she was recalling the time he had seemingly gone mad, taking the family to a tiny hut on a remote, miserable island in the middle of the ocean in an attempt to prevent Harry from going to Hogwarts. I want you out, his uncle threatened in a low voice. Get out of this house. Now. By the end his uncle's speech had risen to a raucous shout. Vernon, Aunt Petunia said cautiously. Vernon, honey, you know we can't do that. Vernon looked like his eyes were going to pop out of his head. And why not? Why should we care what happens to him? Dudley looked sharply at his father, as if taking seriously for the first time that Harry just might be thrown out of the house. He threatened to do so all of the time, and the only other time Harry thought he was in any real danger of being forced to leave, forced, being a rather strong word in Harry's mind, was last summer when the Dementors attacked him and Dudley. Harry wondered if Dumbledore would send another howler. His Aunt Petunia, it seemed, was thinking the very same thing. Because those people, his people, won't let us. Won't let us. What do you mean, won't let us? Growled Uncle Vernon. I don't know. But they'll do something. They'll make sure, said Aunt Petunia, sounding a little panicky. He won't be with us much longer. Come on, Love, let's just go downstairs. Uncle Vernon, apparently spent or having run out of things to say, grudgingly acquiesced and directed himself toward the staircase, but not before throwing one last warning shot. This is not the end, boy. Aunt Petunia once again gave Harry that peculiar look, but it quickly vanished and she went to follow her husband down the stairs. Dudley, however, stayed behind. Confused, Petunia turned around to look at him and asked, Dudders, are you coming? Dudley then gave Harry a look that said, What can you do? Before also heading downstairs for breakfast. Harry had no desire to go down and join his extended family. He flopped onto his bed and lay there. Slowly, he began to fall asleep. He woke up to his gurgling stomach. It was early afternoon, and he hadn't eaten anything all day. In fact, the last thing he ate was the ice cream he bought at Diagon Alley, as in his excitement at Dumbledore's impending arrival and his discussion with Dudley, he unwittingly skipped dinner. The food he usually stored under the loose floorboard was gone and packed among his other belongings with Dumbledore. He sighed. It was doubtful his relatives would give him any food after his blatant display of insubordination. But he had nothing to lose, and decided he would give it a try. The worst that could happen was another outburst from his uncle. In this case, Harry thought, the possible benefits outweighed the costs. Making his way downstairs and into the sitting room on his way to the kitchen, his uncle's voice stopped him short. And just what do you think you're doing? He inquired, smirking, his eyes glinting maliciously. It seemed that his uncle had anticipated this predicament and relished the idea of refusing Harry any food. Indeed, Harry could imagine that his uncle had been sitting there since this morning, awaiting this moment. Harry didn't have anything to say and instead, continued on his way to the kitchen like he did the other morning. Vernon, it seemed, did not appreciate this one bit. Hey, you listen to me while I'm talking to you, boy. At the commotion, Aunt Petunia poked her head out of the kitchen. Dudley was still there, sitting at the table, eating some cereal and watching TV. Petunia, darling, announced Uncle Vernon, the boy here is under the impression that we're going to feed him after that little spat of his. She looked unsure how to respond, then to Harry's amazement said, Well, we can't very well starve him. Uncle Vernon looked flabbergasted to say the least. Those people will come if we treat him too poorly. He'll use that dratted owl to tell them, she added. But her remarks carried less zest than usual. This did not go unnoticed by Dudley, who had paused mid-bite, the milk spilling off of his spoon with a trickle into the bowl. Vernon was also eyeing her dubiously. But, Petunia, he started weakly. They simply cannot be seen here. The neighbors are probably already suspicious, she interjected. I do not want any more of their kind here. To Harry this still seemed a feeble argument, but he didn't complain. A surreptitious glance with his cousin confirmed that Dudley, too, had come to the same conclusion. Vernon, however, seemed to be satisfied with her explanation, but still looked as if he had something precious stolen from right beneath him. Here, said Aunt Petunia brusquely, pushing a plate that consisted of an egg salad sandwich towards Harry. She did not look at him. Harry knew better than to thank her, but this brought the oddly behaving relative tally to 2 in the Dursley household. After he was finished, through much grumbling from Vernon, he decided to go upstairs and return to his bedroom. Things would be so much less complicated if his relatives weren't so mulish. And he was still worried sick for the Weasleys. These thoughts occupied him until something made him look up. It was his cousin Dudley, standing in the doorway. Hey, he said. Hey, Harry responded in kind. Although they were on good terms now, conversation was still stilted at times. You said it was attacked, the place where those red-headed people live. Yeah, Harry answered dejectedly. Who? Was it the guy who's after you? Yes. Not directly him, but he gave the orders. What are you going to do? I dunno. Wait for Dumbledore to contact me, I guess. I'll probably end up staying here for the summer until I can go to Hogwarts. Your dad is gonna be thrilled. What are you doing up here anyways, Dudley? Harry asked tonelessly. Everything seemed lifeless. Where before Harry was experiencing paroxysms of emotion, now he was numb and going through the motions perfunctorily as if in a stupor. It's just. You seemed weird. I mean, you seemed really tense and everything. I was just wondering what was going on. Was this Dudley's way of saying he was worried? It was strange to think that mere days ago, Harry believed his cousin wanted nothing to do with him, to now being concerned in some small way for his personal well-being. It was then that Harry realized that this was what he had been subconsciously longing for in appealing to Hedwig. Some kind of reassurance, someone who cared about what Harry was feeling, how he was doing. Never in a million years did he believe this would come from Dudley. And for the first time in his life, Harry was glad that Dudley Dursley was his cousin. Harry sighed in frustration. I'm just worried about my friends. Dudley nodded in silence, not really knowing what to say. After a while, Harry had a sudden idea. Hey, I know what would make me feel better. Dudley simply gave him a questioning look. Let's go play basketball, continued Harry. There's usually a court open and they're always asking for more guys. It'll help me blow off some steam. He registered how odd it was for him to be asking Dudley this, but he figured he was going to have to get used to it sometime, if they were going to be on better terms now. Is that such a good idea? Dudley asked. Harry stared at him. Well, this guy that's after you, he attacked your friend's house. Couldn't he come after you? Again, Dudley had found a way to, once again, amaze Harry. The reason I came back here was because I'm protected by the blood magic. But, will that work out? See? And I'm sure everything will be fine. I've got someone guarding me, too. I found out about it last year. It's just to the park. No big deal. In actuality, Harry knew that this was a somewhat reckless move, but he just couldn't stay up here. He was growing much too restless and felt that if he stayed up here any longer, he would explode. All of the emotions coursing through him were many and strong. All right, Dudley acquiesced. I'm not much of a basketball player though. I didn't know you played. Do they have basketball in the wizarding world? No, but I've been playing around here this summer. Ah, so that's what you've been up to. Yeah, and running, sometimes football. Whatever I'm in the mood for. What's up with this sudden exercise phase? I dunno. I feel like I'm accomplishing something when I work out. Dudley nodded again. I can understand that. Indeed, boxing had given him something he excelled in and was the primary reason for his weight loss. As it turned out, Dudley wasn't as bad as he claimed. He couldn't shoot the ball all that well, but could power his way down low with his large frame and make lay-ins easily enough. Harry had gotten much better at shooting himself, although still nowhere near the skill level of the guys that had played since they were young. Afterwards, both sweating and breathing slightly faster from the physical exertion, they headed back to Privet Drive. Feeling better now? Dudley asked casually. Yes, actually, I am. And he was. The workout had taken away much of his anxiety, although he was still worried for his friends, but that couldn't be helped. It's weird. If someone told me I would be playing basketball with you a while ago. Ha ha. I know what you mean, chuckled Harry. It was fun though, stated Dudley. Yeah, it was. Walking farther down the street, Harry stopped dead. Dudley stopped, too. Harry, what's up? A car was stopped in the middle of the road, and the kindly man, John Bright, was getting out and running in their direction. Then, Harry heard a noise to his left. Between two buildings, he saw a man who looked to be in his 20s, clearly assaulting someone, but Harry couldn't see who the victim was, as the attacker was blocking his view. By now, Dudley had caught on to what was happening. They both sprinted over to the other pair. Come on, give me all your shit. Then maybe we can have a little fun afterwards, they could hear as they approached the alleyway. Harry knew better than to pull out his wand, but was more inclined to punch the living daylights out of the aggressor anyhow. He reached the man first, catching him by surprise. Harry hit the man squarely in the jaw, and he now saw that the victim was a girl, about the same age as him. The attacker, now aware of his surroundings, aimed a fist at Harry. Harry, with his seeker's reflexes, was able to dodge the blow, then went to punch him again. But this time, the attacker was prepared and was able to avoid the full brunt of the damage. Harry knew he couldn't keep this up for too much longer. He wasn't used to physical confrontation. He was in better physical condition, certainly, but he wasn't a muggle fighter. Indeed, the man's next strike caught him and Harry took a blow to the stomach, before he swung his elbow wildly at the man's chest. Everything was happening at lightning speed, and the next thing Harry knew, Dudley came out of nowhere to give the man a sound and solid roundhouse punch. Dudley easily had the size advantage unlike Harry, and almost effortlessly seized the would-be mugger, slamming him against the wall, trouncing the man blow by blow. This was the first time Harry had truly witnessed Dudley in his element, and he quickly concluded that he would not want to be the opposition. Sensing that Dudley had the situation well in hand, Harry took the opportunity to check up on the girl. "Are you all right?" he asked gently. She nodded her head silently, though a few stray tears made their way down her face. Harry looked at her with concern. "You're shite." Harry could hear Dudley yelling, the sound of a thud indicating that he had accentuated his point rather violently. "Yeah, I bet you're sorry now, aren't ya, you sorry son of a bitch?" He turned to look at Harry and the girl. "Are you all right?" he asked, mirroring Harry's question from earlier. But in his distraction, the attacker fled, undoubtedly not wanting to endure Dudley's presence any longer. He got a few meters away, but before either of the boys could react, John had arrived at the scene spectacularly, tackling the escapee to the ground and pinning him there. "Huh, you're not going anywhere," he said. Turning to Harry he asked, "Do either of you have a phone on you?" "I'm on it," said Dudley, pulling out his cell and calling the emergency services. While waiting for the police, Harry went to the girl again, asking, "Are you sure you're all right?" "Yeah," she finally spoke. "He didn't get me too bad before you guys showed up." It sickened Harry that anyone would do such a despicable thing. "Thanks," she added shyly. "You don't have to thank us," he said earnestly. "What kind of person would just leave you here?" When the police arrived, they asked a few questions and took the unidentified man into custody. Once satisfied that the girl Kayla, Harry learned was her name, was largely unharmed and thanked the group for their efforts, they departed, one taking the criminal and another escorting the young woman home. "I'm glad you two were here," said John, now that everything had settled down. "And who is this Harry, your friend?" "His cousin," answered Dudley, extending a hand. "Dudley Dursley. Nice to meet you," he added. "Likewise, John Bright's the name," he replied, shaking Dudley's hand. "Lucky we were here, really. I can only imagine what else that monster would have done. Are you two all right?" "Yes, we're fine. Would you guys like a lift home?" "Nah, that's all right." "Well then," John said good-naturedly, "I expect I'll be seeing you around." They both said their goodbyes in varying fashion, and parted ways. Once it quieted down, Dudley turned to Harry and said, "Well, today has been interesting." "Hey, you can say that again," replied Harry. After a brief pause he told Dudley, "You really handed it to that guy." Dudley shrugged. "I'm a boxer, it's what I do. That guy has probably never even picked a real fight before." Harry thought that was most likely true considering the man's target. When they arrived at the Dursleys, Harry decided to take a shower, not caring much for his uncle's rule at the moment. Once cleaned and redressed in his room, Dudley appeared asking, "You didn't happen to see my memory card lying around, have you?" "I'm going over to Cole's to play Call of Duty." "Sorry. No, I haven't," replied Harry. Dudley hesitated. "You don't want to come, do you?" Harry raised his eyebrows. He could tell Dudley was trying to be polite, but he didn't seem entirely comfortable, and to be honest, Harry wasn't really sure he was either. They had certainly been on better terms. Harry would have never imagined they would ever even manage to have a civil conversation, but it would take some time to overcome the history they shared. "Nah, that's all right. I already risked one outing today, I probably shouldn't risk another." Harry noted that Dudley looked a little relieved. "Besides, I expect Dumbledore will be contacting me soon." In burst Fawkes with a flash of flames. Really, Harry thought, the ability of these birds was beginning to get a bit ridiculous. The brilliant red bird then soared over to Harry, proffering a note. Harry accepted it and thanked Fawkes, who allowed Harry to stroke his feathers for a moment. Then he let out a shrill note and departed in the same fashion. Harry quickly opened the note and read Dumbledore's message in trepidation at what he might discover. With a major sense of relief he read that no one had been seriously injured. He felt as if a heavy weight was lifted from his chest, alleviating the pressure that had seemed to settle and accumulate there. Harry looked up to see a look of utter astonishment on his cousin's face. "What the hell just happened?" he asked. Harry realized how bizarre a burning bird that could appear and vanish into thin air must be to Dudley. That was Fox. He's a phoenix, which are magical birds. He belongs to Dumbledore. He sent me a note. Everyone is all right. Dudley shook his head in dumb amazement. Wow, well, that's good, that everyone's all right. Yes, yes it is. Well, I guess I'll be going then. I suppose I'll look in my room again. At first, Harry didn't understand what Dudley was talking about, but then remembered why Dudley had come here in the first place. While Dudley went to his bedroom to look for his memory card, Harry decided to head downstairs to get a glass of water. Although he was extremely relieved by the news he just received, he still felt a little unsettled. Just nerves, he reasoned. But in the hallway, his feeling of slight unease became a feeling of sudden foreboding. Something was wrong. He had felt this phenomenon many times before, some primal instinct warning him of danger. On some intuition, he went to the window at the end of the hallway and looked outside. What he saw jolted his heart, which was now pumping blood at an increasingly rapid rate. Well, I'm off. See you later, he heard Dudley say in the background. No, I'm sorry. No, you can't go out, said Harry, not taking his eyes off of what he was looking at outside the window. Confused, Dudley went to see what Harry was staring at. Looking out, he saw two dark shapes, figures dressed in long, black robes. Their faces were concealed by white masks. To Harry, it was the unmistakable garb of the Death Eaters. He had become far more familiar with them than he had ever wished. Dudley looked up. Who are they? They're the people who are after me, Harry said simply. To his credit, Dudley seemed to be handling this revelation extremely well, much better than Harry expected his aunt and uncle to react. His cousin looked somewhat frightened, but not panicked. How did they get here? Harry was bewildered. They shouldn't be able to get in here. The blood magic should have prevented that, he still wasn't of age yet. Then, clear as a bell, the words of Dumbledore last night reverberated in his mind. I hope you can trust me, Harry. Could Dumbledore have possibly known that this would happen? Well, there was no time to contemplate that now. Come on, Harry said to Dudley, leading him downstairs. Downstairs, Aunt Petunia was reading Hello magazine while Uncle Vernon watched golf on the television. Vernon looked up suspiciously upon seeing Harry and Dudley practically running down the stairs together. Now what's he done? Dud. But Harry knew there was no time for this either. Now aware that they were in a very precarious position, Harry had reverted into being a man of action. His head was clear of all thoughts except what needed to be done. They're here. The Death Eaters are just outside. We saw them from the window upstairs, he related tersely, appealing to Petunia in the hopes that she was familiar with the term. He got his wish, as his aunt had paled quite suddenly. The ones that killed Lily. She whispered, barely audible. One Harry nodded mutely, noting the mention of his mother with surprise, as Petunia had only referred to her deceased sister a handful of times. Now she was wearing that same peculiar expression for the third time today. You need to stay low. Hide. The basement will probably be the best place. Stay out of sight. They don't necessarily know that you're here, Harry continued, but you need to go now. Quickly. He prompted when no one showed any signs of movement. Aunt Petunia appeared to be in shock and Uncle Vernon seemed to be trying to process everything. But you'll be alone, objected Dudley. We can't just leave you out here too. Dudley. Harry interrupted. This isn't like what happened earlier today. They have magic, and they are strong in the dark arts. They won't have any mercy. They'll kill you without so much as a second thought. Your fists won't help you here, he said, trying to make his cousin see reason. And I won't be alone. There are always guards on duty here. They will alert the others. I hope. Harry added as many protective charms he could think of to guard the door. Wait a minute, said Vernon, finally catching on to what was happening. You brought these people here. Is that why you came back? Why you no good, son of a... Of course, not. Why would I go out and find the people that want to kill me? Then you led them here. Your freaky friends just got attacked and you brought that danger with you. You've put my family in danger. I'm sorry, Harry said quietly. I didn't know they would come after me. I thought the blood magic still protected everyone. I guess they found a way around that. But there's no time to argue now. If you want to protect your family, you need to hide. Now, he added as he heard bangs coming from the other side of the door. Vernon still looked like he wanted to get some choice words in and probably didn't appreciate being told what to do one bit, especially in his own home by his bothersome nephew. But Harry would have none of this. Go, he yelled. Dudley, you too. Dudley looked like he wanted to stay and help, but it seemed that the imminent danger to her son finally brought Petunia out of her reverie. Dudley, you come with us now. Vernon, get him. And for the first time, Harry saw the look of pure terror fill Dudley's face, as his cousin was dragged into the basement with his family. Harry shoved various things over the door to the basement and shut the closet door where the entrance to the basement was located. He wondered if he should protect it with a few charms, but the spells he knew would surely be broken with ease, and he didn't know if the Death Eaters could detect or trace magic. He didn't want to inadvertently draw attention to the Dursleys. Now, he turned to the door. A loud pop broke Harry's concentration. Whoa, there, Ari. There's no need for ya to be pointin' that at me. It's me, Mundungus. Harry lowered his wand. Don't worry, they still can't apparate in air. I was on duty with Tonks, but she's unconscious right now. And you just left her out there. Harry shouted indignantly. Course not. Ya really think I would do that? I couldn't renervate her, so I put her in your room and cast a disillusionment charm on her before comin' down air. She's hidden. Sorry if I startled ya. It's all right, said Harry, grateful that Mundungus at least had the sense to get Tonks out of there and act with speed. Did you alert the Order and the Aurors? Yeah, I sent out the distress signal to Dumbledore and Kingsley. Good. Well, Harry thought, he did become a member of the Order, after all. His previous experience with Mundungus' expertise probably gave Harry a less than charitable assessment of his abilities. Meanwhile, Mundungus also added some more protection charms upon the door. We need a plan, Harry thought. There was possibly enough time to catch the Death Eaters by surprise. They would surely expect for them to be waiting here like this. And then a sudden inspiration came to him. Accio money jar, he said. Whatcha doin'? Asked Mundungus. Harry ignored him. Wingardium Leviosa. He guided the jar of coins to the door and let it fall. Mundungus gave him a look as if he had gone crazy. Harry wished he could set up a tripwire or something, but he was pressed for time. As if on cue, the Death Eaters burst forth into the front door. But both lost balance, slipping on the coins and grabbed onto each other for balance. While the Death Eaters were focused on trying not to fall, Harry shouted, Stupefy. Mundungus stunned the other. Where did you get that idea, huh? He asked, grabbing the wands of the two fallen Death Eaters. Harry remembered when Dudley had done that to him on a few occasions, sometimes with marbles. Thank you, Dudley. My cousin did it to me a couple times when we're younger. Come on, I bet there's more. Stepping outside, there was nothing out of the ordinary. It was deathly quiet though, and the silence unsettled Harry more than 50 Death Eaters would have. Harry and Mundungus gave each other curious looks. Where could they be? Voldemort wouldn't have sent just 2 Death Eaters. Maybe they were trying to lure them into a vulnerable position. Standing just outside the door, they waited. Harry could sense something. He just wasn't sure what. And were his eyes deceiving him, or was that patch of grass actually moving? Then, thinking back to something Mundungus said earlier, Harry shouted, Duck! And pulled Mundungus down with him as sparks of various colors flew overhead. Mundungus looked around, confused. They were using disillusionment charms. Harry explained. Finite incantatum, shouted Mundungus. Suddenly half a dozen Death Eaters vanished out of nowhere, all strategically spaced out. Stupefy. Impedimenta. Protega. Stupefy. Bellowed Harry. Next to him, Mundungus was also calling out spells. But the Death Eaters were able to repel most of the attacks. Petrificus totalis, shouted Harry. One of the Death Eaters buckled and fell still, but it was only a matter of time before someone uttered the counter curse, and they were outnumbered. Expelliarmus. The wand of the unconscious Death Eater flew into Harry's non-wand hand. At least this way, when the Death Eater was revived, he or she would be unarmed. Soon, Harry and Mundungus had two of the Death Eaters unarmed and another out cold. But they were beginning to gain ground. And Harry wasn't sure how long the two of them could fend off the Death Eaters. Mundungus apparently shared this sentiment, shouting, "We should get inside, Ari." Above all of the commotion, they closed the doors and once again placed protective charms on them. Come out, wherever you are," Harry could hear one of the Death Eaters taunting. "How long do you think they'll be?" asked Harry. But before Mundungus could answer, they heard something coming from the stairs. They both wheeled around, but to their relief, it was Tonks. "What's happening?" she asked. "There are about 6 Death Eaters outside the door. We took care of these two," Harry explained, pointing to the comatose men in the hallway. "And we got a couple of the ones from outside, but I'm not sure if they're still out." "What should we do with these two?" he asked. I got an idea," said Mundungus, surprising both Harry and Tonks. "Incarcerus," he commanded, and the Death Eaters were bound in ropes. "Maybe we could transfigure them into something?" he asked. Harry was reminded of the time Moody transformed Malfoy into a ferret. "Maybe mice," suggested Harry, "that way we could hide them somewhere." "Ooh, good idea, Harry," said Tonks. She then performed the spell and they hid the now tied up mice in a tea server on the coffee table. Harry couldn't help but think how much his Aunt Petunia would be squirming if she saw this. "Where's your family?" asked Tonks. "They're hidden in the basement." "Good. Oh," said Mundungus. "What?" the other two replied. "There's more. We'd better hurry and come up with something quick," he said, motioning outside the window. Harry went to have a look and saw that there were now 10 or so Death Eaters outside, converging towards the front door of the house. Before they could do anything else, they heard something once again coming from the upstairs. "Check it out, Tonks. Harry and I will guard the door." "Damn it. Why aren't they there yet?" And then, everything happened all at once. The front door exploded open and shouts were heard from upstairs. Meanwhile, Lupin, Moody and Mr. Weasley all appeared in the living room. "We've got company," Mundungus shouted. It wasn't exactly clear whom he was referring to. But the new arrivals were experienced and came prepared, fully expecting to be thrown right into the fray. Hexes, jinxes, curses and all manner of spells were thrown every which way. Harry, seeing that Tonks was outnumbered upstairs, went to help. There were 4 more Death Eaters that had got into the house through the windows upstairs. "Stupefy," he yelled. Taking a defensive stance, back to back and facing to the side, Tonks and Harry were able to keep the 4 at bay for a while. Then one of them shot the same purple flamed spell Harry had seen Hermione get hit with at the Ministry. "It must be Dolohov. Protega," he shouted. In his preoccupation with protecting Tonks, Harry didn't notice the Death Eater that had crept up behind him from downstairs. He heard the telltale creak of the floorboard, but it was too late. He was disarmed and his wand went flying out of his hand. The adversary already had his wand pointed at Harry by the time he turned around. Suddenly, out of nowhere a gray blur streaked past and slammed into the man's arm. His curse missed Harry wide and glanced off to his side. Harry's would-be attacker swung around wildly, and the gray shape that had previously been clinging to the man's arm slammed into the opposite wall. Now, Harry could see that the shape was a cat. There was something strangely familiar about it. He was aghast when he saw the feline transform into a human that he recognized immediately. It was McGonagall. Blood was trickling from her head where it had impacted the wall and she didn't look like she would be recovering anytime soon, at least not before the man attacked her again. Harry felt a deep appreciation for his head of house that he hadn't before and a fierce pride that burned within him. Not having his wand, he threw himself at the man and started punching him wherever he could. He grabbed the man's wrist and pointed the wand away from McGonagall and himself. Harry found himself in his second physical confrontation of the day as the two wrestled for leverage. They slammed into the wall and Harry realized that the window was ajar. Some of the Death Eaters must have come through this way. Harry kicked his feet under the man's legs and pushed with all of his might. The man lost his balance and toppled out of the window, tumbling onto the overhang and falling with a thud onto the ground below. It wasn't a high enough fall to kill the man, but hopefully he had sustained a severe enough injury to keep him out of action for the duration of the battle. Expelliarmus, shouted Tonks. The man's wand and Harry's sword into her hands, and she held out his own wand. Thanks. Watcher. Harry. Harry looked around. It looked as though Lupin had also come to assist Tonks, and the two of them were able to take out the Death Eaters upstairs. Hey, Harry, greeted Lupin quickly. Hi. It was almost comical. There wasn't much time for proper hellos, to say the least. Harry turned to McGonagall. Lupin healed her wound as much as he could. I'm fine, she protested. Harry bent down to help her up. At first she seemed to resent this, but then quickly relented, realizing that stopping the Death Eaters overrode her pride. Are you sure you're all right? Asked Harry, concerned, trying to communicate his appreciation through his tone and with his eyes. I'm quite all right, Potter. Let's hurry, now, she said in her brisk tone that could only belong to Professor McGonagall, the weakness from the impact barely even detectable in her voice, reassuring Harry that she really was fine. He would thank her properly later when there was time. Downstairs, Mundungus, Moody and Mr. Weasley were struggling to hold off the remaining Death Eaters. The four of them went to help. With their combined efforts, they slowly started to gain ground. But soon more Death Eaters had arrived. They were outnumbered more than 2 to 1, not including those who had already fallen. Harry guessed that in total, 20 or so Death Eaters had arrived at Privet Drive. Soon, the Death Eaters pressed their advantage and were closing in around the group. To Harry's horror, he saw neighbors starting to come out of their homes to see what all of the commotion was about. Luckily, the Death Eaters were too focused on getting to Harry than anything else. Ah, is Whittle Harry too scared to come out and pee way? Harry could start to feel his blood start to boil at the sound of that voice, that awful voice he hated everything about. Send Sirius my love, won't you? She mocked. Arg. Harry gave a feral growl. Stupefy. Impedimenta. Stupefy. But Bellatrix blocked each of his attacks with relative ease. Harry was even more determined now to take out the Death Eaters. But they were outnumbered greatly and were pushed back. The group was overwhelmed and retreated into the house. They had been able to reduce the band of Death Eaters to around 13 or so. Then, something completely unexpected happened. There was a loud bang and one of the Death Eaters fell to the ground, blood pouring from a wound in his shoulder. Wheeling around, Harry saw his Uncle Vernon, who had peeped up from the crawlspace with a shotgun. Get out of my house! He shouted almost manically. He shot another Death Eater in the stomach, but was then hit with a spell in a brilliant flash of white. Well, he most likely wasn't dead then, or else Harry would have expected the flash of green. Petunia shrieked. Harry wasn't sure where Dudley was. Harry had to admit that while he detested his uncle, Vernon had shown a lot of bravery in his actions. Or stupidity. Or both. Harry. It was Dumbledore. He must have just arrived. Kingsley and Dawlish had also come. Take this portkey. Go to your relatives, he said, handing Harry a tattered book. It will take you to Hogwarts. Hurry. It will activate in 20 seconds time. But, no, Harry, you needn't be placed in any more danger today. Go. The portkey will not activate unless in contact with a magic user, he explained hurriedly. You must get your relatives out of here. Ask for Poppy. Harry wanted to stay and fight, but saw no way out of this one. If he didn't go, his relatives would also have to stay, and if any of them were killed, it would be his fault. So he rushed over to the Dursleys. Everyone grab onto this. It'll take us somewhere safe. Petunia and Dudley thankfully had the sense not to ask any questions as to how a book could possibly lead them to safety and did as he said. Vernon was half conscious, so his willing cooperation wasn't required. Dudley made sure his father was holding on to the portkey securely. In all of the turmoil, Hedwig had flown downstairs to see what was happening. Harry had completely forgotten about her with all of the mayhem. She saw Harry and started to fly towards him, but she was hit with a streak of red light and fell to the floor with an indignant squawk. Hedwig! He shouted. He couldn't leave her here, but time was running out. Accio! He roared. The unconscious Hedwig zoomed over to him and he snatched her from the air like an overly large, feathery snitch. About 3 seconds later, he felt that tug behind his navel he had come to associate with transporting via portkey. The room was spinning. The last thing he saw was the mournful blue eyes of Albus Dumbledore. He knew, Harry thought. He knew this was going to happen all along. Back at Voldemort's hideaway, Severus was awaiting the news regarding the outcome of this mission with the Dark Lord himself. Severus had, of course, relayed Dumbledore's arrangements to the Dark Lord as planned. To his dismay, Voldemort had decided to attack the burrow regardless. He would attack the burrow in the hopes of catching the Order unawares, and if Potter wasn't there, then Dumbledore would have no choice but to keep him at Privet Drive. Because of the blood magic, Voldemort believed Dumbledore might be overconfident in his protection over the boy. Then he would launch an assault on the Muggle residents. Yaxley and Bellatrix would lead the main attack. Avery and Nott would arrive first as a sort of decoy, trying to give the impression of a casual attempt by a couple of rogue Death Eaters to reach Potter in order to earn the highest gratitude of their master. Then Bellatrix and Yaxley would arrive as soon as the other two reported the details and design of the defenses in place with at least a dozen other members. The Dark Lord did not yet wish to engage in a full battle with the Order, but he still wanted a feasible shot at killing the boy he so badly wished to exterminate upon first learning of the dreaded prophecy. His recruiting efforts were gaining him numbers quickly, but he still wanted to ensure there was sufficient support to avoid any more Death Eater losses. Severus had no way of warning Albus under the watchful eye of the Dark Lord. Severus' job had been to select a date in which the Dursley household would be most vulnerable. Severus suspected that another reason for the Dark Lord's decision to strike before the date of his suggestion was because the Dark Lord was still leery of Severus' loyalty. That same distrust was also why he was here right now. Of course, the Dark Lord told Severus that his presence was requested only so that he could be rewarded for his labors through seeing his deeds come to fruition, but Severus knew better. It was to keep him under surveillance. Severus was not one to partake in leisurely activity. However, he was not incapable of imagining more enjoyable ways to spend his Saturdays than at the side of the Dark Lord. Pettigrew was there for what it was worth. Not much, thought Severus. He was nothing but a craven, whimpering fool. Still, at the very least it meant that Severus needn't also waste his time indulging the Dark Lord's every wish, such as feeding Nagini as Wormtail now was. The Dark Lord seemed very amused indeed with Wormtail's fretting. But Severus was actually in agreement with Wormtail on this matter. Snakes did not generally bother him, it was the symbol of his house, after all, but there was something particularly sinister about this snake. Perhaps it was merely because she was constantly at the heels of her master. Severus, however, would never have shown any signs of nervousness like Wormtail. The man was quite pathetic. There was another reason for Snape's loathing of Pettigrew, but best not to think of that just now. The Dark Lord needed to maintain eye contact to invade another's mind, with the exception of Potter, just as anyone else, but it was a good habit to keep one's mind clear around perhaps the most accomplished legilimens the world had ever seen. Severus glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. He thought this would be over by now. He wondered how Potter was handling himself. Albus always seemed to overestimate the boy's abilities. He sincerely hoped that Albus was right this time. If not, he closed his eyes. He deeply desired to know what happening right now. Harry and the Dursleys came to an abrupt halt, and Harry saw that they were in none other than Dumbledore's office. He knew. Harry told himself again. He wasn't sure how he felt about this revelation at the moment. On one hand, it irked him that Dumbledore once again saw fit to withhold information from him. On the other, it also meant that Dumbledore believed Harry was capable of defending himself. And Dumbledore did give him the opportunity to learn of this news. Harry had just chosen not to in order to protect someone in the Order, but who? Harry was broken out of his train of thought upon hearing the protestations of his aunt. Oh yeah, Madame Pomfrey. His relatives were certainly not going to make things easy. It was almost ironic that Harry had brought the Dursleys to safety by transporting them out of their home and into the world of magic. Right, we have to get Uncle Vernon to the hospital wing. They can take care of him there. Where are we? Asked Dudley. Of course, they didn't know where they were. Hogwarts, Harry explained simply. Looks of surprise registered on both of their faces, not Vernon's, as he was unconscious. Aunt Petunia looked particularly unnerved. Her eyes were wide and her mouth was slightly agape. Vernon Mo.Ned. How on earth were they going to move him? Harry supposed between he and Dudley they could. And then it occurred to Harry that he didn't have to worry about being punished for underage magic at Hogwarts. Being with his relatives, he automatically assumed he couldn't use magic. He wasn't overly worried about his spell work at Privet Drive, either. Death Eaters did attack the house, after all. Mobilicorpus, he said without warning. Aunt Petunia cried out in alarm while Dudley looked on in fascination. Harry levitated his uncle's body down the spiral staircase and out of Dumbledore's office. Dudley and Petunia followed him silently. It was in this fashion that the four made their way to the hospital wing. It was almost a surreal experience to walk down the now empty hallways of Hogwarts with the Dursleys. Hedwig still lay motionless, cradled in Harry's arm. He was sure she was only stupefied, but he was still worried for her. He wasn't sure whether or not staff remained here over the summer. Maybe Madame Pomfrey returned earlier to prepare for the onslaught of students with illnesses and injuries. Either way, Harry was glad she was here. He didn't know much about healing spells. Oh, no. What happened? The maternal Medowitch asked. Harry gave her a brief explanation. I'm not quite sure what magic it is you're describing. If I knew the exact spell, I'd be able to determine its effects and diagnose your uncle. It's probably dark magic. Madame Pomfrey pursed her lips at this. Well, that's certainly not what I like to hear. Maybe if we revive him he'll be able to tell us what happened. At least that way we'll know where the problems are occurring. And before Harry could warn her of the potential lack of cooperation she should expect to receive from this particular patient, she had already pointed her wand at Vernon and uttered the spell. A look of confusion passed over his face and slowly changed to dumbfounded incredulity. Sweetheart, are you all right? We had to come here to get away from all of the fighting. They need you to explain what happened so they can help you get better, she said in an attempt to preemptively assuage the outburst that was sure to follow from her husband. Where are we? He asked weakly. Petunia looked like she really didn't want to answer that question. Harry couldn't say that he was eager to volunteer that information, either. Luckily, they were saved by Dudley. We're at Harry's school, Dudley explained, clearly trying to relay this information in a manner that would keep his father as calm as possible. You were hit with a spell and got knocked unconscious. If we hadn't come here, who knows what could have happened. Vernon said nothing, but that wasn't because he was satisfied with the situation, he was clearly injured quite badly. In the meantime, Harry had been able to revive Hedwig. She seemed shaken, but in good health. This relieved Harry immensely. She sat upon his shoulder to rest. He would still make sure she saw Hagrid when he got the chance. Just in case. Now, if you could describe what happened in as much detail as you can. And please let me know if there is any pain or something that feels unusual, asked Madame Pomfrey. Vernon shook his head. Madame Pomfrey looked confused. You don't remember what happened. Or you can't feel anything unusual. Again, Vernon elected to say nothing, but shook his head more vigorously. The Medowitch looked around in confusion, but none of them could explain his behavior. And then he whispered something, but it was inaudible. What was that, Vernon? Asked Petunia. No magic, Harry heard. It wasn't magic. Clearly this did nothing to enlighten Madame Pomfrey. No, said Harry, understanding what Uncle Vernon was trying to communicate, he doesn't want to be healed with magic. At Harry's words, Vernon began to nod in affirmation. But Vernon, dear, who knows what that did to you? Maybe only they can fix it. Our doctors may not know what's wrong with you, uttered Petunia. Harry was surprised. He didn't think his aunt would ever agree to have anything to do with magic, even as he noticed she still avoided saying the word. Still, her care for her husband superseded even her loathing of all things magical, Harry supposed. Seeing those you care about in peril makes people do desperate things. Again, Vernon protested this. No, no magic, he said. But something may be seriously damaged. You don't mess with dark magic, you don't. We have to make sure. No, he said, a little more strongly this time, interrupting Madame Pomfrey's protestations, I want a hospital. Harry could tell that she was astounded. But they might not be able to cure you. Vernon, please. I think she may be right. We just have to get you better. Yeah, Dad, you should let them take care of this. No, 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 no. Harry lowered his voice and spoke to the woman who had healed his own wounds countless times. Do you think we should sedate him? She shook her head, turning to him so as to block the rest of the group from this conversation. We can't know what's wrong with him unless he cooperates. Now, Vernon was starting to get up. Was he seriously thinking of leaving? And just where do you think you're going in this condition? Scolded Madame Pomfrey in the same tone she used on students. Vernon, please, but their attempts were futile. Does there seem to be a problem? Turning towards the door, a tall man with a very long white beard stood at the entrance to the hospital wing. This man seems to think that he can leave and get adequate treatment at a Muggle hospital, supplied Madame Pomfrey. I see, said Dumbledore. Well, we cannot deny him that, if he so desires it. All five of them looked at Dumbledore in surprise. I will have it arranged for you to be transferred to the hospital of your choice. But first, I must ask you for your patience. If you could wait in the room outside and to the left. The three Dursleys made their way out, supporting Vernon as best they could. You cannot allow him to leave here without being properly attended to, protested Madame Pomfrey. Relax, Poppy. I will, of course, ensure he receives the best medical care he needs. I will make certain to have healers on hand to deal with the situation. But, Vernon Dursley will just be unaware that we are doing so, he added. Oh, well, you could have explained that earlier, she grumbled half-heartedly, but seeming pleased that Vernon would receive the appropriate medical attention. As long as our healers can assume a Muggle appearance and surreptitiously practice their magic, I foresee no problems. Oh, now Harry understood. Dumbledore would send healers pretending to be Muggle doctors to tend to Uncle Vernon. He wondered if Dumbledore would have his healers confound some of the nurses or disguise themselves as visitors. Of course, they'd need to be dressed appropriately for Vernon to buy the ruse. Harry saw that Dumbledore was gazing at something just behind him. He turned around to see his Aunt Petunia standing at the door. Apparently, she had heard everything. He wasn't sure how she would react to this development. There was a tense silence, but finally she said, "You're sure he will be looked after?" "I give you my word," replied Dumbledore, bowing his head slightly. "And you'll make sure he doesn't find out," she admonished. "Vernon needs to be looked at by a professional in magical medicine. I believe I know of the spell that was used, and I will inform the healers. Without magical assistance, his condition will only worsen." Petunia nodded her consent and left the room. "We should get your uncle to the hospital," observed Dumbledore. "I know you must have questions, Harry. And you deserve answers. But I must also ask for your patience on this matter as well. I will come speak to you at greater length hopefully sometime within the next couple of days." Harry nodded his understanding. Walking down the stairs and out to the main entrance to Hogwarts. Dudley was gazing openly at everything in amazement. At the animated portraits, at the moving staircases, and everything Harry had told him about earlier. Even amid his concern for his father, he couldn't help but take in his surroundings. Petunia was also staring in wonder, and trying but failing to hide it. When they reached the doors, Dumbledore turned to Harry. "I will escort your family to the hospital. You can wait in my office if you wish. The password is Fizzing Wisby." Harry was not expecting this. He thought he would be going with the Dursleys. Surely Voldemort would never anticipate this and plan to attack a Muggle hospital. He wanted to make sure his uncle would be all right. He wasn't fond of him and probably never would be, but he would feel guilty if his uncle was hurt badly on his account, or worse. Vernon's earlier accusation was ringing in his ears. "You put my family in danger." And he wanted his uncle to be all right more for Dudley's sake than anyone else's. His uncle Vernon may be a cruel man at times, but he loved and cared deeply for his family, and no one deserved to lose a loved one. "You can visit them later, but not now," said Dumbledore apologetically. Harry again nodded his understanding. Petunia was at Vernon's side. Harry didn't know what to say, but shared a meaningful glance with Dudley. He watched Dumbledore walk the Dursleys down the path to the main gates for a while, then made his way back up to Dumbledore's office. Uncle Vernon will be fine, he told himself, his guilt threatening to consume him. He sat in the chair that he normally would sit in whenever he met with Dumbledore, but found he couldn't keep still. He walked around, Looking at the many trinkets in the room, he saw that Dumbledore had seemed to repair the damage he had done during his last visit, and then settled on petting Fox. Something about the bird had a calming effect on Harry. Hedwig, perched on his shoulder, looked up at the brilliant red bird curiously. It was in this position that Dumbledore found Harry when he returned. "Do you think he'll be all right?" Harry asked. "I'm sure he will be fine, Harry," Dumbledore reassured him. "It was not your fault," he added. Harry knew this, but he wasn't sure that this made him feel any better. "After all of this excitement, you must be tired. I think now would be a good time for us to get you to where you'll be staying." Come to think of it, Harry hadn't even contemplated what would happen to him now. "I am currently pressed for time, but I will escort you to Grimmauld Place, which is now functioning as headquarters for the Order. Again, I am deeply sorry that we cannot talk now. I am sorry for many things. Please, find it within yourself to be patient with me, Harry. When I next come to visit you, you may ask all that your heart desires." Harry wasn't quite sure of what to say. Everything was happening so fast. "Are you ready to depart?" "Yes, sir." "Then let us be off." Snape was presently residing in one of the study rooms, not wanting to spend every waking moment with his master. But Wormtail had found him, telling him that the Dark Lord required his presence. He walked in to see Bellatrix doing her best to seduce the Dark Lord. How anyone could ever feel attraction for such a monster, Severus had no idea. It left a bad taste in his mouth. Maybe she had a fetish for men without noses. Well, at any rate that means I should be safer than almost everyone. It was common knowledge that Lord Voldemort did not feel. Her attempts were futile. The Dark Lord only indulged her because it gave him power. He would toy with her to amuse himself, nothing more. Everyone knew this, including Bellatrix. Yet she still persisted because she found immense satisfaction even with an imaginary love affair with the Dark Lord. The very idea made Severus want to take a very long, cleansing shower. "Admit that I am not happy, but you are right, the Carrows were foolish to attempt such a thing. It has cost me some of my followers, after I have just managed to break them out. I am most displeased with their behavior. They will suffer for it." Bellatrix looked very excited about this prospect indeed. "Who am I kidding? They're perfect for each other," thought Snape with disgust. "Ah, Severus. Good. You are here. Come join us. Bella was just telling me about the mission." Bellatrix shot him a look of venom. Severus decided not to react to that. "And you say Avery and Nott were captured, yet again?" The Dark Lord continued, speaking to Bellatrix this time. "Yes, my lord. Fools," he whispered menacingly. "They should be glad they are protected in Azkaban from my wrath." His anger had a rousing effect on Bellatrix. Her eyes glittered with hungry malice. "Dolohov would have been taken, too, if I hadn't managed to revive him." Mulciber and Travers were supposed to be covering Lucius, but once Dumbledore showed up they apparated away, as many others did. They left him to fend for himself unawares, the cowards. Ah, so Lucius was taken prisoner once again. Only Yaxley, Roll, and I were left. We had no choice but to return. We were vastly outnumbered by then. Rodolphus was taken, as well. As if she's really upset, thought Snape. "And why do you believe they fled, Bellatrix?" Well, Dumbledore and his group were beginning to gain the upper hand. And Dumbledore got Potter out of there by that time. Probably to Hogwarts. "Do you think the Order knew of our attack in advance?" It took all Snape had not to tense up. If Bellatrix believed that Dumbledore received prior knowledge, it would not be good for him. Of course, Bellatrix wouldn't mind, but she also couldn't lie to her beloved master. It also occurred to Severus that Bellatrix did not know that the information to give this mission the go-ahead was supplied by the potion's master, himself. If so, then she would surely say whatever she could to end him. "I don't believe so, my lord. They always have people guarding over that wretched brat." There was nothing unexpected in their reaction. "Good. Now, I understand that most of this was not by your making, Bella," began Voldemort smoothly, "but I placed you in charge, so you do hold some responsibility for this failure." "Of course, my lord. I understand, my lord. I will accept any punishment you desire to." But her words were cut short by her own screams. Voldemort had cast the Cruciatus curse upon her. After a while he lifted the curse saying, I believe that is a sufficient reminder. You may take your leave. Even after he put her through that torture, she still seemed reluctant to leave his side, like a beaten puppy who wanted nothing but her master's approval. Her madness was unfathomable. It was almost enough to make Severus pity her. Almost. But Potter was safe and it did not sound as though any of the order was hurt, and that was something. It had all turned out better than Severus could have possibly hoped. You may leave also, Severus. There is nothing more to discuss. The mission did not go as planned, but that is not entirely surprising. Yes, my lord, Severus bowed, and finally made to leave this dreaded place. Severus knew the Dark Lord had never planned on discussing anything with him. Voldemort just wanted him close by in the event that Bellatrix had suspected Dumbledore had learned of the attack, which could only be learned through Snape. But his position as spy was safe, for now. Meanwhile, Harry and Dumbledore had arrived at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Harry didn't think he would be coming back here so soon. He approached the dwelling in slight trepidation. All of the repressed feelings associated with Sirius' death were beginning to resurface. Anger, grief, despair. You will also find that your friends are here, said Dumbledore. This made Harry feel considerably better. I will call around mid-afternoon, if all goes according to plan. The old wizard looked like he wanted to say something more, but then he hesitated and simply said, until our next meeting, and vanished into thin air, leaving Harry behind with a feeling of déjà vu. Harry returns to the place he never wished to see again. He is glad to see his friends, but he feels trapped at the house where Sirius once lived, haunted by the memory of his late godfather. Additionally, Harry finally confronts Hermione with a question he has been burning to ask her. He heavily contemplates his relationship with Dumbledore and works to discover the mysterious member of the Order. Meanwhile, another young wizard is also feeling rather glum. Try as he might, Harry couldn't stop thinking about the prophecy. Harry knew that he and Voldemort were linked and that they would most likely confront each other in the future, but still, to have it in the form of a legitimate prophecy, sure, he had faced Voldemort and survived a fair share of times. But most of that had been luck, and he was only 16. To have the weight of the whole of the wizarding world on his shoulders was frightening. And if the prophecy was true, he was the only person who could defeat Voldemort. If he failed, and what about this power that the prophecy spoke of? Harry still had a hard time believing it was love. There were a lot of people who had the capacity to love. Almost everyone. Virtually everyone except for Voldemort. The door shut behind Harry with a menacing clang. Taking care not to wake the portrait of Sirius' mother, Harry made his way down to the kitchens with Hedwig still perched on his shoulder. She had not enjoyed apparition one bit. She seemed to be doing a lot better. He'd just have to see how she was doing each day. He didn't want to be back at Grimmauld Place. It was being used as headquarters as of right now, and he had no desire to see any of the Order members that would surely be coming in and out of the house, even if he liked many of them. He didn't want to encounter the endless sympathetic glances of pity or listen to Moody remind him that he hadn't been exercising constant vigilance at the time, which was obviously a motto of his, even though Harry had first learned of it through the imposter Crouch. He definitely didn't want to listen to Snape's snide comments and insinuations. He didn't think he could even tolerate the callous man's mere presence. He sighed. He couldn't wait until school started. He walked past the mounted elf heads in the hallway and descended the stairs to the basement level. As expected, he found Mrs. Weasley upon reaching the kitchen. No doubt she knew he was coming over and decided that he must need to be fed. It was now around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. When she spotted him, she greeted him by enveloping him in a giant hug. "Oh, Harry. Thank goodness, you're all right." "I'm just glad you guys are all right," Harry said. "How bad did they damage the burrow?" "Oh, well, it took a fair bit of damage, but we'll manage. And as you said, everyone came out safely, which is all that matters." Harry agreed, but still felt terrible that the Weasleys were displaced from their home in such a manner. "Are you hungry, Harry dear?" Now that she mentioned it, he was quite hungry. "Yeah, actually," he replied. "What would you like, dear?" she asked kindly. "Oh, anything is fine." Really, he insisted. And it was true, Her cooking was excellent and he wasn't very choosy. So, you persuaded Horace Slughorn to take the job? She asked, now bustling about in preparing Harry's meal. Well, kind of, Harry said noncommittally. Yes, he taught Arthur and me. Did you like him? She asked, setting the loaded plate of food in front of him, for which Harry thanked her. He was all right. He hesitated, as he munched happily on his sausage and onion sandwich, feeding bits of it to Hedwig. This was the closest to normality he had felt all day. I know what you mean, agreed Mrs. Weasley, nodding shrewdly. He can be quite charming when he wants to be, but Arthur was never his biggest fan. The ministry is littered with Slughorn's old favorites, but he never seemed to take much interest in Arthur. I suppose Slughorn didn't imagine him to be much of a high flyer. Well, that just goes to show even Slughorn has slips in judgment. I don't know whether or not Ron's told you in any of his letters, it's only just happened, but Arthur's been promoted. It could not have been clearer that Mrs. Weasley had been bursting to mention this. That's fantastic, he replied enthusiastically. It rather is, isn't it? Beamed Mrs. Weasley. Since Scrimgeour has become minister, he has set up several new offices in response to the current situation. Arthur is heading the Office for the Detection and Confiscation of Counterfeit Defensive Spells and Protective Objects. It's a big job. He's got 10 people reporting to him now. What do they do exactly? Well, in all of the panic about you-know-who, odd things have begun to crop up for sale everywhere, things that are advertised to protect against you-know-who and the Death Eaters. You can imagine that sort of thing. Most of the so-called protective items aren't authentic and spring from people like Mundungus trying to take advantage of how frightened everyone is. But every now and again something really nasty turns up. Just the other day Arthur had to confiscate a box of sneakoscopes that were most certainly planted by a Death Eater. It's all very important, but he still seems to miss tinkering around with spark plugs and toasters, Muggle objects and all the like. Mrs. Weasley ended her speech with a stern look, as if it had been Harry suggesting that it was natural to miss spark plugs. He won't be back until later tonight, she said, turning to look at the large clock Harry immediately recognized. It was the one with 9 hands, indicating the location of each family member. Apparently, Mrs. Weasley had taken to carrying it around the house with her. Every single one of the hands was now pointing to mortal peril. It's been like that for a while now, stated Mrs. Weasley in an unconvincingly casual voice. I suppose everyone is in mortal danger now, what with you-know-who out in the open. Yeah, I expect that would be the case for everyone, Harry tried to reassure her. So who else is staying here? He asked, searching for a less bleak topic. Well, obviously Ron and Ginny are here, and Arthur when he's not working. Hermione arrived yesterday. Remus sometimes stays here, but he's usually out on order business. Tonks will drop by now and again. And of course, Fred and George aren't here, she listed. Why? Where are they? Oh, they're up in Diagon Alley, sleeping in the little flat over their shop. They're always so busy. I must say, I didn't approve at first, but they do seem to have a flair for business. They're probably one of the only shops that aren't losing customers during this time. Well, that's great. Harry was glad that Mrs. Weasley was finally agreeable with the twins' decision. Especially seeing as he was the one responsible for their initial funds to set it up, easing his guilt somewhat. Harry was beginning to feel much more at home here with his favorite family. But there were still the pervasive reminders of Sirius' absence. He thought he would be getting used to it, but he would be taken by surprise at times. Seemingly innocuous objects would remind Harry of Sirius. The bark of a dog, a man with long hair and other little things of the sort. He would be flooding with memories of Sirius, and even now it seemed as those were centuries ago, from another life. And then the casual reference to Sirius, death by Slughorn, and Uncle Vernon's reaction, he's dead, his godfather. Not sure where Ron and Hermione are, but they should be somewhere around here. Probably in the drawing room, Mrs. Weasley told Harry. His thoughts were drifting already. Oh, okay. I guess I'll go look for them then, he replied. Oh, and you'll be staying in the same room with Ron again. Some of the rooms still aren't suitable to be staying in yet, Mrs. Weasley added. He nodded his understanding and thanked her for the meal, leaving the kitchen to find his two best friends. Hedwig took off and no doubt went to find rest in the bedroom Harry would be staying in. It turned out that Mrs. Weasley was right and it was in the drawing room that he found Ron and Hermione. "Oh, Harry!" exclaimed Hermione, wrapping him in a hug much like Mrs. Weasley had earlier. "We were so worried about you." "We're glad you made it in one piece," said Ron, coming over and clapping Harry on the shoulder. Harry looked at Ron sympathetically. "Ron, I'm sorry about the burr." "It's not your fault, mate," Ron interjected meaningfully. "But don't worry, we'll get the bastards who did it." Harry nodded, not really knowing what to say. They both wanted an account of the events at Privet Drive from Harry. So he told them about what happened. And when he got to the part about McGonagall attacking the Death Eater as a cat, Hermione looked slightly terrified, while Ron seemed astounded. But they were both impressed and appreciative of her actions. They chatted and visited for a while until Mrs. Weasley called them down for supper. Since Harry had eaten not long before, he went to his bedroom and decided to settle in. His friends suggested he come down with them even though he wouldn't be eating, but Harry had insisted on unpacking now so he wouldn't have to do it later. Truth be told, he was a bit overwhelmed right now, being back at Grimmauld Place. A kaleidoscope of emotions was flying at him out of nowhere. He felt a bit like he did at times during his 5th year, when he would be alone and long for his friends, but then be surrounded by people and want nothing more than to get away from it all. He didn't know why he felt this way. But he felt in some way separate from everybody else. Not because of who he was, but because he was somehow being distanced from everyone he cared about by some inescapable and indescribable force. He supposed these feelings were amplified by Sirius' death. But Harry knew he couldn't shut and lock himself away from everyone, he just needed some time alone for the moment to collect himself. So he lay down and stretched himself out on the bed. Harry found that all of his belongings were stowed at the foot of his bed. Dumbledore must have dropped them off here. Dumbledore. Harry still wasn't sure how he felt about the whole scenario regarding his headmaster. He was mostly surprised at the elderly wizard's actions than anything else. He wasn't particularly mad, though. He doubted whether Hermione or even Ron would feel the same way. Best not to mention this to them until he cleared things up with Dumbledore first. Dumbledore had also advised Harry to tell his best friends about the prophecy. He wasn't sure when he was going to tell them. He knew they would be scared for him and he didn't want to worry them, but he knew that Ron and Hermione would want to know about this. Certainly he, Harry, would want to know if one of his friends was in this position. And deep down, Harry had to admit would be nice to be able to lift some of the burden off of himself and be able to confide in the two people he was closest to. Try as he might, Harry couldn't stop thinking about the prophecy. Harry knew that he and Voldemort were linked and that they would most likely confront each other in the future. But still, to have it in the form of a legitimate prophecy, sure, he had faced Voldemort and survived a fair share of times. But most of that had been luck, and he was only 16. To have the weight of the whole of the wizarding world on his shoulders was daunting. And if the prophecy was true, he was the only person who could defeat Voldemort. If he failed. And what about this power that the prophecy spoke of? Harry still had a hard time believing it was love. There were a lot of people who had the capacity to love. Almost everyone. Virtually everyone except for Voldemort. He sighed. A string of thoughts like this would revolve around his head in endless tracks during the summer. He would always ask the same questions, not always in the exact same way, but he would never find any answers. Things would get better once school started, he reasoned. He would have plenty of things to keep him busy there and the atmosphere within Hogwarts would surely go a long way towards cheering him up. Hedwig flew over and landed in front of Harry. He distracted himself by running his fingers through her plumage. What was so comforting about pets? He lay there like that for some time, but his thoughts kept drifting toward his current predicament and other random subjects. The prophecy. Voldemort. Sirius. Dumbledore. Why hadn't Dumbledore warned him? How would Harry's knowledge endanger a member of the Order? Unless. Harry. He heard a soft voice utter. He looked up. It was Hermione. Yeah, he replied by way of invitation. May I come in? She asked anyways. Of course you can, said Harry sitting up a little bit and patting a spot next to him on the bed. She came in and sat down at the indicated spot. Ron's still eating. Harry nodded his acknowledgement. How are you? She asked tentatively after a while, conveying with her tone of voice that he didn't have to speak about this if he didn't want to. I'm a little tense being back here, he said truthfully. It's just. A lot of times I'll be fine, and then something will remind me of him. It'll just hit me out of nowhere. And being back here, it just makes everything worse. Hermione looked on in concern and compassion. I'm sorry, Harry. I know I can't say anything that will make things better. I can't possibly imagine what it is you're going through. I wish things could be different. If you ever want to talk to someone, I'm here. I know, Hermione, spoke Harry, but you don't have to say anything or be sorry. It helps with you just being here. And it did. Harry still felt isolated, but having Hermione here with him now made him feel immensely better. I'll always be here for you, Harry. Harry was deeply affected by this. He always knew his friends would stand behind him, but that didn't lessen the warmth he felt at Hermione's words. He found that there were no words he could find to adequately describe how much he appreciated Hermione's unwavering loyalty and companionship. So he made to hug her instead. They embraced for a while, and afterwards, Hermione also lay down next to Harry instead of perching precariously on the edge as she had been before. He wasn't usually this emotional, but everything seemed muddled and unsettled at the moment, and the only constant were his friends. Hermione seemed to understand this and didn't show as much surprise at Harry's actions. Normally, he'd have probably been embarrassed, but now, he found that it was just nice to be with someone who truly cared for him. It was quite pleasant, just lying there like there was not a care in the world, even if it wasn't true, even if they were just pretending for a while. Thanks, Hermione, he finally voiced. She gave him a look that clearly said there was no need for him to thank her. Now that he had Hermione alone, he figured it was the perfect time to ask her something that had been on his mind. Hey, Hermione, he asked. Yeah, she replied, her eyes closed in relaxation. There's been something I've been wanting to ask you. Hermione sat up a little and turned towards Harry, clearly understanding that he was about to ask something important. Back at Diagon Alley, when I was talking about not remembering my vision, you looked like you were going to say something, but then you seemed to change your mind and said there was nothing we could do, he started, hoping Hermione wouldn't feign ignorance and explain herself. Well, yes, I did have an idea. She paused, and was not forthcoming about whatever this idea was. Harry arched his eyebrows, indicating she should continue. But I don't think you're going to like it. And Ron definitely won't like it. Now, Harry was intrigued. What could this be about? If you did have a vision, it's in your head somewhere, you just aren't aware of it in your conscious mind, started Hermione hesitantly. Well, I think there's a way you might be able to view this vision. She paused again. And, urged Harry, what? I think it might be possible for someone to extract the memory by searching your mind. Hermione didn't elaborate any further. Harry wasn't quite sure why she was being so vague and tentative. Get someone to read my mind? He asked. Yes, answered Hermione. Well, search through your memories, specifically trying to find your vision. So what would this be? Some kind of hypnosis? Harry had heard of using this technique to recover details of memories. Not exactly. No, she said as she chewed her bottom lip, a habit he knew Hermione was prone to exhibit when nervous. And then it hit Harry. Hermione was referring to legilimency, and she was hesitating to tell him this because the only people he knew who possessed this power were Voldemort and Snape. Obviously, one of these choices was not a viable option. But Harry still wasn't sure which one he preferred. At least with Voldemort, Harry could be openly hostile. His distaste must have shown on his face, for Hermione said, before you say anything, I really think that you ought to try and recover the contents of this vision you had. And isn't that more important than your resentment towards Snape? Harry knew it made sense in his mind, but he didn't want Snape inside of his mind anymore. He hated their little sessions together that didn't teach him anything. He tried to ignore the fact that part of it was his fault, it just made him feel more responsible for Sirius' death. Plus, he still wasn't sure if he trusted Snape. No, I don't want him in my head. How do we even know he's on our side? Harry. Besides, he wouldn't want to help me. He'd just say no. You don't know that, Harry, argued Hermione. I know you don't like him, but Dumbledore trusts him, so I do, too. If you tell him why you need to know this, he may decide to help you because it will help us in the war. You just need to put your stubborn pride aside and ask him for help. This isn't about you and Snape, it's about beating Voldemort. And I would think that you of all people would want to do everything possible to ensure his defeat. Her passion took Harry aback a little. He hadn't expected such an outburst of emotion from Hermione. He thought she'd try to reason with him by intricately explaining the logic behind her idea. Harry's anger abated as he listened to Hermione's words. You're right, Hermione. I shouldn't be so selfish. I may not like it, but I can stomach it if it means figuring out how to beat Voldemort. Hermione smiled. I knew you'd see it my way. Harry smiled back. Oh, there you guys are. It was Ron. Hey, said Hermione. We were waiting for you, she said, sliding off the bed. Yeah, responded Ron. So, he said, looking around and rubbing the back of his neck, not much to do around this place. Too bad we're in a muggle neighborhood, can't even go out for a bit of Quidditch. Harry noticed that Hermione was fighting the instinct to roll her eyes. Harry was barely listening. He could feel the mounting pressure to reveal his newfound knowledge regarding the prophecy. Well, now was as good a time as any. Wait. They both looked at him. He took a deep, steadying breath. I have something to tell you guys. That got their attention. How was he supposed to go about this? You know all those articles that have been written about me. They both nodded, waiting on bated breath. Well, here it goes, he thought. They're true. Silence suffused the room. And then. Oh my goodness, Harry. Harry. Oh, well, we weren't sure, but we heard the rumors of course and, naturally, we wondered, but we didn't want to pester you with questions either. But Harry, oh Harry. Hermione voiced. She was clearly horrified and shocked. Ron looked dumbfounded, his mouth agape. Wow, mate. That's just. Wow. Hermione was now rambling to herself, pacing and gripping her hands in her hair in anxiety. Their reactions were worse than Harry anticipated. He thought they would at least be prepared for this possibility if they had indeed suspected it from what they read in the prophet. Hey, guys. Guys. They finally stopped and gave Harry their full attention. He let out a sigh of relief at this. It's not like I'm really in any more danger than I have been. Voldemort's always been after me. But, Hermione intervened, however, Harry silenced her with a stare. And he doesn't know the full contents of the prophecy. The prophecy was made to Dumbledore, he showed me in his pensieve, at the end of last year, he said in answer to Hermione's unspoken question. Hermione was biting her lip again. Ron still had that same thunderstruck look plastered onto his face. They both were still clearly worried. He was certain he couldn't alleviate their concern completely. They would just have to get used to it, much like he had after the initial shock. Finally, Hermione spoke, although with a slight quiver in her voice. What exactly did the prophecy say, Harry? It said, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives, he recited. He remembered the words vividly and had reflected upon them countless times over the course of the summer. Now, instead of panicking, they were both awed into complete silence. Dumbledore kept himself from telling me about this earlier. He said he didn't want to place any more burden on my shoulders when I was young. He said he came to care more about my happiness than telling me the truth, and that his emotions overweighed what his mind was telling him to do, he explained solemnly. I acted exactly as Voldemort expects we fools who love to act. And the prophecy clearly specified that it concerned you? Asked Hermione. Well, actually, I guess at the time, it could have referred to Neville, too. Neville. They both repeated, stunned. The look on their faces was so comical, that had this subject matter not been so serious, Harry would have laughed. Yes, because he was born around the same time as me and his parents faced Voldemort 3 times, he stated darkly, remembering the fate of the Longbottoms with repulsion. But Dumbledore said that Voldemort clearly marked me as his equal, so it's definitely me. Dumbledore figures that even though Voldemort promotes blood purity, he picked me because I'm a half-blood, like him. That's why he attacked you as a baby. Exactly. Apparently he only heard a bit of the beginning, he said, referring to the prophecy, but enough to get the gist of it. Oh, Harry, spoke Hermione again in a gentle voice, why didn't you tell us? Sympathy was evident on her face. You know why. It's not that I don't trust you guys, I just didn't want you worry you, or scare you, actually, it was Dumbledore who convinced me to tell you both. Well, I think Dumbledore is right. We want you to confide things like this to us. We're going to worry no matter what. But you shouldn't keep this to yourself. Yeah, we're your best friends, Harry. We want to know what's going on with you. We're here to help you, said Ron in earnest, speaking up for the first time since Harry told them the contents of the prophecy. Well, I do feel better now that I've told you, responded Harry. And it was true. He did. He felt like a weight was lifted off his shoulders. He didn't like keeping his friends in the dark. He didn't like having to be secretive and distant. But I think I had to come to terms with it myself first. They both nodded, seeming to understand, but clearly still felt that he could have told them before. Not because of their need for information, he knew, but because they didn't want him to suffer alone. You'll do it, Harry. You'll defeat Voldemort. I just know you will, declared Hermione. Of course he will. I mean, come on. How many times have you faced him and got the best of him now? You're not Harry Potter for nothing, added Ron, also trying to bring some levity to the situation and lighten the mood a bit. It was what he did best. Harry knew they were still anxious and a little frightened and that they were putting on a brave face for him, for which he was very grateful. Do you know what the power the Dark Lord knows not refers to? Questioned Hermione, having calmed down somewhat. Dumbledore thinks it means love, answered Harry, unable to keep some skepticism out of his voice. He wasn't entirely sure he agreed with Dumbledore on this matter. What? Asked Ron, his tone conveying the disbelief that Harry felt himself. How does he figure that? I mean, I know he's a bit off his rocker, but it's gotta be Someth. Love is a very strong and ancient form of magic, Ron, interrupted Hermione, throwing the redhead a look of irritation. How do you know that can't be it? I'm just saying. What? That you know better than Albus Dumbledore. This discussion was not mollifying Harry's own misgivings, such as they were, in the slightest. Doubt ever gnawed at the back of his mind. Harry, are you all right? Asked Hermione. They had stopped arguing. He must have been zoning out, distracted by his thoughts. Yeah, I'm fine, he lied, trying to look nonchalant. He was sure his friends weren't buying it, but thankfully, neither of them pressed him further. Well, said Hermione, standing up, if there's anything you want to talk about, anything at all, we're here for you, Harry. She's right, said Ron, also standing up behind her and placing a hand on her shoulder as if to confirm it. Harry appreciated the gesture more than he could say. Thanks, he attempted anyway. We don't need your thanks, we just don't want you to hesitate to tell us anything. Harry also stood. Now what? For now, he just wanted to take his mind off of everything for a while. His head was beginning to swim with the many thoughts and anxieties bombarding his brain, overwhelming him. Ron seemed to sense this and suggested a game of wizard's chess. Gobstones, Harry replied, that way I actually have a chance at beating you. Fair enough, Ron said good-naturedly. Hermione, you in? She seemed lost in thought. I'll join you in a bit, but first, I have something I need to take care of, she answered, and with that made to leave the room. All right, then, Ron said, a hint of uncertainty creeping into his voice. His questioning eyes found Harry's. What do you suppose that was all about? I have no idea, he answered truthfully. She's probably looking to get a head start on classes already, hypothesized Ron, shaking his head. Yeah, maybe, replied Harry, although he wasn't so sure that was the case. He sincerely hoped it wasn't because of his big revelation. He didn't want her fretting over him. But knowing Hermione, she was probably trying to find a solution in methodical, typical Hermione fashion. Maybe looking up a few books. They made their way downstairs to the main living room. Ginny was there. What are you two up to? And where's Hermione? she asked upon seeing the pair of them. Don't know about Hermione, but we're going to have a game of gobstones, Ron answered. Care to join us? Inquired Harry. Sure. Why not? Replied Ginny. They spent an enjoyable time playing gobstones, exploding snap, and chatting. Ginny recounted a particularly amusing story involving Fred and George at the shop. Ron had even convinced Harry to play a game of wizard's chess. He and Ginny had even teamed up to try and best Ron, but to no avail. But Harry didn't mind losing. In the back of his mind, though, he was wondering what Hermione was up to. It had been a couple of hours, yet she still hadn't made an appearance. Ron must have been thinking along the same lines, for he said, "Where is she? I thought she was only going to be a little while." Harry shrugged his shoulders in response. "I saw in the Prophet that Lucius Malfoy was one of the Death Eaters caught," voiced Ginny, the conversation taking a more serious turn. Harry nodded and gave her a quick review over what transpired at Privet Drive. Ron scoffed. "He deserves it. He's a right bastard." Ronald Weasley scolded his mother, having just entered the room. "Well, he is," Ron defended. "Who is?" asked his mother, unimpressed. "Lucius Malfoy." Her expression darkened. "Yes, he is," she agreed, surprising Harry. He had rarely, if ever, heard her express such thoughts. "I was just coming to tell you lot that I've just finished with the pies." "Excellent," said Ron, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Harry and Ginny both laughed. "What? Nothing gets you excited quite like food, does it?" posed Ginny. "Where's Hermione?" asked Mrs. Weasley, obviously noticing her absence. Harry felt that it was quickly becoming the catchphrase of the day. He and Ron shared a glance. "We don't know," said Ron. Once she and Ginny departed for the kitchen, Ron turned to Harry. "What do you reckon she's up to?" "Who knows?" Upon entering the kitchen, they discovered that Mr. Weasley had returned from work. "Hello, Harry." "Hi, Mr. Weasley. How was work?" He gave a short laugh. "That scuffle at your place sure caused quite the riot, and a lot of trouble for the ministry. Thankfully, none of the muggles were harmed, but we had to perform a lot of complicated memory charms and do some damage control. Make sure that those present told no one else about what happened and everything. But I wasn't the one attacked." "Well, not this time," Harry corrected in his mind, thinking of how this conversation could be taking place at the Burrow. "What about you?" "I heard about your uncle," he solicited somberly. "What happened?" asked Mrs. Weasley. "He was hit in the crossfire. He'll probably be fine, but he's refusing magical treatment." She clucked her tongue in apparent disapproval. Mr. Weasley shook his head. "Muggles. They're quite ingenious, but dark magic isn't something you should mess around with." "Well, I hope he'll be all right." Harry gave an ambiguous shrug. He hadn't gotten around to thinking about that much. Not that he wanted anything bad to happen to his uncle, but he wasn't that concerned. He'd probably be fine. It also goes without saying that Vernon was not very high on the list of people he cared about. Maybe he'd go visit them when Dumbledore came over, whenever that would be. "What about the Death Eaters, Dad? Did you hear anything about that? Have the Aurors detained them? What are they going to do with them?" Ron asked his father. He sighed. "Oh yes, that was the big topic at the ministry today. With the Dementors gone, and the Aurors stretched thin, what with all of the havoc you know who is wreaking, word is that Scrimgeour might be considering more drastic measures." "Like what?" asked Harry, curious. "I'm not quite sure," he responded gravely, "but it doesn't take a whole lot of imagination to guess what. Surely that didn't mean executing them. The Dementor's key was no longer an option, and they probably deserved it, but he didn't know what to make of it. It seemed pretty extreme." They continued to discuss more routine affairs over their pie and cream. It was quite delicious, to no one's surprise. Harry particularly enjoyed the strawberry rhubarb, too. "You'll be coming to the wedding, of course, won't you, Harry?" inquired Mr. Weasley. "Wedding?" asked Harry. Mr. Weasley looked at Mrs. Weasley, eyes slightly questioning. "Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. Bill and Fleur are getting married next summer," said Ron. "Really?" He was surprised by this information, and he couldn't help but notice that the two women didn't look particularly overjoyed. "Yup, and Mum and Ginny aren't too chuffed about it, if you haven't noticed," added Ron. Mr. Weasley gave Ron a warning glance and Mrs. Weasley objected. It's just too soon, that's all. But they've known each other for a year now. Ron exclaimed. Well, that's not very long. It's all because of the uncertainty with you know who back. People are afraid they might not get the chance and afraid they might be dead tomorrow, so they're rushing into all sorts of decisions they'd normally take their time over. It was the same way the last time this was happening. People eloping left, right and center. Like you and Dad. Ginny slid in slyly. Yes, well, that was different. Your father and I were made for each other. We were in love and there was no point in waiting. Whereas Bill and Fleur, well, what have they really got in common? Bill is a hard worker, down to earth, and Fleur is a complete snob. Yeah. But I expect Bill likes a bit of adventure, seeing as he's a curse breaker. That's probably why he's gone for phlegm, said Ginny. Stop calling her that, Ginny, scolded Mrs. Weasley. Harry was a little surprised at Ginny's vehemence for Fleur. I mean, she could be a bit standoffish at times, but she wasn't all that bad. At least, ever since Harry had saved her little sister, she had become considerably warmer towards him. Harry wondered if Hermione had heard of this new development. Speaking of which, where was Hermione? She was nowhere to be seen and Harry was starting to worry a little. Did she take the news that badly? Or was she up to something completely separate? He hoped for the latter choice. Harry and Ron headed to the room they shared to change into more comfortable attire. Upon leaving the room, they ran into none other than Hermione herself. Oh, there you are, she said. There we are. We've been wondering where you were all this time, replied Ron somewhat indignantly. Oh, just let me show you, she said impatiently, beckoning them to follow her. Well, this was an unexpected turn of events, thought Harry. He looked at Ron. Both had raised eyebrows. Are you guys coming, or not? Came Hermione's voice. They went to follow her, and Harry wondered what she could have possibly been working on to get her feeling this rushed. This had better not be a plea for us to review your potions essay or anything. HMPH. Please, I know you better than to ask that, Ronald. She was leading them to one of the mostly unused rooms at the highest level of the dwelling. Harry became even more intrigued. Would you just tell us already? Pressed Ron, becoming impatient himself. Just hold on, we're almost there. She walked up to one of the doors and pushed it open. Harry had to blink a few times to make sure that he was seeing what he thought he was seeing. But by the astonished look on Ron's face, his vision hadn't become any more impaired. They seemed to be looking at not the inside of a room, but a vast, open field, complete with a sky and enough artificial sunlight to light the room. Harry felt his jaw drop. It was impressive for sure, but why? This was clearly what Hermione had been working on almost all day. I just thought that you needed something to relax and clear your mind. And as Ron pointed out, we're in the middle of a Muggle neighborhood, so. And then it hit Harry why she had created this imitation of the outdoors. It was for him, so that he could do something that he took pleasure in, even though she herself didn't. Hermione was brilliant, he knew, but this was advanced, even for her. It must have taken a lot of work. But the magic. Harry started. I remember when you told me how Dobby got you into trouble. There are plenty of full wizards here so that I don't have to worry about being detected. Come to think of it, I don't know if any magic can even be detected here, seeing as it's protected by the Fidelius charm. And besides, she added, I haven't ever received a warning yet, so even if they did find out, I wouldn't be expelled or anything like that. It was actually quite fascinating, figuring it all out. I've always wanted to try something like this. That was just like Hermione to turn this into an intellectual challenge. Still, Harry knew how much Hermione hated breaking rules. It touched him that his happiness was that important to her. She was still taking a big risk, and all on his behalf. And Ron's, too. You're a bloody genius, Hermione, chimed in Ron. He was visibly delighted that he would get a chance to play Quidditch after all. Hermione smiled, mildly embarrassed. What do you say, Ron? Fancy a ride? Are you kidding, mate? Is that even a question? Harry laughed. I'll go get our brooms, said Ron. Maybe Ginny will want to join us, called out Harry. Good idea. he said as he left to go down the stairs. Harry turned to Hermione. Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't even know what to say. I can't believe you did all of this. Oh, it was no problem at all. I'm glad to help. But this is really impressive stuff, Hermione. Have you done anything like this before? Well, no, but I read about it in theory. It's detailed in Hogwarts, a history when it talks about all of the enchantments in the Great Hall. And there were also a lot of helpful tips in some of the more advanced Transfiguration books. That's where I read about most of the methodology behind the magic. Harry again tried to communicate how grateful he was, but he knew Hermione understood. Would you like to fly with us? He asked, not wanting to leave her out. Ha ha. No, I don't think so. I figured flying wasn't really my thing when I did miserably during flying lessons, and our third year reinforced that sentiment. Yes, Harry thought. He remembered how tightly Hermione held on to him in her futile protests when riding Buckbeak, or the time last year when they rode the Thestrals, although that time he didn't blame her. He probably wouldn't like flying on what appeared to be thin air either. I'll be fine just watching, she said with a tired smile. You didn't have to do this, he insisted. But I wanted to. I mean, being back here in this house and what you told us about the prophecy, I figured you needed some sort of outlet. I can't really do anything about your biggest problems, but if I could. No, it helps a lot. And it means a lot to me. I'm glad you did. She smiled again. Oi, Harry, you coming or what? Ron had returned carrying their broomsticks. Ginny had come as well. The look on her face was much like the one Ron, and Harry expected that he himself, had worn moments earlier. Of course, answered Harry, taking his broom and entering the room that Hermione had so skillfully created, glancing back to give one of his best friends one last appreciative look. She nodded her head to indicate that she understood his gratitude and to go on and fly. He didn't need any more encouragement. He took to the skies, if you could call it that, but it didn't make any difference. Being on his firebolt and zipping through the air and feeling the ripple in his hair from the velocity of his broom, he felt more at ease than he had in a long time. It was as he had left all of his emotional turmoil disappear into the wind behind him. Soaring aloft with his friends, he wasn't thinking about Sirius' death, or his fated match with Voldemort. All he was thinking about was the pleasures of flying, and how blessed he was to have such unwaveringly loyal and selfless friends. He was finally able to put his problems momentarily on hold and, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, he was content. Elsewhere, another individual would receive no such comfort. Lying on his bed and resting the back of his head in the crook of his arm, Draco Malfoy stared aimlessly at the ceiling of his extravagant room in the manor, looking at nothing in particular. He felt trapped. Nothing he did would change his fate. He would be a Death Eater, like his father before him. He had always aspired to join the Dark Lord when he was younger, and upon learning he was to be inducted into the group, he felt a determined pride, but now he was having doubts. It was nothing like he expected. His father always preached how much of an honor it was to follow the Dark Lord in his plight to purge mudbloods from the wizarding world, but now he wondered whether or not it was all worth it. This wasn't something he could just back out of using his Slytherin cunning. Once in, you were in for life, which was threatened every passing day in the Dark Lord's presence. Draco quickly learned that the word leniency was not in the Dark Lord's vocabulary. He had zero tolerance for any missteps or errors. Now, he understood why his mother had seemed so aghast upon learning of what was to become of him. At first, he thought his mother was simply mollycoddling him and he was affronted that she considered him to be too young, thirsting for a chance to prove himself. Now, he just felt hollow and empty. It was as if an invisible string was pulling him closer to his destiny, and he was just a passive observer. But panic and fear were ever present in his mind, threatening to break through the dam where he buried them, loath as he was to admit it. He was a coward. He was as much of a little boy as his mother believed he was. And he hated it. He gained no pleasure from the countless torture scenes and thoughtless murders he had witnessed. Instead, it made him sick to his stomach. The Dark Lord repulsed him. Draco wondered how he could have possibly once been human. His eyes were red and feral, feline, no serpentine fit him better, in shape. They seemed to blaze into Draco like a stunning spell. And do you hear swear fealty? Draco Malfoy, that you will serve your master, I alone and no one else, and take upon you the name of Death Eater. It was only through immense self-discipline that Draco did not blink, reflexively swallow, or turn away. Yes, my lord. Those pale eyes gleamed crimson. He stood, the image of some dark, twisted, skeletal angel. Pulling out his wand, he approached the young bee, owned and swiftly pushed back the fabric of his sleeve, exposing the BPD skin of Draco's forearm. Morsmord vinculum, he hissed, sounding very much like a snake. 3. Draco immediately felt a tingling, burning sensation running along his arm. He had braced himself in expectation of immense pain, but soon realized that the feeling wasn't half as bad as many of his imaginations led him to believe. More than the pain in his arm was the impression that at his core, something was very wrong, unnatural even. It made the hairs on his arms and the back of his neck stand up. But as soon as he tried to identify exactly what it was that he was feeling, it was gone. Still, although the pain was bearable, it was difficult not to react. He had not possessed the gall to ask his father how bad the pain was beforehand, he knew better than that. To ask was to show weakness, which Draco refused to do. He looked out among the crowd of Death Eaters to see if he could spot his father, perhaps wearing a look of pride and approval that so seldom crossed his features, but all he could see was a mass of veiled eyes hidden beneath dark hoods. It is done, said the Dark Lord with a finality that resonated with a clang of a gate closing down on Draco's future. Welcome, Draco Malfoy, to the Death Eaters. Welcoming was not exactly the word Draco would use to describe the atmosphere. Thank you, my lord. I can't tell you how honored I am, my lord, he groveled. Yes, yes, the Dark Lord replied disinterestedly. I will not bother to detail the unspoken rules I expect you to follow. You will soon learn what is acceptable, and what is not. If you cannot do that, then I have no use for you. Of course, my lord. I will. But first, he interrupted, I must reward you for your allegiance. Why was Draco getting a bad feeling about this? I will give you a taste of the power you may gain should you serve me well. A few of the Death Eaters started to murmur in approval. If you could, Wormtail, bring out our esteemed guest. Wormtail, Draco knew, was not a typical Death Eater. He had betrayed his friends to their deaths, fearing for his life. He did not wear the normal garb as was customary for a Death Eater, he did not merit that honor, and did not partake in the standard activities, instead tending to the Dark Lord's personal needs. Most, if not all of the other Death Eaters detested him, but they tolerated his presence nonetheless. He was frequently on the receiving end of poor treatment at the hands of the other Death Eaters, and the Dark Lord did nothing to prevent this. Now, the diminutive man brought out the unmistakable form of a woman, bound and blindfolded. Ah, yes, here we are, he said as Wormtail approached. Thank you, Wormtail. When the Dark Lord removed the tattered bag that was concealing the unknown woman's face, Draco's first reaction was one of surprise. He knew he had seen this woman before, but where? She was dressed in Muggle clothing, and Draco did not associate with any Muggles. Ah, Muggles, Draco thought. This was the Muggle Studies professor at Hogwarts, he realized. But what did she have to do with anything? Ah, so you do recognize her, I see, said the Dark Lord. With a start Draco realized that the Dark Lord must have been reading his thoughts. He quickly put up his defenses, but subtly, as he had been taught so that the Dark Lord would not detect any variation. Then you know that she preaches precisely what I have been trying to dismantle. She is ignorant to believe she could so brazenly oppose me without facing retribution. This will also serve as a warning to everyone who foolishly believes that Dumbledore can protect anyone from me. And now, Draco, because I am a benevolent leader, I will allow you the pleasure of demonstrating this. The other Death Eaters were becoming restless in anticipation. Honestly, how could they enjoy this so much? He tried to ignore the fact that one of those people was his father. They had taken off their masks. Whether it was because custom necessitated it or to get a better look, Draco wasn't sure. Draco's mind was starting to panic. He didn't mean kill her, did he? I think the Cruciatus curse will do nicely. Do it, Draco. Remind this Muggle lover to never, ever question the power of Lord Voldemort. Draco didn't seem to be able to move. Everything, his mind, his body, was suddenly frozen. After a couple of moments, the Dark Lord turned to face him. No. The Dark Lord questioned dangerously. Draco was still rooted to the spot. Why didn't he do something? Just do it, he told himself. It's not as if I even care about her. Then I shall teach you. Pain such as Draco had never experienced before surged through his body. His bones felt as though they were on fire. Every single nerve ending felt like it was being struck by lightning. He couldn't even remember who he was, not even his own name. There was only the pain. He was probably screaming, but if he was, he couldn't hear it. Please, let it stop, was all he could think. Let it stop. Just let me die so it will all end. Suddenly, it did. He was now crumpled pathetically on the forest floor. He had no recollection of ever falling down. Now that it was over, he knew the Dark Lord had him under the spell for no more than a few seconds. In reality, not much time had passed, but it seemed like an eternity to Draco. He was still aching from the curse and he was shaking. But that didn't matter. As long as the pain was gone. He heard screams. Was that him? No. He stood up slowly and saw that the Muggle Studies professor was now under the very curse he himself had just experienced. The Dark Lord paused for a short while, teasing his victim, allowing her a glimmer of hope so that he might snuff it out. He was gloating to her about something, but Draco wasn't paying any particular attention to the Dark Lord's words, transfixed in morbid fascination. Severus, please, she begged. Please, Severus, she desperately pleaded her colleague. Snape's face remained impassive as ever, conveying no emotion. Draco would give his allowance money to know what was going through his professor's mind at times like these. Then she was writhing in pain once more, reminding Draco eerily of the time Moody, or Crouch, rather, had performed the unforgivable curses in his fourth year. And like that particular session of class, he knew what to expect next. Avada Kedavra. A jet of green light flew towards the professor, who ceased all movement. Her lifeless form gave no indication that she had been struggling for her life not moments ago. Draco tried to quell the bile that was beginning to rise in his throat. Now, the Dark Lord turned to him once more. Oh no, Draco thought, he's going to do it again. He was so afraid of facing the pain again. He had never been so afraid of anything in his entire life. You will learn, was all he said, turning to face the rest of his Death Eaters in attendance. It wasn't reassurance, it was a command. The meeting ended not long after that, although time seemed to crawl at a snail's pace. It always did. He had only been to 2 more meetings since then, but he had quickly come to loathe them. At their most recent gathering, Draco had been informed of the mission he was to undertake. His task, how was he going to be able to do that? Even the Dark Lord himself hadn't been able to defeat Dumbledore, so what chance did a 16-year-old boy have? Of course, Draco never voiced that particular thought aloud. Draco had always despised Dumbledore, but he'd never actually wanted him dead or anything. Maybe he wouldn't care so much if Dumbledore died, definitely not as much as the other students like Potter. But Dumbledore was one of the greatest wizards of their time. Draco was intelligent and resourceful, but this bordered on the impossible. He wasn't even sure if he wanted to do it. No, he told himself, I have to do this. If I don't, his family was depending on him. And he didn't want to die yet either. Sometimes he would become so engulfed in fear and doubt it was almost enough to make him nauseous. He was utterly alone. But he had to find a way. He had to. But he couldn't let anyone know about his misgivings. He would never let anyone know he was scared, Draco promised himself. Not even his mother. And especially not the Dark Lord. Luckily, his Aunt Bellatrix had trained him in the ways of occlumency, although she believed it was necessary to guard against Snape, not the Dark Lord, she said. But it was still a useful tool to possess, when the Dark Lord would probe his mind, searching for a potential weakness. Draco wondered why his aunt would feel the need to learn occlumency. What did she have to hide? As far as he was concerned, she was devoted to the Dark Lord to the point of insanity. Intriguing though this was, he had more pressing matters to be dealing with. At any rate, his aunt had finally proved to be useful to him. He only pretended to like her for his mother's sake. He also didn't want to have to deal with his aunt. And if he played nice, maybe he could gain something from it. He could tell that even his father wasn't particularly fond of her. His father. If Draco didn't know what to think once his father had escaped, he didn't know what to think now that his father had been captured once again. And so soon. He had been getting used to not having his father around. He found that he had access to more freedom in his father's absence. It could almost be considered peaceful when it was just him and his mother. She tended to downplay her emotions more when his father was around. He hated that his father was so stern and impassive. But he still craved for his praise. All he ever seemed was disappointed. Even when Draco had earned high marks in school. Higher, in fact, than virtually everyone else except for that insufferable, bushy-haired bookworm, his father had not been pleased. Potter had also bested him in the defense against the dark arts. He had received ample chastisement for that one. Herbology and care of magical creatures he had no use for, but in all of the important subjects, charms, transfiguration, potions, he could top everyone except for that muggle-born know-it-all. He sighed. He would be returning to Hogwarts in about a month or so. Despite all of the tremendous pressure he was under, he still looked forward to going back. True, he would have to deal with his sycophantic companions, he was going to have to act as if nothing was amiss, he needed to continue to seem eager to service the Dark Lord. But he missed the moving staircases, the grand hallways, the crackling fires in the common room, the succulent, he admitted begrudgingly, feasts, the wand brandishing, the broom riding, and just the general aura of intense magical energy. Even the daunting tasks ahead of him could not drain all of his enthusiasm. And he couldn't help but feel a little safer inside the castle walls, away from him. Yes, he was looking forward to returning to Hogwarts. But he still had a month to go until that time. He studied the tattoo on his arm. It still gave him a start every time he looked at it. Once upon a time, he used to think it would be an impressive feat to receive and carry the notorious mark. Now, it just looked ugly to him, the snake jutting out from the mouth of the skull like a scepter of death, reminding him of what he must become, had become. He shut his eyes, forcing the tears to dissipate. When he opened his eyes, they were red from the effort, but dry. There was no use in crying. His fate was sealed. Now it was just a matter of making the most of it. Dumbledore arrives at Grimmauld Place to retrieve Harry. He explains to him the reasoning behind his risky move, confirming Harry's suspicions. The headmaster also begins to instruct Harry in discovering the secrets of Voldemort's mysterious past, and they strive to formulate a plan which will ultimately end in the Dark Lord's defeat. And you think this will help me against Voldemort? He asked tentatively. Does it have anything to do with the prophecy? Will it help me survive? It has a very great deal to do with the prophecy, said Dumbledore, as casually as if Harry had asked him about the weather, and I certainly hope that it will help you to survive. Understand that from this point onward, we shall be leaving the firm foundation of fact and journeying together through the murky marshes of memory, into thickets of wildest guesswork. Light flooded the room. Harry could see the light shining through the capillaries in his heavy lids, making everything appear red. It awoke him even in his deep state of relaxation. He had slept quite well as a result of all of the activity from the day before. He sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, and reached for his glasses on the bedside table. He looked over at Ron, who had somehow, miraculously, managed to slumber through the brilliant and glaring sunshine. Then again, Ron had an uncanny ability to sleep through even the most tumultuous circumstances. A devious idea forming in his mind, Harry crept over to Ron's bed. He lowered his head next to Ron's and bellowed, "Hey Ron, it's time to get up." The results were astonishing. The red head jolted with a tremendous start and emitted a wail of consternation, almost toppling over the edge of the mattress. Harry chuckled unabashedly at his friend's antics. Bloody hell. Harry, what was that for? Harry just continued to laugh. What's gotten into you? Asked Ron, but in a tone that suggested that he wasn't really angry with Harry's little prank. I don't know, it just seemed like a good idea. It was just a sudden, spur of the moment inspiration, he added cheekily. But Harry knew that the lightheartedness almost certainly stemmed from the fact that he was feeling the happiest he had in a long time. Given his recent behavior, his actions must make him seem downright giddy in comparison. Yeah, well, I hope you're not feeling this inspired all the time, muttered Ron. For your sake, not mine, he threatened jokingly. I'd thought Fred and George had come home. Harry had no trouble in envisioning why Ron had assumed the rude wake-up call was of the twins' making. Attempting to cheer up Ron, who still clearly didn't seem to find the situation as amusing as Harry did, he asked, "Care for a fly?" Harry knew he should probably eat breakfast first, but they were up earlier than they usually were and he didn't think he could wait that long to experience the thrill again. His strategy seemed to be effective. Are you kidding? Who are you talking to? Answered Ron. After about 1 glorious hour later, they decided to painfully depart and head down for breakfast. Harry still couldn't fathom how flying could give him an extreme sense of exhilaration and peace all at once. Downstairs, they saw that not only were Mrs. Weasley, Hermione and Ginny waiting for them, but that Lupin was there as well, sipping on some tea, which came as a pleasant surprise to Harry. Where on earth have you two been? Not sleeping this whole time, I hope? Asked Mrs. Weasley as they emerged in the kitchen. Hello, Harry, how are you doing? Ron, their former professor, greeted. Hello, sir, Harry answered somewhat awkwardly, unsure of how he should address his former professor. It's Remus, Harry, he requested, seeming to read Harry's mind. Nope, we weren't sleeping, Ron answered his mother matter-of-factly. Well, then what? We just went for a quick fly, he stated in a deliberately nonchalant tone and grinning impishly. You what? Ronald Bilious Weasley, she began. Don't worry, Mrs. Weasley, assured Harry, wanting to spare Ron's mother the agitation and to avoid unnecessary accusation. We didn't go outside, Hermione created a room for us to fly in. Harry felt bad about disclosing this information, but someone was bound to notice sooner or later that one of the rooms was significantly different, and no one would believe that Harry and Ron had done it. Mrs. Weasley looked surprised. Remus looked impressed. How did you manage to do that? He inquired. Oh, well, I became interested in the idea upon learning of the enchantments on the ceiling in the Great Hall at Hogwarts. I was able to find enough reading material in the library to understand the theory behind it. I hadn't gotten around to trying it, so I figured I'd take a crack at it, explained Hermione. I'd like to see it, if that's all right with you, requested Remus. Oh, sure, of course, answered Hermione. The six of them headed upstairs. Mrs. Weasley was clearly curious as well. When they reached the room, Remus let out a low whistle. Wow, you really outdid yourself, didn't you, Hermione? And that's saying something. Oh, well, she mumbled, clearly embarrassed, but pleased. This is very advanced magic, Remus continued. Many full wizards couldn't even do this. Well, it's not like this is magic that most people would need to use. I'm sure many could do this if they wanted to, they just don't have an interest to learn it. But I was intrigued by the idea ever since seeing the Great Hall. Mrs. Weasley looked stunned. It's pretty cool, isn't it? Ginny said fondly. It's a good thing that underage magic won't be detected here, Remus teased slyly, although he didn't seem the least bit angry. Even so, Hermione was still somewhat abashed. Yes, Hermione was thoughtful enough to do all of this for us, Harry said gratefully. Yeah, we figured she's useful enough to keep around, joked Ron, to which Hermione playfully smacked Ron on the arm. Harry was a bit surprised that Mrs. Weasley hadn't lightly scolded Hermione for performing illegal magic, but she seemed to appreciate the sentiment behind Hermione's actions, saying, well, at least I don't have to worry about you boys containing too much pent-up energy. They all laughed at that. After they went back downstairs, they returned to the kitchen to finish their breakfast. Remus told them, well, I should probably be off now. Lots of work to be done, he explained. You're sure you won't eat then? Asked Mrs. Weasley. I'm all right, Molly, I already ate breakfast. It sounded like this wasn't the first time she had asked that question this morning. Mrs. Weasley looked dubious that he had eaten properly. Not without reason either, Harry thought. From what he knew, his former professor was not particularly wealthy to say the least. He was sure that Remus received as much concern as he himself did regarding nutrition from the Weasley matriarch. You know you're always welcome, Remus. Stop by whenever you need. I'll be sure to do that, Molly, he replied gratefully. Oh, and you'll be staying tonight for dinner. Of course. I wouldn't want to miss one of your meals. Good, answered Mrs. Weasley, her eyes glinting rather mischievously. Why, Harry didn't know. I'll be seeing you around, he said, now addressing the entire group. They all said goodbye in their own varying ways. Is there an order meeting tonight? Asked Harry. That was the only reason he could see sense in what Mrs. Weasley was saying about staying for dinner. Yes, there is, answered Mrs. Weasley. Will Professor Snape be attending the meeting? Asked Hermione suddenly. They all looked surprised at this inquiry, except for Harry, who had an inkling of where Hermione was going with this. Yes, he will be there, answered Mrs. Weasley, also looking mildly perplexed. What? Need to ask about your potions essay or something? Ron kidded. Hermione shrugged dismissively, and while Ron snorted, she sent Harry a significant look. Ginny, having already eaten, went elsewhere to search for her misplaced book, and Ron was now digging into his breakfast. Harry joined in and helped himself to toast with marmalade and porridge. There was a sudden rattling sound that was coming from somewhere above them. After they had all paused to listen, it sounded again. Ah! That blasted boggart is back! Exclaimed Mrs. Weasley, now bustling huffily up the stairs to dispatch of the unwanted inhabitant. Soon thereafter, Ginny was making her way back into the kitchens. Ah! Cried Ginny, much like her mother did earlier. She's already driving me insane. Oh, no, Hermione said with impending trepidation. Yup, we're stuck with her again, Ginny answered gravely. Again. That didn't make sense. What has she done this time? Asked Hermione sympathetically. The way she talks to me, you'd think I was 3. Burst Ginny. I know, replied Hermione knowingly, she can be so full of herself. By now Harry was thoroughly confused. He thought Ginny was complaining about her admittedly sometimes overbearing mother, but he had never before heard Hermione speak this way about Mrs. Weasley, even that time when she had believed that article Skeeter had come out within Harry's 4th year. She's here. Can't you guys lay off her for 2 seconds? Ron contended. Oh, that's right, defend her, snapped Ginny. We all know you can't get enough of her. This was a very odd comment indeed. Harry was clearly missing something. Wait a minute, who are you? She's here, Mum. Mrs. Weasley had rejoined them downstairs, and now Harry knew for sure that his friends had definitely not been talking about her. Mrs. Weasley seemed to be trying to ignore what Ginny had just said for the moment, although she was clearly making an effort to compose herself. Unsolicited, Mrs. Weasley took it upon herself to laden Harry's plate with some sausages. No doubt she believed Harry hadn't received a proper meal under the care of the Dursleys. Harry also suspected she was trying to create a distraction from whomever it was they were speaking about. Then she frowned. I didn't hear the door. Let me. Elp whiz zat. Suddenly, Harry had a copious amount of sausages on his plate. Juice, Ari, came a pleasant voice. Yeah, sure. Thanks, replied Harry, completely flummoxed. Fleur Delacour. What was she doing here? Then he remembered that she and Bill were getting married. Oh, right. Congratulations, Fleur. She positively beamed. Oh, thank you, Ari. She swiftly bent over and kissed at each of his cheeks. Harry was mildly embarrassed. He could feel his cheeks starting to turn pink. So she did tell you, then. EET is all very exciting. He also remembered the reactions of the 2 women the other day, and indeed, Mrs. Weasley looked rather affronted and Ginny was shooting the part via some withering glances. He also noticed that Hermione didn't look especially pleased either. Remus let me in, she explained. He was leaving just as Bill and I got air. None of the women looked too thrilled with this news. Harry noticed Ron was dribbling orange juice down his front, staring vacantly at Fleur. The glass that was raised to his mouth was forgotten. Hermione was eyeing him in disgust. You remember my sister, Gabrielle. She never stops talking about Harry Potter. She will be delighted to see you again, Fleur chirped. Yeah, that'll be nice, said Harry, his throat a little tight. Yes, you see. Where's Bill? Mrs. Weasley suddenly blurted. Oh, he is putting our things upstairs, Fleur explained. She turned back to Harry. He is working very hard. I am only working part-time for my English, so He brought me to his families to meet them. I should probably go and help Bill unpack. "It is good to see you again, Ari," she said, giving him one last peck on the cheek and turning to gracefully drift up the stairs, her long silvery hair gliding behind her. Mrs. Weasley turned to magic the breakfast dishes clean, producing a noise that could only be described as chaw, and then exited the kitchen. Looking over, Harry saw that Ron seemed a little punch drunk. "Don't you get used to it if she's been staying with you?" asked Harry. "Yeah, I guess. But when she jumps out at you like that," Ron explained in a slightly dazed voice, shaking his head. "It's pathetic," Hermione voiced with disdain, striding away from Ron to distance herself from his as if he were contagious and turning to face them with her arms crossed. "You don't really want her around forever, do you?" Ginny asked incredulously. When he merely shrugged, she said, "Well, you can bet Mum's going to try to put a stop to it." "How's she going to manage that?" Harry asked. "She keeps trying to get Tonks over for dinner," answered Ginny. "I think she's hoping Bill will fall for Tonks instead. I hope he does. I'd much rather have her in the family than Flem." "Yeah, that'll really work," Ron said sarcastically. "Look, no bloke in his right mind is going to fancy Tonks when Fleur's around. No offense. Tonks is alright when she isn't doing stupid things to her hair and her nose, but Fleur is," he trailed off. "She's a damn sight nicer than Flem," Ginny replied scathingly. "And she's more intelligent, she's an Auror," Hermione opined from the other side of the kitchen. "But Fleur's not stupid, though, she was selected as one of the Triwizard champions, after all," Harry reasoned. "Not you as well," exclaimed across Hermione. "I suppose you like the way she says, Ari, do you?" Ginny questioned scornfully. "No," said Harry, now wishing he hadn't said anything. "I don't. I was just pointing out that Fleur. I'd much rather have Tonks in the family," interceded Ginny. "At least she's a laugh." "She hasn't been much of a laugh lately," Ron claimed. "Every time I see her she looks more like Ning Myrtle." "That's not fair," snapped Hermione. "She still hasn't gotten over what happened. I mean, he was her cousin." Harry's heart sank. They had arrived at Sirius. He swirled the dregs of his orange juice in hopes of averting any invitation to join in on this segment of the conversation. "Yeah, but it's one thing to grieve and be sad. She's depressed all of the time. And she didn't even know him that well," argued Ron. "So, she thinks it's her fault Sirius died. How does she figure that one out?" Harry asked in spite of himself. "Well, she was fighting Bellatrix, wasn't she?" explained Hermione. "I think she feels that if she had just finished her off, Sirius wouldn't have been killed." "That's ridiculous," said Ron. "It's survivor's guilt," said Hermione. "I know that Lupin has tried to talk to her, but she's still really miserable. She's even having trouble with her metamorphosing." "What? Like she can't change her face and stuff?" asked Harry. "No," Hermione shook her head sadly, "not like she used to be able to. I think her powers have been affected by shock." "Wow," said Harry. "I didn't know that could happen." "Neither did I," said Hermione, "but I suppose if you've been through a lot of distress and emotional turmoil." "What's that?" asked Ginny, pointing out the window. There was a very irregularly shaped figure getting closer in the distance. This image evoked memories of something he had seen on his birthday before his 3rd year. "Oh, yeah," said Harry, suddenly remembering another portion of his discussion with Dumbledore last night. "Dumbledore said the OWL results would be coming today." "Today?" shrieked Hermione. "You should have said, why didn't you say?" Indeed, as the mysterious profile flew closer, 3 owls were distinguishable. "I know I messed up ancient runes," muttered Hermione feverishly. "I definitely made at least one major mistranslation. And the defense against the dark arts practical was no good at all. I thought transfiguration went well at the time, but looking back." "Hermione, will you shut up? You're not the only one who's nervous here," snapped Ron. "And when you get your 11 outstanding owls. Don't, don't, said Hermione, flapping her hands hysterically. "I know I've failed everything." "What happens if we fail?" Harry asked the room at large, curious. "We discuss our options with our head of house," supplied Hermione, I asked Professor McGonagall at the end of last term. The owls, revealed to be three handsome tawnies, were fast approaching the kitchen window, carrying identical envelopes. Oh no, oh no, oh no, crooned Hermione, bouncing nervously on the spot. She gripped both Harry and Ron tightly on the back of their upper arms, forgetting her earlier occupation of brooding in the corner. Ginny opened the window and the owls zoomed in and landed neatly on the countertop and promptly lifted their right legs uniformly. Oh no, squealed Hermione. Harry moved forward to untie his letter. To his left, Ron was detaching his own results while Hermione did the same to his right. Her hands were shaking so much she was making her whole owl tremble. Harry slit open his letter quickly and unfolded the parchment inside with some trepidation. Ordinary wizarding level results. Pass grades. Outstanding O. Exceeds expectations E. Acceptable A. Fail grades. Poor P. Dreadful D. Troll T. Harry James Potter has achieved. Astronomy A. Care of magical creatures E. Charms E. Defense against the dark arts O. Divination P. Herbology E. History of magic D. Potions E. Transfiguration E. Harry reread the parchment through several times, his breathing becoming easier with each reading. It was all right. He had always known that he would fail divination, not that it particularly mattered to him, and he had had no chance of passing history of magic, given that he had collapsed halfway through the examination, but he had passed everything else. He ran his finger down the grades. He hadn't been expecting anything spectacular in astronomy as he had been distracted by the commotion on the grounds when Umbridge went to arrest Hagrid. But he had done well in transfiguration and herbology, and even exceeded expectations at potions. Best of all, he had achieved outstanding at defense against the dark arts. He looked around. Hermione had her back to him and her head bent, but Ron looked pleased. Only failed divination and history of magic, and who cares about them? He said happily to Harry. Here, let's swap. Harry scrolled down Ron's grades. There were no outstandings there. Knew you'd be top at defense against the dark arts, said Ron, punching Harry in the shoulder. We've done all right, haven't we? Mum, our owl results have come. Ron exclaimed as his mother entered the room. Oh, and how did you do? She asked a tad apprehensively. See for yourself, he said ostentatiously, handing his mother his results. Well done, said Mrs. Weasley proudly, ruffling Ron's hair. 7 owls, that's more than Fred and George combined. Hermione, said Ginny tentatively, for Hermione still hadn't turned around. How did you do? Not bad, said Hermione in a small voice. Oh, come off it, said Ron, striding over and snatching her results out of her hands. Yep. 10 outstandings, and 1 exceeds expectations, in defense against the dark arts. He looked down at her, half amused, half exasperated. You're actually disappointed, aren't you? Hermione shook her head, but Harry laughed. Well, we're NEWT students now. Grinned Ron. Harry looked back down at his results. They were as good as he could have hoped for. He felt a twinge of regret. This was the end of his ambition to become an Auror. He had not secured the required potions grade. He had known all along that he wouldn't. It had never been his strong suit. Well, it wasn't potions he disliked in particular, but rather a severe, sadistic, and loathed professor of his, but he still felt a clenching in the pit of his stomach as he looked again at that little black E. It was odd, really, seeing that it had been a Death Eater in disguise who had first told Harry he would make a good Auror, but he had taken to the idea, and he couldn't really think of anything else he would like to do with his career. Moreover, it had seemed an appropriate choice for him, especially in light of hearing the prophecy. The group could hear Bill and Fleur making their way downstairs. Come on, muttered Ron. Let's go upstairs. Harry, I heard you would be coming. It's good to see you again, Bill said pleasantly, holding out his hand. Harry reached out and shook it. It's good to see you, too, he answered. Congratulations, he added. Ah, thanks, Harry, said Bill. Yep, next summer, he said, wrapping his arm around Fleur, both with huge smiles. If Mrs. Weasley was indeed trying to tear the couple apart, she had her work cut out for her, thought Harry. They both seemed so happy. Bill, Ron's just received his OWL results, 7. Exclaimed Mrs. Weasley. She seemed much happier with this news than the wedding. Good for you, Ron. Congratulations. Thanks, Bill, mumbled Ron. That is terrific, Ron, said Fleur following suit and giving him a quick peck on the cheek, dazing Ron. I'll have to do something special for the occasion to celebrate, for all of you. Just wonderful. I'll make your favorite, Ron. How about Yorkshire pudding? That sounds great, Mum, replied Ron. Bill smiled. His mother could get very excited over these types of things. Harry remembered having a little party last year when Ron and Hermione were made prefects. We're just going to be up in the drawing room, Ron told his mother. Of course, you guys wouldn't want to hang around us all day. I know how that is, Bill said knowingly with a quick wink. The crew made it upstairs to the drawing room. So Bill and Fleur were here, the twins were at their shop and Charlie was back in Romania. What's up with Percy? Harry asked. The slightly dreamy look fell off Ron's face to be replaced with one that looked annoyed. He's still acting like a prat. I mean, more of a prat than he was before all of this happened. Has your family seen him at all? Your dad and Percy both work at the ministry, don't they? Asked Harry. They must have seen each other. But they work in completely different departments, explained Ginny. Percy sort of dropped down the ranks after everything that happened with Umbridge and Fudge. And Dad's the one with the promotion. I bet that really set Percy off, she said with satisfaction. I think Dad's only seen him a couple of times, but nothing dramatic happened, Ron said. The times he has seen him, he says it's been really awkward. Yeah, Dad said that he usually doesn't see him, but when he does, Percy avoids eye contact and acts like he doesn't know Dad's even there. But we all know he's just pretending. Has he tried talking to him? Then Percy wouldn't have any excuse. He couldn't keep pretending your dad isn't there, wondered Harry. No, Ron said. Dad says if Percy wants to apologize, it's on him to man up and admit his mistakes. He's not gonna take it easy on him. Well, he shouldn't. Percy doesn't deserve to have it easy, added Ginny. I know what I'd like to do to him if I saw him, she said, smacking her fist against the palm of her other hand to emphasize her meaning. I don't think Percy knows how much he insulted Dad by what he did, continued Ron. I think he assumes Dad doesn't have a lot of pride or something, like he's a walkover. Well, hopefully that'll show Percy, stated Ginny. He's always been a bit of a stuck-up, arrogant ponce, said Ron. Mum doesn't say anything, but we can tell she wants Dad to try and talk Percy round. You know, make up with Percy so we can all be one big, happy family again, Ginny said with distaste, making her opinion clear on the matter. What I don't get it, is now that he knows we've been right all along about Voldemort being back, Harry pondered. It's more difficult to forgive people for being right than for being wrong, stated Hermione. I heard Professor Dumbledore telling your mum earlier, she explained to Ron. Forgive. He's the one that should be apologizing. Exclaimed Ron. Yes, but in his mind, it's harder to swallow his pride and admit he was wrong. Speaking of Dumbledore, he should be coming by to get me soon, said Harry. Yeah, what for? Asked Ron. I'm not quite sure, but. Ginny. Mrs. Weasley had popped her head in the doorway to the drawing room. Come downstairs and help me clean. I'm talking to this lot. Ginny fumed. Now, ordered Mrs. Weasley and withdrew. She only wants me down there so she doesn't have to be alone with phlegm. Ginny said crossly. She swung her hair around in a rather close imitation of Fleur and pranced across the room with her arms held aloft like a ballerina. The three of them laughed, even Ron. Wish me luck, she said as she left. Anyways, Harry continued after Ginny left, which was for the best because he had only planned on telling Ron and Hermione. Evidently Dumbledore is going to be giving me private lessons this year. Blimey, you sure kept that quiet. Ron exclaimed. What? He added as Hermione gasped. You don't think. Do you think it has anything to do with Voldemort? She wondered. I'm not sure. He didn't say exactly. But that's what I suspect, answered Harry. Is that what you were doing with him the other night? Asked Ron. No, we were trying to get someone to take the defense job, Harry elaborated. Ooh, how is he? Hermione asked keenly. Not sure. I didn't really get a chance to think about it. It was right after we saw him when we found out that the burrow was attacked. And then everything at Privet Drive happened. Oh, Harry, I can't believe you were attacked like that. We were so worried. I thought I'd have to stay there the whole summer. At least here, I can see you both. I guess I can thank Voldemort for that, he said half jokingly. I can't believe your uncle is refusing proper treatment, said Hermione. Well, that's the Dursleys for you. Oh, they must be awful. Ha ha. That's the understatement of the century. Although Dudley hasn't been too bad lately. What? That huge bloke? Asked Ron. Yeah, he's actually lost a lot of weight since he's been boxing, but he's still big. I certainly wouldn't pick a fight with him. I saw him beat up this one guy who was assaulting some girl. What? They both said. Harry went on to explain what happened, as well as the reason for Dudley's sudden transformation. You really shouldn't have been out, Harry, Hermione mildly admonished. Well, that's done now, isn't it? Ron said, coming to Harry's aid. At any rate, I'm glad he's come to his senses. I think it's great, Harry, said Hermione. Yeah, it only took Harry saving him from a Dementor to see it, Ron said, his voice laced with sarcasm. Maybe the rest of your family will follow his lead, hoped Hermione. Hey, fat chance of that happening. Not that I really care anymore. Mrs. Weasley had stuck her head through the door once more. Harry, Professor Dumbledore is here for you. I'm coming down. Thanks, Mrs. Weasley, Harry said. Tell us how it goes. Yeah, we wanna hear everything. Sure thing, once I get back, he promised. Hello, Harry, how have you been keeping? Inquired Dumbledore once Harry had arrived at the entrance hall. Well, sir, that is good. There was an awkward pause. I assume you wish to check on your uncle. That's not exactly the way Harry would put it, but he suspected Dumbledore knew this. However, he was curious and did want to make sure everyone was all right. He'd assumed they were because he hadn't heard any news of his extended family since the night of the attack on Privet Drive. Yes, sir, he said. Very well, then we shall stop there first. I will bring Harry back sometime this afternoon, I gather, he said to Molly. Of course, Albus. No doubt Harry would not want to miss one of your magnificent meals, he said. Well then, Harry, let us be off. See you later, he said to Mrs. Weasley. Goodbye, Harry dear. They stepped out of Grimmauld Place. It was good to get out, reflected Harry. And now, on to St. George's. If you will, Harry, Dumbledore said, holding out his arm. Harry thought for a split second how odd this would appear to anyone who happened to pass by. He suppressed those thoughts and grabbed onto Dumbledore's proffered arm. Once again, the sensation of immense pressure came, but was soon over. Harry supposed he could get used to it. He looked around. They were in an alleyway. Harry guessed it was so they could appear without being noticed. After all, vanishing into thin air was hardly a common occurrence. Doing it into London's largest hospital was probably not a good idea. Harry had brought his cloak as Dumbledore instructed, just in case. This way, Harry, directed Dumbledore, leading him past a couple of rubbish bins and down the alleyway that lead to the main street. Shortly thereafter they arrived at the front doors of the hospital. They were receiving some strange looks indeed from passers-by. Harry couldn't blame them for staring. Dumbledore's eclectic fashion decisions were not limited to the wizarding world. Although he dressed appropriately, unlike the collection of wizards at the Quidditch World Cup, the suit he wore was purple and he was sporting a garish floral tie. His long silver hair and beard, while Harry was accustomed to it, were also visually conspicuous. Dumbledore, however, seemed not to take notice of this, or perhaps he was simply used to the phenomenon. Instead of approaching the visitor's desk, Dumbledore led him down another wing. Eventually, he stopped outside one of the doors. Harry couldn't see his uncle or anyone else inside at this angle, except for one of the nurses. He wasn't sure if she was a muggle or a witch. He was curious to know how the healers were concealing themselves. The nurse looked up and Harry could see her excusing herself to unseen inhabitants of the room, whom he knew had to be the Dursleys. Shutting the door behind her she said, Albus, I've been expecting you. Aaron and I have been modifying the memory of the appropriate medical personnel here and taking proper care of the patient, she reported. We have also placed muggle repelling charms on this room as you advised. And all has gone well. You have encountered no problems. Dumbledore asked. None, she confirmed. I admit I am surprised with how smoothly everything has gone. Now she turned to Harry. Hello, Harry, she said. Her eyes briefly flickered to the scar beneath his bangs. I'm Angela. You must want to see your family. Harry didn't ask how she knew who he was. He also didn't feel like explaining his complicated family dynamics to correct her, so he just nodded his head. I shall wait outside for you, Harry, said Dumbledore. Harry nodded again. Angela opened the door once again and held it open for him. You have visitors, she called out and left. Upon entering the room, Harry now saw that all of the Dursley family was here. The current occupants of the room regarded him in contrastingly different ways. His Aunt Petunia was facing away and doing her best to ignore him as if he weren't there. Harry, Dudley acknowledged with a nod of his head. Dudley, Harry responded in kind. Following this was an uncomfortable silence that suffused the room. Harry wasn't sure about what to do. He fiddled his fingers uncertainly. How are you feeling, Uncle Vernon? He finally asked. He must be feeling pretty bad, Harry thought. His uncle hadn't exploded or even turned purple. He did, however, direct a glare in Harry's direction. Now seemed as good a time as any to clear the air, seeing as Harry was less likely to be yelled at with Uncle Vernon confined to a hospital bed. He took a deep breath. I'm sorry, he said. I didn't mean for anyone to get hurt. Silence. I honestly had no idea this would happen. If I had known that the protections were no longer working, I would not have come back, he said truthfully, leaving out any mention of Dumbledore's prior knowledge. He decided it was better if he left that part out. They didn't need to know about it. No one said anything. Harry felt compelled to dispel the gnawing silence. I am glad you're all right. I don't want anyone hurt on my account. At any rate, his uncle was no longer glaring at him, or even looking at him. He gave a noncommittal grunt. It was better than nothing, Harry supposed. Once again, his Aunt Petunia was wearing that closed-off, unreadable expression that Harry could not decipher. He had no intentions of making this visit any longer than it needed to be. Well, I just wanted to check in and make sure everyone was all right, he said, starting to leave. Does this mean you won't be staying next summer? Asked Petunia, speaking directly to Harry in what seemed like forever. He hadn't given it much thought, but he couldn't endanger his relatives, however he regarded them. And it was a good excuse to get away from Privet Drive, and he knew they'd be glad to be rid of him as well. No, I won't be staying. I'll probably stay at Sirius Place, he said, even though it was technically his house now. I'll see you later, said Harry, not sure whether or not this was a true statement. He heard Dudley say goodbye, but he also thought he heard a small voice say, bye. He didn't turn around to make sure. He didn't think his aunt would appreciate it. How did it go? Dumbledore asked once he had exited the room. As well as it could have gone, answered Harry. That is good. Walking down the hallways, Dumbledore asked, am I correct in guessing that your cousin Dudley has been more approachable recently? Yeah, how do you know? I merely observed that the two of you have been reacting more comfortably with one another than I was led to believe from all I have heard. I did not believe you were lying about the nature of your past relationship with the Dursleys, so I assumed something had changed. He said it was because I saved him from the Dementors. He said he was sorry for treating me the way he did. Ah, yes. Being saved from such a terrible fate certainly has the ability to change one's perception. That was another reason for me to believe he had indeed changed. And you have forgiven him, I take it. Yes. It's not really his fault. His parents have indoctrinated him since he was young. Of course. I am glad. However, I suspect that you do not fully understand the magnitude of what you have done, Harry. Most people would not have forgiven Dudley. But you have without any reluctance. It is a mark of your exceptional ability to care for others. I find it rather impressive, Dumbledore said. It was the second time this summer Dumbledore had praised him so highly. Harry found himself in the position of feeling very awkward. Should he say, thanks? Thankfully, Dumbledore continued to change the subject. The Dursleys will have to stay at Grimmauld Place for a small time until we can secure another location for them to reside safely. It would not be wise for them to return to Privet Drive. At least not for a while. Harry could imagine how thrilled Mistress Black would be with Muggles inside her home. He sincerely hoped no one accidentally woke her up to find out. I must apologize, Harry, began Dumbledore. Harry looked up, perplexed. When I left you on their doorstep, I believed that Petunia would have moved past her estrangement with her sister. But it was the only place I knew you would be safe. But I realized, of course, what was occurring upon hearing various reports from Hagrid and the Weasleys. If I had known how they would treat you, I might have made different arrangements, or at the very least, supervised the Dursleys more closely. It's not your fault that the Dursleys are the way they are, said Harry, perplexed. I know, Harry, but I have regrets. I am not without fault, and it is good for me to remind myself of that simple fact. They had arrived in the dingy alley once again, walking in silence. Where are we headed now, sir? Harry asked. To Hogwarts. Harry grabbed Dumbledore's arm, and the world spun. When it stopped, Harry found that his feet were set on the path that led to the front gates of Hogwarts. It was a beautiful day. When they reached the gates, Dumbledore murmured something under his breath. Harry imagined it was a magical password of some sort that was necessary to gain entry. Walking down the familiar halls, the pair made their way to Dumbledore's office. Harry couldn't wait until he would be wandering these corridors on a regular basis when school started. When they reached the gargoyle, Dumbledore told it, "Canary creams." Harry grinned. Fred and George ought to like that. At first, he wondered why Dumbledore needed the password. It was, after all, his office. He supposed it was a precaution, in case someone was to try and hoodwink it by using Polyjuice Potion or who knows what else. Maybe Malfoy was already planning that one, thought Harry. A revolving staircase ride later they came to the familiar circular office. Harry began to feel uncomfortable once again. Memories of his last meeting with Dumbledore here swam to the forefront of his mind, although the newly repaired trinkets and instruments left no evidence of this. It had not been his finest moment. Dumbledore swept around his desk to take his place as Harry sat down in his usual seat across from him. The older wizard looked at the younger one solemnly, the customary twinkle in his eye absent. I know I owe you an explanation, Harry, he said. You may ask all that your heart desires. Harry had no idea what to ask. You knew they would attack Privet Drive, he began slowly. Dumbledore bowed his head in acknowledgement. But doing anything or if they found out we knew beforehand would put a member of the Order in danger, so it was best to let everything play out. That is correct. There was only one thing that would make sense of all of this, and it had been prickling at the back of his mind. So he asked the question that he was burning to ask. It was Snape, wasn't it? Dumbledore's reticence was answer enough for Harry. Wasn't it? He repeated gently. Yes, Dumbledore said after a while, not even bothering to correct Harry to say, Professor Snape. Harry wasn't sure how he felt about this. He knew the risk had been considerably higher for Snape than for him, but still, it was Snape. Harry still held great bitterness for that particular man and didn't entirely trust him, either. It may be best for me to show you, rather than explain. Words so often fail us, no matter how our list of them grows. He stood up and walked over to one of his cabinets. When he returned, he was bearing a shallow stone basin etched with strange runes and symbols on its rim. Setting it upon his desk, he said, You'll remember what this is. Yes, sir. You look worried. It was true, Harry had been eyeing the pensieve with some apprehension. His previous experience with the odd, memory-storing device, though highly instructive, had also been disquieting. The last time he had disturbed its contents, he had seen much more than he would have wished. But Dumbledore was smiling gently. This time, you enter the pensieve with permission. In here is a memory of my discussion with Professor Snape regarding the impending attack on Privet Drive. You may enter when you are ready. Harry took out his wand and prodded the silvery substance, looking at Dumbledore one last time before diving into the pensieve. He found himself in the same exact place he was standing just moments ago. Dumbledore was sitting at his desk. The only visible difference was that instead of the blue sky, only blackness could be seen from the window. There was a knock on the door and Snape stepped through. Dumbledore offered him a candy as was customary, but Snape, forestalling any introductions, said urgently, "Headmaster, I have just returned from a meeting. There has been a significant development." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened, immediately alert. Apparently Snape was not one typically for dramatics, for this simple statement appeared to greatly concern the headmaster. Although Snape did not appear short of breath, Harry had no doubt he had swept through the hallways even more swiftly than usual to impart this news to Dumbledore. "It concerns Potter." Dumbledore sat straighter and, if it was at all possible, even more rapt with attention. "The Dark Lord is planning an attack on his summer residence with the Dursleys. He is attempting to test the limitations of his newfound blood connection to Potter. This gives me reason to believe he will be successful. He believes that this ability will extend to his Death Eaters through the bond forged in our acceptance of the Dark Mark, thereby allowing us to circumvent the magical protection as well." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair in deep thought. He sat there for a long while, and when he finally looked up, it was with defeat in his eyes. "Surely you don't plan on allowing the Dark Lord to carry out this mission?" "Potter will be killed," Snape said, outraged. "Obviously Harry's death is not the result I am aiming for. But this is information I cannot act upon. Voldemort is already doubtful of your allegiance to him, you say. Our prior knowledge would all but confirm his suspicions. If we were to move Harry, you could no longer act as spy. It is imperative we keep that channel of communication open. This you know. I'm sure we can compose a reasonable explanation." "No, Severus, it would be suspiciously coincidental. You know this to be true." Snape shook his head in resentment. Dumbledore sighed resignedly. "Severus, this is our only viable course of action. If there were any other way, I would take it, as I'm sure you are aware." Snape stared at Dumbledore in challenge, but Dumbledore met his gaze calmly, yet unwaveringly. Sensing that the older wizard was not going to budge on this one, Snape seemed to give in. He went on to describe the tactics of Voldemort's plan, which Harry knew would later be carried out. He mentioned names that were familiar to him, such as Avery, Nott, Rodolphus Lestrange, Crabbe, Goyle, and of course, Lucius Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange. But he also listed others that Harry was unfamiliar with: Basil Gibbon, Quentin Jugson, and Hugh Hornby, among a few others he didn't quite catch. Avery and Nott would provide a decoy of sorts, making it look as though they might just be a renegade pair who wished to gain their lord's favor. Then two other groups would converge at different points, at the entrance door and from the second floor. Harry would later learn the names of those who had been caught and imprisoned, which he knew included Malfoy. Nott and Jugson were the others, along with Rodolphus. What Snape had explained was in accordance with what Harry remembered from the event. After a while he said, "We should include an additional patrol or two. Surely that would not arouse undue suspicion. I will be ready to respond, but we must proceed to react naturally, as we would have otherwise. We cannot risk arousing suspicion. It would be most perilous to you." "I won't have anything to risk my life for if the Dark Lord succeeds," argued Snape sardonically, a statement which astonished Harry. "I think not. They are experts. They will respond quickly. He is also a very brave and capable wizard himself." Here, Snape scoffed, but Dumbledore chose to ignore this. "Harry will be safe. I hope you are not mistaken, Albus." There was an uncomfortable silence. Then Snape said, "When will Potter be informed? He must, at the very least, be prepared." This statement was met with another tense silence. Dumbledore once again grew forlorn. The earlier look of indignation also returned to Snape's face. "You mean not to tell him?" It wasn't a question, it was a statement. Of course, Harry already knew the outcome, and so was not at all surprised with Dumbledore's decision. Still, it was rather unnerving to see the actual event unfolding before his very eyes in the office of the same man who had decided this fate for him. Dumbledore sighed again and said, "You know as well as I that any information given to Harry is accessible to Lord Voldemort. Do you not think he has a right to know what will be happening? What you plan to do?" Snape asked in disbelief. "I have a hard time believing that you actually care for what Harry does or does not deserve." Dumbledore went on to chastise Snape for the way he treated Harry and for the grudge Snape still bore against his father. But Snape still insisted on guaranteeing Harry's safety, which I'd rather was not a lost cause. If Harry hadn't heard and seen Snape himself utter these words in Dumbledore's memory, he would have never believed it. Everything will be fine, Severus, Dumbledore said, trying to reassure Snape. Are you certain, Albus? Dumbledore sighed. In this life, nothing is certain. But I believe this is for the best. And you will explain this all to him. Snape pushed once more. Despite what Dumbledore had told him, Harry was still very shocked by Snape's adamant indignation in his resistance to Dumbledore's proposed idea. Of course, he was an experienced and well-practiced spy, so he could just be putting on a front to hoodwink Dumbledore, but Harry thought even Snape could not be that good of an actor. Besides, he was much more subtle than that. But the question was why? I do not know why you are so persistent on this matter, said Dumbledore, who had to be thinking the same thing as Harry was now. I just don't think you should make decisions for someone and leave them in the dark only to be blindsided. He may not appreciate it, Snape said spitefully. 1. His face began to fade, along with Dumbledore's and the entire office. Suddenly, Harry was pulled out of the pensieve and landed back in the office, which now looked closer to the one in the memory than before. Despite it being summer, the days were beginning to grow darker. He looked at Dumbledore, who looked slightly apprehensive, and the look of sorrow that painted his face in the memory had returned to the present. Harry didn't quite know what to say. Snape's behavior had more than surprised him. Dumbledore's answers to Snape's frustrations had also been somewhat disorientating. Understand, Harry, Dumbledore said gently, that I do not care any more for Professor Snape's well-being than for your own. Harry was ashamed to admit that that thought had briefly crossed his mind before he quickly dismissed the petty feeling. He still very much trusted Dumbledore, however, he realized how blindly he had been following him. He would need to be more perceptive and push the headmaster for information when he felt it was necessary in the future. I believed the risk to you was minimal considering the circumstances, and that there was a far greater risk in not only losing Professor Snape as a spy, but his life. And Voldemort's reaction to this would be unpredictable. He may have even tried to possess you again. It may have put many people in danger. It certainly would have further complicated your task to defeat Lord Voldemort. But there was undeniably still a risk that you could have been killed or captured in the struggle. I rather thought you and the scheduled order guards would be able to handle the situation, but that does not exempt me from accountability. I understand why you did what you did, Harry said. I just hope you can be more open with me. I know I'm young, but you don't need to protect me. If I'm going to have to defeat Voldemort, I'm going to need to know those types of things and what's going on. I know, Harry, you are no longer a child, but I seem to forget that. Or maybe I just don't want to acknowledge that fact. You never did have a suitable childhood. But you deserve that much from me. I promise that from this moment onward, I will not guard you as I have in the past. Had I not made that mistake, certain events may have transpired more favorably. However, I still may not be able to answer all that you ask, but I will do my best. Again, I must ask for your patience. I understand, said Harry. Is there anything else you wish to know? Why did Snape want me to know? Professor Snape, Harry, and I suppose he believed you had a right to know. Of course, he was correct, but I didn't give you much of a choice. Quote. Harry very much doubted that Snape cared anything about that. He probably just didn't think I could handle it. That is one possibility. However, I do not believe that to be the case. If Professor Snape believed you to be incompetent, I am sure he would have had no reservations to inform me more candidly. Well, that was true, thought Harry. He wasn't sure how he felt about it. Once again, Snape was causing him untold confusion. His penchant to act in conflicting ways really kept Harry on his toes. The motives behind his actions are never easy to determine. He has never been one for transparency. That's for sure. Indeed, his wish for your awareness of the situation may have had nothing to do with you at all. That didn't make any sense. Why would Snape want Harry to know? It would only be a further risk to his being a spy. At Harry's look of bewilderment, Dumbledore said simply, "We may never know." And now, Harry, is there anything else you wish to know? No, Sir. Not yet. Again, I must impress upon you the distress this decision has caused me. I believe I made the best decision, but that does not mean it was an easy one. However, this is no excuse. I am sorry, Harry, that I put you in that position. But my sentiments mean little on the matter. I can only hope that you accept my apology. The anguish was clear on the old man's face, and Harry found him feeling sorry for Dumbledore. I can't forgive you, because there's nothing to forgive. You did what you had to do, Harry said truthfully. It looked as though Dumbledore's eyes were glassy. Harry ducked his head a little in embarrassment. But when he looked up, there were no more tears. Thank you, Harry. It is more than I deserve. Harry shrugged noncommittally. After an uncomfortable silence, Dumbledore broke it to continue on to other matters that needed attention. Then, with that aside, let us begin. As you may be wondering, I did not drag you out here merely to beg your forgiveness. There are other things I wished to discuss with you. Does this have anything to do with my private lessons this year? Asked Harry. Yes, in a sense. You may be prophesied to ultimately defeat Lord Voldemort, but that by no means necessitates that you must do so alone, he said, pausing to peer at Harry over his spectacles. That night Voldemort tried to kill you, he survived. This tells me that he has quite clearly found a way in which to become immortal. The question is how? Immortal? Harry asked in growing dread. He knew something had kept Voldemort from dying, but Dumbledore was always adamant that the Dark Wizard could be defeated, so Harry assumed this was not so. Understand, Harry, all magic can be undone, with the obvious exception being death, and the unforgivables have no counter. We may not have discovered how to reverse all things magical, but it is possible to find it, if only you look hard enough. I have been searching for Voldemort's secret so we can, at last, be free of him. Have you found anything, sir? I have my suspicions. This is largely what our lessons together will entail. We must acquire a better understanding of Voldemort, if we are to defeat him. How are we going to do that, sir? Asked Harry. Through study. We will once again require the use of the pensieve. Dumbledore opened one of his desk drawers and pulled out a small glass vial containing some of the substance that Harry knew was made up of thoughts and memories. I hold in my hands the memory of Bob Ogden. Who? Harry couldn't stop himself from asking. Who was Bob Ogden and what did he have to do with Voldemort? He was employed by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, said Dumbledore. He died some time ago, but not before I had tracked him down and persuaded him to confide these recollections to me. We are about to accompany him on a visit he made in the course of his duties. And you think this will help me against Voldemort? He asked tentatively. Does it have anything to do with the prophecy? Will it help me survive? It has a great deal to do with the prophecy, said Dumbledore, as casually as if Harry had asked him about the weather, and I certainly hope that it will help you to survive. Dumbledore stood and unstoppered the glass vial. Understand, he said, that from this point onward, we shall be leaving the firm foundation of fact and journeying together through the murky marshes of memory, into thickets of wildest guesswork. From here on in, Harry, I may be as woefully mistaken as Humphrey Belcher, who believed the time was ripe for a cheese cauldron. But you think you're right, said Harry. Naturally I do, but as I have already demonstrated, I am as much immune to making mistakes as the next man. In fact, being, forgive me, rather cleverer than most men, my mistakes tend to be correspondingly larger. And now, Harry, if you will stand, we will embark on our venture into Bob Ogden's memory. He tipped the silvery contents of the bottle into the pensieve, where they swirled and shimmered. After you, Harry, said Dumbledore, gesturing toward the bowl. Harry bent forward, instinctively breathing in, and plunged headfirst into the ethereal substance. He felt his feet leave the office floor. He was falling through whirling darkness, and then, quite suddenly, he was blinking in dazzling sunlight. Before his eyes had time to adjust, Dumbledore landed beside him. They were standing in a country lane bordered by tall hedgerows beneath a bright blue summer sky. A few meters in front of them there stood a squat, podgy man wearing an odd combination of a frock coat and spats over a striped one-piece bathing outfit. This man being the only person in sight, Harry knew this must be Ogden. Ogden also wore enormously thick glasses that reduced his eyes to mole-like specks through which he read a wooden signpost poking out of the brambles to the side of the road. Harry barely had time enough to register Ogden's bizarre appearance before the man set off at a brisk pace down the lane as Dumbledore and Harry proceeded to follow in his wake. As they passed the sign, Harry saw that they were evidently coming from the direction of Great Hangleton towards Little Hangleton, which the sign indicated was a mile away. The path dropped off suddenly to give them an unexpected view of a small village laid out in the valley below them. The steeple of a church and a graveyard were clearly visible. On the opposite hillside, a handsome manor surrounded by a vast expanse of velvety green lawn was visible. Ogden made his way down the hillside, breaking into a reluctant trot due to the steep downward slope. Dumbledore lengthened his stride to accommodate, and Harry hurried to keep up. He guessed Little Hangleton must be their final destination and wondered as he had on the night he met Slughorn, why it was necessary to approach it from such a distance. But he soon realized that he was mistaken in his earlier assumption when the path turned sharply to the right. When they rounded the corner, it was to see the tail of Ogden's frock coat vanishing through a gap in the hedge. Dumbledore and Harry followed him onto a crooked dirt track rife with ruts, bordered by higher and wilder hedgerows than those they had left behind. The steep and narrow path seemed to be heading for a dense patch of trees just ahead of them. Sure enough, the track soon opened up, and Dumbledore and Harry came to a halt behind Ogden, who had stopped to draw his wand out. Despite the cloudless sky, the old trees overhead cast deep, dark, cool shadows, giving the place an unfriendly feel. It was a few seconds before Harry's eyes discerned the building half hidden amongst the tangle of trunks. A very odd location to choose for a house, thought Harry, or else an odd decision to allow the trees and underbrush to grow unchecked. Moss covered the walls and the windows were covered in grime. The rafters were visible where the decaying roof tiles had fallen away. Once he concluded the overrun cottage must be abandoned and uninhabited, one of the windows was thrown open and a billow of steam issued forth. Ogden moved forward quietly and, it seemed to Harry, rather cautiously. As he moved into the dark shadows of the trees, he froze again, staring at the front door to which somebody had nailed a dead snake. There was a rustle and a crack, and a man in ragged garments dropped from the nearest tree, landing on his feet in front of Ogden, who leapt backward so quickly he stood on the tails of his frock coat and stumbled. "You're not welcome here." The man standing before them had thick hair so matted with grunge it could have been any color. Several of his teeth were missing, and his small, dark eyes stared in opposite directions. He might have looked comical had the effect not been so frightening. Harry could not blame Ogden for backing away several more paces before timorously speaking. Good morning. I'm from the Ministry of Magic. You're not welcome. I'm sorry. I don't understand you, said Ogden nervously. Harry thought Ogden was being extremely dense. The stranger was making himself very clear in Harry's opinion, particularly as he was brandishing a wand in one hand and a short, not to mention, bloody knife in the other. You understand him, I'm sure, Harry, said Dumbledore quietly. Yes, of course, said Harry, slightly nonplussed. Why can't Ogden? But as his eyes found the dead snake on the door again, he suddenly understood. He's speaking Parseltongue. Very good, Dumbledore said approvingly, nodding and smiling. The unsanitary man began to advance upon Ogden. Now, look, Ogden began too late. There was a bang, and Ogden fell to the ground, clutching his nose as a nasty yellowish goo spurted from between his fingers. Morphin! Boomed a loud voice. An elderly man had come hurrying out of the cottage, banging the door behind him, which caused the dead snake to sway pitifully. Shorter than the first man and oddly proportioned, this man had broad shoulders and overly long arms which, combined with his bright brown eyes, straggled hair and wrinkled face, reminded Harry of the Neanderthals depicted in the textbooks from Muggle school. He stopped beside the man with the knife, who was now cackling with laughter at the sight of Ogden on the ground. Ministry, is it? Inquired the older man coolly, looking down at Ogden and not seeming to take notice of the unfortunate man's dilemma. Correct, said Ogden angrily, holding his face. And you, I take it, are Mr. Gaunt. He said, his voice was nasally from being partially plugged. "'S right," said Gaunt nonchalantly. Got you in the face, did he? Yes, he did, snapped Ogden. Obviously, he muttered beneath his breath so that Harry could just barely make out what he said. Should have made your presence known then, shouldn't you? Said Gaunt aggressively. This is private property. Can't just walk in here and not expect my son to defend himself. Defend himself against what, precisely? Said Ogden, clambering back to his feet. Busybodies. Intruders, muggles and filth, he finished menacingly. Ogden pointed his wand at his own nose, which was still issuing large amounts of what looked like yellow pus, and the flow stopped at once. Mr. Gaunt spoke out of the corner of his mouth to Morphin. Get in the house. Don't argue. This time he was ready for it. Harry recognized the Parseltongue. Even while he could understand what was being said, he distinguished the weird hissing noise that was all Ogden could hear. Harry wondered vaguely if Dumbledore learned to understand Parseltongue. On the verge of disagreeing, Morphin seemed to think better of it when his father cast him a threatening look and lumbered away to the cottage with an odd rolling gait, slamming the door behind him so that the snake swung sadly again. It's your son I'm here to see, Mr. Gaunt, said Ogden, flicking his wand to clean the pus from his front. That was Morphin, wasn't it? Aye, that was Morphin, said the old man indifferently. You pure blood? He asked, suddenly aggressive. That's neither here nor there, said Ogden coldly, and Harry felt his respect for Ogden rise. Apparently Gaunt felt rather differently. He squinted into Ogden's face, and said accusatorily, now I come to think about it, I've seen noses like yours down in the village. I don't doubt it, if your son's been let loose on them, quipped Ogden. Perhaps we could continue this discussion inside. Inside? Yes, Mr. Gaunt. As I've already told you, I'm here regarding Morphin. We sent an owl. I've no use for owls, said Gaunt. I don't open letters. Then you can hardly complain about receiving no warning of visitors, said Ogden tartly. I am here following a serious breach of wizarding law, which occurred here in the early hours of this morning. All right, all right, all right, bellowed Gaunt. Come in the bleeding house, then, and much good it'll do you. The house contained 3 diminutive rooms. 2 doors led off the main room, which served as kitchen and living room combined. Morphin was sitting in a filthy armchair beside the smoking fire, twisting a live adder between his thick fingers and crooning softly at it in Parseltongue. Hissy, little snaky, slither on the floor. You be good to Morphin, or he'll nail you to the door. There was a scuffling noise in the corner beside the open window, and Harry realized that there was somebody else in the room, a girl whose tattered gray dress was the same color as the dirty stone wall behind her. She was standing beside a steaming pot on a grimy black stove. Her hair was lank and dull and she had a plain, pale, rather glum face. One of her eyes pointed slightly outwards, but the effect was less severe than her brother's. She looked a little cleaner than the 2 men, but Harry thought he had never seen a more defeated-looking person. My daughter, Merope, said Gaunt grudgingly, as Ogden looked inquiringly toward her. Good morning, said Ogden. She did not answer, but with a frightened glance at her father turned her back on the room, arranging the pots and pans that hung above the stove. Well, Mr. Gaunt, said Ogden, to get straight to the point, we have reason to believe that your son, Morphin, performed magic in front of a muggle late last night. There was a deafening clang. Merope had dropped one of the pots. Pick it up. Gaunt bellowed at her. That's right. Grub on the floor like some filthy muggle. What's your wand for, you useless sack of muck? Mr. Gaunt, please, said Ogden in a scandalized voice, as Merope flushed blotchy color, and tried to pick up the pot, but couldn't seem to grip it. Instead, she drew her wand shakily from her pocket and pointed it at the pot, muttering a hasty, inaudible spell that caused the pot to shoot across the floor away from her, hit the opposite wall, and crack in 2. Mend it, you worthless lump, mend it. Gaunt cried as Morphin laughed unkindly at his sister. Merope stumbled across the room, but Ogden lifted his own and firmly said, Reparo, mending the pot instantly. Gaunt looked for a moment as though he was going to shout at Ogden, then settling instead for jeering at his daughter. Lucky the nice man from the ministry's here, isn't it? Perhaps he'll take you off my hands. Perhaps he doesn't mind dirty squibs. Without looking at anyone or thanking Ogden, Merope picked up the pot and returned it with trembling hands to its shelf. She then stood stock still with her back to them, as though she wished for nothing more than to sink into the floor and disappear. Mr. Gaunt, Ogden began again, as I've said, the reason for my visit. I heard you the first time. Snapped Gaunt. And so what? Morfin gave a muggle a bit of what was coming to him. What about it, then? Morfin has broken wizarding law, said Ogden sternly. Morfin has broken wizarding law. Gaunt imitated Ogden's voice, making it pompous and sing-song, instigating Morfin's snickering again. He taught a filthy muggle a lesson. That's illegal now, is it? Yes, said Ogden. I'm afraid it is. He pulled a small scroll of parchment from inside his pocket and unrolled it. What's that, then, his sentence? Said Gaunt, his voice rising angrily. It is a summons to the ministry for a hearing. Summons. Summons. Who do you think you are, summoning my son anywhere? I'm head of the magical law enforcement squad, said Ogden. And you think we're scum, do you? Vermin who'll come running whenever the ministry tells them to. Do you know who you're talking to, you filthy little mudblood, do you? I was under the impression that I was speaking to Mr. Gaunt, Ogden said wearily. Harry was sure that Ogden had no muggle background, wearing the strange assortment of clothes so often chosen by inexperienced wizards trying to match the appearance of muggles as he was. That's right, roared Gaunt. For a moment, Harry thought Gaunt was making an obscene hand gesture, but then realized that he was showing Ogden the ugly, black stoned ring he was wearing on his middle finger. See this. See this. Know what it is? He asked, waving the ring in front of Ogden's face. Know where it came from? Centuries it's been in our family, that's how far back we go, and pure blood all the way. Know how much I've been offered for this, with the Peverell coat of arms engraved on the stone. I've really no idea, said Ogden, blinking as the ring sailed within an inch of his nose, and it's quite beside the point, Mr. Gaunt. Your son has committed. With a howl of rage, Gaunt ran toward his daughter. For a split second, Harry thought he was going to throttle her as his hand flew to her throat. He dragged his daughter toward Ogden by a gold chain around her neck. See this. He roared at Ogden, shaking a heavy gold locket at him, while Merope spluttered and gasped for breath. I see it, said Ogden hastily. Slytherins, yelled Gaunt. Salazar Slytherins. We're his last living descendants, what do you say to that, Mr. Gaunt, your daughter, said Ogden in alarm, but Gaunt had already released Merope. She staggered away from him, back to her corner, massaging her neck and gulping for air. So, said Gaunt triumphantly, as though he had just proved a complicated point beyond all possible dispute. Don't you go talking to us as if we're dust on your shoes. Generations of purebloods, wizards all, more than you can say, I don't doubt. Mr. Gaunt, said Ogden doggedly, I am afraid that neither your ancestors nor mine have anything to do with the matter in hand. I am here because of Morfin, and the muggle he accosted late last night. Our information, he glanced down at his scroll of parchment, is that Morfin performed a jinx or hex on the said muggle, causing him to erupt in highly painful hives. Be quiet, boy, snarled Gaunt in Parseltongue, as Morfin sniggered. And what if he did, then? Gaunt said defiantly to Ogden, I expect you've wiped the muggle's filthy face clean for him and his memory to boot. That's hardly the point, is it, Mr. Gaunt? Said Ogden. This was an unprovoked attack on a defenseless. I had you marked out as a muggle lover the moment I saw you, sneered Gaunt as he spat on the floor at Ogden's feet. This discussion is getting us nowhere, said Ogden firmly. It is clear from your son's attitude that he feels no remorse for his actions. He glanced down at his scroll of parchment again. Morfin will attend a hearing on the 14th of September to answer the charges of using magic in front of a muggle and causing harm and distress to that same mug. Ogden broke off. The jingling, clopping sounds of horses and loud, merry voices were drifting in through the open window. The winding lane must pass close by the house. Gaunt froze, listening, his eyes wide. Morfin hissed and turned his face toward the sound with a hungry look on his face. Merope raised her head, her face as white as a blank sheet of paper. My God, what an eyesore! Rang out a girl's voice. Couldn't your father have that hovel cleared away, Tom? It isn't ours, said a young man's voice. Everything on the other side of the valley belongs to us, but that cottage belongs to a rogue old man called Gaunt and his children. The son's quite mad. You should hear some of the stories they tell in the village. The girl laughed, and it was clear from her increasing volume that they were approaching closer to the house. Keep your seat, said his father warningly, in Parseltongue in response to Morfin, who looked ready to pounce out of his seat. Tom, came the girl's voice again, I might be wrong, but has somebody nailed a snake to that door? Good Lord, you're right, said the man's voice. How crude. That'll be the son. I told you he's not right in the head. Don't look at it, Cecilia, darling, he said, his voice sounding more distant this time, and the assembly of sounds began to fade away. Darling, whispered Morfin in Parseltongue, looking at his sister. Darling, he called her. So he wouldn't have you anyway. Merope looked ready to faint. What's that? Said Gaunt sharply, also in Parseltongue, looking from his son to his daughter. What did you say, Morfin? She likes to look at that muggle, said Morfin, a vicious expression on his face as he sneered at his sister, who now looked terrified. Always in the garden when he passes, peering at him through the hedge, isn't she? And last night. Merope shook her head jerkily, imploringly, but Morfin went on ruthlessly, hanging out of the window waiting for him to ride home, wasn't she? Hanging out of the window to look at a muggle. Gaunt repeated to himself quietly. All three of the Gounts seemed to have forgotten Ogden, who was looking both bewildered and irritated at this renewed outbreak of incomprehensible hissing and rasping. Is it true? Said Gaunt in a deadly voice, advancing a step or two toward the terrified girl. My daughter. Pure-blooded descendant of Salazar Slytherin, hankering after a filthy, dirt-veined muggle. Merope shook her head frantically, pressing herself into the wall, incapable of speech. But I got him, father. Thundered Morfin proudly. I got him as he went by, and he didn't look so pretty with hives all over him, did he, Merope? You nasty little squib, you filthy little blood traitor. Roared Gaunt, losing control, and his hands closed around his daughter's throat. Both Harry and Ogden shouted, no. At the same time, Ogden raised his wand and cried, Relatio. Gaunt was thrown backward, away from his daughter. With a roar of rage, Morfin leapt out of his chair and ran at Ogden, brandishing his bloody knife and firing hexes indiscriminately from his wand. Ogden ran for his life. Dumbledore indicated that they ought to follow, and Harry obeyed, Merope's screams echoing in his ears. Ogden hurtled up the path and erupted onto the main lane, his arms over his head, where he collided with the glossy chestnut horse ridden by a very handsome, dark-haired young man. Both he and the pretty girl riding beside him on a gray horse roared with laughter at the sight of Ogden, who bounced off the horse's flank and set off again, his frock coat flying, fleeing frantically up the road and away from the Gounts. I think that will do, Harry, said Dumbledore. He took Harry by the elbow and tugged. Suddenly, they were both soaring through darkness and then landing squarely on their feet back in Dumbledore's office. What happened to the girl in the cottage? Said Harry at once, Merope, or whatever her name was. Oh, she survived, said Dumbledore, reseating himself behind his desk and indicating that Harry to do the same. Ogden apparated back to the ministry and returned with reinforcements within minutes. Morfin and his father attempted to retaliate, but both were overpowered, removed from the cottage, and subsequently convicted by the Wizengamot. Morfin, who already had an extensive record of Muggle attacks, was sentenced to 3 years in Azkaban. Marvolo, who had injured several ministry employees in addition to Ogden, received 6 months. Marvolo. Harry repeated in wonderment. I am glad to see you're keeping up, remarked Dumbledore, smiling in approval. So that old man was Voldemort's grandfather. Yes, said Dumbledore. Marvolo, his son, Morfin, and his daughter, Merope, were the last of the Gounts, a very ancient wizarding family noted for a vein of instability and violence that flourished through the generations. Many believe this may be due to their habit of supposedly marrying their own cousins. Lack of sense coupled with a great liking for grandeur, the family gold was squandered several generations before Marvolo was born. He, as you saw, was left in squalor and poverty, with a very nasty temper, a tremendous amount of arrogance and pride, and a couple of family heirlooms that he treasured just as much as his son, and rather more than his daughter. So Merope, said Harry, leaning forward in his chair and staring at Dumbledore, Merope was, does that mean, she was Voldemort's mother? It does, said Dumbledore. And it so happens that we also had a glimpse of Voldemort's father. I wonder whether you noticed. The Muggle Morphin attacked the man on the horse. He remembered Voldemort's disdain for his Muggle father. Indeed, said Dumbledore, beaming. Yes, that was Tom Riddle Sr., the handsome Muggle who used to go riding past the Gaunt cottage and for whom Merope Gaunt cherished a secret, burning passion. And they ended up together. Harry said in disbelief, unable to imagine two people less likely to fall in love. I think you are forgetting, said Dumbledore, that Merope was a witch. I do not believe that her magical powers appeared to their best advantage whilst she was being terrorized by her father. Once Marvolo and Morphin were safely in Azkaban, once she was alone and free for the first time in her life, I believe she was then able to give full rein to her abilities and to plot her escape from the desperate life she had led for 18 years. Dumbledore paused for a moment then asked, can you not think of any measure Merope would have taken to make Tom Riddle forget his Muggle companion, and fall in love with her instead? The Imperious Curse, Harry suggested. Or a love potion. Very good. Personally, I am inclined to think that she used a love potion. I am sure it would have seemed more romantic to her, and I do not think it would have been very difficult to persuade Riddle, perhaps when he was riding alone on a hot day, to take a drink of water. In any case, within a few months of the scene we have just witnessed, the village of Little Hangleton enjoyed a remarkable scandal. You can imagine the gossip it caused when the squire's son ran off with the tramp's daughter, Merope. But the villagers' shock was nothing to Marvolo's. He returned from Azkaban, no doubt expecting to find his daughter dutifully awaiting his return with a hot meal on the table waiting for him. Instead, he found a thick coat of dust in her note of farewell. From all that I have been able to discover, he never mentioned her name or existence from that time forth. The shock of her desertion may have contributed to his early death, or perhaps he had simply never learned to feed himself. Azkaban had greatly weakened Marvolo, and he did not live to see Morphin return to the cottage. And Merope, she died, didn't she? Didn't Voldemort grow up in an orphanage? Yes, indeed, said Dumbledore. We must do a certain amount of guessing here, although I do not think it is difficult to deduce what happened. You see, within a few months of their runaway marriage, Tom Riddle reappeared at the manor in Little Hangleton without his wife. Rumors in the neighborhood told that he was speaking of being hoodwinked and taken in. What he meant, I am sure, is that he had been under an enchantment that had now lifted, though I dare say he did not use those precise words for fear of being thought insane. The villagers, however, interpreted this to mean that Merope had lied to Tom Riddle, pretending that she was pregnant with his baby, and that he had married her for this reason. But she did have his baby. Not until a year after they married. Tom Riddle left her while she was still bearing his child. What went wrong? Asked Harry. Did he become resistant to the love potion? Harry knew that bacteria had this ability. His Aunt Petunia had subsequently dumped all of their hand soap down the drain and purchased generic soap after watching a newscast special about superbugs, but the potion was magical, so he wasn't sure. Again, this is speculation, said Dumbledore, but it is my belief that Merope, who was deeply in love with her husband, could not bear to continue enslaving him by magical means. I believe that she made the choice to stop giving him the potion. Perhaps, besotted as she was, she had convinced herself that he would by now have fallen in love with her in return. Perhaps she thought he would stay for the baby's sake. If so, she was wrong on both counts. He left her, never saw her again, and never troubled to discover what became of his son. It was now quite dark outside, and almost the time Mrs. Weasley would be setting dinner on the table. I think that will be all for today, Harry, said Dumbledore after a moment or two. I will be returning to headquarters with you. There is a meeting this evening for the order. He paused shortly then continued to say, I am inclined to let you sit in on the meeting. After all, it is you who are at the center of this battle. Harry looked up, hardly daring to believe it. My only hesitation is that this information might unknowingly be divulged if your mind is still susceptible to Lord Voldemort. Harry felt his earlier optimism sink. He had never mastered occlumency. It was a risk he couldn't take. If Voldemort somehow found out about the Order's plans, or worse, the location of headquarters. I want to learn, Harry said decisively. I want to learn occlumency. Dumbledore searched him for a moment, then said, I believe I should instruct you on how to defend your mind, but if you wish to begin this summer, he continued, I'm afraid I will not be able to help you. Now Dumbledore paused even longer before choosing his words carefully. Professor Snape, however, would probably be able to. And if he was willing, and you would agree to. I'll do it, sir. Anything. I'll be on my best behavior. I promise. Dumbledore smiled. There's a good man. I'm sure if you ask him in sincerity, he may oblige. It is important, I think, for you to learn this skill. I will still help you when I can, of course. I understand, sir. You're very busy. And anyways, it's probably good for me get a couple different perspectives, and fight off different people. I think he would be more hostile, which would probably be good practice for me. Dumbledore's smile grew wider. A very good observation, Harry. It could indeed help to better prepare you for encounters of the mind with Lord Voldemort. I am glad you are beginning to view this matter in a different light. And now, time presses on. Shall we go? Yes, sir. I think the flow will work in this instance, said Dumbledore, who was grabbing a pot full of the glittering powder. He pointed his wand at the grate, conjuring a merry, crackling fire. After you, Harry. Harry took a pinchful of the flow dust and threw it into the fire. Emerald flames shot up in a blaze and Harry stepped in, saying clearly, Number 12, Grimmauld Place. Oof. Harry fell to the floor with a huff, and soon Dumbledore was also exiting the fireplace with much more grace. He stooped to help Harry up. Thanks, he murmured. He had never properly learned to land out of the flow, or portkeys, or pretty much any form of magical transportation besides a broom. Before they joined the others, Harry turned to Dumbledore. Sir, am I allowed to tell Ron and Hermione everything you've told me? Dumbledore considered him for a moment, and then said, Yes, I think Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger have proved themselves trustworthy. But I must ask that you see to it that this does not get to anyone else. It would not be a good idea if word got around how much I know, or suspect, about Lord Voldemort's secrets. No, sir, I'll make sure it's just Ron and Hermione. They won't tell anybody. Very well, then. I will see you after the meeting, Harry, Dumbledore said when they reached the bottom of the stairs. Harry was going up to tell everything to Ron and Hermione. Yes, sir. Dumbledore continued down the hallway to the dining room where Harry knew the order held their meetings. It was with some regret that Harry realized he couldn't tell Ginny, who was with Ron and Hermione. He felt a little guilty for keeping her in the dark. He would have to tell Ron and Hermione later. Mrs. Weasley called them down for dinner, signaling the end of the meeting. You're sure you won't stay for dinner? Harry heard Mrs. Weasley asking politely once he arrived at the landing atop the first flight of stairs. Yes. Thank you, but I am sure, came a drawling voice with a touch of impatience. Harry hurried down to the bottom, quickly telling his friends, Go on, I need to take care of something, in passing, leaving Ron looking extremely confused and Ginny less so than curious. Hermione, however, gave a nod of her head in encouragement, beckoning Harry towards Snape, who was sweeping his way to the front door. Wait, Professor, sir, he said, using as many honorifics as possible in hopes of minimizing Snape's potentially abysmal mood at being accosted in such a manner. Particularly by someone by the name of Harry Potter. Harry almost aborted the idea entirely when Snape spun around and gave him a particularly nasty look. What, Potter? He said, none too kindly. Today, Potter. Well, he began, unsure of how to maneuver around Snape's irritation. I don't know if Dumbledore told you about what happened this summer. About my scar. Snape narrowed his eyes. If you were looking for sympathy, you came to the wrong person. The others may dote on you, but I will give you no such attention. Surely even you have figured that out by now, he sneered sardonically, turning again to the door. No, that's not what. Harry sighed and took a deep breath. It was imperative that he keep his cool. I think I had a vision. You think? Snape replied disdainfully. Yes, answered Harry, gritting his teeth and fighting back the impulse to snap back with his own angry retort. I'm sure of it. It was something important, he rushed to say, attempting to curb Snape's skepticism. Again, he couldn't explain how he knew, but he was certain it was right when the words left his mouth. He had stopped trying to rationalize things when it came to Voldemort. And you can go into my mind. It'll be there if I'm right. You can help me recover the vision from my memory and see if the Order can use the information. Why have you come to me with this matter? Was Snape just trying to goad him? Harry thought he had made that quite clear. Were you not with the headmaster for the better part of today? Snape elaborated. Realization dawned on him. Of course, Dumbledore knew legilimency, too. He thought. They had even broached the topic of occlumency, which Harry still had to discuss with Snape. How could he have forgotten? How did he not see that one? But he had already asked Snape, and had fully prepared for the invasion into his mind. There was no reason to ask Dumbledore unless Snape refused. He had trust issues with him, but he was in the Order and would find out anyway. Harry wasn't going to cower away from this like an intimidated first year. True, he could ask Dumbledore, but that would almost seem like forfeiting a challenge. Observant as ever. I see, he sneered once more and again turned to leave. I've already asked you. Will you help me or not? Snape turned and considered him carefully. Is that what you wish, Potter? I just want to find out what this vision is about. And you have no idea what it concerns. Just that it's Voldemort. Yes, astonishing as this may be to you, I discerned that much. The rest of us are not so lacking in analytical skills. Harry bit back his anger and continued to explain, I don't think it's about me, at least, not directly. Have it your way, Potter. Legilimens. He shouted without warning, and Harry's first instinct was to fight back. He reminded himself not to, as that would only complicate the process. He could have at least warned me. Harry was soon whirring through various memories, all of them including Voldemort. He was sure Dumbledore would have sifted through his mind in a way that would cause Harry less discomfort, but it wasn't as bad as his sessions with Snape last year. There was Voldemort last year battling Dumbledore at the Ministry of Magic, Voldemort in Harry's first year in the back of Quirrell's head, Voldemort in the graveyard, rising from the ashes. Snape pushed these memories aside as he searched for Harry's vision. And there it was. Something different. Something Harry had no cognizance of seeing before, but obviously had. He watched in horror as he realized that Voldemort had obviously been taking more steps to validate his immortality. With the elation which did not belong to him that Harry had felt earlier this summer in the park, Voldemort had to be close. This vision confirmed that he had indeed found something. Something that could possibly be even more reliable than the Horcruxes Harry had only just learned about by the sounds of it. When Snape exited his mind, he barely noticed. For a moment, Harry looked at Snape, who registered the significance of what they had just witnessed. No doubt it reflected the look on Harry's own face. I must see the headmaster at once, Snape said curtly. This means I need to learn occlumency, prompted Harry, looking at Snape meaningfully. I've already asked Dumbledore, and he can help when school starts, but he's very busy. And I, a lowly teacher, could not possibly be so preoccupied by other duties. There he went, putting words into Harry's mouth again. I didn't assume you'd be able to. That's why I'm asking you, he said a bit more testily this time. I thought, between the two of you, I'd be able to learn faster, he hurried to explain before Snape could interrupt him again, or reject him. But Harry knew there was something else he must do first. And Dumbledore won't be able to help me during the summer, and I want to start now. The sooner the better. Also, I figured it'd be good to get different perspectives. And you'd probably be more aggressive than Dumbledore. More like, he stopped short. More like the Dark Lord. Snape finished. Well, Harry had walked right into that one, hadn't he? I just meant, more like what I'll be facing. I mean, they're going to be invading my mind, aren't they? Of course, by they, Harry did mean Voldemort, but he hadn't been trying to imply that Snape was like Voldemort, as much as he disliked him. That would be taking it too far. Fortunately, and amazingly to Harry, Snape didn't seem to be upset. It is true that Dumbledore's offensive will drastically differ from mine. I am surprised you had the wits enough to perceive as much. Harry wasn't sure whether to take that as a compliment or not. Snape never seemed to hand out any that weren't backhanded. Snape considered him pensively. Harry took advantage of this time to say what he had intended to tell him. Sir, I'll try harder this time. Last year, part of me wanted to see what was happening, because I thought Dumbledore was keeping me in the dark. I thought it could be useful. But I know now that it's too dangerous. And too late, Harry added in his mind. And, I'm sorry for looking in the pensieve. I thought it had something to do with me and Voldemort. I was just so frustrated with not knowing what was going on. There is no excuse for what I did, but I was looking to find anything about Voldemort. I didn't think it would be personal. It's not like I enjoyed it or anything, he muttered. In fact, he had been terrified to learn that perhaps Snape had been right all along about his father. I shouldn't have done it. I'm sorry, he said again, looking down, unable to look Snape in the eyes any longer. When Snape didn't say anything for a long time, Harry forced himself to look up. Snape betrayed no emotion, which was unsettling for Harry. He had no idea what was going through Snape's mind. He thought he would be less uncomfortable even if Snape seemed angry that Harry was bringing this up. Now he felt like he was being scrutinized under a microscope. Finally, Snape spoke. Thursday, 8 o'clock in the evening. Meet me down here. Don't be late. Yes, sir. With that, Snape at last turned to leave, stepping smoothly out of the front door. Harry exhaled the breath he had not realized he had been holding. He wasn't sure whether to be relieved or not. He turned back to the kitchens where he heard Dumbledore in the middle of saying, and happened to chance across a magnificent room that remarkably resembled a rather charming countryside. When Harry entered the room, it was to see Hermione's reddening face. Yes, that was me, sir, she managed to squeak out. Extraordinary, was all he said upon learning this information, to Hermione's immense surprise and relief. Harry wasn't surprised that Dumbledore wasn't mad. It might be against wizarding law, but there was no harm in what she had done, and he wasn't responsible for his students' misbehavior outside of school. Indeed, he seemed quite intrigued and asked her how she had utilized such advanced magic to create the room, to which Hermione answered him somewhat nervously. On the other side of the room, Mundungus and the twins were laughing raucously, while Mrs. Weasley seemed more interested in getting Tonks to sit next to Lupin. But Harry barely paid attention to these developments or anything else at dinner, instead thinking of his request to Snape and wondering what he had gotten himself into. It was here at last. September 1st had finally arrived, and Harry could not be more pleased with this fact. He had had a long summer milling about Grimmauld Place. To cure his boredom, Harry would often make use of the magnificent room Hermione had conjured. He imagined he would have gone insane without it. He couldn't fathom how Sirius had managed it. Harry wasn't sure if he wanted to stay in the infamous House of Black once he was finished with school, but if he did, he would definitely be investing in a home entertainment system. The only time he was able to make it outside of the increasingly oppressive atmosphere surrounding the dark abode was the couple of times he had visited his extended family at the hospital before they too were eventually moved to Grimmauld Place. His aunt and uncle were clearly displeased with the arrangement. Of course, Harry couldn't blame them for their dislike of the house. They both kept to themselves and were only to be seen usually during mealtimes. Dudley was a bit more approachable and even talked to Harry and his friends a bit. Of course, he was probably just as bored as Harry. Still, Dudley didn't want to receive a lecture from his parents during their stay. It wouldn't be long before Dumbledore had set up a new place for them and assured them it was safe and protected. One day, he told them they could move back to Privet Drive if they so desired. True to his word, Snape had called at Grimmauld Place every Thursday at the intended time. Occlumency lessons with Snape were grueling, but Harry never complained. Still, it was extremely frustrating. He was trying as hard as he could, yet he was making almost as little progress as he was in his 5th year when hadn't tried much at all. He felt stuck, and no matter how hard Snape pushed him, which he did indefatigably, Harry could never seem to break through. Surprisingly, summer sessions with Snape were not as terrible as Harry had anticipated. They were, of course, no great joy, but the potions master's insults were far fewer and less acerbic than Harry was accustomed to in potions class. And for the amount of progress, or lack thereof, that Harry was making, Snape was being exceptionally patient, at least for him. He would still make snide remarks regarding Harry's ability to learn or something or other about wasted time, but nothing as incendiary so as to stoke Harry's ire. Perhaps some of the occlumency lessons were starting to sink in. Harry doubted it. His visions were not occurring frequently, but Harry didn't believe this was a product of his own improvement. Rather, it seemed as though Dumbledore had been right. Voldemort was employing occlumency against him, and only visions associated with potent emotion escaped through the link they shared. He had seen Dumbledore only momentarily a handful of times, and had not yet resumed private lessons with him. Harry reckoned these would begin once school started up again. Currently, the temporary residents of the household were scrambling to complete their last-minute packing. It was raining, the last day of summer welcoming autumn in abrupt fashion. Moody and Tonks had brought a couple of ministry cars to take to the station to escort them down. They all passed through the solid barrier that led to platform 9 3/4 without any difficulty. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny bid farewell to the Weasley parents, while Tonks and Mad-Eye and boarded the Hogwarts Express. "Shall we find a compartment?" asked Harry. They headed towards the back where an empty one could usually be found. "Ginny." A female voice rang out. "I'll catch you guys later," said Ginny, going to join her friends. Sometime over the summer, Harry had forgotten that Ginny had her own friends at school, and didn't hang around with the three of them much. He had become used to having her around all of the time. Harry was a little disappointed. He had come to see her as a close friend during his 5th year and over the summer. He, Ron and Hermione found an empty compartment and stowed their luggage. "We'll stay for a while, Harry," explained Hermione, "but then Ron and I have prefect duties." "Oh, right," he said. He had completely forgotten about that, too. "Don't worry," he said to placate Hermione, "I'm sure I'll find something to do. Maybe I'll go look for Neville and Luna." He very much wanted to see them again. He hadn't seen either of them since the debacle at the ministry. They talked for a time, avoiding any mention of the war. "And you said you weren't sure how Professor Slughorn would be?" Hermione asked, chewing her lip. "I didn't get an impression either way of how good of a teacher he would be," Harry shrugged. "Well, he can't be much worse than who we've had in the past," said Ron. "The only good teacher we had was Lupin, and Moody was alright except he turned out to be a nutter who wasn't actually Moody. Of course," he added, "Lockhart was pretty good, don't you think, Hermione?" He said with a smirk. "Oh, would you be quiet about that already? I was young and senseless, and I have absolutely no idea what I was thinking. And I wasn't the only one. Most of the other girls were even worse than I was. It was nothing more than the juvenile crush of an adolescent girl, which is more than can be said about your infatuation with Madame Rosmerta," she stabbed back. "Okay. Geez," said Ron, holding his hands out defensively. "Touchy." Hermione glared at him. "And I am not infatuated with Madame Rosmerta. I just think she looks nice. And I'm definitely not the only one who thinks that way either." "Right, Harry?" he asked, looking for help. Said Harry. He usually made a point to let his mind wander whenever Ron and Hermione began to bicker. "Yeah, I suppose she does look nice. But Harry doesn't act like an utter fool in front of her, does he?" Now it was Ron's turn to scowl. "How do you guys reckon classes will be this year?" Harry asked, trying to change the topic. "Well, we don't have any major exams this year, so I suppose it won't be as bad as last year," said Ron. "Yes, but the classes will be more advanced," pointed out Hermione, "so though the workload might not be quite as heavy, I'm sure it will be more intensive." It definitely would be for Hermione, who was taking 7 classes: Defense Against the Dark Arts, Transfiguration, Potions, Charms, Herbology, Arithmancy, and Ancient Runes. "But no more potions!" exclaimed Ron, determined not to have his parade rained on. "Cheers to that. Well, no more Snape, really. Imagine that. A Snape-free year, at least in class." Ron sighed in apparent bliss. "For me, anyway, since you still have to do occlumency lessons with him. I don't know how you manage it, Harry. And summer sessions, too. That must have been bloody awful. At least in potions, there are other people." Being alone with Snape, Ron shuddered at the thought. "It wasn't that he was a horrible professor necessarily," said Hermione. "He's just really unfair. He's obviously very intelligent and capable of being a good teacher. If he only put more effort into actually teaching us rather than insulting us." "Yeah, you have to wonder why he ever decided to become a teacher," agreed Ron. I stand by what I said earlier. I think you're starting to go bonkers, Harry. Actually asking Snape to teach you. The redhead shook his head. I'm sure Dumbledore would have done it for you. Dumbledore is busy enough as it is and he's already giving Harry private lessons, Hermione responded. I think it was a wonderful idea, Harry. It really makes sense. Everything you said about learning in a hostile environment. I wasn't saying it wasn't a good idea, Ron said defensively. I'm just saying it must be a right pain in the. So how are lessons going, Harry? Hermione spoke over Ron deliberately, effectively cutting him off. The same. But Snape hasn't been as bad as usual. He can still be a bit of a bastard sometimes. That's to be expected, but he doesn't insult me all the time like he did in potions. He's actually been relatively patient. Relatively being the key word, of course. He'll still make snarky comments here and there. Still, considering my lack of progress, I'm surprised he hasn't been worse, he finished glumly. It's all right, Harry. Occlumency is a very difficult discipline to learn. As long as you keep trying, it'll come around, Hermione reassured him. But I have been trying. And no matter how hard I try, I don't seem to get any better. I mean, I've barely improved at all. Anytime it looks like I'm starting to make progress, I take another step back. I don't know if I'll ever be able to learn occlumency. I'm not doing any better than last year when I wasn't really trying at all, lamented Harry, venting his frustrations. You can't give up, Harry. You're doing all you can. You just have to be patient, she urged. Well, like I said, maybe it's because Snape's just a terrible teacher, Ron said in an attempt to make Harry feel better. Hermione gave him a, you aren't helping at all, look. It felt like to Harry, they had had this conversation over and over again during the summer. He tried to remain optimistic, but he felt completely stuck. He was laboring to finally learn the art of occlumency, and even with Snape pushing him to the maximum, he didn't think he was much better than before he began their sessions this summer. So you say Snape has been better, why do you reckon that is? Asked Ron. To be completely honest, I have absolutely no idea. He was terrible to me since my first year, although he's toned that down quite a bit lately. But he still treats me like some misbehaving child. He was my father's arch rival, and won't hesitate to remind me just how awful he was, but he's saved my life a couple of times already and has protected me. Despite all of that, I still don't know if I trust him. He used to be a Death Eater, but he changed his mind for reasons Dumbledore says are personal so he can't tell me. And he did want me to know about the attack. Although that might have been because he thought I was incompetent or something. Yeah, that's probably it, he listed off, speaking more to himself now. He's got to be the most complicated man I've ever met, he finished seriously. Wait, he wanted you to know what? Asked Hermione. Oh, I didn't tell you about that. He thought he had, but now, thinking back on it, he supposed he never did tell them. He had only planned on telling them. In the midst of everything else, he must have forgotten. Tell us what, Harry? She asked, narrowing her eyes. Now he really wished he hadn't said anything. It was over and there was nothing any of them could do about it. What point was there in upsetting his friends over something that happened almost a month ago? But he knew his friends wouldn't be satisfied with that answer. He started, scratching the back of his neck nervously. Dumbledore may have known that Privet Drive was going to be attacked in advance, he said all very quickly, applying the rip off the bandage strategy. But it doesn't matter any. He what? Whoa. As expected, they were none too pleased with this information. Look, he said, desperately trying to abate the outburst that was sure to come, it's not that. Don't you dare say this isn't a big deal, Harry James Potter, because it is. Hermione said sternly. Well, this just proves it, Ron said in awe. Harry and Hermione both looked at him nonplussed. Dumbledore is officially off his rocker. This is not a laughing matter, Ron. Harry, I can't believe you didn't tell us this. Hermione exclaimed. I must have just forgotten. I did plan on telling you, Harry said a touch defensively this time. Oh yes, naturally, I completely understand how easy it would be to let something this horrendously trivial slip your mind, she said sarcastically. With the unusually high number of sarcastic remarks coming from Hermione, Harry was beginning to whether she wasn't spending extra time with Snape as well. I'm sorry, He was saved by Ernie Macmillan, who had just opened their compartment door. Aren't you two coming? He asked Ron and Hermione. Hermione looked at her watch and gave a start. Oh, we're sorry, we just lost track of time. She turned to Harry. And don't think that you're off the hook, Harry, she threatened. With that, she turned on her heel and left, leaving Ernie slightly confused. Sorry, mate. I'll try and talk her down, said Ron and went to follow Hermione and Ernie. Harry wasn't entirely certain if this reassured him. Ron was equally likely to worsen Hermione's ire. He sighed and closed his eyes, letting his head rest against the pleasantly cool glass of the window. He supposed he should go and find his other friends. He didn't want to be alone with his own thoughts at the moment. Luna and Neville, it seemed, were on the other side of the train, as Harry had already passed through several compartments and had seen no signs of either of them. So far he had seen some of his fellow Gryffindors and members of the DA, who all greeted him enthusiastically. Aside from that, many would give him curious looks, and some, particularly the younger ones, would point and stare in open amazement. The whispers followed him, too. No doubt many of them speculated about whether or not he was the chosen one, having read the newspapers. He tried to ignore this as best he could. He did come across his dorm mates, Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas. They exchanged their summer tales and talked for a good while. Harry, obviously, had to modify his summer narrative a bit. Somehow, thankfully, the Prophet had yet to find out about the attack on Privet Drive. This was getting ridiculous. Where were they? With Harry's luck, they were probably on the completely opposite side of the train. He slid open the door to the next compartment and ran into, quite literally, Cho Chang. Oh, hi, Harry, she spoke nervously. Hi, he replied, feeling rather indifferent if truth be told. There was an awkward pause. Well, I guess I'll see you around, Harry said. But she grabbed him gently by the arm. Harry, wait. He stopped and looked at her expectantly. I'm sorry about last year, about Marietta and getting upset with you when you had every right to be angry. I honestly didn't think she was going to rat you out. I guess I should have been more careful, knowing her mum worked for the ministry. I also realized that I wasn't the easiest person to be around either. I'm not usually like that. I was an emotional wreck last year. And with everything that happened, she took a deep breath. Anyways, I really am sorry, Harry. And I hope that things can be all right between us. Harry found that he was softening towards her as she offered her genuine apology. But he didn't feel the same way about her anymore. She was beautiful, no doubt, but she no longer gave him the butterflies in his stomach, and he didn't feel that excitedly nervous fluttering in his heart anymore when he was around her. I was wrong to be upset, as I was with you, too. And I'm glad you told me all of this. I don't hold it against you anymore. He hesitated, but I'm not sure. Don't worry, Harry, she interceded quickly. I don't mean it that way. I don't think it would be a good idea for us to go out with each other again. It's just, I really did like spending time with you, and I thought, maybe, we could be friends. Harry was happy and relieved to hear this. That sounds great, Cho, he smiled. She smiled, too. I'll see you around, Harry. As she left, Harry was extremely glad that things turned out this way. It didn't feel right to leave his relationship with Cho the way it was before. It had become frosty and uncomfortable, and although Harry didn't feel the same way about her, that had been disappointing. It was not productive to harbor those negative feelings, as slight as they were, so resolving this matter made Harry's heart feel a little lighter. He tried the next compartment and was thankful that he had at last found the other two people who had shown him tremendous loyalty by accompanying him to the ministry, at great risk to themselves. There was something niggling at the back of his mind. He had something he had to say to both Neville and Luna. They weren't doing much, and Neville looked slightly uncomfortable. In contrast, Luna looked completely at ease, that vaguely dreamy look, as always, on her face. In her lap was a rather handsome black and white cat. When they both looked up and saw Harry, they smiled. Hi, Harry, how's it going? Asked Neville. Harry noticed that he had gotten much taller and thinned out a lot since the last time he saw him. Summer had been kind to him. Good, said Harry. It's wonderful to see you again, Harry, greeted Luna. It's great to see you two again, too, Harry grinned. What's with the cat? He asked. Oh, Daddy got it for me. The Quibbler is doing well, so he used the extra money to surprise me with Balthazar. Balthazar, Harry presumed, was the cat's name. That's nice. Yes, I was ever so happy when I found out. He is quite intelligent. He's very adept at detecting Raxperts, which is a very good thing. They're invisible. They float in through your ears and make your brain go all fuzzy. Harry wasn't quite sure how to respond to that. Neither, it seemed, was Neville, who said nothing and smiled nervously. But for Harry, Luna's capricious eccentricity was a refreshing change from the subdued and dreary mood everyone else seemed to be projecting. How was your summer? Neville asked Harry, trying to sway the conversation away from Raxperts. Not too bad, Harry replied ambivalently. He didn't feel comfortable lying to either of them. Look, he started as both of them focused on him more acutely. I just wanted to thank you both for coming to the ministry and everything. You didn't have to do that. But we wanted to, Harry, insisted Neville. Luna bobbed her head in agreement. I know, but both of you could have died or been seriously hurt because of me, he said in shame. And it turned out that we didn't even need to be there in the first place. Listen, Harry, Neville said adamantly, no matter what happened, it wouldn't have been your fault. It was our choice to come with you, you didn't ask us. But I should have done more to stop you. You wouldn't have been able to stop us. We wanted to help you. We were going to come no matter what. It wasn't just your decision, Harry, Neville said confidently. Harry was a little taken aback. He had never heard Neville speak this way before. Neville had suffered at the hand of Lord Voldemort as much as Harry had, but Neville had no idea how close he had come to inheriting Harry's fate. The prophecy could have referred to either of them, and yet Voldemort had singled out Harry. Had Voldemort chosen Neville, it was possible that Neville would be the one with the lightning-shaped scar and the weight of the prophecy. If you blame yourself for everything, Harry, your mind won't be able to function properly, said Luna. You'll explode, like a too-full balloon. And that wouldn't be good, Luna stated seriously in her dreamy voice. Well, that was one way of putting it, Harry thought. Don't worry about it, Harry, pleaded Neville. Harry nodded, not sure he was completely convinced but saw no reason in arguing the point further. He stayed and talked with them, glad for the company. When he left to go to the bathroom he saw something that piqued his interest. Draco Malfoy was leaving the area, probably on his way back to his Slytherin friends. If he were a Death Eater, he would no doubt be bragging to them all about it. This was a golden opportunity for Harry to test his theory once and for all. Peeking around him, he saw that he was alone. He threw his trusty invisibility cloak over him and followed Malfoy. Lucky for Harry, the compartment right before Malfoy's was deserted. He guessed that most people wanted to give the older Slytherins a wide berth. He didn't blame them. He reached into his pockets fishing for yes. The extendable ears were still there. Ron had been trying to get him to listen in on some of the private order meetings, but Harry took the ears and stowed them in his pockets, not wanting to risk any of the information getting to Voldemort. He was strangely grateful now that he only had one good pair of jeans. He pulled out his wand and tapped the ears, whispering the disillusionment charm. Cautiously sliding one of the ears below the compartment door, he listened until he could hear the conversation. It didn't take long. He smiled to himself and settled on the bench close to the compartment door, hidden beneath his cloak. I don't know. I think I should have told them not to cut it too short. What do you think, Draco? Asked Pansy as Malfoy walked in. It's fine, Pansy, Malfoy intoned aloofly. So, Draco, got anything big planned for this year? Or are you saving it all up for next year? Asked Zabini. I may not even be at Hogwarts next year, said Malfoy. What was this? Harry crept closer to the compartment window to have a look once sure he would not be interrupted. What do you mean, you might not be at Hogwarts next year? Pansy cried indignantly. Well, you never know, said Malfoy with the ghost of a smirk. I might have, moved on to bigger and better things. Crouched under his cloak, Harry's heart began to race. Oh, if only Ron and Hermione could hear this now. He realized he was leaning against the window in suspense. Crabbe and Goyle were gawping at Malfoy. Apparently they had had no inkling of any plans to move on to bigger and better things. Even Zabini had allowed a look of curiosity to cross his haughty features. Pansy looked dumbfounded. Do you mean? Malfoy shrugged. And just what do you think you can do for him? Zabini asked with undisguised condescension. You're only 16 and not even fully qualified yet. So, how often do you think the Dark Lord makes use of Hogwarts-approved curriculum? Malfoy sneered. The jobs he wants done aren't going to be based on OWLs or NEWTs. And how would you know this? First-hand experience. Zabini pressed. Harry held his breath. Would Malfoy spill the beans? When Malfoy didn't say anything and shrugged off Zabini's question, Harry saw that Crabbe and Goyle were both sitting with their mouths open like gargoyles. Pansy was gazing at Malfoy as though she had never seen anything quite so awe-inspiring. No way would he want a bunch of kids working for him. Why would you want a wizard who isn't qualified? Persisted Zabini. Besides, you'll want to learn all you can before joining up with his crew. Your father certainly could have afforded to learn a thing or two more. Then maybe he wouldn't find himself captured all of the time. Pansy gasped. What did you say? Malfoy shouted heatedly, leaping off his bench. Crabbe and Goyle reacted fast enough to stop Malfoy from charging towards Zabini. Both of them held him back, even though only one of them would clearly suffice, as big as they were. Like ugly gorillas, Harry thought. No doubt Zabini wouldn't want anything to blemish his pretty face. But he didn't look the least bit worried, and indeed slightly amused with the antics of the blond boy who was still snarling angrily at him. Harry was surprised. He had never seen another Slytherin challenge Malfoy so boldly in public. He had never liked Zabini, who came off as arrogant and disdainful, which he still was, but Harry found himself warming up to him. Relax, Draco, Zabini drawled, it was only a joke. Malfoy sat back down, but was still fuming. Wow, I never realized you were so sensitive, Zabini remarked, unable to help himself. Malfoy had apparently had enough and stood up quickly. Draco, wait, Pansy pleaded, grabbing a hold of his arm. Let go, Pansy, Malfoy snapped. She released him at once. Oh, come on, you can't take a joke, Draco. Zabini teased as Malfoy stormed out of the compartment. Harry flattened himself against the wall as Malfoy hurried out. You shouldn't have said that about his father, you really upset him. Wailed Pansy. He'll get over it, Zabini said, unconcerned. I'm going to go check on him, insisted Pansy. Don't, warned Zabini, you really think he wants you chasing after him? Just leave him be, Harry heard Zabini say as he rolled up the extendable ear. Harry imagined Pansy with a glowering pout on her face. But, apparently, she took Zabini's advice, for she did not burst out of the compartment. No longer at the window, Harry could not see what was going on, but Crabbe and Goyle had said nothing the entire time, which was probably nothing out of the ordinary considering the two mammoth teens closely resembled possums when it came to their thinking organ. It froze when it came time to make use of it. He suspected they still had gormless looks on their faces, more than usual that is. Harry took Malfoy's departure as his cue to leave. He hastened to follow him quietly, but Malfoy only returned to the bathroom. Harry gave a silent groan of frustration and decided it was high time to return to his compartment. There was clearly nothing more he would learn today. True, Malfoy had insinuated quite a lot which bolstered Harry's suspicions. But he still didn't have any concrete proof, which was what it would take to convince his friends. Still, it might get them to put more stock into his theory. What took you so long? Asked Neville when Harry returned. Ran into Malfoy, said Harry, only revealing part of the truth. Oh, that was enough of an answer for Neville, it seemed. Harry lost track of time and to his surprise, Ron and Hermione burst in, already dressed in their school robes. There you are, mate. We've been looking all over for you. We're almost to Hogwarts. Harry, you need to change, Hermione informed him. Oh, hi Neville, hi Luna, she said, seeming to only notice them now. Hi, hello. Hermione was right. He could see the castle now in the distance. Come on, Harry, she urged. He stood up. All right, see you later, he said to Neville and Luna, who both nodded. He decided not to tell Hermione and Ron about Malfoy, at least not yet. They made their way back to their own compartment. Hi, Ron, chimed a cheerful feminine sounding voice. They turned around to see Lavender Brown waving, with Parvati, as always, glued to her side. Hi, Ron said, a little confused, but not displeased. They both giggled, which Harry thought was quite odd. He turned to Hermione to wonder what was up with the two girls, but she looked rather stony-faced. As per usual, they boarded the Thestral-borne carriages that would take all of the students aside from the first years to the castle. Harry smiled when he could vaguely hear Hagrid's booming voice, calling for the first years. He paused to rub the top of the horse-like creature's head. He had become quite fond of them. He didn't care if he looked foolish or if this behavior would worry his friends. Harry understood why their mark on death might perturb some, but they possessed their own alien grace and beauty. He felt eyes on him and looked up. They belonged to none other than Draco Malfoy. Harry couldn't read his expression. Had he known that Harry had been spying on him somehow? Harry dispelled the thought. He was sure he had been careful. He realized how odd it would look to see someone apparently petting thin air, but Malfoy surely would have mocked him by now. Did this mean that Malfoy could see the Thestrals, too? He hadn't been able to when Hagrid had presented them in class last year. Harry thought of the implications of this without getting too far ahead of himself. He didn't know for sure that Malfoy could see the Thestral. Then the eyes were gone and Ron was yelling at him to hurry up. He joined his friends in the carriage and was now lost in deep thought. Are you all right, Harry? He heard Hermione suddenly ask. Huh, he started. Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking, he added when Hermione didn't look convinced. Thankfully, she didn't press him further on the matter. They all filed in and waited for the sorting. Harry was interested to hear what the Sorting Hat had to say this year now that Voldemort had claimed open warfare, or if it even cared. McGonagall placed it along with the three-legged stool on which it stood at the center in front of the teacher's table. Everyone became still and quiet as the hat opened at the brim. Over 1,000 years ago, the Hogwarts school was founded. And every year I sing a song to sort you into houses. You may belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart, or possibly in Ravenclaw, whose wits set it apart. Yet you may pair with Slytherin, whose drive is legend writ. Still, you may find fair Hufflepuff to be the better fit. But houses mean not everything. Like traits you all do share. I fear if you do not unite, great doom you all shall bear. Yes, I may only be a hat, but I see what goes on. Because you still lack unity. Your strength is all but gone. Last year I gave the same advice. Alas, you did not heed it. I urge you all to listen now. If ever you should need it, danger awaits you in the world. Its darkness ever grows. What you may find if you should look, one cannot ever know. So put me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. But just remember where you go by no means defines thee. The song was followed by rather dubious applause, and some low mutterings. Even the hat was more morose than usual. Giving advice again, I see, observed Harry. Yes, and reprimanding us as well, said Hermione matter-of-factly as Harry had to take a moment to reflect on how bizarre it was to be admonished by a hat. I guess you just never get used to some things. It must be important, if it's stressing this point so much, she continued. I don't think it usually gives advice, and now it's told us this twice. Harry looked over at Malfoy. How could he cooperate with people who were likely Death Eaters? After the sorting, Dumbledore stood and the audience of students quieted down once more. Welcome, announced Dumbledore holding his arms wide. Welcome to our newest students, and to our old students, welcome back. Before we partake of the wonderful meal that has been prepared for us, Ron's stomach gave an audible growl in protest. I have a few announcements to make. I am pleased to introduce a new member of our staff, Professor Slughorn. There was a light smattering of applause, who has agreed, Dumbledore continued, to magnanimously to postpone his retirement and assume his old post of potions master. Potions, Harry thought. Many of the other students were wondering aloud the very same thing, and Dumbledore called over the clamor to quiet the rising clamor, to announce it has been decided that defense against the dark arts will be instructed by our very own Professor Snape. Harry looked up sharply at the high table. What? No. He could hear Ron shouting. Snape, as ever, wore his mask of impassiveness. Now the students were gossiping in full force, only the Slytherins and a few other students remembering or bothering to applaud. Now, we may dig in. Food appeared on the long tables, and for the first time Harry could remember, the students were paying no attention to either Dumbledore or the food. I thought you said Slughorn was taking over the defense against the dark arts post, exclaimed Hermione. I thought he was, he replied bemused, racking his brain for what Dumbledore had told him and realizing that Dumbledore had never actually said what subject Slughorn would be teaching. Harry had just assumed it would be defense. Throughout all of this confusion, Harry still hadn't taken his eyes off their future defense teacher. Suddenly, those inscrutable black eyes were boring into his, and Harry blinked in surprise. He hadn't realized he had been staring. But, no, Snape was talking to Flitwick, who was sitting beside him. It had all happened so quickly, Harry almost thought he'd imagined it. The food was sumptuous, as usual. There was a large assortment of foodstuffs. Harry helped himself to some roast chicken, roasted potatoes, carrots and peas, baked beans, and, of course, his favorite treacle tart, too. By the time he was done, his belly was full to the point of slight discomfort. There was nothing like a Hogwarts feast. He suppressed a yawn, thinking longingly of the cozy warm beds awaiting them in the dormitory. The whole room grew quiet, for Dumbledore had stood up to make his parting statements. And then bed, thought Harry. Unfortunately, before we depart this evening for a much welcomed and well-deserved slumber, I have a few more announcements to make. First, let us set aside the rudimentary information, which the older students may momentarily turn off their ears for. The Forbidden Forest, as described by its namesake, is prohibited to all students from entering. Harry was beginning to feel his eyelids grow heavy. For other activities that are unlawful, specific to this school, you may see the list of banned items and actions on the door to Caretaker Filch's office. And now, on to more serious matters, he stated gravely. You all know of the rise of the dark wizard who calls himself Lord Voldemort. Some people gasped or squawked in alarm, but then the silence became stifling. Harry was no longer feeling drowsy and sat up in rapt attention. He is currently doing his best to tear our world asunder and to suppress all that is good in this world. This will affect everyone, some, more than others. His eyes combed over each of the house tables and lingered a fraction of a second longer on the Gryffindor table, but no one will be left untouched all the same. Alas, some have already been impacted in the worst way imaginable. I ask that we offer a moment of silence, for all of those who have fallen valiantly at the hand of the Dark Lord, and for those who have so cruelly suffered the agony of losing of their loved ones. Everyone complied out of respect and made not a sound for a long while. Harry closed his eyes and thought of all of the names listed in the prophet, Cedric and, of course, Sirius. Voldemort must be defeated. He remained deathly quiet even after Dumbledore resumed speaking. The darkness which gathers all around us seeks unyieldingly to destroy our world. It is during these times, when fear and uncertainty are at their peak, that people will discover they are capable of a great many things, be they for good, or for ill. We must be stronger and even more relentless in forging nets of trust and camaraderie. I cannot emphasize enough the dangerous times we live in. And rest assured, we have taken as many precautions as possible to safeguard your well-being. Remember, the purpose of these security measures and restrictions are not to inconvenience you, but to protect you. But as history will attest, the most insidious forces work from within. You must all be on your guard. In order to fight this evil, and to overcome it, we must ensure that in these dark times, even through the most trying of circumstances, the best in us is revealed, not the worst. He paused, peering imperially at the gathered assembly over his half-moon spectacles. Now at long last, it is time for bed. May we all encounter the enchanting wonder of our imagination in dreams. With that, the students began to bumble their way out of the great hall, eager to get back to their dormitories. It was oddly quiet. Hermione turned to him. We have to lead the first years, Harry. We'll see you in the common room. Yeah, all right, Harry yawned, becoming tired once more. First years, Hermione spoke in an authoritative voice. First years, this way please. She moved along the tables leading the newest Gryffindors, Ron following less enthusiastically in her wake. Harry moved forward at a more leisurely pace and waited for most of the traffic to subside rather than attempt to navigate his way through the sea of students. He was bumped from behind and lost amid his thoughts of Dumbledore's speech and Snape's appointment as the defense against the dark arts teacher. He wasn't able to stop himself from colliding softly into the person in front of him. Sorry, he mumbled and looked up to see a tall and very blonde-haired someone, who elected to just stand there in response. Do you mind? Harry asked tiredly. He wasn't in the mood for this. You're holding the line up. Give me a reason, Potter, the Malfoy hissed. Because I'm tired and this way you won't have to endure the torment of being disgraced by my presence, Harry said in hopes of getting Malfoy to leave him alone. 3. No, I don't think so, Potter, he said and folded his arms, as if to block Harry's way. What do you want from me, Malfoy? He demanded as he felt his patience ebbing away. Are you just going to stand there and stare at me? Didn't you get your daily quota by the carriages already? He couldn't resist. I wasn't staring at you. Malfoy snapped. Why would I want to look at your mutilated head? I was merely plotting my revenge. God, he was so dramatic. And it was only their first night back. Revenge. Harry repeated languidly, thinking longingly of his warm bed. Yes, Potter. Didn't I just say that? Malfoy replied scathingly. Harry wasn't sure what Malfoy was referring to. Revenge for my father, Malfoy said in response to Harry's puzzled look. Inkar. But utilizing his seeker's reflexes, Harry had pulled out his wand before Malfoy could finish the spell. Expelliarmus. He bellowed, sending Malfoy's wand flying. Malfoy got up, his mouth fixed in a vicious snarl. He lurched violently towards Harry, an action which threw Harry off guard. What did Malfoy think he was going to do? Harry found out when he felt something hard connect with his jaw. Malfoy drew back again to hit his upper cheek this time. Now that Harry knew what was happening, he stood back and cried, Protega. Malfoy was hurled backwards forcefully. Malfoy gave a frustrated and almost feral growl, as he lunged again towards him, which by now Harry thought was a bit foolhardy. But he was a little taken aback by the ferocity of Malfoy's attack and the force of hatred with which he was acting, even though Harry was well accustomed to the amount of loathing they had for one another. This was different. This wasn't just Malfoy being a bully or an ass. Petrificus totalis. Malfoy's arms snapped to his sides and he fell forward like a felled tree. Harry heard cheering and realized that a group of students had gathered around him and Malfoy. Terrific, thought Harry sarcastically. Release him, Potter. Harry would recognize that voice anywhere. He cringed internally. Of course, he thought. Just my luck. He stared down at Malfoy wondering what he had possibly hoped to accomplish. Even frozen, Harry knew he was glaring angrily up at him. Now, Potter. Finite incantatum, Harry muttered. I was only defending myself, Professor, he explained. Yeah, some of the students offered, he's telling the truth. Malfoy attacked him. Enough. He waited. Well, what are all of you doing here? This does not involve you. Go to your dormitories, now. He demanded. The other students filed away, the prospect of facing Snape's wrath overcoming their desire to enjoy the spectacle. Really, Mr. Malfoy, resorting to Muggle tactics, Snape derided once they were all gone. Potter, I would expect that from, but certainly not from you. Harry wasn't sure whether the barb was directed more to him or Malfoy. He decided it didn't matter. 20 points from Slytherin and Gryffindor for the both of you. Harry expected Snape to punish him undeservedly, and yes, at least he did penalize Malfoy equally, which was a miracle in and of itself. But that still didn't prevent his anger from bubbling to the surface at the injustice. If Snape had seen Malfoy hit him, then he knew exactly what happened. What was I supposed to do? Let him use me as his personal punching bag. I didn't attack him. All of my spells were defensive, he protested truthfully. Would you like me to deduct even more points? I will gladly do so if that is your wish, Snape threatened. It was only 20 points, and there was no way to get them back. Talking back now would just increase that or earn him a detention. This was as fair as Snape was going to get. No, sir, Harry answered resignedly but more calmly. Something flashed in Snape's eyes and he gave an almost imperceptible nod of his head. 4. What was that all about? Thought Harry. You, come with me, Snape said, turning to Malfoy, who was visibly upset. Harry smirked. No, it wasn't nearly as bad as he thought it'd be. Snape turned around. And Potter? Harry swallowed. Maybe he had entertained the thought too soon. Yes, sir. You might want to get that looked at. What? Get what looked at? When all Harry did was give him a puzzled look, Snape smirked. Then he resumed walking in the other direction. Malfoy gave him one last scathing look, and Harry turned to finally make for the Gryffindor common room. He had no idea what Snape was talking about, but at least he wasn't in any more trouble, it seemed. Not long ago, Harry would have retaliated and been unable to restrain himself. Maybe he was clearing his mind better after all. He had made the logical choice instead of lashing out emotionally. This was all about. Had Snape been testing him? And he had passed. Reaching the portrait of the fat lady, looking down at him and tapping her fingers impatiently, this encouraging thought dissipated upon realizing he had no idea what the password was, and everyone else was probably already inside. Harry. The portrait had swung open, revealing Hermione, as well as Ron. How did you? We were wondering where you were. You were taking forever, so I nicked the map out of your trunk to check and see. Sorry about that, Ron added quickly. No, I'm glad you thought of that. I'd rather not be stuck outside all night long, he remarked as they sat in their usual spots in the common room, Ron kicking a first year out of his seat, and Hermione pulling him out and forcing him to sit on the hearth, beckoning the displaced first year to sit back down. Well, we would have checked eventually, reasoned Hermione. We saw you were with Snape and Malfoy and, what happened to your face? She cried once Harry was visible in the light of the fire. Ron gave a low whistle. My face? He questioned and reached up to touch it. He immediately felt pain when his hands brushed against the bruises that were sure to be there. Oh, that's what Snape was talking about. Oh, yeah, that would be from Malfoy. Being the generous kind of guy he is, he wanted to make sure I received a grand welcome, he quirked flippantly. But I kind of deserved it. I disarmed him and he charged at me, but I didn't know what to expect, so I just stood there like an idiot. Ron laughed. The best and brightest of our defense class, EH. Harry chuckled. 2. Definitely not my finest moment. You should have seen me. Honestly, if I didn't think you would get angry because it's Malfoy, you probably would have laughed your ass off. Quote. This made Ron laugh even harder, and when he sobered up enough, he told him, Sorry, Harry, but that's too good to pass up. Believe me, I think I'll survive the embarrassment, Harry smiled. But you're right, it is Malfoy. I swear to you, if I was there, I would have kicked his little ass, Ron promised ostentatiously. That's reassuring, Harry joked. Maybe you should have Madame Pomfrey. No. But, I'm not going to the hospital wing for a bruise, Hermione. He cut across shortly, and thankfully, she relented. They both knew it was a hopeless cause. What happened, Harry? Why were you even fighting in the first place? Asked Hermione. Did you provoke him? Or did you let him provoke you? She in a disapproving tone. No, I didn't provoke him. And he didn't really provoke me either. He said something about revenge for his dear old dad. Ron snorted. I was just trying to defend myself. That little ferret. I can't believe he did that. Hermione exclaimed, standing up and unconsciously clenching her fists, causing the first year to look as though he truly regretted his decision to sit anywhere near them. Really, Hermione? Are you honestly that surprised? Asked Harry, a little startled by her fervor. Oh, when I get my hands on him. You'll what? Interjected Ron. Deck him like you did in third year. Because if you are, tell me when. I wouldn't want to miss that. Harry laughed, but Hermione didn't look too amused. In fact, she was fuming. No, I just. Arg. She gave a groan of frustration. He's just so infuriating. Hermione, it's really not that bad. It's not like we haven't got in fights before, Harry reasoned. Yes, but, usually you weren't entirely blameless either. You'd both get into it. That was just a malicious attack. Harry shrugged. So how much trouble did you get in? I mean, I assume Snape wasn't too happy, asked Ron. He took 20 points off for both of us. That's it. Ron marveled. He took points off for Malfoy, too. Yup. Ron raised his eyebrows in disbelief. Still, you didn't deserve any points off, mate. If you only defended yourself. I think that's too much to wish for, said Harry, not explaining his theory that Snape was just testing him. He didn't know if even he quite believed it himself. Hold it, said Hermione in an authoritative tone, accosting a fourth year carrying a lime green disc in his hand. Fang frisbees are banned. Hand it here, she said, holding her hand out. The scowling boy reluctantly handed her the snarling disc and left to rejoin his friends. Ron waited until the boy had climbed up the stairs with his friends to their dormitories before he tugged it from Hermione's grip. Excellent. I've always wanted one of these. Hermione's rebuke was drowned by loud, and to Harry, grating laughter. Lavender Brown had apparently found this remark highly amusing. She continued to laugh as she passed the three of them, glancing back over her shoulder to look at Ron and proceed to flutter her eyelashes. Harry thought that sort of blatant flirting was somewhat cloying, but when he looked over at Ron, he seemed rather pleased with himself. Harry could see where this was going already. Again, he noticed the disgusted look on Hermione's face as she yanked the frisbee back out of Ron's hands and chastised him, and Harry was sure this was headed for disaster. Great, now they're going start fighting again and drag me into the middle of it. He sincerely hoped that Ron would just get the courage to ask Hermione out. It was obvious he liked her. Harry didn't want to see Hermione get hurt like she did in their fourth year. To distract himself from these negative thoughts, he looked out the window to see the familiar sight of Hogwarts grounds. His eyes traversed the dirt path that led to Hagrid's cabin, which was presently lit. We'll have to go visit Hagrid soon, Harry commented. Won't you guys see him in class? Asked Hermione. No, Ron and I aren't taking care of magical creatures this year. You are though, aren't you? He said. No, she answered, distraught. I decided to drop it. They stared at her. You didn't really think I'd go on with that class, did you? She said, the panic in her voice rising. The three of them sat in silence, wondering exactly how they were going to tell Hagrid that his three favorite students were no longer taking his class. We have to go see him, Harry said suddenly. We can't. We're not allowed. Oh, come off it. How many times do you think we've sneaked out before? Shush, Ron, she whispered, looking around her to see if anyone overheard. We're supposed to be prefects. But this is more important, insisted Ron. Harry did his best to look pleading. It's. Oh, she hesitated. Harry could see the conflict in Hermione, knowing that it wasn't one day into the school year and here they were, breaking the rules already. And yet Hagrid was a dear friend to them. Come on, Hermione, we're just going to go see Hagrid. Yeah, Ron agreed quietly, we've done it loads of times. How upset do you think Hagrid'll be if he finds out when we don't show up to class? Pushed Harry. Oh, all right, she conceded. But we have to wait until everyone else is in bed. He nodded his consent. At around midnight, the three of them made their way excruciatingly slowly through the hallways. The cloak really wasn't big enough for all three of them anymore. Do you think we should use a disillusionment charm or something? Harry asked, in case one foot or something pops out. And that way we could probably walk a little faster. Good idea, Harry, Hermione said. Suddenly he felt a cooling sensation travel down his body. Thanks, he said. No problem. Moving at a faster pace now, they reached the double doors and tread the path to Hagrid's cabin. When they reached it and knocked, they waited for a response, but none came. They looked at each other, puzzled. Harry knocked again. Still no answer. They heard the crack of a branch behind them and all three turned around to see a large, dark shape headed towards the hut. That must be him, said Harry. He threw off the cloak and Hermione lifted the disillusionment spell before Hagrid could bump into their invisible bodies. Merlin's beard gave me a fright there, you three. What are ye doing out here? Ye know you're not supposed to be out after dark. Sorry, Hagrid, Harry apologized. We didn't mean to scare you like that, we thought you were inside. But ye coulda come later instead o' breaking the rules, Hagrid lightly admonished. We just really wanted to see you, Hagrid, said Harry. Ron and Hermione both expressed their consent. Harry could feel Hagrid starting to soften up. And soon enough he was saying, "Oh, all right. Be you. Not fair too long. And, as long as ye don't do this all the time," he warned, opening the door and ushering them inside. Fang bounded towards them and Harry found himself the recipient of a very sloppy, wet key. The three of them sat down on the sofa while Hagrid bustled about. Harry noticed that Hagrid had a large knapsack that he was stowing away, and put a kettle over the stove. "Tea?" he asked. They all nodded. It was late enough that, thankfully, they did not need to pretend to eat Hagrid's cooking. "What were you doing out, Hagrid?" Harry asked. "Oh, I was just out seeing Groppy, lost track o' time. He's doing real good now. He's got a new home up in the mountains now, Dumbledore fixed it, nice big cave. He's much happier than he was in the forest. Ye should come visit him sometime with me, during the break." "Yeah, we'll have to do that sometime," Harry said. Both Ron and Hermione sent him surreptitious looks of incredulity. Harry didn't especially want to see Hagrid's giant of a brother. Giants were known to be tough creatures, but it would make Hagrid happy, and Harry supposed that he and Hermione owed Gropp their lives in a way. Hagrid beamed. "But why did you three come out tonight? I'll see ye tomorrow in class, won't I?" Hagrid asked to the dread of the trio of friends. Harry decided to bravely plunge right on into the heart of the matter. No, Hagrid. We're not taking care of magical creatures this year." This was met with an uneasy silence. What? None of you?" he asked. All three of them shifted uncomfortably and looked at each other guiltily. Ron and Hermione shook their heads wretchedly. Harry felt terrible and his heart sank further as Hagrid's face fell. "So, is why ye came tonight? Lees lay it easy on poor ol' Hagrid, He spoke more loudly as Harry flinched. "I guess my classes were that pathetic, huh?" "Please, Hagrid," cried Hermione. "It's not that we didn't like your class, it's just, it didn't fit into any of our career choices." "Yeah, right," Hagrid muttered darkly. "We would have done. Honestly, Hagrid, we decided to take only the classes we needed. You know I'm an underachiever. I wanted to take as few classes as possible. I'll have enough trouble as it is with just those," Ron tried to explain. Hagrid pretended not to hear any of this. "Well, it's getting late. You three had best be off now. Wouldn't wanna get into trouble now, would you?" he said in a would-be casual voice. Hagrid was taking this worse than Harry expected. "Hagrid, nighty-night," Hagrid boomed over Harry. Clearly he would have none of their excuses tonight. So they decided to admit defeat for the time being and got up to leave. They opened the door and Harry turned around to look at Hagrid one last time. "We'll visit you tomorrow," he promised. Hagrid said nothing, so the three of them threw on the cloak and Harry resumed the disillusionment charm. Shutting the door behind them, they could feel a healthy wind blowing even through the heavy cloak, mirroring the chilly reception they had just received and the misery they all now felt inside. "Oh, that was awful. I feel so horrible," cried Hermione. "He'll get over it soon enough," Ron said, though he didn't sound convinced. A sentiment Harry shared. Hagrid, for all how menacing he might look, Harry knew was actually a very sensitive man. "We'll visit him tomorrow," Harry said decisively. "And we'll volunteer to go and see Gropp," he said, looking at the other two with a gaze that booked no argument. They had to make this up to him. Fortunately, Harry didn't need to worry about that, as Ron and Hermione both nodded their heads in zealous agreement. With heavy feet, they reached the castle and as quietly as possible padded to the Gryffindor common room. They stopped and stood stock still when one of the patrols wandered past them. Thankfully, they appeared not to notice anything out of the ordinary. But then Harry had to take a closer look. At first he had not recognized her, as her hair was not its usual vivid color. "Tonks?" he asked, throwing off the cloak and removing the concealing charm once he identified her face. "What are you doing here? Harry, blimey, you gave me a fright there. Using that cloak of yours, I see. So that's how you got past me. Dumbledore has one or two of us from the Order patrolling the halls as extra security for Hogwarts. What are you all doing out here? You know it's past hours." Tonks' voice didn't carry the usual cheer it normally did. Harry thought back on what Hermione said and wondered whether or not he should say something to console her. This wasn't his best department. We just went to visit Hagrid really quick. We're sorry. But we wanted to explain. We're not taking his class anymore, Hermione supplied. I see, said Tonks. Well, I won't get you guys in trouble this time, but you really shouldn't be wandering about after dark. We're sorry, we won't do it again, said Harry. Tonks looked skeptical. Well, at least not too often, he conceded. Tonks seemed to accept this. I understand, I wasn't one to follow the rules all of the time either. But try not to go out too much. And when you do, make sure you stick together. They all quickly agreed to this. Well, I'll be seeing you around, she said. They all said their goodbyes, but something was bothering Harry. Tonks? He asked again. She turned around and looked at him expectantly. But he didn't quite know how to go about bringing up the fresh topic of Sirius, so instead he said, It's good to see you, again. She smiled slightly and nodded her head. It's good to see you too, Harry. And you, Ron, Hermione. With that she left. Should I have said something about Sirius? Harry asked. He didn't want her to feel guilty about Sirius' death anymore. If anyone should, it was him. No, not right then, Hermione answered to Harry's relief. You wouldn't want to spring that up on her so unexpectedly. And probably not with Ron and I present, either. When you both have time you should try talking to her. Harry nodded, then realized Hermione wouldn't be able to see because they were charmed invisible again. The common room was empty as they had left it, and only a few glowing embers remained of the previously crackling fire. Harry and Ron departed ways with a yawning Hermione and bade her good night. Harry lay awake. If Ron's snores were anything to go by, he was already fast asleep. This did not surprise Harry in the least. It was only his first day back, but a lot had happened already. It would be a while before he found sleep. Thoughts of Hagrid, Snape, Malfoy, Tonks and other various topics revolved in his head, and he contemplated what it all meant. Just as the drowsiness was beginning to set in, he wondered vaguely what tomorrow might have in store for him, and if it would bring any more surprises. Like Harry's first night at Hogwarts, the first week of school had been busy. On Tuesday, Harry did get another surprise. Two, in fact. McGonagall had called him to his office before breakfast. Come in, she said when he rapped his knuckles on the door. Sit down. He was curious as to why he had been called in. Surely, Tonks hadn't told McGonagall what they were up to last night. Not that he really minded, but that didn't make sense, or else Ron and Hermione would have been summoned as well. I presume you know why you are here? She asked. Harry gave her a blank look. Angelina has graduated, which means you are now Quidditch captain, she elaborated. Oh, said Harry, mildly surprised. With everything going on, he had quite forgotten. Oh, indeed, replied Professor McGonagall with some amusement. This means that you will need to pick your team soon, she continued. I have scheduled the pitch for you this weekend at 10 in the morning. Will that work? She asked. Yes, replied Harry. Yes, that'll work, he answered more definitively. McGonagall observed him for a moment, then said, Good. I also assume you will want to be taking potions, Mr. Potter. I thought I might as well hand you your schedule while you're here. Potions. But he needed an outstanding to take potions at the NEWT level. Except Slughorn was teaching potions now. Did that mean I can take potions now? He asked. Yes, Potter. While Professor Snape only accepted outstanding OWL students, Professor Slughorn is more than willing to accept students who exceeds expectations. Her lips quirked into what could almost be described as the beginnings of a smile. I was quite pleased to see how well you did in your examinations, particularly your transfiguration mark. That was a rather large compliment coming from her. Thank you, Professor. This means that you are well on your way to becoming an Auror. But I must warn you not to become lax just because this is a non-testing year. You will need to put forth your best effort if this is indeed the career path you wish to pursue. Yes, Professor. He thought of something. Wait, I don't have any potion supplies. Professor Slughorn will be able to provide for you until you purchase the correct supplies. You may order it by owl, she said, handing him a brochure. Thanks, he said again. So something good had come from Snape taking over defense after all. That will be all, Mr. Potter. He got up to leave, but when he reached for the door handle, McGonagall said, "Oh, and Potter." Harry turned around. "Yes, Professor." Professor McGonagall's lips were upturned in a slight smirk. "Do try and select a good team. Slytherin, I hear, will have a strong squad this year. And if they win, Professor Snape will be most unbearable. I will never hear the end of it." Harry smiled. Everyone knew how competitive the two heads of house were with one another, especially when it came to Quidditch. "I'll make sure to find a team I think will win the Quidditch Cup," Harry replied. "That is good," she said, her own smile now widening a little. "Off you go now. You don't want to miss breakfast." "See you, Professor." Quidditch captain, he thought. He guessed he should have expected it, but hadn't given it any thought. He was, after all, the only one left of the team that won the cup in his third year aside from Katie Bell. He hoped she wouldn't be upset as she was a seventh year. But they had both been on the team for the same amount of time, as Harry knew he was the only one to make a team as a first year. "Quidditch captain!" exclaimed Ron at breakfast. "Well, you are the obvious choice, mate, but still. Now you can run things the way you want." Harry was glad Ron was happy for him. Sometimes he wondered how much Ron hid his jealousy, but his friend seemed to be genuinely in high spirits. "I don't know about potions though, mate." "Come on, Ron. It'll be better if you're there with me. And it's not Snape anymore. How bad could it be? And you need it if you want to be an Auror." He was trying to convince Ron to take the class with him before McGonagall passed out the schedules to everyone else. "I know," he growled. "Fine. You got me there, Harry. I'll take bloody potions with you," he relented. Harry smiled. "You're making the right choice, Ron." Yeah, whatever." Harry smiled even more. "So much for just charms on Mondays," Ron grumbled unhappily. The morning began, as it happened, with Transfiguration. McGonagall had started with a fairly difficult task for review, to turn a rabbit into an hourglass, and predictably, only Hermione had been able to complete it to perfection by class's end. Interesting to note was that when Ron drew level with Parvati and Lavender as he walked to his desk, Parvati suddenly nudged Lavender, who looked around and gave Ron a wide smile. Ron blinked at her, then returned the smile uncertainly. His walk instantly became something more like a strut. Harry resisted the temptation to laugh. Hermione, however, looked like she did not find this to be a laughing matter at all. He noticed that Hermione was colder than usual towards Ron during class. Apparently Ron did, too, for he gave Harry a questioning look, to which Harry merely shrugged. After that, classes were done for the day, well, not for Hermione. Harry and Ron only had Transfiguration on Tuesdays, so they decided to relax by playing some wizard's chess. Harry was pleased to see that Ginny joined them for a while. Hermione also reunited with them when her classes were over. Ron wanted to get in some practice before the trials began, so to Hermione's distress, "You really shouldn't fall behind on schoolwork this early in the year." They decided to head out to the Quidditch pitch. Harry knew that as captain, he probably shouldn't be helping Ron prepare because this might be seen as favoritism, as no one else would receive the same advantage. But Harry was still Ron's friend and he didn't think throwing a few balls at him was going to make a whole lot of difference. It was more for his psyche than anything. The three made good on their promise to visit Hagrid, who had thankfully resumed being his cheerful self. Despite this, they still felt terrible and told him repeatedly that they were sorry. "Oh, I didn't really expect you to go on taking me class. I know you're more interested in other things," he told them to douse their apologetic insistence. "And I know you're a rarin' be an Auror, Harry," he said with a beaming smile. "And I think there's a great idea. Y'ave got to take a lot o' tough classes fair to, one. Besses te focus studying there." Also of great relief to the trio was Hagrid's claim that now was not a good time to visit Grop. Wednesday was much more eventful. In herbology, they were in Greenhouse 3, and so were onto more interesting and dangerous plants. But today was the first day of defense against the dark arts. Harry was anxious to know how defense class was going to be with Snape, so it was with mild curiosity this time that Harry trudged down to Snape's classroom, which was no longer held in the dungeons. As Harry took his seat, Snape remarked, "Ah, so you decided to proudly wear your battle scars, I see, Mr. Potter. The results of your courageous and heroic encounter, no doubt," he finished dryly, thereby deflating some of Harry's newfound enthusiasm. The Weasley boy sniggered. "Well, that was certainly unexpected," thought Severus. Maybe the Weasley offspring was going through a jealous stage which Severus knew he was prone to having. "I still can't believe you just stood there," said the red-headed boy. To his surprise, Potter just rolled his eyes in amusement. "You must have looked like a bloody fool," Weasley continued, forgetting, apparently, that he was currently in class with his hated professor. "Yes, Ron, we've already been over this. And thanks, by the way, for the support," jibed Potter. "Always here for you, mate," the other boy responded in kind. "If you two are quite finished," Severus said warningly. That got their attention. When he didn't budge, Potter seemed to get nervous and blurted, "You're not going to send me to the hospital wing, are you?" "It's just a couple of bruises," he protested, "she'll just make a fuss." Yes, Severus knew whom Potter was referring to. He too detested being mollycoddled by the overbearing matron. Wait, did he just agree with the Potter brat? "No," he said, "I'm not sending you to the hospital wing. I do believe you'll survive, Potter," he mocked. The idiot boy softly snorted again. Curious. But he was silenced with a glare. Severus turned to walk back to the front of the classroom. "Pratt," he heard Potter quietly utter playfully to his red-headed friend. Severus chose to ignore this. If truth be told, Severus was mildly surprised. He was sure Potter would regale his friends with an embellished version of the event. But he didn't have time to deal with the antics and strange dynamics between Potter and his trusty sidekick. It mattered not to him, and there were more important matters to deal with at the present moment. Things took an interesting turn when Malfoy opened his mouth and taunted, "Yes, well, we all know Potter loves having ugly marks on his head." His cohort of Slytherins guffawed sycophantically. This was obviously not exactly a rare occurrence, but what made it fascinating was Hermione's reaction. "Hilarious, Malfoy, how original and so very witty. Here's an idea. Instead of worrying yourself over Harry's face, why don't you work on that attitude of yours? Plenty enough to keep you busy there." The whole class seemed to freeze. Even Snape seemed stunned into silence. Malfoy, after the initial shock, soon composed himself, angrily saying, "No one asked for your opinion, Mud." "Oi," interceded Ron. Harry glared but didn't otherwise react, unlike Ron was probably about to do, judging by the way he was reaching for his wand. Harry grabbed a hold of Ron's arm to make sure he didn't do anything rash. Malfoy was just being Malfoy. His opinions were meaningless and his words even more so. Hermione was too clever to get upset over something like that. And Harry couldn't care less how his face looked. He was not going to see Madame Pomfrey if he could help it. "Don't worry about it, Ron. I'm far too used to it." Once again, Malfoy has demonstrated his unlimited resource of creativity, Hermione continued her rant sarcastically. The gang of Slytherins was beginning to look angry now that their astonishment had worn off. "You," Malfoy began, but Snape finally decided to step in. "That's enough. What would you know about creativity, Granger?" Malfoy continued anyway. Both of them were now completely ignoring an increasingly irritated Snape. "You're about as plain and dry as all those books you read, except even they wouldn't be able to fit that bushy hair of yours in." "I said that's no." Hermione spoke over Snape, "but they could probably do in your little ferret face. What do you say to a round two? You remember what happened last time, don't you?" Ron's jaw dropped. Harry's eyebrows shot into his hairline, and the whole class was watching in amazement. Rather like watching a train wreck, Harry thought. Except even that wouldn't be nearly as exciting as this, although, admittedly, much more tragic. Malfoy's cheeks turned red. "Why, you little. Just leave Harry alone. Or is that so hard for you? You know, people will start to wonder." Many of the girls gasped, while Seamus and a few others didn't even bother trying to stifle their laughter. "Silence. Now, shut your trap, Granger," raged Malfoy. "Everyone knows it's you who's into Wonder Boy over there. Tell me, which loser did you pick? Or did you even have two?" I bet Weaselhead there would totally be into a threesome with Potter. Wouldn't you, Weas? Enough. Snape bellowed, finally grabbing the fighting duo's attention. Detention. The both of you. I will discuss it with you after class. I don't want to hear another word from either of you, he warned, taking turns to glower down at both of them. And 20 points from each of you for your display of childish behavior. Harry felt that was rich coming from a guy who belittled his own students. Hermione at least had the decency to look abashed. Malfoy, however, did not look repentant in the slightest. Harry stared at Hermione, and then shared a flummoxed glance with Ron. The class was starting to murmur. Quiet, Snape yelled before it got any worse. Harry could tell Ron was burning to say something to Hermione, but was too afraid of losing points or earning a detention alongside Malfoy and Hermione. Eventually the class settled down, but he doubted anyone was paying close attention to the lesson. He would bet his sneakers that all sorts of deviations would be made in the retelling. Even Trelawney ought to be able to predict that. Harry and Ron waited outside for Hermione after class. The door opened, but it was Malfoy who stormed out without even looking at them. The door opened again. This time, it was Hermione. Bloody hell. Hermione! Exploded Ron, who was no longer able to contain himself. Ron, be quiet, she said, looking worriedly back at the door as if Snape would burst out of it and give her more detention. Jesus, Hermione, what was that all about? Harry, Hermione exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. Sorry, replied Harry. It was an expression he had picked up from Dudley. He didn't know Hermione would react to it as she did. She seemed too much the intellectual type who put their stock in logic rather than God religion. Was she Christian? He wondered curiously. Before Harry had an opportunity to ask her, Ron was already interrogating her. Never mind that, he said, clearly unconcerned with whatever it was Harry said. Answer the question. What was that all about? He asked incredulously. Hermione tightened her lips and started walking at a brisker pace. Oh, come off it. You really think we're going to give this one a rest? Said Ron. I was so angry with what he did to you, Harry. You've got to be kidding me, said Harry. That's what this is about. Yes, Harry. And no, I'm not kidding you, she said somewhat irritably. With everything Harry had gone through, she had become extraordinarily protective of her friend. Being punched by Malfoy was hardly a traumatizing experience, she knew, but she felt an inexplicable need to look after her friend. She was stressed to the max, wondering what would become of Harry in his struggle with Voldemort and for everyone else with the war going on. With all of the worry she was trying to hold inside so as not to give her friends any cause for concern, she just snapped. Malfoy was only serving to present Harry with another problem that he didn't need any more of. I rather think you would be pleased with my actions. He more than deserved it, she added, her voice quivering, whether from anger or from her movements as a result of walking so quickly, Harry didn't know. It would almost be more comfortable to jog than to walk this fast, he thought, as he strode to keep up with her. Despite his substantially longer legs, it was a chore. Harry and Ron did the best they could to keep up while again giving each other dumbfounded looks. It seemed like they made it back the common room in record time. By dinner time, Harry's earlier prognostication proved true. The rumor mill included everything from Hermione clobbering Malfoy's face with a book, to Hermione actually killing Malfoy, maybe an overzealous first year. Harry thought that Malfoy punched Snape in the face to get at Hermione and that they were actually fighting over Harry's affections. This seemed to be the consensus favorite among Gryffindors. Rumors that Harry and Ron were an item. Ron was not at all pleased with this particular piece of gossip and glared at anybody who mentioned it, though nobody seemed to believe it, and an incredibly random rumor that Hermione and Malfoy got in trouble for making out in class. So I hear you punched Malfoy again, said Ginny as she slid into the seat next to Harry, across from Hermione. Harry felt a pleasant tingle go down his spine. She smelled wonderful, he realized. I did no such thing, cried an indignant Hermione. Oh, so you did snog him, exclaimed Ginny mock excitedly, bouncing up and down and clapping as if delighted. This got a laugh out of a lot of the table, particularly from those who witnessed the event. Hermione rolled her eyes. No, I just completely demolished him. Ron finished. You should have seen her. She was brilliant. That little prick had it coming to him, he added. Who would have thought that Hermione would be the first one given detention? I still can't believe Snape gave you detention every Tuesday for a whole month. Hermione sighed. Yes, starting tonight, she said sullenly, looking up at the clock and dreading when the hands would indicate the 7th hour. It was one of those inexplicable inevitabilities. When you wanted time to go faster, it would move mutinously slower. When you wanted time to pass by more slowly, it would infuriatingly speed up. In what seemed like no time, it was 10 till 7. Where should I put it? She heard Harry asking back in the common room. He was posting a bulletin regarding Quidditch tryouts. Sitting by the fire, she felt none of the warmth it was exuding inside her. Right there is fine, Harry, she said, getting up. Her gloomy tone of voice made Harry turn around. Time already? He asked, glancing down at his watch. Unfortunately, she replied. It'll be all right, Hermione. Snape'll probably keep you so busy you won't even notice Malfoy, Harry tried to reassure her. Hermione wasn't sure whether or not this was a good thing. Whenever I've had detention with him, he's just made me do a lot of tedious, clerical type work. And he doesn't hate you like he hates me. Well, that didn't sound so bad. Maybe Harry was right. Good luck, Hermione. I don't reckon anyone fancies detention with Snape and Malfoy. Thanks a lot, Ron, she thought. That makes me feel so much better. He really needed to work on his consoling skills. You just let us know if Malfoy gives you any trouble, said Ron. Ha ha. I don't think she'll need us, Ron, laughed Harry. This made Hermione smile. Well, I'll see you guys later, she said, feeling a little bit better. That feeling would completely vanish when she reached the dungeons, too. Hermione descended down the steps to the dungeons, dreading spending unnecessary time with Professor Snape, but more importantly with Malfoy. He was last person in all of Hogwarts she wanted to spend detention with. Him, and all of his self-superiority and pompousness, his condescending smirk and disdainful taunts. Before she knew it, she had arrived at Professor Snape's office looking at the very smirk that infuriated her so. She gritted her teeth and entered the room without a word. Granger, he acknowledged with contempt. She sat at a desk as far away from him as possible. She could practically feel him sneering her way, so she turned around. Look, I don't want to be here any more than you do. So let's just make this as easy as possible, okay? She hissed angrily through her teeth. No, thank you. I think I'd rather not, he said, feigning sincerity. He was unbelievable, really. How old were they now? And all of this just to get under her skin. No, instead of being sensible about the situation, he still had to find a way to cause her as much grief as he possibly could. Despite this knowledge, she was losing her patience. Listen, you. That is enough. Snape had arrived. Need I remind you why you are both here in the first place? Hermione silently berated herself. Really, she had to do a better job of keeping her composure. She was normally quite adept at ignoring the Slytherin crew and their taunts, while Harry and Ron got worked up. But something about Malfoy just set her off. Something that was exceedingly maddening. You didn't have to give us detention, Malfoy muttered bitterly. Snape narrowed his eyes. Believe me, the prospect of looking after a couple of mindless adolescents such as yourselves is not how I prefer to spend my time. He paused. However, I can't very well have the two of you incessantly bickering back and forth in my classroom. I trust that these detentions over the next month will put an end to that. It was more of a warning or a threat than an inquiry. Of course, Professor Snape assigned them to do the most mundane tasks during their detentions. Both were silently reading through first through third year papers and making note of simple grammatical mistakes and spelling errors. Professor Snape made it clear that lack of productivity would result in extension of the allotted time until he was satisfied. So Hermione worked quickly, not having anything better to do and in the hopes of shortening this session of detention. Malfoy seemed to be annoyed with this, sending exasperated looks her way. At first she thought it was because he had never had to do any grunt work in his life and he was in haughty disapproval with having to do house elves work, as he would probably call it. His parents probably didn't want to put him at risk of acquiring a paper cut on his precious hands, but she soon realized his huffy indignation was being directed towards her. Was he really so petty that he was upset she was doing better than him in detention? This was probably for the best, conjectured Hermione. This way, Snape would have no reason to criticize her, and if he did, he would have to criticize Malfoy as well. That would at least make it more bearable. Although she was also still slightly perturbed that Professor Snape was the only teacher who didn't acknowledge her dedication to her studies. Not that she particularly needed his praise, but she was the top student in his class, yet he still treated her as a troublesome miscreant. If nothing else, she would at least like to be considered as the serious student she was. Normally, she would have gone above and beyond and added other constructive advice she sorely wanted to. Some of the writing was plain terrible. She suddenly felt a dearth of sympathy for her sardonic professor, but refrained from doing so as Snape would probably just find a way to criticize her for it. So she just decided to stick with the task at hand. All in all, detention wasn't nearly as bad as Hermione expected it to be. Malfoy was probably bursting with any number of insults, but he seemed to hold himself in check with Professor Snape present. He did shoot quite a few dirty looks over at Hermione, but she chose to ignore this and continue to work on her task dutifully. After a little over an hour, Professor Snape seemed to come to the decision that they had done enough. Next week, same day, same time, was all he said by way of dismissal. Well, Hermione didn't need any more encouragement. She left quickly without so much as a backward glance. How was it? Asked Ron when she returned. It wasn't too horrible, she said truthfully. I think Malfoy was too afraid to say anything with Professor Snape there. He hasn't exactly been lenient with him lately, has he? No, agreed Harry, and it's fantastic, he concluded in an intentionally overzealous manner, causing Ron and Hermione to laugh. In the following session of Snape's class, it was apparent that Malfoy did not take kindly to being so openly humiliated by Hermione, purposely bumping into her quite forcefully, causing her to fall over and knock over some papers on an empty desk. Out of my way, mudblood, he muttered quietly. Everyone looked back to stare. Hey, shouted Ron with a start, what was that for? He asked angrily. Harry caught the back of Ron's robes to hold him back. Seamus and Dean got up too in case Harry would need reinforcement. Do you always have to be such a prat, Malfoy? Asked Harry. Really? Practically tackling a girl. Very brave of you, he said scathingly as he glared daggers at Malfoy, who was sneering back at him scornfully. That's enough, Potter, Snape intervened. Ron growled and grit his teeth, trying to fight against Harry. But Harry didn't want Ron to get in trouble, and by then Hermione had recovered, standing up and taking the entire class by surprise once again, slapping Malfoy soundly across the cheek, her face scrunched up in anger. Lavender and Pavarti gasped audibly. The Slytherins shouted abuse at her. You bit. Silence, Mr. Malfoy, interjected Snape, cutting him off. You two seem determined to earn extra detention time. I do not have the words to describe your abysmal conduct in this class as of late, but I'm sure that with enough time in detention you will be able to come up with some suitable choices. An additional month, I believe, will do the trick. The Gryffindors jeered at Malfoy in outrage. They all know what he was about to say about Hermione. Silence. Everyone shut up. 50 points. Each. Both houses erupted at this. I will take more if I have to. Snape shouted above the chatter. At this rate, you will be ensuring that the House Cup will be a two-sided race between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. I will not accept such behavior in my classroom. What was that, Mr. Malfoy? Snape said dangerously, for Malfoy had muttered something under his breath, but Snape with his uncanny ability to catch those in wrongdoing had apparently heard him. Obviously it wasn't anything polite, for all Malfoy did in answer was glower at Snape. This was also an interesting development, thought Harry. Usually, the two of them got on well enough. You don't want to test me, he said, his voice dangerously low so that Harry barely caught what he said. I dare say you don't want a third month. Malfoy scoffed. This is all your fault, Granger. Shut up. Do you want even more detention? Hissed Hermione, clearly more worried about further punishment than Malfoy's faulty argument. 3 months. Any more and it seems I will be keeping you both here over Christmas. But, did you wish to make it 4, Miss Granger? She promptly shut her mouth, killing the protest on her tongue and looking over at Malfoy fearfully should he rashly speak out again. Thankfully, this time he didn't. It seemed Malfoy had wasted all of his good grace with Snape. About time, thought Harry. Malfoy took it for granted that Snape would never punish him and paid the price. Unfortunately, so too did Hermione. Disgusting. All of you, Snape spat. This would put the misdemeanor of my first years to shame. I would have thought that by now you would have at least retained the capacity not to resemble an assembly of mindless, infantile barbarians. Apparently that was far too much to hope for. He spoke blisteringly with his eyes ablaze. He had probably never witnessed this sort of blatant insubordination in his class before. His nostrils were flaring, and Harry knew all too well that meant they were on the brink of breaching Snape's danger zone. Much like the color of Uncle Vernon's face, the dilation of Snape's nostrils served as his indicator. McGonagall's, how thin her lips got. But at least Snape had not yet reached the clenched jaw, or worse, the twitching temple stage yet. Of course, Harry had only once transcended to the impossibly pale level last year when he wrongfully snooped a peek at Snape's worst memory in the Pensieve. Now that was scary. It'd probably give Neville nightmares. Or cause him to pee his pants, one of the two. Hopefully not both. The rest of class passed without incident. Harry thought that no other teacher besides McGonagall would have been able to regain control of the class as Snape had. The only thing to note was that there was a thick tension mounting in the air between the two houses. Both were giving each other withering looks and sending their promises of nasty, albeit silent threats across the room. Ron kept looking askance at Hermione, but she just sat in silence, giving no indication of how she was feeling. When the bell rang, she strode off quickly, leaving Ron and Harry behind, still packing their bags. They looked at each other with puzzled expressions. It seemed they were doing a lot of that lately where Hermione was concerned. Once back in the common room, they discovered Hermione was there, sitting in their usual spot. She didn't seem to notice them. She was resting her chin in her hand and staring straight ahead, until they were almost right next to her and Harry slung his school bag off and set it down with a soft thump. Hermione, are you okay? Asked Harry. She said, snapping out of her daze. Yeah, why? Harry and Ron looked at each other in disbelief. Well, you hit Malfoy, Ron supplied unhelpfully. I am well aware of that. They were obviously not going to get a clear answer from her without some prying. It's just very uncharacteristic of you, Harry tried. Hermione didn't seem to know what to say or know how to say what she wanted to tell them, which didn't happen very often. Is there something else going on? He asked gently, concerned. No, she replied in distress. I don't know what came over me. I know I'm better than this. I shouldn't let him infuriate me so. She shook her head. I guess I just wasn't expecting it and my fury came out in full force. I'll say, agreed Ron. What's gotten into you? I don't know, Hermione cried, burying her face in her hands. She was on the brink of tears and this worried her two friends very much. What's changed? He's always been like this. Usually, it's you reminding me and Ron to calm down. I don't know. He's just so confusing. Confusing? Asked Ron. What's confusing about Malfoy? Harry asked skeptically. I don't know, Hermione repeated miserably. For some reason, she didn't feel like telling her friends what transpired at Nocturne Alley. Maybe she just didn't want to admit that she had needed help. That was probably what sparked off this whole episode. She was too proud sometimes, and she knew it. But she couldn't do anything about it. I don't know what's wrong with me. Harry sat on the arm of her chair and put a comforting arm around her shoulders. It'll be all right, Hermione. There's nothing wrong with you. You'll just have to remind yourself not to be goaded into fighting with Malfoy. He never thought he and Hermione would ever switch roles like this. It was all very surreal. Maybe you should take occlumency with me, he suggested, trying to lighten the mood. You can learn it for the both of us. She heard give a watery snort through her hands that were still covering her face. She lowered her hands and said, yes, just the prescription for me. More quality time with Snape. I swear if I asked him, Harry, he'd think I'm stalking him or something. Not likely, exclaimed Ron. Imagine that. Girls squealing after Snape. It's been known to happen, Harry said slyly, giving Hermione a subtle glance. What? Asked Ron, bemused. Harry James Potter. You swore you would never tell anyone. I didn't. You just did. I didn't force you to saying anything, he pointed out. As she continued to glare at him half-heartedly, he protested, "Oh, come on. That was not a big enough of a clue." That bit of impudence cost him a swat on the arm. Feeling violent today, are we? He chided playfully. She didn't move to strike him this time to avoid solidifying his point, but instead resigned to shaking her head and giving him a look somewhere between exasperation and amusement. He laughed. Wait a minute, you had a crush on Snape? Ron asked in disbelief, finally putting two and two together, his face contorted with apparent oncoming nausea. It was just my first year. Hermione defended furiously and looked around frantically, making sure no one overheard as Harry, who had slipped off the arm of the chair and onto the floor, continued to laugh heartily. You ass, she accused lightly. But still, said Ron, not quite seeing the amusement and still looking a bit queasy. It's bloody Snape. The bat of the dungeons. The greasy GI. Yes, I know, Ron. Then why? I don't know, I just did. I think it was because he was intelligent and he has this very commanding presence. But obviously, it stopped after a while once I realized how horrible his temper was and how unpleasant he could be and so on. And of course, how awful he was to Harry, she explained rapidly as she started to blush. You mean once you moved on to Lockhart, Harry joked. Oh, hush up, Harry. That's quite enough out of you. But her rebuke didn't carry any bite, so Harry smiled back at Hermione jestingly. You don't still. Of course not, Ronald, don't be ridiculous. Kay, just making sure, he said defensively. You forgot his sultry voice and otherworldly gracefulness, Harry added cheekily. Oh, please, Harry. That is not the way I put it. But he's greasy. And he's got a huge nose. And he's Snape. I thought Lockhart was bad. But SN. Yes, Ron. We've established this already, Hermione said impatiently. You aren't able to see past people's looks. Hey, that's not. Besides, he's not that bad looking. And I know I wasn't the only one. Now Ron was starting to look sick again. Who else? But people were starting to arrive in the common room. Can we talk about something else now? Hermione pleaded. Fine by me, grunted Ron, a touch disgruntled. Sure, why not? Chuckled Harry. What are you guys laughing about? Asked Ginny, coming up to them. Nothing, Ron said a little too quickly. Harry suspected that Ginny knew this bit of information already, but instead said, Malfoy's face after Hermione smacked it. And if truth be told, he'd rather not know if Ginny was included in the other girls that Hermione had just described. Oh, yes, I heard about that. Everyone has, it seems. Way to go, Hermione, Ginny winked at her. Thanks, Hermione answered uncertainly. Had the news really spread that quickly? Ginny, come here, an excited girl shouted from across the room. You won't believe this. Sorry, Ginny said, looking truly apologetic, disappointing Harry. See you guys at dinner. So, he picked up the threads of conversation as if resuming a polite and casual discussion. Where were we? The rest of the week passed by relatively quietly, although, in charms, Harry was pleased to discover that Professor Flitwick assigned the disillusionment charm. He had already had plenty of practice when Moody taught them the spell this summer, and he had used it a number of times since then as well. This thrilled Flitwick, who then rewarded each of them 10 points, making Harry feel less guilty about losing points so quickly on his first night back. Though he supposed that was nothing compared to Hermione and Malfoy. Occlumency lessons went as per usual, and left Harry feeling like he was getting nowhere. The only good thing about his occlumency lesson was that it provided him with a valid excuse not to attend Slughorn's party. Apparently, Slughorn was holding a get-together for some students, as Harry was informed via a violet ribbon-adorned scroll of parchment. Of course, no one was supposed to know about these private sessions, and as Snape was no longer the potions master, remedial potions was not an available ruse. So they ended up telling him that Harry had detention with Snape, an explanation that no one would have any trouble believing. Otherwise, Harry would use his invisibility cloak and knock on the door to ensure that no one knew about his lessons with Snape. Soon it was the weekend, which Harry was curiously anxious for. It would be his first Quidditch as captain. On Saturday morning, after a quick breakfast, Harry and Ron left for the pitch early. Ron wanted to get some last-minute practice in, and Harry wanted to make sure everything was set up properly. He didn't want to be unprepared on his first day as captain. By the time tryouts were to begin, Harry was shocked to see the number of people flooding in. There must be 40 or 50 of them. How was he possibly going to be able to pick a team? Luckily and unfortunately for Harry, he wasn't sure which one at the moment. To his discovery, many of the students in attendance did not play Quidditch. Indeed, many of them did not even have brooms. Still more frustrating to learn was that some of them were not even from Gryffindor. He supposed they came to see the chosen one. What? Did they think he was going to make some public announcement that, in fact, he was the chosen one and he would be running for the Minister of Magic? Once he believed he had only the people who legitimately wished to try out for the team, he still wasn't sure quite how to begin. Let's just have you do a couple of laps around the pitch to warm up, shall we? He requested. As it turned out, this was a very good idea after it became clear that many of them had never ridden a broom before. He began to get annoyed when he ordered a group of third-year girls to leave the pitch because they clearly only came to see him. They didn't even have the common decency to look the slightest bit abashed, giggling as they departed. That reduced the number to just fewer than 20, which made things much more manageable. Some of those sent off were trying to straggle, but Harry saw that Hermione was ordering them off the field from the stands, for which he was very grateful. When time was up, he had slimmed down the count to a dozen, which he thought made the day a success. Some of the rejected players pitched a fuss, but nothing significant occurred. The pool wasn't as talented as the team he had been on in past years. He was fairly sure who he wanted as beaters. That group had been narrowed down to 3. He decided he would keep Jimmy Peaks, a short, but burly, broad-chested third year who had managed to raise a lump the size of an egg on the back of Harry's head with a ferociously hit bludger. He was having trouble picking between Jack Sloper and Richie Coote. None of them had the brilliance of Fred and George, but he was pleased with his finds. He was deliberately leaving the keeper position for last. There would be less people watching from the stands, meaning less pressure. There were 3 who vied for that position. Ron, of course, and 2 others. A 6th year, Cormac McLagan, and Ryan Coulter, a 3rd year who showed tremendous potential. That left 5 others for the 3 chaser positions. He knew he would keep Katie Bell, who insisted on trying out even though Harry was well familiar with her skill. And Ginny was the clear second best out of the group. He considered keeping Demelza Robbins, a 4th-year girl who was quite adept at dodging bludgers, but she was rather unrehearsed with the strategy of Quidditch and not quite up to par with the other selections. He would have to face a bit of a dilemma for the last spot. 2 of his possible choices were Seamus and Dean, and he didn't fancy having to choose one of them only to reject the other. Harry himself, of course, would be the seeker. They would resume tryouts tomorrow and Harry would make the second, and hopefully final, cut. Exhausted, Harry made his way back to the castle with Ron and Ginny. Slumping into his favorite armchair, it was not a moment after that Dennis Creevey was running up to him. Not another request for an autograph, I hope, he thought. Harry, there you are. The young boy panted, bending over to ease the stitch in his side. Harry waited patiently for the younger Creevey to collect himself. Yes? Asked Harry. Dumbledore, Dennis gasped between breaths, asked me to give this to you, he said, handing Harry a slip of paper. Oh, thank you, Dennis, said Harry, more animated than before. Dennis smiled. It's no problem, Harry, he said, bobbing his head in a manner that reminded Harry of an overexcited puppy. Once Dennis left, Harry scrambled to unfold the piece of paper. Is it your lesson? Asked Hermione eagerly. Yes, Harry confirmed, reading the note. At 8 o'clock tonight. Ooh, I bet he's going to teach you all types of advanced magic. I'm so jealous of you, Harry, Hermione rambled excitedly. Do you have any idea what he'll be teaching you today? Let the man breathe, Hermione, joked Ron. Sorry, but, lessons with Dumbledore. What an exhilarating prospect. Later that evening, Harry departed for Dumbledore's office, pronouncing, Peppermint Toad, the password Dumbledore had given him to gain passage beyond the gargoyle. "Come in," the headmaster invited when Harry knocked on the door. "Ah, Harry," he said upon seeing his student enter. "Good, you are here. And I gather you are anxious to begin." Harry saw that the pensieve was out once again. "Yes, sir." "Then we might as well dive in." "Quite literally," the elder man stated. "You will remember, I am sure, where we left the tale of Lord Voldemort's beginnings." "Yes, sir," answered Harry. "Voldemort's mother was alone and pregnant. Riddle left them." "Precisely, Harry. Tom Riddle, the handsome muggle, abandoned his wife and he returned to his family in Little Hangleton. Merope was left alone in London, expecting the baby who would one day become Lord Voldemort." "How do you know she was in London, sir?" "Because of the evidence of one Caractacus Burke," said Dumbledore. "You'll know the shop, I presume." Harry nodded, thinking of his first disastrous escapade with Flow powder. Dumbledore swilled the contents of the pensieve much as a prospector sifts for gold. Out of the swirling mass rose a small old man, made of the same silvery substance. "We acquired it under curious circumstances," it said. "It was brought in by a young witch just before Christmas, oh, many years ago now. She said she needed the gold badly and that much was obvious. Covered in rags and pretty far along, going to have a baby, see. She told us the locket had been Slytherin's. Well, we hear that sort of story all the time, as you can imagine. Oh, this was Merlin's, this was his favorite teapot, or this was Paracelsus' most trusted cauldron, and the like. But upon closer inspection I could see it had his mark all right. A few simple spells were enough to tell me the truth. Of course, that made it near priceless, but she didn't seem to have any idea how much it was worth. Happy to get 10 galleons for it. Best bargain we ever made." Dumbledore gave the pensieve a vigorous shake and Caractacus Burke descended back into the swirling mass of memory from whence he had come. "He only gave her 10 galleons. Harry exclaimed indignantly. "Caractacus Burke was not famed for his generosity," explained Dumbledore. "So we know that, near the end of her pregnancy, Merope was alone in London and in desperate need of money, and so sold one of Marvolo's most treasured family heirlooms." "But couldn't she have gotten everything she needed by magic?" Harry pointed out. "Perhaps so," said Dumbledore. "But my guess is that when her husband abandoned her, Merope stopped using magic. I do not believe she wished to be a witch any longer. It is also possible that in her despair of an unrequited love, she was sapped of her magical powers. That can sometimes happen." Harry thought uncomfortably of Tonks. "In any case, as you are about to see, Merope refused to raise her wand, even to save her own life. She wouldn't even stay alive for her son," said Harry, aghast. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. "Could you possibly be feeling pity for Lord Voldemort?" Harry raised his own eyebrows in turn. He thought about it. "No, not for who he became," he explained. "Everything he's done has been his choice." He hesitated. "But as a child, he was defenseless, he was innocent. She had a choice, just like my mother did. Yes, Merope Riddle chose death in spite of a son who needed her, but try not to judge her too harshly, Harry. She was greatly weakened by long suffering, having never truly known love herself, and she never had your mother's courage," Dumbledore said gently. "And now, if you will stand." "Where are we going?" asked Harry, as he was joined by Dumbledore at the front of the desk. "This time," said Dumbledore, "we will be entering my own memory. I think you will find it both rich in detail and satisfyingly accurate. After you, Harry." Harry bent over the pensieve. His face broke the cool surface and he was falling through darkness again, seconds later, and his feet hit firm ground. He opened his eyes and found that he and Dumbledore were standing in a bustling, old-fashioned London street. "There I am," said Dumbledore brightly, pointing to a tall figure crossing the road just ahead of them. That statement was hardly necessary, as the younger version of his self stuck out like a sore thumb. It would have been the first thing your eye was drawn to. This younger Albus Dumbledore had long auburn hair and a beard, drawing many curious glances due to the flamboyantly cut suit of plum velvet that he was wearing. This one made the outfit he was sporting the day Harry visited his relatives at the hospital for the first time since the attack seem conservative in comparison. "Nice suit, sir," said Harry, before he could stop himself. but Dumbledore merely chuckled as they followed his younger self, passing through a set of iron gates into a bare courtyard that contained a rather drab square building. He mounted the few steps leading to the front door and knocked. After a moment or two, the door was opened by a young woman wearing an apron. "Good afternoon. I have an appointment with one Mrs. Cole, who, I believe, is the matron here." "Oh," said the bewildered-looking girl, taking in Dumbledore's eccentric appearance. Hold on, Mrs. Cole," she shouted over her shoulder. Harry heard a distant voice shout something in response. The girl turned back to Dumbledore and opened the door a bit wider. "Come on in, she'll be right with you." Dumbledore stepped into the tiled hallway. The whole place was shabby but spotlessly clean. Harry and the older Dumbledore followed. Before the front door had closed behind them, a hassled-looking woman, in her 30s was Harry's guess, came scurrying toward them. When her eyes fell upon Dumbledore and she came to a stop and stared blankly at him, at a loss for words. Harry couldn't say that he really blamed her. "Good afternoon," said Dumbledore, holding out his hand. "My name is Albus Dumbledore. I sent you a letter requesting an appointment and you very kindly invited me here today." Mrs. Cole blinked and shook her head, quickly trying to get over her momentary shock. "Oh, yes. Well, then why don't you come upstairs and we can talk?" She led Dumbledore into a small room that seemed part sitting room, part office. She invited Dumbledore to sit on a rickety chair and seated herself behind a cluttered desk. "I'm sorry, I had forgotten. Things have been very busy around here. One of the children has come down with the chickenpox and things have been rather hectic." "That is quite all right. Is now not a good time?" he inquired politely. No, she said hurriedly. "You set up an appointment for now, so now is when we'll have it." Dumbledore nodded his head in grateful acknowledgement. "I am here, as I told you in my letter, to discuss Tom Riddle and arrangements for his future," said Dumbledore. "Are you his family?" asked Mrs. Cole. "No, I am a teacher," said Dumbledore. "I have come to offer Tom a place at my school." "A school? What school?" "It is called Hogwarts," said Dumbledore. "It is a sort of boarding school." "That's a rather odd name for a school," she smiled. "I've never heard of it, but then again, I'm sure I haven't heard of a lot of things. Being a matron is not exactly an occupation that puts me in the thick of the rest of the world." "What is it that you want with Tom?" "We believe he possesses the qualities we are looking for." Mrs. Cole furrowed her brow. "He hasn't been entered for any scholarships. His name has been down for our school since birth." "Oh. Then who registered him? Was it his parents?" There was no doubt that Mrs. Cole was an inconveniently sharp woman. Apparently, Dumbledore thought so too, for Harry now saw him slip his wand out of the pocket of his velvet suit, at the same time picking up a piece of perfectly blank paper from Mrs. Cole's desktop. "Here," said Dumbledore, waving his wand once as he passed her the piece of paper. "I think this will make everything clear." "I see. That seems fine." Seeing that she still seemed skeptical, Dumbledore, detecting her to be an honest woman, took a more honest tactic. "Tom, he's not a normal boy, is he?" Mrs. Cole's eyes widened and seemed to say, "How could you possibly know that?" "It is all right. I understand." She also seemed to decide that he was trustworthy, for she said, "No. He never plays with the other children. He's very sharp for a boy his age and he seems to frighten the other children. At first, I just thought it was because he's rather distant, but I think it's more than that." "Do you mean you think he bullies the other children?" probed Dumbledore. "I don't know. But strange incidents seem to occur around him." Dumbledore didn't press her, but Harry could tell that his interest was piqued. He waited patiently for her to elaborate. She didn't disappoint. "One day, we found another child's rabbit, hanging from the rafters. I don't know how Tom could have possibly accomplished that, but the day before, there had been an argument between the two of them. I don't know who else would have done something like that. Tom, he's always so mysterious. I just don't know. But it's happened more than once, and that's why I think it's him. We take the children out for a summer outing each year, and two of the children, when we found them, they seemed shaken. All we could get out of them was that they'd gone into a cave with Tom. He swore it was just to go exploring, but there have been other things, too. But I haven't actually caught him doing anything wrong. I see. Even as a baby, he was that way. He almost never cried. And now, he doesn't have any friends, but I don't think he even wants any. I try to help him, but he doesn't seem to want it. Finished Dumbledore. She shook her head gravely. At our school, Tom will be surrounded by other children like him. Of course, Harry knew he meant the magic, not the behavior. I will keep a close eye on him. It is my belief that we will be able to help him. Dumbledore tried to reassure her. Really? She asked hopefully. Then maybe this school won't be such a bad thing. That is our hope. When will this school start? What will he need for it? School begins the 1st of September. The train will leave from King's Cross Station. But he will have to return here during the summer. All right, she said, and Harry couldn't help but notice that she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. And the school will provide everything for him. We have funds for less fortunate children. I myself can go with him and make sure he acquires the necessary supplies. Rest assured, he will be well taken care of. He paused. I was wondering whether you could tell me anything of Tom Riddle's history. I think he was born here in the orphanage. Yes, replied Mrs. Cole. I remember. I'd just started working here. It was New Year's Eve and bitterly cold outside that night. We heard a knock on the door and this girl, not much older than I was at the time, staggered onto our front steps. We took her in, and she had the baby within the hour, but she died shortly after, she finished sadly. Did she say anything before she died? Asked Dumbledore. Anything about the boy's father, for instance? Yes, actually, she did, she said with wide eyes. It was her wish for her boy to be named after Tom, his father, and Marvolo, for her father, said she hoped he would look like his father. Riddle, she said, was his surname. But that's all she was really able to tell us before she passed. No one has ever come to claim Tom for their own and he's been here ever since. Silence followed this statement. I suppose you'd like to see him, she said, standing up. Very much, said Dumbledore, rising too. She led him out of her office and up the stone stairs, giving instructions to helpers and children as she passed. The orphans, Harry saw, were all wearing the same kind of grayish tunic. They looked reasonably well cared for, but there was no denying that this was a bleak and lackluster place in which to grow up. Here we are, said Mrs. Cole, as they stopped at a door near the end of a long corridor. She knocked and gently opened the door when there was no response. Tom, you've got a visitor. This is Mr. She hesitated. I'm sorry. She looked at him. Dumbledore, the younger Dumbledore supplied. Right, Mr. Dumbledore. He has some good news for you. With that she left them, closing the door behind Harry and the two Dumbledores to give them some privacy. It was a small bare room with nothing in it except an old wardrobe and a plain bedstead. A boy was sitting on top of the gray blankets, his legs stretched out in front of him, holding a book. Merope had received her dying wish. He was his handsome father in miniature, tall for 11 years old, dark-haired, and pale. There was no trace of the gounce in Tom Riddle's face. His eyes narrowed slightly as he took in Dumbledore's eccentric appearance. How do you do, Tom? Said Dumbledore, walking forward and holding out his hand. The boy hesitated before taking the proffered hand and shaking it. Dumbledore drew up the straight-backed wooden chair beside the bed, so that the pair of them looked rather like a hospital patient and visitor. I am Professor Dumbledore. Professor, repeated Riddle. He looked wary. Is that like? Doctor. What are you here for? Did she get you in to have a look at me? I've heard some of the other helpers ask her to. No, Dumbledore tried to reassure him. I don't believe you, cried Riddle. She wants me looked at, doesn't she? Tell the truth. He spoke the last 3 words with a ringing force that was astonishing for one so young. It was a command, and it sounded as though he had given it many times before. His eyes widened as he glared at Dumbledore, who made no response except to continue to smile placidly. After a few seconds, Riddle's glare transformed into a look of wariness. Who are you? I have told you. My name is Professor Dumbledore and I work at a school called Hogwarts. I have come to offer you a place at my school, your new school, if you would like it to be. School? What kind of school? He asked, repeating Mrs. Cole's earlier inquiry, but with a much greater amount of suspicion. Hogwarts, Dumbledore explained, is a school for people with special abilities. Riddle suddenly leapt from the bed, backing away from Dumbledore. You're from the asylum, aren't you, Professor, is it? I'm not mad, he shouted furiously. I am not from the asylum, said Dumbledore patiently, and I do not believe you are mad. I am simply a teacher. Then why do you want to send me to your school? He sneered. If you will sit down calmly, I shall tell you about it. You think you can fool me? You can't. I assure you, Hogwarts is not a school for mad people. It is a school of magic, said Dumbledore, switching tactics to a more direct approach, sensing that Riddle would not calm down otherwise. There was silence. Riddle had frozen, his face expressionless, but his eyes were flickering back and forth between each of Dumbledore's, as though trying to catch one of them in a lie. Magic, he repeated in a whisper. That is correct, said Dumbledore. It's magic, what I can do. What is it that you can do? All sorts, breathed Riddle. A flush of excitement was rising up his neck into his hollow cheeks, he looked fevered. I can make things move without touching them. I can make animals do what I want them to do, without training them. I can make bad things happen to people who are mean to me. I can make them hurt if I want to. His legs were trembling. He stumbled forward and sat down on the bed again, staring at his hands, as though his prayers had finally been answered. I knew I was different, he whispered to his own quivering fingers. I knew I was special. Always. I knew there was something. Well, you were quite right, said Dumbledore, who was no longer smiling, but watching Riddle intently. You are a wizard. Riddle lifted his head. His face was transfigured. There was a wild happiness upon it, yet for some reason it was not an improvement to the anger that was written on it before. On the contrary, his finely carved features seemed somehow rougher, his expression almost bestial. I can speak to snakes. They find me, whisper things to me. Is that normal for a wizard? It is unusual, said Dumbledore, after a moment's hesitation, but not unheard of. Are you a wizard too? I am. Prove it, said Riddle at once, in the same commanding tone he had used when he had said, tell the truth. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. I take it, then, that you are accepting your place at Hogwarts. Yes, of course. Then you will address me as Professor, or Sir. Harry knew he was challenging Riddle, as perhaps he never had been before, not even by the adults. Riddle's expression hardened for the most fleeting moment before he said, in an unrecognizably polite voice, I'm sorry, sir. I meant, please, Professor, could you show me? Dumbledore carefully drew his wand from an inside pocket of his suit jacket, pointed it at the shabby wardrobe in the corner, and gave the wand a casual flick. The wardrobe burst into flames. Riddle leapt to his feet. Harry could hardly blame him for howling in shock and rage, for all his worldly possessions must be in there. But even as Riddle rounded on Dumbledore, the flames vanished, leaving the wardrobe completely undamaged. Riddle stared from the wardrobe to Dumbledore. Then, his expression greedy, he pointed at the wand. Where can I get one of those? All in good time, said Dumbledore, now tucking said wand away. For now, it would appear your wardrobe needs attending to. A faint rattling could be heard from within the closet, and for the first time, Riddle looked frightened. Open the door, said Dumbledore. Riddle hesitated, then crossed the room and threw open the wardrobe door. On the topmost shelf, above a rail of worn and tattered clothes, a small cardboard box was shaking and rattling as though there were several frantic mice trapped inside it. Take it out, please, instructed Dumbledore. Riddle took down the quaking box, looking unnerved. Is there anything in that box that you ought not to have? Asked Dumbledore. Riddle threw Dumbledore a long, clear, calculating look. Yes, I suppose so, sir, he said finally, in an expressionless voice. Open it, and show me, said Dumbledore. Riddle took off the lid and tipped the contents onto his bed without looking at them. Harry, who had expected something much more exciting, saw a mess of trivial, everyday objects. A yo-yo, a silver thimble, and a tarnished mouth organ among them. Once free of the box, they stopped quivering and lay still upon the thin blankets. You will return them to their owners with your apologies, said Dumbledore calmly. I shall know whether or not this has been done. Thievery is not tolerated at Hogwarts. Riddle did not look remotely abashed. He was still staring coldly and appraising Ly at Dumbledore. At last he said in a colorless voice, "Yes, sir." At Hogwarts, Dumbledore went on, "We teach you not only to use magic, but to control it. You have, inadvertently, I am sure, been using your powers in a way that is neither taught nor tolerated at our school. You are not the first, nor will you be the last, to allow your magic to run away with you. But you should know that Hogwarts can expel students, and the Ministry of Magic will punish lawbreakers still more severely. All new wizards must accept that, upon entering our world, they are required to abide by our laws." "Yes, sir," said Riddle again. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. His face remained quite blank as he put the little cache of stolen objects back into the cardboard box. When he had finished, he turned to Dumbledore and said baldly, "I haven't got any money." Harry knew that it was probably painful for Riddle to admit this, not wanting to show any inadequacies, even though it was quite understandable that a young orphan would not possess any money. But it was necessary for him to be able to buy his own things. "That is easily remedied," said Dumbledore, drawing a leather money pouch from his pocket. Riddle took it with the only amount of sheepishness Harry had seen so far. "There is a fund at Hogwarts for those who require assistance to buy books and robes. You might have to buy some of your spellbooks and so on secondhand, but—" "Where do you buy spellbooks?" interrupted a curious Riddle, who was now examining a fat gold galleon. "In Diagon Alley," said Dumbledore. "I have your list of books and school equipment with me. I can help you find everything." "You're coming with me?" asked Riddle, looking up. "Certainly, if you require my assistance." "That won't be necessary," said Riddle with an air and vocabulary unbefitting of a boy his age. "I'm used to doing things for myself. I wander around London on my own all the time. How is it that you get to this Diagon Alley, sir?" he added, catching Dumbledore's eye. "Are you sure? I think it might be best if I accompany you." "I'm sure," Riddle said shortly and confidently. Harry thought that Dumbledore would insist upon accompanying Riddle to keep an eye on him, but was surprised when Dumbledore handed Riddle the envelope containing his list of equipment. "Very well." After telling Riddle exactly how to get to the leaky cauldron from the orphanage, he said, "Ask for Tom the barman. Easy enough to remember, as he shares your name." Riddle gave an irritable twitch, as though trying to dispatch an irksome fly. "You dislike the name, Tom." "There are a lot of Toms," muttered Riddle. Then, as though he could not suppress the question in spite of himself, he asked, "Was my father a wizard?" "He was called Tom Riddle too, they've told me." "I'm afraid I don't know," said Dumbledore, his voice gentle. "My mother can't have been magical, or she wouldn't have died," said Riddle, more to himself than Dumbledore. "It must have been him." Police sirens could be heard from outside. "Actually," Riddle hesitated. "Yes," coaxed Dumbledore. "There's a killer on the loose in London, broke out of the prison. Do you think maybe it would be best if you accompanied me to this leaky cauldron?" he said timidly. "I won't need you after that," he added more confidently. Dumbledore smiled gently. "Yes, I can do that." Riddle nodded, not looking at him. Most likely he was unused to being in the position of asking for the help of someone so much. Harry knew that Riddle must despise having to do it. But he could also see for the first time a small and vulnerable boy instead of the beginnings of a monster. Dumbledore got to his feet and held out his hand again. "If that is all, then I shall see you next week. We will go to Diagon Alley then." Taking it, Riddle nodded yet again. They stood for a moment, man and boy, staring at each other. Then the handshake was broken, and Dumbledore was at the door. The image dissolved and faded. Harry and Dumbledore were amidst darkness, and for a moment all Harry could see was his own body and the older version of Dumbledore, then shifted into a new scene. The younger Dumbledore made his way to the orphanage again to collect Tom Riddle. Mrs. Cole bade them goodbye at the front door. "Are you ready, Tom?" Riddle nodded his head. "Yes, sir," he said plainly. But Harry could see from the way Riddle's eyes gleamed that he was very eager to get to Diagon Alley. As they walked along the road, Dumbledore asked, "So how are you faring, Tom?" "Fine," came the unenthusiastic reply. "Has anything of interest transpired since last we visited?" "No, sir. It was clear Riddle was already weary of this social exercise. No doubt that will remedied with a trip to Diagon Alley. It is a rather impressive establishment. I must warn you, to be prepared for the unexpected. There are other magical creatures besides wizards. Goblins, vampires, hags. Riddle eyebrows rose slightly. So, when I've got all my stuff, when do I come to this Hogwarts? Asked Tom. You will leave from King's Cross Station on the 1st of September, said Dumbledore. In fact, I believe all of the details are included in this envelope, he added, handing it to Tom, as well as your official letter from Hogwarts and your train ticket. After that, Tom said close to nothing as the two made their way towards central London, with Harry and the present-day Dumbledore in procession. Nothing significant occurred during the walk. Indeed, the only words spoken were Dumbledore's futile attempts at making light conversation and Riddle sometimes answering indifferently. Dumbledore soon relented, clearly not wanting to press Riddle into being uncomfortable. At last they came to the leaky cauldron. The others don't seem to notice it, observed Riddle. This is true, replied Dumbledore. It is enchanted so that non-magical folk cannot see it, he explained. All four of them entered the diminutive bar. Dumbledore. What a pleasant surprise. And who is this? The barman asked genially. Tom. This is Tom Riddle. He will be attending his first year of Hogwarts this coming year, he elaborated to avoid confusing the old bartender. I am accompanying him here and he will be venturing forth into Diagon Alley. I see, said the other Tom pleasantly. Tom. That's a good name, he said with a wink. Can I get either of you anything? A large mug of tea would be much appreciated. Would you like anything, Tom? Inquired Dumbledore. No thanks, said Riddle, hiding behind his mask of politeness once again. Well, you'll have a great time at Hogwarts. You have a good day, now. Thank you, sir. A small boy with brown hair who looked to be the same age as Riddle was walking out of the courtyard into the pub with his father. Hi, he said nicely, are you going to Hogwarts this year? Riddle nodded. Me, too, said the boy. It's my first year. I wonder what house I'll be in. I think I'll be put into Hufflepuff, almost all my family's been. What about you? What house do you think you'll be in? Riddle didn't answer and regarded at the boy with a cool expression. No doubt he didn't enjoy being uninformed, particularly if even this common boy knew such information. The other boy's smile faded a little, sensing that something was off. Walter, come along now, said the friendly boy's father, now waiting at the pub door. Well, I'll see you around maybe, he said uncertainly, looking at Riddle curiously. Again, Riddle did not respond. Dumbledore went to the back and tapped the correct combination of bricks. This time Riddle couldn't keep the enthrallment off his face as the arch appeared, giving them a splendid view of Diagon Alley. Riddle's jaw opened slightly in awe. It seemed to Harry the first time that Riddle had found anything more impressive than himself. There it is. Diagon Alley, Dumbledore said regally. But Riddle seemed not to be paying much attention to Dumbledore, and this time, Harry really couldn't blame him. He, too, remembered feeling overwhelmed with his first experience in the magical world. I must run some errands, but I will be here when you are finished to take you back to your home. Riddle nodded dumbly and stepped through the arch, his eyes flittering back and forth, trying to soak it all in. And then, the arch was no more than a flat expanse of brick. I'll have that cup of tea, first, of course, said Dumbledore pleasantly. Here you are, sir, said the older Tom, handing the younger Dumbledore a steaming mug. Thank you very much. The two talked about trivialities such as how business was going, news in the wizarding world, the weather. After about 5 to 10 minutes, Harry was worried Dumbledore would run the memory until Riddle was done, which would surely take hours. He began to wonder why they didn't simply skip forward in time as before. But he soon got his answer. A clear ringing sounded and Tom the barman cut his conversation off suddenly, looking alarmed. He ran to the back room behind the counter and after a few moments returned, looking much more troubled than before. There's been an attack on Diagon Alley. Grindelwald, they say Grindelwald is here. Dumbledore immediately sprang into action, going to the aid of patrons in the hazardous area and more importantly, Tom. With that, Dumbledore ran through the arch in the wall and raced into the village. This younger Dumbledore was sprier than the older one, and Harry had trouble keeping up with both of them. Good thing I ran a lot this summer, thought Harry. The same strange distress signal was blaring in the shopping center. People were running in every which way direction. Harry didn't know the details, but had heard the basics revolving around the legend of Grindelwald. He was an evil wizard who killed for power. The more people he killed, the more power he would accumulate. It became a ravenous addiction, worsening still with every murder he committed. They searched in vain for what Harry was sure were agonizing minutes for the past time Dumbledore, although he always stopped for pleas for help that came his way. And then there was no mistaking him. The pale, raven-haired boy was standing in the street just in front of Ollivander's. Tom. The boy immediately turned around at the sound of his name. He looked a little befuddled at all the chaos. Professor. What's going on? Danger. Tom. Stick close to me. Quickly. Now. Riddle strode over, in no particular hurry. Danger. What danger? He asked, and it was with a little admiration that Harry heard no trace of fear in his voice and still the same inquisitiveness. Then an utterly different voice sang with laughter. Absorbed in the scene before his eyes, Harry was a bit startled to turn around and see that none other than Gellert Grindelwald had been standing almost directly behind him. Ah, Albus, how are we doing? He asked with an air of one sitting for a cordial visit over afternoon tea, his eyes skipping over to Dumbledore's young companion. The auburn-haired Dumbledore pushed Riddle behind him saying, "It was foolish of you to come here, Gellert." Even though it was only a memory, Harry could feel his flight instincts starting to kick in. The thought of what this man had done was comparable to Voldemort, toughly killing hundreds of people. Now, no need to be rude, he said with a merry smile that was as jarring as it was disturbing. And who is your little friend, here? He asked, cocking his head and peering at Riddle with such hunger that Harry didn't blame Dumbledore for trying to nudge Riddle closer behind him and out of sight, who was currently poking his head to the side of Dumbledore to get a better look. Though Grindelwald clearly already knew he was there and Dumbledore couldn't shield the small boy's body any better than he was now. Yes, such power for one so small. At first I thought it was you, Albus, as you do possess much power. He nodded his head in polite acknowledgement. But I knew at once that the magical signature was far too dark for you. You have much hate, and anger coursing through you, Grindelwald continued, now directing his words at Riddle. They are a strength, not a fault as Dumbledore would have you believe. Even Grindelwald's voice exuded a terrifying power. He carefully and melodically enunciated each syllable. It almost would have been comical if not for the knowledge of what this man was capable of. It was almost musical. Who are you? Riddle demanded boldly. Having heard him give demands like this before, Harry could detect a hint of uncertainty in his voice this time, but the authority was still there, inconsistent for a boy his age. This made Grindelwald roar with wild laughter. Pity, he is a Muggleborn, for how else would he not recognize my name? But my question has not yet been answered. Who are you, little one? Dumbledore glanced sharply back at Riddle over his shoulder, but Tom seemed to understand that it was not the wisest of decisions to give your name to an unstable megalomaniac. Do not entertain the thought that for a second you could fool us into believing it is your wish to mentor him and offer him counsel. You and I both know precisely what it is that you want with him, Dumbledore pronounced curtly. How right you are, Grindelwald said roughly, abruptly whipping out his wand at the same time and pointing it at Riddle, who had managed to sidle almost halfway out from behind the younger Dumbledore. He gasped and hid behind the older wizard, gripping Dumbledore's hand as he did so, shocking Harry and probably young Dumbledore, as well. Riddle now looked every bit the scared young boy you would normally expect to see in a situation like this. The transformation was astonishing. He seemed to realize his error and ripped his hand away with slight disgust written on his face, ashamed with actions which exhibited a highly uncharacteristic lack of composure. Dumbledore was probably stunned given his past experiences with the boy, but intensely focused on ensuring Grindelwald could not harm Riddle, showed nothing of this beyond the slight widening of his eyes and stiffening of his shoulders. For some reason, this made Grindelwald giggle gleefully. Come now, Dumbledore, give me the boy, and I will leave peacefully. I swear to you no one else will come to harm. You wouldn't want the blood of so many on your hands, now, would you? After all, it is only one, very small, boy. I will certainly not, Give you the boy, as you say. But no one else will be dying today on your account, Grindelwald. Harry noticed that the two men were now making use of the opposite surname, which for some odd reason they had not been before. Harry wasn't sure who struck first, but the scene was soon immersed in a display of magic as impressive as what he had witnessed at the ministry between the same, albeit older, man and Harry's own fated rival. As the two wizards fought, it was surreal, almost like deja vu, to watch Dumbledore protect the younger, and not to mention similar-looking, wizard as he had done for Harry not even a year ago. As expected, Grindelwald cast spells that wielded a tough and powerful force. But Dumbledore was powerful in his own right and used his energy more wisely. His careful attention to tactics earned him the advantage as time pressed on. Virtually evenly matched, it was a long while before either of the two men relented. Grindelwald, now sensing Dumbledore pushing into the offensive, began to make use of his own acumen. Dumbledore's primary objective was to protect Tom, and he was able to hold Grindelwald until authorities arrived. With a mischievous smile, Grindelwald brought his wand down like a hammer, and two things happened simultaneously. Grindelwald disappeared and Harry heard a loud crack. The walkway splintered and crumbled, and huge chunks of broken pavement flew up as if a small bomb had been detonated. The buildings shook, some collapsing, and windows shattered. Dumbledore put a protective bubble around him and Tom where Harry could see the concrete halt and slide of as if by some invisible force. The younger Dumbledore also managed to expand the defensive magical barrier to others in the vicinity as well. But everything had happened so fast that the spell was not quick enough to save everyone. Some were struck and Harry was sure that at the velocity the debris was moving, most of them had not survived the impact. People were screaming in terror and running pell-mell in wild pandemonium. The panic was almost tangible. Harry got a shock when some of the wreckage landed right on top of him, and straight through him. He could not be harmed within a memory, he had to remind himself. Many people were struggling to their feet and some pushed their way through the rubble. Dumbledore helped some of the civilians, but it was clear he wanted to get Tom out of there. Come, Tom. Grasp my arm, please, he said urgently. Riddle looked at him somewhat puzzled by this request, but this time, did as Dumbledore said without argument. Suddenly, they appeared in front of the door to the orphanage. In the memory, Harry did not feel the sensation of apparition, for which he was grateful. Hey, if you can do this, why didn't you do that on the way there? What is that called, what you just did? Asked Riddle. It is called apparition. Only those of age are allowed to transport in this manner, and I rather enjoy walking, to answer your first question. Who was he, that man? Asked the young Riddle. Harry saw that Dumbledore hesitated before answering, gauging how much information he could trust Riddle with, weighing how much the exploits of Grindelwald would deter Riddle, and how much they might resonate with him. He is a dark wizard. One who has caused untold horror amongst our population. He has all but forgotten what it means to be human, living a depraved and unfulfilled life. He would have killed you today without as much as a second thought. I tell you this, not to scare you, but to demonstrate the pain and destitution that lies in wait for those who wander the path Grindelwald has taken. Grindelwald may only be an agent of malicious tuppety now, but this was not always so. Alas, many are seduced by the slow deceit of broken promises of power and fame and grandeur, fall into the void, and are lost to the darkness forever. It is a terrible way to live, he finished gravely. Riddle seemed to contemplate these words, and Harry wondered how much of an impact they made on this younger, human version of Voldemort. Obviously, not very much, thought Harry. Harry pondered Dumbledore's words, as well, but more because it bolstered his sneaking suspicions that Dumbledore was more familiar with Grindelwald than Harry was presently aware of. But perhaps this was a topic Dumbledore would allow Harry to explore. It also did not elude Harry that Dumbledore didn't actually say much about Grindelwald himself, and it certainly didn't with Riddle either, who asked, why? Why does he kill people? He must have a reason. The question, so innocently posed, it seemed, was disturbing coming from a child who should still hold the naivete that killing was bad, and that was that. We may never understand the minds of those absorbed in madness, was all Dumbledore said in response. Riddle pursed his lips in dissatisfaction with the enigmatic answer, but did not press the matter any further. What is the house that boy was referring to? Asked Riddle. There are 4 houses at Hogwarts that each student is sorted into and will remain with that house for the duration of his or her career at Hogwarts. They become rather like your family whilst at school. I will collect the rest of your supplies and bring them to you later. What were you able to procure in your short time at Diagon Alley? Just my wand, sir. Harry wasn't surprised that was the first item Riddle procured. It had also what he had been most looking forward to at Diagon Alley, and he was sure it was the same for everyone else entering their first year at Hogwarts, as well. All right, then. I shall have the rest of the items on your list purchased and waiting for you at the Hogwarts. Remember, magic is not allowed outside of school. Now, I must go at once. More people are in need of help. I am sorry, Tom, but I must leave you now. Perhaps I shall answer your questions more fully at another time. Now, Mrs. Cole will be escorting you to the station, so I shall see you at Hogwarts. Mrs. Cole was to take young Tom Riddle to the station so she would not become suspicious. After all, normal schools would be taken by train or car. All Dumbledore has said was that the school was not located in London, but farther north. She would drop him off there, and Tom was clever enough not to cross the barrier when she was present. Dumbledore had explained mounting the platform to the Hogwarts Express on the way to Diagon Alley. Riddle nodded and the young Dumbledore vanished with a pop. I think that will do, said the white-haired Dumbledore at Harry's side, and seconds later, they were soaring weightlessly through darkness once more, before landing squarely in the present-day office. Sit down, please, Harry, said Dumbledore, landing beside Harry. Harry obeyed, his mind still full of what he had just seen. He believed it much quicker than I did. I mean, when you told him he was a wizard, said Harry. I didn't believe Hagrid at first, when he told me. Yes, Riddle was perfectly ready to believe that he was, to use his word, special, said Dumbledore. Did you know, then? Asked Harry. Did I know that I had just met the most dangerous dark wizard of all time? Said Dumbledore. No, I had no idea that he was to grow up to be what he is. However, I was certainly intrigued by him. His powers, as you heard, were surprisingly well developed for such a young wizard, and, most interestingly and ominously of all, he had already discovered that he had some measure of control over them, and begun to use them consciously. And as you saw, they were not the random experiments typical of young wizards. He was already using magic against other people, to frighten, to punish, to control. The little stories of the hanged rabbit and the young children he lured into a cave were most suggestive. Considering his obvious instincts for cruelty, secrecy, and domination, I returned to Hogwarts intending to keep an eye upon him, something I should have done in any case, given that he was alone and friendless. For others' sake as much as his. I also want to draw your attention to certain features of the scene we have just witnessed, for they have great bearing on the matters we shall be discussing in future meetings. Firstly, Tom Riddle was already highly self-sufficient, secretive, and, apparently, friendless. He did not want help or companionship on his trip to Diagon Alley. He preferred to operate alone. The adult Voldemort is the same. You will hear many of his Death Eaters claiming that they are in his confidence, that they alone are close to him, even understand him. They are deluded. Lord Voldemort has never had a friend, nor do I believe that he has ever wanted one. But he did ask you to go with him. I know it was because he was scared, but that's normal for a kid, Harry pointed out. Voldemort now would never ask for help like that, and with Grindelwald, when he was scared. He grabbed my hand. Yes. Very true, Harry. I was very surprised to say the least. It shows us that young Tom Riddle was not yet Lord Voldemort, and perhaps capable of leading a happy childhood. Which I believe may be important to note for later on. I trust that you also noticed Riddle's reaction when I mentioned that another shared his first name, Tom. Harry nodded. There he showed his contempt for anything that tied him to other people, anything that made him ordinary. Even then, he wished to be different, separate, notorious. He shed his name, as you know, within a few short years of that conversation and created the mask of Lord Voldemort, behind which he has been hidden for so long. And finally, Harry, the young Tom Riddle liked to collect trophies. You saw the box of stolen articles he had hidden in his room. These were taken from victims of his bullying behavior, souvenirs, if you will, of particularly unpleasant bits of magic. Bear in mind this hoarder's tendency, for this, particularly, will be important later. Yes, sir. Time is making fools of us again, said Dumbledore, indicating the dark sky beyond the windows. It is time for bed, I think. And on that note he waved to Harry, who understood himself to be dismissed and bade good night to the headmaster. Harry trudged up the 6 flights of stairs to the Gryffindor dormitories, where he fell asleep and his dreams were occupied by the young Tom Riddle. It was the second day of Quidditch trials. Harry started out by having the players do a couple of warm-up laps, then some simple passing and flying drills. Finally, he had them scrimmage. There was no need to include seekers, and he had to play beater because he was only trying out 3 of them. There were an odd number of chasers as well, so he had Katie be a neutral, offense-only player. She would have given an unfair advantage to either team, anyways. Ginny was almost as good and outflew everyone else, but he put her on Ron's team, as McLaggen had complained she was throwing softballs at her brother to make him look good, which she was clearly not. Still, Harry didn't want any room for excuses. It became clear that the third keeper was not as good as the other 2, so Harry respectfully dismissed him. This was hard to do. He didn't like having to tell people they weren't good enough to make the team, but Coulter seemed to understand and took it well enough. Harry was now fairly certain who he wanted as his last chaser. Sometimes he would try to match them as evenly as possible, and other times he would place those on the bubble on the same team to see which of them stood out. Dean was the weakest flyer. While Nick Crosby was probably the most skilled out of the 3, he was prone to being predictable with the quaffle. Seamus, however, while his game wasn't as polished as Crosby's, had a lot of potential. That much was clear to Harry. His skills were more rudimentary, but with practice, Harry believed he could be a good chaser. He had a natural instinct of where to be and what to do, his execution just wasn't up to par yet. Harry knew he was taking a risk. He was taking the gamble that Seamus would become a better player than Crosby over time, but he thought it was a necessary one. Crosby would be able to contribute more right away, but he had to look toward the future as well. And the only way Seamus would grow was through experience. He didn't want to have to choose one over the other where Seamus and Dean were concerned, not wanting to cause a rift in the boys' dormitory. But he also knew he couldn't make his selections based on personal matters. The beater positions had been decided, too. He had already determined he would be keeping Jimmy, and between the other 2, clear differences emerged which made the selection much easier than the chasers. Harry initially thought that Sloper, who had been on the team last year, would most likely not make the team. He displayed sloppy play in the matches Harry saw. But he had clearly improved and had gotten much stronger over the summer. Coop wasn't quite as strong as Sloper, but he was a savvy player and made good decisions. He had almost knocked Harry off his broom a couple of times. His craftiness and hardiness more than made up for his deficit of strength compared to Sloper. He was rather on the skinny side and wiry, unlike the typical build for a beater, but he was much stronger than he looked and he was a tough kid. Now that there was only one position left to resolve, there was no point in delaying the matter. He stopped the scrimmage and praised the team for their hard work and, after a quick break, called for a shootout. Harry was sure he was as nervous for Ron as Ron was himself. Well, maybe not that much, Harry thought apprehensively, upon seeing Ron's face pale considerably. He had Ron go first to put him out of his misery, and hopefully lessen the pressure on him to match McLaggen's performance. If he could do that, he would secure his place on the team. Harry had ample reason not to include McLaggen on the roster from what he saw in the scrimmages. But if he heavily outperformed Ron here, Harry would have no choice but to reconsider. McLaggen had his own flaws, but Ron did have a nerve problem. And as captain, he had to do what was best for his team. But that would be ugly and he had no desire to find out what kind of strain that would put on his relationship with Ron. Ron saved 4 out of 5, which was an excellent showing. Ginny was the only one to score on McLaggen. Harry had them complete a rematch, only to receive the same score results. She's taking it easy on him because he's her brother. Cormac complained when Ron saved Ginny's goal this time. Harry saw no attempt at ill play, but he didn't want McLaggen to have any reason to dispute his final decision. What? objected Ginny, angry at having her integrity questioned in such a way. That's a complete load of. Fine, said Harry. We'll have another rematch. This time I want you to sit out, Ginny. But, I don't think you cheated, Ginny, he said quietly away from McLaggen. You know I don't. I think everyone else would agree with me. But I don't want to give McLaggen any excuse. This way, he'll have no reason to complain, he explained. Ginny still looked upset, but not with him, Harry realized with relief. He stowed that thought away. He very much doubted Ron would be very happy to find out about Harry's feelings for his little sister in his current state of anxiety. The other chasers resumed a four-man shootout. Both Ron and McLaggen stopped every single one. On the next one, Seamus scored on Ron, but Katie Bell put a goal past McLaggen. Harry believed he had seen enough. He had thought about posting the results later to make it less humiliating, but decided that was probably too impersonal and he wanted to be able to explain the reasoning behind his judgment. Especially to Dean and Nick. All right. Great job everybody. Let's head back down. You have all worked very hard these past couple of days, and you should all be proud of what you've accomplished here, he said once the group touched down. For those of you who don't end up making the team, this may not have to be your last chance. If you improve by next year, you could very well find yourself on the team. For those of you who do make it, don't rest on your laurels because you will have to work hard to keep your spot. He paused for breath. Everyone here had a great chance of making this team. You made it past the first cut, and no matter what happens, you should leave the pitch with your head held high. It could be devastating to come this far and not make the team, so Harry wanted to make sure to break the news as tastefully as he could. He would give Ron the liberty of relief first. He looked a little green. Cormac, Ron, he said, pulling them aside. You have both done well, but I have decided that Ron will be the goalie for one. What? Exclaimed McLaggen. The other players looked over at his indignant shout. It was obvious now to them who had won out. Katie and Ginny looked happy for Ron. And so did, frankly, most of the other players in assembly. Ron looked relieved beyond words. I'm clearly better than him. He got scored on 2 more times than me. Harry wasn't going to disagree there. True, Cormac was more talented and athletically gifted. He was a natural. But he let that talent go to waste in Harry's opinion, because of his attitude. Yes, but he had 3 more saves than you and you were even in the shootouts, he explained, now starting to become angry. He didn't appreciate being yelled at. Ron had better chasers shooting on his goal for the majority of the time as well. He had done this deliberately so Cormac wouldn't be able to dispute him, moving Seamus and Crosby to the neutral spot at times and placing Katie on Cormac's team alongside Ginny. Not only that, Harry continued as McLaggen sputtered angrily, but you criticize your teammates far too much. You allow yourself to get distracted far too easily and that's usually why you got scored on. People don't like being yelled at. Some, understandably, reacted poorly to this and their performance suffered. That's not something I need on my team. It's one thing to give constructive criticism or to communicate relevant information, but you were ordering them around, incorrectly at times I might add. His words, Harry could see, were having no effect on McLaggen. But he would stand by his verdict because it was the truth. My assessment is fair. And my decision is final, he stated, asserting his authority as team captain too. When McLaggen stormed off in a rage, Harry knew he made the right decision. Anyone that volatile would be poisonous to a team. He would have to make sure McLaggen didn't hex Ron or anything, Harry wouldn't put it past him. After that drama, Harry did the beaters next. Jimmy and Coot were happy, Sloper was a little disappointed, but didn't pitch a fit like McLaggen. And Coot was a 7th year, so Harry had the feeling Sloper, who was a 4th year, would make next year's team. Finally, it came time to inform the chasers of the situation. It was obvious that Katie and Ginny had made the cut, Katie having been vital to the previous team's successes and Ginny being a superb and elusive flyer despite an inferior broom. Harry told them as much. Obviously, Katie, you made the cut. And Ginny, I thought you had the next best trial out of the chasers. The 3 males looked a little nervous as the 2 girls joined Ron, Peaks and Coot. Dean, you did well, better than I expected, but out of the 3 of you, You were the weakest flyer. You have a good mind for the game, but it's all right, Harry. I know Quidditch isn't really my thing. Seamus sort of dragged me out here. It was fun, but I honestly didn't expect to get this far. I didn't grow up with Quidditch. It would have been cool to make the team, but these two are better than I am, he said, pointing his thumb in the direction of Seamus and Crosby. If they ever start a football team, I'm your guy, he said with a grin. Harry almost sighed in relief. That made things considerably less complicated and eased the tension in his shoulders. I'll catch up with you later, Dean said to Seamus, feeling that Seamus should receive this news on his own. He had wanted this much more than Dean had. Okay. You two. The toughest decision I had to make was between the both of you, he tried to reinforce. Nick, you have more technical skill out of the two of you and I could tell you have had more experience. He nodded. I play on a club team. Well, at least he gets to play somewhere, Harry thought, although that's not the same as playing for your school. And this confirmed Harry's impression that Crosby was close to reaching his peak. Seamus, your skills aren't as polished as Nick's, but you have a knack for the ball and instinctively know where to position yourself. But you need to work on your accuracy on shooting and controlling your flight patterns. Seamus nodded his head, looking more serious than Harry had seen him. Nick, you would be able to help out immediately, and you had a nice trial, but I think Seamus has a lot of potential and, with some work, could really help us out. He moved well with Katie and Ginny, who are our other chasers, and I think complements them a bit better. You are also somewhat predictable in your movements, which is why I think you slowed down as we got deeper into the scrimmages. He turned his attention to Seamus. That is why I'm picking you, Seamus, but you have to promise to work hard and work extra to hone your skills. I can help you if you want. By now, Seamus looked stunned, and even Crosby seemed a little surprised. Understand, Nick, explained Harry, that you're still a good player. It really was a hard decision. I understand, Harry, said Crosby, obviously disappointed, but not irate with not being picked. Thanks for giving me the chance, he said, holding out his hand. Harry shook it and felt even worse. Crosby was handling this with more class than anyone else had, and unlike Sloper, he wouldn't have the chance to try out again next year. He was a seventh year. Harry tried not to let that inform his decision, since that was an emotional response rather than a logical one. He needed to pick the best team regardless of what year they were in. He wouldn't favor people just because they were older. The best person would be picked for the team. Hopefully, no one gets hurt, but if they do, expect to be called up. Crosby lifted the corner of his mouth in a half smile. Thanks, Harry, Seamus finally spoke up. You earned it, replied Harry truthfully. What should I do to get better? He asked. Harry was glad he was taking this seriously and not making Harry regret his choice. Well, I can help him out, Harry, supplied Crosby. After all, I have played for a while, so I know the game and all of the basics. Harry raised his brow. You'd be willing to do that? Crosby shrugged. I want to see Gryffindor win just as much as everyone else does. Harry considered it. You know this won't get you on the team, he said doubtfully. He hated saying it, but he wanted to make sure he understood. I know, Crosby interceded. I just like playing the game. I wouldn't mind. Seriously. I'd rather spend my spare time flying than staying in the castle. I'd just go flying by myself anyways. Would you be all right with that, Seamus? I wouldn't mind that at all, answered Seamus. I'm okay with it, as long as you two are fine with it. Both of them nodded their heads. All right then, you two can sort out your schedule and everything. Let me know how everything goes. Then they both headed back for the castle, and Harry could see Dean on the edge of the pitch waiting for Seamus, presumably to find out what happened. Ron was waiting for Harry, as was Hermione, who had been watching from the stands. What was that all about? Ron asked. Oh, Nick offered to help Seamus out. I told him he'd probably have to put in some extra work if he wanted to stay on the team. That was nice of him, Hermione remarked. Yes, it was, agreed Harry. So, you picked Seamus, mused Ron, sounding somewhat surprised. Yeah, I think once he shapes up a bit, he'll be really good for us. Crosby is better at the moment, but he's predictable and I like the chemistry better with Seamus in the mix with Katie and Ginny. Crosby, I just didn't think was going to improve much. I'm taking a bit of a gamble, but I think it's a calculated risk. Ron nodded. That makes sense, mate. A lot of players end up that way. You see it in the league all of the time. The better player at the time'll get drafted higher, but one of the players picked after them ends up having a better career. 3. He was glad Ron approved of his choice. He did, after all, know more about Quidditch than Harry did, even if Harry had more experience playing. Or maybe Ron was just happy he didn't get cut. Thanks for picking me, Ron muttered quietly. Ron, I meant every word. McLaggen was too risky to have on the team. I don't think he would have done well with everyone on the team. Yes, Ron, agreed Hermione. You did much better than McLaggen, he was reckless and impulsive. And he's completely full of himself. This seemed to cheer up Ron a great deal. They spent the rest of the day quietly, but enjoyably in the virtually empty common room. It was nice outside, but rather chilly. The three relaxed cozily by the fireplace, Hermione doing homework, and Harry and Ron somewhat working on theirs until Hermione was finished, and the other two figured they had done enough. The remainder of their time was used to play Exploding Snap, and various Muggle card games Hermione taught them with a deck of poker cards Harry had swiped from the Dursleys. On Monday morning, the trio trekked down the familiar path to the dungeon classroom that had for so long been Snape's. Ron grumbled resentfully all the way down. When they arrived in the corridor, they saw that there were only a dozen people progressing to NEWT level. Crabbe and Goyle had evidently failed to achieve the required OWL grade, no surprise there, but 4 Slytherins, including Malfoy along with Zabini and Theodore Nott, had made it through. 4 Ravenclaws were there, Susan Bones among them, and 1 Hufflepuff, Ernie Macmillan, whom Harry liked despite his rather pompous manner. Harry, Ernie said portentously, holding out his hand as Harry approached, didn't get a chance to speak in Dada last week. Good lesson, I thought, but shield charms are old hat, of course, for us old DA lags, and how are you, Ron, Hermione? Before they could say more than, fine, the dungeon door opened and Slughorn's belly preceded him through the door. As they filed into the room, his great walrus mustache curved above his beaming mouth, Harry, Emboy, greeted Slughorn as would a congenial old uncle, it's good to see you. Harry saw Malfoy dart him a glare from the other side of the room. Hello, Professor, said Harry, not wanting to look like a brown-noser but trying to be polite. When the Q entered the dungeon, it was to find that the room was, most unusually, already full of vapors and odd smells. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sniffed the air with interest as they passed large, bubbling cauldrons. The 4 Slytherins took a table together, as did the 4 Ravenclaws. This left Harry, Ron, and Hermione to share a table with Ernie. They chose the one nearest a gold-colored cauldron that was emitting one of the most seductive scents Harry had ever inhaled. Somehow it reminded him simultaneously of treacle tart, the woody smell of a broomstick handle, and something flowery he thought he might have smelled at the burrow. He found that he was breathing very slowly and deeply and that the potion's fumes seemed to be filling him up like drink. A great contentment stole over him. He grinned across at Ron, who grinned back lazily. Now then, said Slughorn, whose massive outline was quivering through the many shimmering vapors. Scales out, everyone, and potion kits, and don't forget your copies of Advanced Potion Making. Sir, said Harry, raising his hand. Yes, Emboy. I haven't got a book or scales or ingredients or anything, nor has Ron. We didn't realize we'd be able to do the NEWT class, you see. Ah, yes, Professor McGonagall did mention, not to worry, dear boy, not to worry at all. You can use ingredients from the store cupboard today, and I'm sure we can lend you some scales, and we've got a small stock of old books here, they'll do until you can write to Flourish and Blots. Slughorn strode over to a corner cupboard and, after a moment's foraging, emerged with 2 very battered-looking copies of Advanced Potion Making, which he gave to Harry and Ron along with 2 sets of tarnished scales. Now then, said Slughorn, returning to the front of the class, I've prepared a few potions for you to have a look at, just out of interest. These are the sort of potions you ought to be able to make after completing your NEWTs. You ought to have heard of 'em, even if you haven't made 'em yet. Can anyone tell me what this one is? He indicated the cauldron nearest the Slytherin table. Harry raised himself slightly in his seat and saw what looked like plain water boiling away inside it. Hermione's well-practiced hand hit the air before anybody else's. Slughorn pointed to her. It's Veritaserum, a colorless, odorless potion. It forces the drinker to tell the truth, said Hermione. Very good, said Slughorn happily. Now, he continued, pointing at the cauldron nearest the Ravenclaw table, this one here is pretty well known, featured in a few ministry leaflets lately too, who can? Hermione's hand was fastest once more. It's Polyjuice potion, sir, she said. Harry too had recognized the slow bubbling, mud-like substance in the second cauldron, but did not resent Hermione for getting the credit in answering the question. It was she, after all, who had succeeded in making it, back in their second year. Excellent. Now, this one here, yes, my dear, said Slughorn, now looking slightly bemused, as Hermione's hand punched the air again. It's a Mortentia. And so it is. It seems almost foolish to ask, said Slughorn, who was looking mightily impressed, but I assume you know what it does. It's the most powerful love potion in the world, said Hermione. Quite right. You recognized it, I suppose, by its distinctive mother of pearl sheen. And the steam rising in characteristic spirals, said Hermione enthusiastically, and it's supposed to smell differently to each person according to what attracts us. For instance, I can smell freshly mown grass and new parchment and. But she turned slightly pink and did not complete the sentence. May I ask your name, my dear? Said Slughorn, ignoring Hermione's embarrassment. Hermione Granger, sir. Granger. Can you possibly be related to Hector Dagworth Granger, who founded the most extraordinary society of potioneers? No, I don't think so, sir. I'm Muggle-born. Harry saw Malfoy lean close to Nod and whisper something. Both of them sniggered, but Slughorn showed no dismay. On the contrary, he beamed and looked from Hermione to Harry, who was sitting next to her. Oh ho! One of my best friends is Muggle-born, and she's the best in our year. I'm assuming this is the very friend of whom you spoke, Harry. Yes, sir, said Harry. Well, take 20 well-earned points for Gryffindor, Miss Granger, said Slughorn genially. Malfoy looked rather as he had done the time Hermione had punched him in the face. Hermione turned to Harry with a radiant expression and whispered, Did you really tell him I'm the best in the year? Oh, Harry. Well, I could have told him that, said Ron in a low voice, who for some reason, looked annoyed. You're obviously the best in our year. Hermione smiled but made a shushing gesture, so that they could hear what Slughorn was saying. Ron looked slightly disgruntled. Now, a Mortentia doesn't really create love, of course. It is impossible to manufacture or imitate love. No, this will simply cause a powerful infatuation or obsession. It is probably the most dangerous and powerful potion in this room. Oh yes, he said, nodding gravely at Malfoy and Nott, both of whom were smirking skeptically. When you have seen as much of life as I have, you will not underestimate the power of obsessive love. This made Harry think back to his lesson with Dumbledore. Merope certainly qualified as having an obsessive love. He figured Slughorn was actually right. It was this potion that Merope had probably utilized on the Muggle, Tom Riddle, and look what happened because of it. And now, said Slughorn, bringing Harry out of his reverie, it is time for us to go to work. Sir, you haven't told us what's in this one, said Ernie Macmillan, pointing at a small black cauldron standing on Slughorn's desk. The potion within was splashing about merrily. It was the color of molten gold, and large drops were leaping like goldfish above the surface, though not a particle spilled out. Oh ho, said Slughorn again. Harry was sure that Slughorn had not forgotten the potion at all, but had waited to be asked for dramatic effect. Yes, that one, ladies and gentlemen, is a most curious little potion called Felix Felicis. I take it, he turned, smiling, to look at Hermione, who had let out an audible gasp, that you know what Felix Felicis does, Miss Granger. It's liquid luck, said Hermione excitedly. It makes you lucky. The whole class seemed to sit up a little straighter. Now all Harry could see of Malfoy was the back of his sleek blonde head, because he was at last giving Slughorn his full and undivided attention. Quite right, Take another 10 points for Gryffindor. Yes, it's a funny little potion, Felix Felicis, said Slughorn. Desperately tricky to make, and disastrous to get wrong. However, if brewed correctly, as this has been, you will find that all your endeavors tend to succeed, at least until the effects wear off. Why don't people drink it all the time, sir? Said Terry Boot eagerly. Because if taken in excess, it causes giddiness, recklessness, and dangerous overconfidence, said Slughorn. Too much of a good thing. You know, highly toxic in large quantities. But taken sparingly, and very occasionally. Have you ever taken it, sir? Asked Michael Corner with great interest. Twice in my life, said Slughorn. 2 tablespoonfuls taken with breakfast. 2 perfect days. He gazed dreamily into the distance. Whether he was play acting or not, thought Harry, the effect was good. And that, said Slughorn, apparently coming back to earth, is what I shall be offering as a prize in this lesson. There was silence in which every bubble and gurgle of the surrounding potions seemed to magnify tenfold. 1 tiny bottle of Felix Felicis, said Slughorn, taking a minuscule glass bottle with a cork in it out of his pocket and showing it to them all. Enough for 12 hours luck. From dawn till dusk, you will be lucky in everything you attempt. Now, I must give you warning that Felix Felicis is a banned substance in organized competitions, sporting events, for instance, examinations, or elections. So the winner is to use it on an ordinary day only, and watch how that ordinary day becomes extraordinary. So, said Slughorn, suddenly brisk, how are you to win this fabulous prize? Well, by turning to page 19 of Advanced Potion Making. We have a little over 2 hours left to us, which should be time enough for you to make a decent attempt at the draft of living death. I know it is more complex than anything you have attempted before, and I do not expect a perfect potion from anybody. The person who does best, however, will win little Felix here. Now, off you go. There was a scraping of chairs as everyone drew themselves up straighter, and the shuffle of the flipping of pages, but nobody spoke. The concentration within the room was apparent. Harry saw Malfoy riffling feverishly through his copy of Advanced Potion Making. It could not have been clearer that Malfoy really wanted that lucky day. The question was why. But there was no time to ponder that particular quandary. Harry bent swiftly over the tattered book Slughorn had lent him. To his annoyance he saw that the previous owner had scribbled all over the pages, rendering the margins black as the printed portions. Bending low to decipher the ingredients, even here, there were amendments and additional comments. Harry hurried off toward the store cupboard to find what he needed. Dashing back to his cauldron, he noticed Malfoy was cutting up valerian roots as fast as he could. Everyone kept glancing around at what the rest of the class was doing. It was virtually impossible to keep your work private. This was both an advantage and a disadvantage in potions. Within 10 minutes, the whole place was full of bluish steam. Hermione, of course, seemed to have progressed furthest. Her potion already resembled the smooth, black currant-colored liquid, mentioned as the ideal halfway stage. Having finished chopping his roots, Harry bent low over his book again. It was really very irritating, having to try and decipher the directions under the mess of scribbles from the previous owner, who for some reason had taken issue with the order to cut up the sopiferous bean and had written in the alternative instruction. Crush with flat side of silver dagger, releases juice better than cutting. The sopiferous bean was proving very difficult to cut up. Harry turned to Hermione. Can I borrow your silver knife? She nodded impatiently, not taking her eyes off her potion, which was still deep purple, though according to the book ought to be turning a light shade of lilac by now. Harry crushed his bean with the flat side of the dagger. To his surprise, it immediately exuded so much juice he was amazed the shriveled bean could have held it all. He hastily added the juice into the cauldron and, to his further amazement, the potion immediately turned the precise shade of lilac described by the textbook. His annoyance with the previous owner vanishing on the spot, Harry now squinted through the misty fumes at the next line of instructions. According to the book, he had to stir counterclockwise until the potion turned clear as water. According to the annotation marked by the previous owner, however, he ought to add a clockwise stir after every 7th counterclockwise stir. Could the old owner be right twice? Harry stirred counterclockwise, held his breath, and stirred once clockwise. The effect was immediate. The potion turned pale pink. How are you doing that? Demanded Hermione, whose face was red and whose hair was growing bushier and bushier in the fumes from her cauldron. Her potion was still resolutely purple. Add a clockwise stir. What are you doing? The book says counterclockwise. She exclaimed. Harry shrugged and continued what he was doing. 7 stirs counterclockwise, 1 clockwise, pause, 7 stirs counterclockwise, 1 stir clockwise. Across the table, Ron was cursing fluently under his breath. His potion looked like liquid licorice. Harry glanced around. As far as he could see, no one else's potion had turned as pale as his. He felt elated, something that had certainly never happened before in this dungeon. And, time's up, called Slughorn. Stop stirring, please. Slughorn moved slowly among the tables, peering into cauldrons. He made no comment, but occasionally gave the potions a stir or a sniff. At last he reached the table where Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ernie were sitting. He smiled ruefully at the tar-like substance in Ron's cauldron. He passed over Ernie's violet concoction. Hermione's potion he gave an approving nod. When he saw Harry's, and a look of incredulous delight spread over his face. The clear winner. He cried to the dungeon. Excellent, excellent, Harry. Good lord, it's clear you've inherited your mother's talent. She was a dab hand at potions, was Lily. Here you are, then, here you are, 1 bottle of Felix Felicis, as promised, and use it well. Harry slipped the tiny bottle of golden liquid into his inner pocket, feeling an odd combination of delight at the furious looks on the Slytherins' faces and guilt at the disappointed expression on Hermione's. Ron looked simply dumbfounded. How did you do that? He whispered to Harry as they left the dungeon. Got lucky, I suppose, said Harry, because Malfoy was within earshot. Once they were securely ensconced at the Gryffindor table for dinner, however, he felt safe enough to tell them. Hermione's face became stonier with every word he uttered. I suppose you think I cheated. He finished, aggravated by her expression. Well, it wasn't exactly your own work, was it? She said stiffly. He only followed different instructions to ours, said Ron. Could have been a catastrophe, couldn't it? But he took a risk and it paid off. He heaved a sigh. Slughorn could have handed me that book, but no, I get the one no one's ever written on. Puked on, by the look of page 23, but. Hang on, said a voice close by Harry's left ear, and he caught a sudden waft of that flowery smell he had picked up in Slughorn's dungeon. He looked around and saw that Ginny had joined them. Did I hear right? You've been taking orders from something someone wrote in a book, Harry. She looked alarmed and angry. Harry knew what was on her mind at once. It's nothing, he said reassuringly, lowering his voice. It's nothing like Riddle's diary. It's just an old textbook someone scribbled on. But you're doing what it says. She persisted adamantly. I just tried a few of the tips written in the margins. Honestly, Ginny, there's nothing funny there. Maybe we ought to check just in case, said Hermione, to be on the safe side. Hey, said Harry indignantly, as she pulled his copy of Advanced Potion Making out of his bag and raised her wand. Specialis Revelio, she said, wrapping it smartly on the front cover. Nothing whatsoever happened. The book simply lay there, looking old and shabby. Finished, said Harry irritably. Or do you want to wait and see if it does a few backflips? It seems all right. I mean, it really does seem to be just a textbook, said Hermione. Even if it is a textbook filled with someone else's work, she added with an edge to her voice. Good. Then I'll have it back, said Harry, snatching it off the table and stuffing back into his book bag. The rest of dinner passed without incident aside from Harry and Hermione interacting more distantly than usual. However, Ginny, to Harry's satisfaction, settled down after her initial reaction and seemed to have forgiven him. But as the dynamic between him and Hermione persisted, their area of the table became notably reticent. An increasingly uncomfortable Ron attempted to lighten the mood with his levity, which seemed to help a bit. That was, until Lavender decided to congratulate Ron on securing the keeper position on the team, which she said she'd known he would have all along. Ron nodded and smiled and said a feeble thank you, and Harry had to stop Ron from overflowing his goblet with pumpkin juice. Hermione was still a bit sour with both of them when they returned to the common room, and so didn't say anything when Harry and Ron left for the Quidditch pitch. When they returned to the common room, Harry decided to get an early start on his homework to appease Hermione, who already had quite a bit to be done. But when she decided to retire for the evening and bade him good night, she did so rather stiffly. He didn't get very far on his homework. One night at dinner, Harry noticed Dumbledore missing from his seat at the front table in the Great Hall. Wonder where Dumbledore is, pondered Harry. I don't know, answered Hermione, but I've heard he's left the school more than once. This news surprised Harry. He hadn't heard anything of the sort, but he supposed he also saw him more than most students with their private lessons, so his absence wasn't as noticeable to him. Where's he off to? I wonder what he's doing, said Ron. I think it has something to do with the order. I mean, all of these deaths, she said, lifting up the evening news to solidify her point. It's all looking very serious, isn't it? It certainly was. Just the other day Hannah Abbott was pulled out of herbology to learn that her grandmother had been found dead. None of them had seen her since then. Contemplating Dumbledore's mysterious disappearances, and with a heavy heart, Harry made his way down towards Snape's office for his weekly occlumency session. Pathetic, Potter, Snape voiced after several failed attempts. Focus. You have made a marked improvement in emptying your consciousness of all thought and emotion, but you have yet to successfully barricade the invader from being privy to your innermost thoughts. You must force me out. You must control the environment within your mind. Do not allow me to do so. Harry tried not to get frustrated, as that would prove to be counterproductive. Okay. Calm your mind. He took a deep breath and tried to let go of all emotion. Again, said Snape. 1, 2, 3, legilimens. There were no memories, only darkness, but soon he felt another presence pressing against his own, fighting for access. Harry struggled to hold up his defenses, but soon, he couldn't hold on any longer and the memories started flooding in, writing with his own blood as his hand was carved with the words, I must not tell lies, over and over again, his uncle locking him into his cupboard when Harry failed, yet again, to explain the strange things that seemed to be happening around him, Sirius falling through the veil as if in slow motion, his face frozen in shock. No. And then, quite suddenly, the foreign presence was gone. Again. Too late, reprimanded Snape. I know, snapped Harry, losing his patience. If you know, then why don't you do it? You aren't telling me how. Snape's eyes glinted dangerously. That's enough of your cheek, Potter. I agreed to instruct you under the conditions that you would give me your utmost cooperation. Harry sighed, trying to calm himself down. But Snape didn't seem to understand that having someone invade your mind repeatedly and force you to relive your least favorite memories tended to put you on edge. Fine. What do you suggest I do, sir? He asked more politely. Snape still glared at him but said, I have noticed you learn best visually. But what visuals to use? He seemed to ponder for a moment. I would like you to picture something in which to hide your memories, as it were. That cloak of yours, he said with some contempt. Perhaps that would serve as an adequate image to give you the creative impetus to, at long last, effectuate your basic training in occlumency. Harry noticed that Snape laced the particular words, at long last, with biting sarcasm. But he ignored that. In fact, he himself was quite ready to be done with these lessons. He pictured the cloak in his mind. Okay, I'll try that. Then prepare yourself. Take a moment to conjure the image in your mind. Harry thought of his cloak and the safety it brought him from prying eyes the many times he had had to make use of it. The silvery silky fabric that was cool to the touch. 1, 2, 3, legilimens. Harry fought to hide his memories from Snape. I am hidden, Harry thought. My thoughts are invisible. There is nothing for Snape to see. He was running through a dark maze, encountering the Sphinx. Snape had his arm in a vice-like grip. He had just seen his father commit terrible acts of victimization. He hurtled out of the dungeon room as a jar of cockroaches shattered above his head, but he kept running. Mr. Weasley was struck. Again, and again, and again. His face was running with blood. Voldemort was rising out of the mist. His sickly, skeletal body shone like alabaster in the dim moonlight. Two crimson eyes gleamed as they opened, staring at him, as if they could see right through him. Harry gasped and was brought back to reality. He wasn't sure if he had ousted Snape from his mind or if Snape had simply stopped the spell. It seemed that Snape was having a very hard time of not baring his teeth at Harry. "That's it, Potter. I'm sorry. I tried doing what you said," he replied in equal frustration and a little anxiety. Was he ever going to learn occlumency? Whether Snape was annoyed with Harry's apology, or perhaps he had read Harry's thoughts, Harry wasn't sure. It was better, but not much. "Let's try again." Harry nodded and readied himself for the next offensive. "Brace yourself, Legilimens." Again, he fought against Snape, battling to keep him from entering his mind. He thought he kept him out longer this time. Quirrell was unraveling his turban, revealing the monstrosity hidden within its folds. A werewolf was biting and clawing at a large black dog, whose hair was matted with blood and grime. Bellatrix was taunting him about how she killed Sirius and Harry's failed attempt at performing the Cruciatus curse. And then Voldemort materialized. Out of thin air it seemed. Ginny was lying motionless on the chamber floor. He thought she might be dead. He was lying on the rock bed of the lake's bank as a Dementor drew ever closer. Two rotting hands pulled back its hood to reveal the gray scab's skin and the gaping, beeping hole as the Dementor lowered its head to his own. He heard a woman's panicked voice. "Not Harry, not Harry, please not Harry." And then another, cruel and cold voice. "Stand aside, you silly girl, stand aside now." Again, the woman's voice. "Not Harry, please no, take me, kill me instead, not Harry. Please, have mercy, have mercy." A shrill, inhuman laughter sounded above the woman's voice. The woman screamed. This time, Harry could tell that Snape pulled out of his mind. There was no way Harry would have been able to expel his professor with him that deep into his mind. Harry was shaking. That last series of memories had been more grueling and emotionally draining than the previous ones. It had been like facing the Dementor again. He looked up to notice that Snape was gripping the corner of the desk behind him tightly. His jaw was clenched and he looked very pale. His stark white skin was taut across his forehead where the skin looked a little clammy. This surprised Harry, for Snape had seen as bad as or worse than this in his visions. That one particular vision only affected Harry, so because it was his mother. Maybe Snape had to exert more energy this time to breach his mind. Maybe he was beginning to improve, Harry thought hopefully. "That will do for tonight," Snape finally said. "But I still haven't got it down," responded Harry in some consternation. "Shouldn't I give it another go?" Snape almost never cut down these sessions this short. "You showed some improvement. However, that improvement was decidedly minimal. You will need to make larger strides if you are to fully learn this discipline, at least to the extent of warding the Dark Lord from your mind. But we shall go no further tonight. Your mind is vulnerable and you will not be able to accomplish anything of sufficient value in your current state. Rest, and empty your mind before you sleep, as you should be doing routinely by now." Harry nodded and turned to leave. He was disheartened with this lesson, primarily because Snape's new idea hadn't worked, and he took only small comfort in the fact that he did not have any disturbing visions or dreams that night. September morphed into October, bringing with it rain and cooler temperatures. The last vestiges of summer that could sometimes be found in September had all but disappeared. As October was neared its end, the castle became colder and the wet weather they had been experiencing during the month was now mixing in with strong winds. All of the autumn leaves had fallen from their branches. Harry continued to excel in potions, one of his new favorite classes. He was doing fairly well in his other classes, and Harry was glad Snape couldn't find much to criticize him for in defense against the dark arts. Harry still thought Lupin was a better teacher in terms of being helpful to students, and even pseudo-moody to some extent, but Snape tended to focus on combating spells rather than dark creatures. He clearly knew a lot about defending oneself from dark magic. Harry knew he had an extensive knowledge about the dark arts itself, and a lot of magic Harry thought would be useful to know in these times. Harry also had to admit that the dour professor's lectures were some of the most informative, but then again, Snape had a way of making you hang on to his every word. He was certainly much better than Umbridge. Defense had always been Harry's favorite class, and he still liked the content more than any other class. But he still didn't approve of how Snape would insult the students at times, like Neville, and the atmosphere was never very positive. Still, Harry could see why Snape had yearned for this position. He was much more openly passionate about this subject than potions, and it could be infectious at times. Harry would find himself very involved during class time. So the trip to Snape's class was no longer filled with the absolute dread Harry used to feel. Naturally, on this torrential weekend, Harry chose to spend it outdoors. As rain continued to assault the motley crew, Harry wouldn't let it deter the enthusiasm of his newly assembled team. Their first match would take place in 2 weeks' time. He vented his frustration stemming from his lack of progress in occlumency into these sessions, often, he knew, pushing his team to the limit. He was sure that Fred and George would have complained he was trying to epitomize Oliver had they been here. But this first game would be crucial to their aspirations of winning the Quidditch Cup. Not only because there were only 3 matches, but it would work wonders in the confidence of his relatively green team. And as captain, he was more nervous for the outcome this time around. The team wasn't progressing as fast as Harry would have liked, and Seamus was clearly having trouble keeping up with Ginny and Katie. Seamus was starting to become discouraged, but Harry happened to chance upon seeing him and Nick Crosby practicing after one particularly bad session for him in the raging storm. Harry was starting to have doubts about his decision, and hoped it was one he wouldn't regret. But he had to tell himself to be patient. It would take Seamus a while before all of his hard work would bring any results. Even worse, Ron seemed to have regressed. Harry's theory was that he felt he had a lot to prove after, admittedly, somewhat controversially beating out McLaggen for the keeper's spot. Sometimes he would flail his arms wildly, only to watch the quaffle sail right between them. Harry had hoped Ron had gotten over his psychological issues with his performance to win the Quidditch Cup last year, but to Harry's dismay, his confidence hadn't seemed to improve at all. Katie was performing well as Harry expected, and Jimmy Peaks looked rather impressive during practices while Coot wasn't doing badly either. But his only real source of pride was witnessing Ginny's improvement with each practice. Every time she stepped out onto the pitch, she became a more dangerous scoring threat. She was getting better all of the time, and it became obvious that she would overtake Katie as the top chaser at some point in the season. She was gaining confidence, too, sometimes testing out more unorthodox techniques. Harry only wished that the same thing could be said about her brother. He appreciated the fact that none of the members of the team complained about his keeping them outside in this miserable weather. But he was sure many of them did behind his back, much as he knew some of the players, mostly Fred and George, did when Oliver Wood was the captain and his ardor went over the top. He didn't mind that, as long as they didn't take their focus away from the task at hand. "All right, that's great everybody," yelled Harry over the gusts of wind, trying to encourage his team. It was easy to let down a bit when you were freezing to the bone. He himself was thinking longingly of the warm, crackling fire in what was sure to be a cozy common room, but he wasn't ready to relinquish the cup this year. He was banned from the sport last year, and didn't get to experience the thrill of winning the championship. "Hey Jimmy, notice how Coot puts some backspin on the bludger because of the wind? Try doing that, and maybe you'll get more accuracy that way," he shouted. He saw Jimmy nod from across the field. He was a robust player, but Coot had the technical advantage. "Seamus, when you go for goal, make sure you know where the other two are positioned." Part of this was because he could make a blind drop pass if he had to, but more importantly, if he didn't score, he needed to be in position for the counterattack. All too often Harry saw chasers get too excited to score, only to be scored on moments later because the player wasn't back on defense. Scoring was important, but he believed defensive awareness was just as important as offensive awareness, if not more so. Mistakes on defense tended to dictate the score. But hopefully, Harry thought, he had a good enough team that they would retain possession for the majority of the game. The other team couldn't score if they didn't have the ball. And with Ron playing the way he was, the chasers could have more of an impact. More importantly, it wouldn't do anything for Ron's confidence level if they were behind significantly before the snitch was caught. And when you fill the lane on a fast break, Harry continued to instruct his team, make sure you don't occupy the same space as the other trailer. It's easier for them to defend you that way. Force them to make a decision, and it might lead to a mistake on their part. After close to another hour, Jimmy had almost gotten the hang of his technique. he would learn how to adjust to different conditions as he got more experience. Seamus improved, sometimes remembering Harry's advice, and at other times forgetting it. But as practice progressed, he had to be reminded less and less, and he would only build habits with time and practice, then it would become second nature. Unfortunately, Ron got steadily worse as time wore on. But Harry didn't have any particular advice for him. What could he say? Hey Ron, get over your anxiety and you'll be fine, or, find some mental toughness. He told him to relax his posture a bit, but he didn't want to humiliate Ron in front of the others. He didn't always take criticism well, and he let it discourage him. The others' problems were largely technical or tactical. Ron's problem was his execution, stopped by whatever mental block he had. He decided they had had enough for time being, and called it a day. Only Katie, who had been through many exercises worse than this before, and surprisingly Coot were able to keep the relief from showing on their faces. Even Ginny seemed slightly relieved when Harry made the call to halt for the day. But none were more relieved than Ron. Harry was developing a burgeoning respect for Coot, and unlike his other two difficult choices, he was felt no misgivings with this selection. He was easily the skinniest person on the team, but perhaps the toughest, both physically and mentally. He wasn't afraid to get physical despite his smaller physique, and he was extremely coachable despite being a seventh year, always accepting constructive criticism without objection. Harry noticed that you really only had to tell him something once, and you wouldn't have to tell him again. Coop possessed a soldier's mentality, doing whatever he could to help the team, and doing his job with a quiet, yet dedicated manner. His steadfast concentration and stoic demeanor seemed to have a stabilizing effect on the team, prompting them to remember if they were starting to become inattentive. It was good to have that sort of presence at practices where it was easy to slack off. And this way Harry didn't have to feel like he constantly had to be the disciplinarian. If it weren't for Fred and George, Harry had a hard time believing that Coot wouldn't have had a long and successful career at Hogwarts. Strategy and efficiency were his strong points, whereas Peakes employed a more intuitive, improvisational approach. It could prove to be a deadly combination. Water-sodden and weary, the group made their way back to the Gryffindor common room. There was no use in changing. Their new robes would just become as soaked and muddied as their current attire. They trudged up to the castle, and Harry noted with some satisfaction that his team, aside from Ron, looked to be more encouraged despite the hard session. He made sure to communicate to them he was seeing a lot of improvement, and reminded them that they must continue to put forth this effort because there was still a lot of room for more improvement if they wanted to have a good chance at recapturing the title for Gryffindor. But he also made sure to mention he thought they were well on their way. However, he noticed Jimmy looked suddenly anxious, and then saw it was reflected in a few other faces as well. Looking up, he realized with a start that even though practice was going better, it couldn't erase the displeasure of chancing across a most unhappy Argus Filch. The wet and gloomy weather outside reflected the dejection Hermione was feeling inside. Tuesday found Hermione in detention. Today, the offenders were tasked with stocking ingredients by recording their quantities and properly labeling and storing them, which Hermione found much more tedious than grading papers. Everything was going much as it had for the past couple of weeks. That was, until Snape decided to disappear from his office. Once he was absent from the room, Malfoy immediately began to badger her. For once in your life, can you stop being such a prude? Why do you always have to show everyone up? Does it give you a sense of accomplishment? Well, let me give you a rare bit of advice. Stop it. It just irritates the hell out of everyone. You have nothing. No name, no honor, no dignity, nothing to hold up. It's a waste of your time and energy. No matter what you do, you'll still be a mudblood. And that'll never change. What is it? What have I ever done to you? Answered Hermione, whose voice was rising with anger. I can answer that for you. Nothing, nothing. I've done absolutely nothing and yet you insist to do whatever you can to belittle me. She had burned to ask him these questions after all these years, but had refrained from doing so because she had thought that the idea that Malfoy would actually listen was utterly ridiculous. Laugh at her and continue his taunting insinuations, more likely. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm a mudblood, she continued. You have no reason to even pay any attention to me. yet you feel the need to lord your supposed superiority over me for no other reason than my parentage. You're right. I may not have a name to uphold. No, instead, I must create a name for myself. People that hold the same principles as you force me to work harder to earn respect. But do you really believe that you're better than me just because you're pureblood? Do you really think that all Muggle borns are worthless and subhuman? She hadn't really been expecting an answer. It was more to vent all of her suppressed rage and confusion than anything else. But he looked hesitant, as if he wasn't sure whether or not he was going to respond. Hermione was surprised he even had a response to that particular query. Didn't he just think she was a good-for-nothing mudblood after all? That was all he had been pushing since day one. Muggle-borns are simply of lower class. Our blood is of magical lineage. Yours is not. Purebloods can date their ancestry back to witches and wizards, and because of that we are entitled to the privileges we have earned. We have upheld our family names and contributed to the world of magic for centuries. What has your family done for wizarding society? Purebloods have a noted history of doing just that. Yes, because it is purebloods who created this caste system in the first place. It was created solely to serve your own needs, nothing more. It was just an excuse to justify the dehumanization of others. Hermione was in full lecture mode now. The pureblood society felt threatened by Muggle-born wizards and witches who were as strong or stronger magically. When you could no longer claim superior ability, you turned to blood, the one thing we could not change. And those who supported this pureblood ideology spread and propagandized this ludicrous dogma. You feared we would capture positions of power that you once held by gaining respect that was easily attainable before Muggle-borns expanded the competitive pool. If what you believe is true, then how am I, a Muggle-born, able to be the top student in a school of magic? Malfoy refrained from answering this question, so she continued. Face it, your beliefs have remained stagnant while everyone else has progressed and matured. Your ideals are primitive and outdated. The rest of wizarding society has evolved to become more enlightened. Times have changed. The pureblood creed only proves your narrow-mindedness and inability to adapt to change. This ideology was merely a reaction to this change that was powered by the support of people who were afraid of change. People like you continue to delude themselves into believing that this inane drivel contains any grain of truth, even as evidence points to the contrary, because you are afraid of losing what you think makes you special. She was breathing heavily once she had ended her tirade, telling Malfoy more than she had planned on. But not all change is good change, Malfoy countered. Any of the great empires that fell never re-emerged. You know why. Because they gave in. They surrendered and submitted to the opposing movement. To disown this creed is to abandon your loyalty and commit the worst betrayal on your family. We purebloods fight for what we believe and resist that change. Our pride cannot be broken if we don't allow it to be. But you wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Hermione was surprised both herself and Malfoy by saying, in fact, I do. It was true, she identified with what Malfoy was saying. It's what I'm doing right now, she continued to explain. The darkness is gathering all around us, but my friends and I will never give into the dark side, no matter what. We will strive to do anything to oppose this power, and we would rather die than admit defeat. We would give our lives to defend everything we believe in and the people we care about. Now, Malfoy looked more confused than ever. He seemed to be shocked into silence at her words. Why? Hermione didn't know. After a while he asked, and what do you defend, exactly? It's the same thing you just described about purebloods. How can you say what you do is any different? You don't want to lose your power. That's what it all comes down to, in the end. No, it doesn't, replied Hermione, slightly alarmed with his claim. It's not about power. It's about defending those who have turned their back on the dark side and those who refuse to bow down to these extremists. It's about protecting the innocent and protecting the right to live our lives without the cloud of fear hanging over us. It's about fighting for the vulnerable and all of those who are discriminated against and powerless to stop it. It's about fighting the idea that people can do whatever they want, eliminate whomever they desire, simply because they can. It's about fighting the darkest wizard of our time and rejecting his ideals. It's about fighting for what's right. Fighting Voldemort. Malfoy tensed slightly at the mention of his name. Hermione didn't let this go unnoticed. Yes, Voldemort. He's largely responsible for championing this pureblood creed, and not just the prejudices against muggles, but other magical creatures as well. But he is the one you believe is right. So why is it that I am able to utter his name, while the mere mention of him leaves his allies flinching in fear? You say it out of ignorance, you have no idea what he's capable of. He argued with fervor. You haven't met him, he added quietly. Hermione's eyes widened with potential revelation. Have you met him? She asked tentatively, thinking back on what Harry had told her earlier. He turned his head sharply to stare at her, then looked down, seeming to be suddenly interested in the wood grain in his desk. It's not me who should be worried. It's you. He will destroy you all. He will purge all of the mudbloods from this country. Hermione noted that he hadn't answered her question, and now glared back at the boy she despised her entire life at Hogwarts. Yes, you would like that, wouldn't you? I guess I shouldn't have expected anything less from you. You have hated me from the moment you learned I was Muggle born. You were blinded by your bigotry and have never judged me fairly. You formed your opinion of me before you even got to know me. Malfoy opened and closed his mouth. Then he breathed out a huff of mirthless laughter. I can understand why you think all of those things, Granger. But how can you criticize me for doing exactly what you do yourself? Hermione blinked in confusion. Me, she shouted, angry and incredulous. What are you talking about, Malfoy? She demanded. You really don't know, Granger? He asked, his face scrunching in contempt. Hermione wasn't sure if he was being serious or not, but he was really starting to irritate her. Not that he didn't annoy her otherwise, but insults to her hard-earned intelligence were not something she took well to. Worse, she was positive Malfoy knew this, which was most likely why he was doing it now. You think you're so saintly. You think it's terrible that I think I'm so much better than you, but you think I'm scum, too. So what really makes you better than me, Granger? He asked, his eyes now boring into hers with an intensity that startled her. Hermione scoffed in indignation. Well, I don't base my opinions on someone purely because of their blood status for one, quipped Hermione, wondering where this conversation could possibly lead. Oh, but you do base it on something, don't you? And what, pray tell, is that? Maybe someone's character. Malfoy scoffed. Yeah, because you really got to know me well before you formed your opinion of me. Hermione was perplexed. Are you kidding me? Now, it was her turn to laugh. Like you really gave me a chance to know you. All you've done since I've known you is insult and disparage me. That's all you've done for the 6 years I've known you. How can you accuse me of being judgmental? If you weren't such a complete ass, I'm certain I would think more highly of you. And don't you accuse me of being the hypocrite. You formed your opinion about me, too, didn't you? Replied Hermione, not expecting an answer. Did I? Now she was really confused, and getting frustrated, too. What is that supposed to mean? Didn't he hate her? What was she thinking? Of course he did. This was all just some kind of ploy to aggravate her. And apparently it was working. He didn't answer this time, but she pressed him. Enough with the cryptic answers, she snapped. Aren't you always the one calling me a mudblood and God knows whatever else? She was sure this would remain a rhetorical question and close the discussion for good. Unfortunately, it was not to be. And why would I do that? Is it possible for you not to answer everything with another question? She snapped back. Hermione was now visibly upset. Malfoy gave her an evil smirk. I don't know, is it? She looked upwards, as if beseeching all of the gods above to give her enough patience not to curse him on the spot, or possibly strike him like she did in their 3rd year. You still haven't answered my question, stated Malfoy. Hermione raised an eyebrow. Why would you say any of those terrible things unless you believed them? Malfoy raised his eyebrow to mirror her image only seconds ago. You really don't get it, do you? What's the matter, Granger? I thought you were supposed to be smart. Another insult to her intellect. She was keeping count. He continued, remember what I was born into. What house I belong to, and what my world is like. Unlike yours, it's not just full of rainbows and sunshine. What was he saying? That this was forced upon him and his malice and cruelty was all just a facade. No, he truly believed he was better than her because of his blood, she had heard very real and true hatred dripping in his voice when he insulted her and her friends. As much as you want to hate me for judging you, you do the same thing, Granger. And the difference is, you're the one who doesn't realize it. He paused. Everything was dead silent. Think about it. If I had ever allowed myself to be accepting of you he snorted, Weasley, just think about what that would do for me. So you're telling me that you're afraid of what your family and so-called friends would think. That's just as bad. I never said I was afraid of anything, he snapped back furiously, beginning to get defensive. Hermione opened her mouth to come back with another retort, but Professor Snape had entered the room. She snapped it shut in an instant. Now that things had finally settled down in defense class, Hermione and Malfoy seemed to reach a sort of truce inside the classroom. Snape was finally able to really begin his lessons, having only gone over review so far, citing inadequacies of past classes. He strode into the classroom, imposing his menacing personality upon the room as ever. Silence fell over the assembly immediately. Now that we have finished with the inane, but admittedly necessary review material, we shall be discussing the nature of this class and what you should expect to accomplish if you put forth your best effort and use the correct intellect to guide you. This is no mere academic exercise. What you learn in here will be used to help you once you are no longer within the confines of this school. This raised Harry's attention, and noted with interest that Snape was not speaking of the particulars as was the norm. Snape set off around the edge of the room, speaking now in a lower voice. The class craned their necks to keep him in view. The dark arts, said Snape, are many, varied, ever-changing, and eternal. Fighting them is like fighting a many-headed monster, which, each time a neck is severed, sprouts a head even fiercer and cleverer than that which it displaced. You are fighting that which is unfixed, mutating, indestructible. Harry stared at Snape. It was one thing to respect the dark arts as a formidable opponent, and quite another to speak of them, as Snape was doing, with something akin to devout reverence. Your defenses, said Snape, a little louder, must therefore be as flexible and inventive as the arts you seek to undo. Now, he set off again around the other side of the classroom toward his desk, and again, they watched him as he walked, his dark robes billowing behind him. You are, I believe, complete novices in the use of nonverbal spells. Can anyone tell me the advantage of a nonverbal spell? Hermione's hand shot into the air. Snape looked around the room before saying curtly, very well, Miss Granger. Your adversary has no warning about what kind of magic you're about to perform, said Hermione, which gives you a split-second advantage. An answer copied almost word for word from the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 6, said Snape dismissively, but correct in essentials. Yes, those who progress in using magic without shouting incantations gain an element of surprise in their spell casting. Not all wizards can do this, of course, it is a question of concentration and mind power. Snape didn't look directly at him, but Harry couldn't help but think this statement could refer to his ineffective attempts to learn the art of occlumency. You will now divide, Snape went on, into pairs. One partner will attempt to jinx the other without speaking. The other will attempt to repel the jinx in equal silence. Carry on. Although Snape did not know it, Harry had taught at least half the class, everyone who had been a member of the DA, how to perform a shield charm the previous year. However, none of them had ever cast the charm without speaking. A reasonable amount of cheating ensued. Many people were merely whispering the incantation out of the side of their mouths instead of saying it aloud. In typical fashion, Hermione managed to repel Neville's muttered jelly legs jinx without uttering a single word 10 minutes into the session. A feat which would have surely earned her points for Gryffindor from any reasonable teacher, thought Harry, but which Snape ignored. Although Malfoy seemed also to have the hang of nonverbal spells, and Snape rewarded him no points either. Perhaps he was still angry with them for fighting in class. He swept between them as they practiced, lingering to watch as Harry and Ron struggled to fulfill the task assigned to them. Ron, whose face was now as red as his hair, was supposed to be jinxing Harry. His lips were tightly compressed as if to save himself from the temptation of muttering the incantation. Harry had his wand raised, waiting on tenterhooks to repel a jinx that seemed unlikely to ever come. Pitiful, Weasley, unless the purpose of your spell is to transform yourself into a human representation of a tomato, Snape said after a while. The Slytherin sniggered and Ron went bright red around the ears. But my instructions clearly dictated that you perform an offensive spell, not a transfigurative one, he continued. Miss Granger, if you would kindly show your friend how to correctly perform a simple nonverbal spell, Potter, you will assist her, so that your ineffectual friend can properly observe. Of course, now Harry could fail in front of the whole class. Well, perhaps Snape might be in for a little surprise. Harry prepared himself for the spell and imagined speaking the incantation in his head, but to no avail when he fell to his knees as he felt as if there was some invisible rope that had tripped him. Tisk, tisk, is that all, Potter? This time, Snape didn't punish Malfoy as he made a snide remark and his Slytherin gang snickered quietly. Hermione offered a sheepish smile in apology, but Harry was not angry with her. This was not her fault. Harry grit his teeth. I want to try again. Snape raised his eyebrow in Snape-like fashion and silently indicated that Hermione do as Harry requested. For some inexplicable reason, Harry strongly wished to prove his worth in Snape's class. He never really had an opportunity in potions. But defense was his element. This time he focused less on the word, and more on what he wanted to accomplish. He pictured the protective, transparent blue barrier in his mind and blocking the spell. Protega, he shouted in his mind when he saw Hermione flick her wand. This time, he noticed a difference. He was pushed back and took a step back to regain his balance, but somehow he knew most of the spell was blocked. It was like Hermione's spell was weakened. She must have noticed it too, for she was beaming exuberantly at Harry. Snape stood silent for a second before announcing to the class, as you have just witnessed, Potter has just managed to deter the greater portion of the power in Miss Granger's spell. Therefore, there is no reason the rest of you cannot accomplish this same feat. Of course, even when he did something right for a change in Snape's class, the uneasily impressed professor could still find a way to make it sound disparaging. But at least he had been able to use the nonverbal spell with some degree of success. As far as he knew, only he, Hermione and Malfoy had done anything past standing tight-lipped looking rather like someone with a bad case of constipation, or Harry thought, perhaps someone who invested in Fred and George's new product, you know poo. He thought if he had one more go he would have gotten it down completely, but class ended before he could try. That wasn't to say he wanted class to go on, because that would just be, as Ron put it, Hermione crazy. Of course he didn't. I thought that lesson went well. I mean, it was very informative and quite engaging, especially in comparison to last year with that awful woman, Hermione observed. Ron grunted. It was clear he was still smarting from Snape's insult. What Snape did was unnecessary, but Harry rather thought that Ron was more disgruntled that Hermione would ever describe a class where such things were allowed as engaging. And you did very well, Harry, she continued. No one else besides Malfoy was able to perform nonverbal magic. Granted, you didn't block the entire spell, but you were very close. I gather you'll be able to do it by next class. It seemed Hermione was more excited about this development than he was. Of course, he was happy he was able to do something. Snape must have thought he was pretty useless up until now, and Harry had done nothing in their occlumency sessions to help change that opinion. Ron grunted unhappily. Oh, Ron, Snape says terrible things to everyone, said Hermione. Don't pay him any mind. You'll do better next time. When Ron's mood didn't seem to improve, Harry had a suspicion he was more upset with all of the attention Hermione was giving Harry. If he's so upset about it, why doesn't he just ask her out already? He was not going to feel guilty about outperforming his friend in class. What did you think about the class? Asked Hermione, still animated. I thought it was pretty good, Harry admitted truthfully, but I don't know about all of that stuff he was saying about the dark arts. You know, all of that about it being unfixed and indestructible, almost like he appreciated them. Actually, said Hermione, I thought he sounded a bit like you. Me? He asked in disbelief. Yes, when you were telling us what it's like to face Voldemort, you said it wasn't just memorizing a bunch of spells. You said it was just you and your brains and your guts. And well, wasn't that what Snape was really saying? That in the end, it all really comes down to your composure, your nerve, and your intuition. Harry was so disarmed that she had thought his words were as well worth memorizing as the standard book of spells. He did not argue. The day before the Halloween feast, Dumbledore had sent Harry a note informing him of their next lesson. Looking up at the clock, he figured he would eat quickly and head over. But before he could make it to the table, Ron and Hermione were accosted by Slughorn. He interceded the trio, blocking their path. Harry, just the man I was hoping to see. He boomed genially. I was hoping to catch you. What do you say to a spot of supper tonight in my rooms instead? We're having a little party, just a few rising stars. I've got McLaggen coming and Zabini, the charming Melinda Bobbin. I don't know whether you know her. Her family owns a large chain of apothecaries, and, of course, I hope very much that Miss Granger will favor me by coming, too. Slughorn made Hermione a little bow as he finished speaking. It was as though Ron was not present. Slughorn did not so much as look at him. I'm sorry, Professor, answered Harry. I have an appointment with Professor Dumbledore this evening. Unlucky again, cried Slughorn dramatically. Ah, well, you can't evade me forever, Harry, he said, wriggling his finger in mock rebuke. And you, Miss Granger? Hermione looked rather alarmed. Oh, yes, of course. Harry could tell she wanted to be polite. Hold on, let me gather my things. Of course, Slughorn said affably, take your time. We'll just be in my office, dear. Oh, all right, see you there, said Slughorn ceremoniously. Yes, sir. She waited until he was out of sight. Oh, Harry, I wish you could come. I really don't want to go on my own, she fretted. Ron merely looked a little sullen. Clearly, he didn't much appreciate being treated like a piece of furniture by Slughorn. Harry ate his dinner even faster because Ron was in a sour mood and Hermione was gone. Afterwards, Harry took the familiar path that led the headmaster's office. Since their last lesson, Dumbledore's disappearances had become much more noticeable. Many of the students would whisper amongst themselves and speculate where he was going. Some were afraid that without him all of the time, Hogwarts wasn't as safe as it was traditionally renowned to be. Disembarking off the moving stairwell, he found the lamps in Dumbledore's office were lit, the portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses were snoring gently in their frames, and the pensieve ready upon the desk once more. Good evening, Harry. Everything is well, I trust. Yes, sir. He was curious to know where Dumbledore had been, but didn't want to pester him, so he refrained from asking. It wasn't his business after all, and if Dumbledore wanted Harry to know, then he would tell him. Excellent. We meet this evening to continue the tale of Tom Riddle, whom we left last lesson poised on the threshold of his years at Hogwarts. The start of the school year arrived, and with it came Tom Riddle, a quiet boy wearing second-hand robes, who lined up with the other first years to be sorted. He was placed in Slytherin House almost the moment that the sorting hat touched his head, continued Dumbledore, waving his hand toward the shelf where rested the sorting hat. Harry thought back to when Malfoy was sorted. How soon Riddle learned that the famous founder of his house could talk to snakes, I do not know, perhaps that very evening. The knowledge can only have excited him and increased his sense of self-importance. However, if he was frightening or impressing fellow Slytherins with displays of Parseltongue in their common room, no hint of it reached the staff. He showed no sign of outward arrogance or aggression at all. As an unusually talented and very good-looking orphan, he naturally drew attention and sympathy from the staff almost from the moment of his arrival. He seemed polite, quiet, and thirsty for knowledge. Nearly all were most favorably impressed by him. Didn't you tell them, sir, what he'd been like when you met him at the orphanage? Asked Harry. No, I did not. Though he had shown no hint of remorse, it was possible that he felt sorry for how he had behaved before and had resolved to turn over a fresh leaf. I chose to give him that chance. Dumbledore paused and looked inquiringly at Harry, who had opened his mouth to speak. Here, again, was Dumbledore's tendency to trust people in spite of overwhelming evidence that they did not deserve it. But then Harry remembered something. But you didn't really trust him, sir, did you? He told me, the riddle who came out of the diary said, Dumbledore never seemed to like me as much as the other teachers did. Let us say that I did not take it for granted that he was trustworthy, said Dumbledore. I had, as I have already indicated, resolved to keep a close eye upon him, and so I did. I cannot pretend that I gleaned a great deal from my observations at first. He was very guarded with me. He felt, I am sure, that in the thrill of discovering his true identity he had told me a little too much. He was careful never to reveal as much again, but he could not take back what he had let slip in his excitement, nor what Mrs. Cole had confided in me. However, he had the sense never to try and charm me as he charmed so many of my colleagues. As he moved up the school, he gathered about him a group of dedicated friends. I call them that, for want of a better term, although as I have already indicated, Riddle undoubtedly felt no affection for any of them. This group had a kind of dark glamour within the castle. They were a motley collection. A mixture of the weak seeking protection, the ambitious seeking some shared glory, and the thuggish gravitating toward a leader who could show them more refined forms of cruelty. In other words, they were the forerunners of the Death Eaters, and indeed some of them became the first Death Eaters upon leaving Hogwarts. Rigidly controlled by Riddle, they were never detected in open wrongdoing, although their 7 years at Hogwarts were marked by a number of nasty incidents to which they were never satisfactorily linked, the most serious of which was, of course, the opening of the Chamber of Secrets, which resulted in the death of a young girl. As you know, Hagrid was wrongly accused of that crime. I have two more memories to show you this evening, both obtained with enormous difficulty, and the second of them is, I think, the most important I have collected. I have not been able to find many memories of Riddle at Hogwarts, said Dumbledore. Few who knew him then are prepared to talk about him, they are too terrified. What I know, I found out after he had left Hogwarts, after much painstaking effort, after tracing those few who could be tricked into speaking, after searching old records and questioning Muggle and magical witnesses alike. Those whom I could persuade to talk told me that Riddle was obsessed with his parentage. This is understandable. Of course, he had grown up in an orphanage and naturally wished to know how he came to be there. It seems that he searched in vain for some trace of Tom Riddle Sr. on the shields in the trophy room, on the lists of prefects in the old school records, even in the books of wizarding history. Finally, he was forced to accept that his father had never set foot in Hogwarts. I believe that it was then that he dropped the name forever, assumed the identity of Lord Voldemort, and began his investigations into his previously despised mother's family, the woman whom, you will remember, he had thought could not be a witch if she had succumbed to the shameful human weakness of death. All he had to go upon was the single name, Marvolo, which he knew from those who ran the orphanage had been his name of his mother's father. Finally, after painstaking research, through old books of wizarding families, he discovered the existence of Slytherin's surviving line. In the summer of his 16th year, he left the orphanage to which he returned annually and set off to find his gaunt relatives. And now, Harry, if you will stand. Dumbledore rose, and Harry saw that he was again holding a small crystal bottle filled with swirling, pearly memory. I was very lucky to collect this, he said, as he poured the gleaming mass into the pensieve. As you will understand when we have experienced it. Shall we? Harry stepped up to the stone basin and bowed obediently until his face sank through the surface of the memory. He felt the familiar sensation of falling through nothingness and then landed upon a dirty stone floor in almost total darkness. It took him several seconds to recognize the place, by which time Dumbledore had landed beside him. The Gounts house was now more indescribably filthy than anywhere Harry had ever seen. The ceiling was thick with cobwebs, the floor coated in grime. Moldy and rotting food lay upon the table amidst a mass of crusted pots. The only light came from a single guttering candle placed at the feet of a man with hair and beard so overgrown Harry could see neither eyes nor mouth. He was slumped in an armchair by the fire, and Harry wondered for a moment whether he was dead. But then there came a loud knock on the door and the man jerked awake, raising a wand in one hand and a short knife in the other. The door creaked open. There on the threshold, holding an old-fashioned lamp, stood a boy Harry recognized at once. Tall, pale, dark-haired, and handsome, the teenage Voldemort. Voldemort's eyes moved slowly around the hovel and then found the man in the armchair. For a few seconds they looked at each other, then the man staggered upright, the many empty bottles at his feet clattering and tinkling across the floor. You, he bellowed. You, and he hurtled drunkenly at Riddle, wand and knife held aloft. Stop. Riddle spoke in Parseltongue. The man skidded into the table, sending moldy pots crashing to the floor. He stared at Riddle. There was a long silence while they contemplated each other. You speak it? Asked the man who Harry now knew to be Morphin. Yes, I speak it, said Riddle. He moved forward into the room, allowing the door to swing shut behind him. Harry again could not help but feel a resentful admiration for Voldemort's complete lack of fear. His face merely expressed disgust and, perhaps, disappointment. Where is Marvolo? He asked. Dead, said Morphin. Died years ago. Riddle frowned. Who are you, then? I'm Morphin. Marvolo's son. That'd be right. Morphin pushed the hair out of his dirty face, the better to see Riddle, and Harry saw that he wore Marvolo's black stoned ring on his right hand. I thought you was that muggle, whispered Morphin. You look mighty like that muggle. But he's older 'n you, now I think on it. What muggle? Said Riddle sharply. That muggle my sister took a fancy to. That muggle what lives in the big house over the way, said Morphin, waving his arm in no particular direction. This movement caused him to sway a little. He stopped and resuming clutching the table for support. He left her. See. And serve her right, fair marrying filth like that, said Morphin, spitting on the floor. Morphin was working himself into a rage again. He brandished his knife and shouted, dishonored us, she did, that little slut. And who are you, coming here and asking questions about all that? It's over, innit? It's over. He looked away, staggering slightly, and Voldemort moved forward. As he did so, an unnatural darkness fell, extinguishing Voldemort's lamp and Morphin's candle, extinguishing everything. Then Dumbledore grasped Harry's arm and they were soaring back into the present again. The soft golden light in Dumbledore's office seemed to dazzle Harry's eyes after that impenetrable darkness. Is that all? Said Harry at once. Why did it go all dark? What happened? Because Morphin could not remember anything from that point onward, said Dumbledore, gesturing Harry back into his seat. When he awoke next morning, he was lying on the floor, quite alone. Marvolo's ring had gone. Meanwhile, in the village of Little Hangleton, a maid was running along the high street, screaming that there were 3 bodies lying in the drawing room of the big house, Tom Riddle Sr. and both of his parents. The Muggle authorities were perplexed. As far as I am aware, they do not know to this day the cause of the Riddles' deaths, for the Avada Kedavra curse does not usually leave any sign of damage. The exception sits before me, Dumbledore added, with a nod to Harry's scar. The Ministry, on the other hand, knew at once that this was the work of a wizard. They also knew that a convicted Muggle hater lived across the valley from the Riddle house, a Muggle hater who had already been imprisoned once for attacking one of the murdered people. So the Ministry called upon Morphin. They did not need to question him, to use veritaserum or legilimency. He admitted to the murder on the spot, giving details only the murderer could know. He was proud, he said, to have killed the Muggles, had been awaiting his chance all these years. He handed over his wand, which was proved at once to have been used to kill the Riddles. And he permitted himself to be led off to Azkaban without a fight. All that disturbed him was the fact that his father's ring had disappeared. He'll kill me for losing it, he will, he told his captors over and over again. He'll kill me for losing his ring. And that, apparently, was all he ever said again. He lived out the remainder of his life in Azkaban, lamenting the loss of Marvolo's last heirloom, and is buried beside the prison, alongside the other poor souls who have expired within its walls. So Voldemort stole Morphin's wand and used it to kill his father, said Harry, sitting up straight. That is correct, said Dumbledore. We have no memories to show us this, but I think we can be fairly certain as to what transpired. Voldemort stupefied his uncle, took his wand, and proceeded across the valley to the big house over the way. There he murdered the Muggle man who had abandoned his witch mother, and, for good measure, his Muggle grandparents, thus obliterating the last of the unworthy Riddle line and revenging himself upon the father who never wanted him. Then he returned to the Gaunt Hovel, performed the complex bit of magic that would implant a false memory in his uncle's mind, laid Morphin's wand beside its unconscious owner, pocketed the ancient ring he wore, and departed. He must have done a good job. Morphin never realized he hadn't done it, did he? No, indeed, said Dumbledore. He gave, as I say, a full and boastful confession. Then how could he have this real memory in him all this time? Ah, it took a great deal of skilled legilimency to coax it out of him, said Dumbledore, and why should anybody delve further into Morfin's mind when he had already confessed to the crime? However, I was able to secure a visit to Morfin in the last weeks of his life, by which time I was attempting to discover as much as I could about Voldemort's past. I extracted this memory with great difficulty. When I saw what it contained, I attempted to use it to secure Morfin's release from Azkaban. Before the Ministry reached their decision, however, Morfin had died. But wouldn't the Ministry realize what Voldemort had done? Asked Harry. He was underage at the time, wasn't he? Wouldn't they've been able to detect the underage mag? Harry halted mid-sentence, thinking about his encounter with Dobby and Hermione being able to create the flying room in Grimmauld Place. It had been an inconvenience with Dobby, but he had been grateful for Hermione's ability to perform magic unbeknownst to the Ministry. But now that he thought on it, he wasn't sure. I think you have, by the looks of it, answered your own question. Yes, sir, confirmed Harry. Yes, as your experience with Dobby would imply, the improper use of magic office relies on witch and wizard parents to enforce their offspring's obedience while within their walls. Isn't that a bit naive? I mean, to think that people will enforce the rules just because they're told to. Dumbledore chuckled lightly. I would not disagree with you there, Harry. I dare say this thought is derived from a little first-hand experience. Harry reddened slightly in embarrassment, but Dumbledore was smiling. Feeling that Dumbledore was not chastising him, he ventured to respond, albeit somewhat timorously, I guess, I have broken a few rules. They both knew that to be quite an understatement. Indeed, you have, Dumbledore replied in kind. But it seems like the Ministry needs to take another look at how they do things, continued Harry. This shouldn't happen. I know the answer seemed obvious, but when you're doing something like putting someone in Azkaban, you need to be sure. It happened to Hagrid, too. I agree, said Dumbledore. Whatever Morfin was, he did not deserve to die as he did, blamed for murders he had not committed. And now, Harry, I have one more memory I want you to see before we part. Dumbledore took from an inside pocket another crystal phial and Harry fell silent at once, remembering that Dumbledore had said it was the most important one he had collected. Harry noticed that the contents proved difficult to empty into the pensieve, as though they had congealed slightly. Did memories go bad? This will not take long, said Dumbledore, when he had finally emptied the phial. It is a bit lengthier than the first, but we shall be back before you know it. Once more into the pensieve, then. And Harry fell again through the silver surface, landing this time right in front of a man he recognized at once. It was a much younger Horace Slughorn. Harry was so used to him bald that he found the sight of Slughorn with thick, shiny, straw-colored hair quite disconcerting. It looked as though he had had his head thatched, though there was already a shiny galleon-sized bald patch on his crown. His mustache, less massive than it was these days, was gingery blonde. He was not quite as rotund as the Slughorn Harry knew, though the golden buttons on his richly embroidered waistcoat were taking a fair amount of strain. His little feet resting upon a velvet poof, he was sitting in a comfortable winged armchair, one hand grasping a small glass of wine, the other searching through a box of crystallized pineapple for. Harry looked around as Dumbledore appeared beside him and saw that they were standing in Slughorn's office. Half a dozen teenage boys were sitting around Slughorn, on much less ornate seats, Harry noticed. He recognized Voldemort at once. He was easily the most handsome one present and visibly the most relaxed of all the boys. His right hand lay heedlessly upon the arm of his chair. With a jolt, Harry saw that he was wearing Marvolo's gold and black ring. He had already killed his father. Sir, is it true that Professor Merrythought is retiring? He asked casually. Tom, if I knew, I couldn't tell you, said Slughorn, wagging a reproving, sugar-covered finger at Riddle, though ruining the effect slightly by winking. I must say, I'd like to know where you get your information, boy, more knowledgeable than half the staff, you are. Riddle smiled. The other boys laughed and cast him admiring looks. What with your uncanny ability to know things you shouldn't, and your careful flattery of the people who matter. Thank you for the pineapple, by the way. You're quite right, it is my favorite. As several of the boys tittered, something very odd happened. The whole room was suddenly filled with a thick white fog, so that Harry could see nothing but the face of Dumbledore, who was standing beside him. Then Slughorn's voice rang out through the mist, unnaturally loudly, "You'll go wrong, boy, mark my words." Quote. The fog cleared as suddenly as it had appeared, and yet nobody made any allusion to it, nor did anybody look as though anything unusual had just happened. Bewildered, Harry looked around as a small golden clock standing upon Slughorn's desk chimed 11 o'clock. "Good gracious, is it that time already?" said Slughorn. "You'd better get going, boys, or we'll all be in trouble. Lestrange, I want your essay by tomorrow or it's detention. Same goes for you, Avery." Slughorn pulled himself out of his armchair and carried his empty glass over to his desk as the boys filed out. Voldemort, however, stayed behind. Harry could tell he had dawdled deliberately, wanting to be last in the room with Slughorn. "Look sharp, Tom," said Slughorn, turning around and finding him still present. "You don't want to be caught out of bed out of hours, and you a prefect." "Sir, I wanted to ask you something." "Ask away. Then, M'boy, ask away." "Sir, I was wondering if you know anything about Horcruxes." Then it happened all over again. The dense fog filled the room so that Harry could not see Slughorn or Voldemort at all. Only Dumbledore, smiling serenely beside him. Then Slughorn's voice boomed out again, just as it had done before. "I don't know anything about Horcruxes, and I wouldn't tell you if I did. Now get out of here at once and don't let me catch you mentioning them again." "Well, that's that," said Dumbledore placidly beside Harry. "Time to go." Harry's feet left the floor to land back onto the rug in front of Dumbledore's desk. "What's wrong with the memory?" said Harry. "What's with all the fog and everything? I don't understand, it didn't make any sense." Dumbledore had said that this was the most important memory of all, but he had gleaned no important information out of it as far as he could tell. "As you might have noticed," said Dumbledore, reseating himself behind his desk, "that memory has been tampered with." "Tampered with?" repeated Harry, sitting back down too. "Certainly," said Dumbledore. "Professor Slughorn has meddled with his own recollections." "Why would he do that?" "Because, I think, he is ashamed of what he remembers," said Dumbledore. "He has tried to rework the memory to show himself in a better light, obliterating those parts which he does not wish me to see. It is, as you will have noticed, very crudely done, and that is all to the good, for it shows that the true memory is still there beneath the alterations." "Does it have anything to do with Horcruxes?" asked Harry. Dumbledore looked pleased. "Yes, Harry, it has everything to do with Horcruxes." "What are they, sir?" "Do you know what a Horcrux is?" "That is for another lesson, I think," Dumbledore said elusively. "And so, for the first time, I am giving you homework, Harry. It will be your job to persuade Professor Slughorn to divulge the real memory, which will undoubtedly be our most crucial piece of information of all." Harry stared at him. "But surely, sir," he said, keeping his voice as respectful as possible, "you don't need me. You could use Legilimency, or Veritaserum." "Professor Slughorn is an extremely able wizard who will be expecting both," said Dumbledore. "He is much more accomplished at occlumency than poor Morfin Gaunt, and I would be astonished if he has not carried an antidote to Veritaserum with him ever since I coerced him into giving me this travesty of a recollection. No, I think it would be foolish to attempt to wrest the truth from Professor Slughorn by force, and might do much more harm than good. I do not wish him to leave Hogwarts." Still, Harry voiced his misgivings. "Wouldn't he be more willing to listen to you? If he won't tell you the truth, I don't see why he'd tell me. Horace, like the rest of us, has his weaknesses, and I believe that you are the one person who might be able to penetrate his defenses," elaborated Dumbledore. Dumbledore was a genius, but Harry just couldn't see it. He was just a student. Dumbledore was the headmaster, Slughorn's employer, and the only one he ever feared. "It is most important that we secure the true memory, Harry. How important, we will only know when we have seen the real thing. And so with that, I will wish you a good night, and good luck." A little taken aback by the abrupt dismissal, Harry got to his feet quickly. "Good night, sir." As he closed the study door behind him, he distinctly heard Phineas Nigellus say, "I can't actually believe I'm going to agree with the Potter boy. but I also can't see why he should be able to do better than you, Dumbledore. I wouldn't expect you to. Phineas, replied Dumbledore, and Harry heard Fawkes gave another low, musical cry. Harry lay awake in his bed reading his potions book, something he'd never imagined he'd end up doing. He was getting tired, but he wanted to keep studying the text-filled margins. His eyes closed shut a couple of times until finally he dozed off and the book slid to the floor with a thump. The noise awoke him and, his heart beating fast, he peered out of his curtains to make sure the sound hadn't wakened any of the others. When he was sure that everyone in the room was still fast asleep, he leaned over to pick up his book. As he did so, in the soft light of his wand, he saw something scribbled along the bottom of the back cover in the same small, cramped handwriting as the instructions that had won him his bottle of Felix Felicis, now safely hidden inside a pair of socks in his trunk at the foot of his bed. This book is the property of the Half-Blood Prince. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.